Chapter 2355, The Final God of War Golden List Publication. These roughly over 30 people still had blank faces when they returned to the city. Clearly, they still had not recovered to their senses. Just earlier, each one of them was still in a bloody battle. But in a blink, they were transported back. Especially Yuan, Wan Zhen, and Zhang Lian, 3 people, they were clearly somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. Just earlier, Yuan was still narrowly escaping death under the pincer attacks of a large group of fierce beasts. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian were the same. Wan Zhen's gaze adjusted to the present very quickly and saw the Yuan in the crowd. He was just about to go over to greet when he was surrounded by a large group of people. Wan Zhen, how many God of War points do you have right now? A powerhouse ranked 40 plus immediately moved closer to ask. Wan Zhen was taken aback and said, 4.34 million, why? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces immediately revealed wild ecstasy. Ha ha ha, that despicable brat has completely no chance now. A gap of 510,000, it's impossible for that punk to catch up. That powerhouse said in great joy. Wan Zhen frowned and said, what gap of 510,000? What are you guys talking about? When he said so, there were immediately many people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation, especially Zhang Jie. Wan Zhen, we really feel too unjust for you. There's a punk who resorted to trickery, and he could actually attain 400 to 500,000 God of War points in 1 year, forcefully climbing to second place from behind. Yeah, lucky you stood firm and exerted your strength at the last moment, overwhelming him ruthlessly. First place is first place. His strength indeed isn't simply for show, to actually be able to obtain 190,000 God of War points in a year. How clever was Wan Zhen? He discerned what the problem was from these people's words very quickly. You guys are talking about Yuan, right? He didn't use trickery. Turns out that he's already in second place. Indeed terrifying. Wan Zhen also looked towards Yuan in surprise again as he said. Everyone was stunned, suddenly falling into silence. Wan Zhen actually personally defended Yuan. This guy did not eat the wrong medicine, right? Didn't use trickery. How is that possible? With your strength, you only got over 100,000 God of War points every year. He's far worse than you but actually got 400 to 500,000 points in a year. This is too illogical, Zhang Jie said with a look of disbelief. But Wan Zhen shook his head and said, when Yuan was fighting in the myriad beast battle plane, Zhang Lian and I saw it with our own eyes. He already comprehended time law. Laws of time and space being unleashed together, coupled with sword Dao source and formation Dao source, his strength is already not beneath mine. Furthermore, the power of his sword formation can deal with hundreds and thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. The efficiency of obtaining God of War points is far stronger than us. Even though 400 to 500,000 in a year is a little exaggerated, he absolutely didn't resort to trickery. At the same time, a hint of ridicule flashed across Zhang Lian's beautiful face, and he said disdainfully, you can't imagine it, doesn't mean that others can't do it. If not for Yuan's encouragement, the two of us also wouldn't have hunted fierce beasts without heed for our lives. Of course, we also wouldn't have obtained tremendous benefits. Ever since seeing Yuan's battle, the two of them started a crazy hunting mode. Although it was impossible to be like Yuan, they frequently pushed themselves to their limits, narrowly escaping death several times. In these 10 years, the two of them similarly made great progress. With motivation and without motivation, those were two totally different states. The over 10,000 people in the square were shocked by these two people's words until they were staring dumbfoundedly. Firstly, Yuan really comprehended time law. Secondly, Yuan's 400 to 500,000 God of War points every year, that was actually really obtained by him hunting fierce beasts himself. Thirdly, his strength could actually rival Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian already. This news was too soul-stirring. In these 10 years, they had always judged based on the numbers. It was far less shocking than Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian personally explaining it. It turned out that Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly erupting was really because of Yuan. All of this was simply like a dream. 10 years. Yuan used 10 years' time and instantly obliterated their 1,000 years of hard work. They were all unpredictable children, existences that even heaven was jealous of. But, if they were existences that even heaven was jealous of, then what was Yuan? When they were mocking Yuan for comprehending time law, when they were questioning that Yi Yuan resorted to trickery, when they were mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability, heaven was watching them and laughing. Not that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability, he really had the talent to comprehend time law. Wan Zhen could not be bothered to care about everyone's shock. Dividing the crowd, he came before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Younger brother Yi is truly an unrivaled talent. You don't know how shocked the two of us were when we saw you execute time law on that day." Time law was known as the #1 law in the world. Although it was on par with spatial law, the difficulty of comprehension was several times harder than spatial law. Even a peerless genius like Wan Zhen was unable to comprehend it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That day, I sensed the two of you fellow Taoists. But at that time, it was trapped in a heavy encirclement and was too busy to say hello. I hope that fellow Taoist doesn't blame." Yi Yuan's impression of Wan Zhen was pretty good. This was someone capable of shouldering great responsibility. Wan Zhen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "What's younger brother Yi saying? I won't ask about your God of War points either. Let's await the release of the God of War Golden List together then." Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded his head. Right then, there was a tremor in the void, a volume of pages flew out for the last time. Everyone's breathing became ragged. Impossible, impossible. Even if these God of War points were derived from his true strength, it's also impossible for him to obtain 510,000 God of War points with his ranking. Zhang Jie cried out frantically in his heart. Judging from Yi Yuan's situation in previous years, it was impossible for him to surpass 500,000. The pages slowly unfurled, affecting the hearts of each unpredictable children. Very soon, the pages revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. There was immediately a burst of exclamation in the square. First place, Yi Yuan. Surpassed. He really surpassed Wan Zhen. Too inconceivable. In this last year, he actually obtained 540,000 God of War points. How did he do it? Too crazy. Too shocking. 10 years, he only used 10 years. He then reached the top of the God of War Golden List. A nuke seemed to have detonated in the square. Everyone exploded. The first name that appeared on the page was precisely Yi Yuan's. In the last year, Yi Yuan miraculously gained 540,000 God of War points, and finally reached a horrifying 4.37 million, suppressing the Wan Zhen who had maintained first place for 1,000 years with the edge of 30,000 points. The shock that this scene brought to everyone was seriously too strong. Zhang Jie looked at the name on the page, feeling battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Without cheating, how can he possibly get 540,000 God of War points in a year?" Chapter 2356, Caged Battle. Second place, Wan Zhen, 4.34 million God of War points. Third place, Zhang Lian, 3.21 million God of War points. Fourth place, Ji Yu Tianjun, 2.12 million God of War points. The God of War Golden List slowly unfolded, one name after another displaying in front of everybody. The top 10 names were finally decided as well. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. With Yi Yuan climbing to the top, there were naturally people who were eliminated. In the crowd, several murderous gazes shot toward him. Of course, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Seeing this result, Wan Zhen himself was very surprised too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan never made it onto the God of War Golden List. A gap of more than 4 million was caught up just like that. Honestly speaking, he was still a little sour in his heart. Younger brother Yi, you actually obtained 540 God of War points in this last year. Wan Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed. Even though several 100,000 a year was very impressive, this sudden eruption in the last year clearly still exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Yuan said, "I had some new insights during this year again, and so I made a trip to the Celestial Beast Plane. That's how I gained more than 500,000 God of War points." Wan Zhen's entire body trembled and he sucked in a cold breath as he said, "You went to the Celestial Beast Plane?" "What? He actually went to the Celestial Beast Plane. He's really a mad man. The Celestial Beast Plane is the central region of the myriad beast battle plane. Each one of the fierce beasts is incomparably powerful. He could actually come back alive from there. Not that no one dares to go to the Celestial Beast Plane, but that no one can go there." The moment these words came out, everyone revealed extremely shocked expressions. The myriad beast battle plains area was extremely vast. But the more towards the central region, the stronger the strength of the fierce beasts. Furthermore, the fierce beasts of the central region were very densely packed. Wanting to rush to the central region from the periphery of the myriad beast battle plain was simply an impossible task. Even Wang Zhen could not do it either. He and Zhang Lian also continuously went deep into the central region but failed to reach the celestial beast plain in the end too. But Yi Yuan reached it. In reality, before being transported back just now, he was still undergoing a life and death battle in the celestial beast plane. Everyone suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan was able to soar at a rate of 400 to 500,000 God of War points every year. Being able to rush into the celestial beast plane, this in itself already illustrated many problems. In reality, Yi Yuan had made great improvements in these 10 years' time too. Regardless of whether it was sword Dao source or formation Dao source, or whether spatial law, time law, he had an extremely deep understanding. Under this kind of high-intensity battle, his potential was excavated once again. Furthermore, after he finished taking care of a swarm, he would continue advancing forward, all the way until he reached the celestial beast plane. However, the strength of the fierce beasts in the celestial beast plane was also indeed extraordinary. Even he felt extremely strained too. If not for his spatial law breaking through to rank 8 at the final juncture, it would also not have been impossible that he would fall in battle and return to Cludade City. You this fellow, really a freak. I really want to know what kind of boundary you've reached currently. Wang Zhen said with a bitter smile. There will be an opportunity, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Everyone looked with gazes as if looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy simply was not a human. Just as everyone was exclaiming with admiration, there was suddenly a tremor in the void. A huge cage broke out of the sky and suspended in the air. At this moment, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm could see this enormous cage distinctly. For a moment, there was shock all around. What's this playing at again? Could it be that the genius competition this time hasn't ended yet? Isn't it said that as long as people entered the top 10, they can all obtain the inheritances? Could it be that it isn't like this? Just as everyone was shocked, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest gradually became illusory. When they appeared again, they had already arrived in the cage. There were also many strangers who appeared at the same time. Sweeping a glance over, there were just 1,000 people. The top 10 of each city all gathered in the cage. Everyone drew a cold breath. Gathering the top 1,000 people together, this was going to be a melee. Suddenly, a voice came out of the void. It was precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice. This is your final test, a caged battle. This time, there are no restrictions. Bring out all of your means, and kill the people around you. The last person alive shall obtain a supreme inheritance. The next 10 people will obtain a top inheritance. The rest of the people will obtain an ordinary inheritance. Now, the killing begins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice was akin to rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. However, those unpredictable children were clearly all not prepared. Even Yi Yuan had a stunned look too. He heard Jian Yongxin say before that there were 10 top inheritances, but he did not know that there was still a supreme inheritance. Wonder what kind of terrifying legacy this so-called supreme inheritance was. However, 1,000 of the top-notch unpredictable children were all gathered in one cage now. This would really be a terrifying bloody battle. To think that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could come up with such a perverse idea. However, Yi Yuan understood very well. Because in the future, these unpredictable children would definitely encounter this kind of scenario. At that time, they might encounter even more and even stronger divine race powerhouses. This kind of melee, just treat it as a preview in advance. Dying in this caged battle now, they could still come back to life. But in the future, when they faced divine race powerhouses, they would not be able to come back to life. A little more preparation was considered to have a process of adapting in advance, right? Yi Yuan turned to look at Wang Zhen beside him and could not help laughing as he said, "You see, I said that there will be an opportunity, right?" Wang Zhen laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect that it came so quickly. Okay, let me experience what right you have to walk in the celestial beast plane." At this instant, Wang Zhen brimmed with fighting spirit. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, and also knew that Yi Yuan had many trump cards, he had his own pride. He also had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, he did not think that he would lose to Yi Yuan. Who was stronger and who was weaker, got to fight before one would know. By the side, Zhang Lian rolled his eyes and said, "The two of you fight then. I'm not getting involved. I'm not Wan Zhen's match. If you lose, the two of us fight then." Suddenly, a scream came from beside them. There was actually someone who was killed already. The battle came suddenly. In an instant, the flames of war started burning in the cage. Waves of terrifying energy undulation exploded in the cage. This cage was clearly specially made. Even if 1,000 unpredictable children fought frenziedly, they were unable to break this cage too. At this time, several unpredictable children not far away saw that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low. They immediately rushed over toward him. "Brat, really don't know how you came in. Your city is too weak. Sending you on your way then." An unpredictable child grinned sinisterly and rushed over towards Yi Yuan. However, he discovered to his horror that his speed of advancement became slower and slower, increasingly slower. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Tea time law." Chapter 2357, The Powerful Wan Zhen. Suddenly, a cold light appeared around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not look at that guy at all and his body was already pierced into a sieve, kicking the bucket. Opposite, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan killed a top 10 powerhouse so effortlessly. Really very strong. In Cludade City, people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. So strong. That's a powerhouse ranked in the top 10. He killed the other person without even giving him a look. Is that time law? Indeed well deserving of being a supreme law. It's really too strong. Just how strong is Yi Yuan's current strength? From his appearance, it seems like he's going to fight with Wan Zhen. Everyone had looks of anticipation. They really wanted to take a look at just who was stronger and who was weaker between the former number 1 and the current number 1. While time law was powerful, Wan Zhen had experienced these few years of training. Just how strong he was, they were unable to judge as well. Everything would only be known after fighting. After all, Wan Zhen was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Time law is indeed impressive. Wan Zhen laughed loudly, causing the pressure of an 8th firmament heavenly emperor to suddenly bloom. During these 10 years' time, Yi Yuan fought crazily. Currently, his realm improved further and was already comparable to 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Among the unpredictable children, especially among these top 1,000, even half a minor realm lower was fatal too. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge the 8th firmament heavenly emperor Wan Zhen with a 5th firmament heavenly emperor cultivation realm. But, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too many. All of a sudden, 5 kinds of power of laws suddenly descended, forming a perfect closed loop around Wan Zhen. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, fusing the 5 element laws. "Brother Wan, indeed kept to your own counsel." Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "It's not that I kept to my own counsel. It's just that I didn't have a chance to display it. 5 element laws, just comprehending one was nothing. This was the most basic power of law. What the vast majority of martial artists comprehended was 1 or 2 of the 5 element laws. Those with stronger talents would comprehend 3 kinds. In fact, the Lu Zi whom Yi Yuan had once seen before, she was extremely talented, comprehending all of the 5 element laws. But comprehending was easy, while fusion was hard. Wanting to fuse the 5 element laws into one, this was something harder than ascending to heaven. The difficulty was no less than Yi Yuan's comprehension of the 2 great supreme laws. 5 elements fusing into one, the power would not be the slightest bit inferior to the supreme laws. 5 elements, mutually promoting and restraining each other. If it could be fused into one, it would be able to continue in an endless cycle. One thought, one world, it was exceedingly powerful. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that Wan Zhen's 5 power of laws was extremely balanced. These 5 kinds of power of laws, there was you and me and you, nothing the least bit superfluous. This kind of 5 elements fusion could be rated as perfect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Brother Wan's 5 element laws is probably more than this, right?" Wan Zhen smiled and said, "That's right. My water law, fire law, and wood law, already reached the level of source. It's just that once the 5 elements balance is broken, the power will be inferior to now instead. Hence, these 3 laws are almost useless to me." Even Yi Yuan also sucked in a breath of cold air. He originally thought that Wan Zhen comprehended 1 or 2 source powers. Did not expect that he actually already comprehended 3 kinds. One day, if he comprehended 5 great source powers at the same time, and achieved the balance of the 5 element laws once more, that would be too terrifying. Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "It was this Yi who underestimated the heroes of the world. Brother Wan's talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. What's even rarer is that Brother Wan's considerations are huge and can take a broad view of the world, truly hard to come by." Wan Zhen smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi, stop overselling me. In terms of talent, who can compare to you? Oh, time law, this one tried for a long time, but I still gave up in the end. Now, with younger brother Yi synchronizing time and space, your combat power is unparalleled under the heavens. Enough talk, let's fight." Yuan was also filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, come and fight." At this time, it already became a mess in the cage. It was incomparably chaotic everywhere. But these two only had the other in their eyes. A treasure pagoda suddenly appeared in Wan Zhen's hand. Only to see his expression turn solemn, the aura of the treasure pagoda billowing to the sky, and suddenly slamming over towards Yuan. The speed was unbelievably fast. Yuan's gaze turned intent, the sword formation suddenly rising, meeting the treasure pagoda. The two people's battle gave off a loud noise. One massive energy undulation after another rippled out between the two of them. No one dared to approach them at all. Inside the cage, those unpredictable children were all shuddering with fear, choosing to stay away from these two people very consciously. An unpredictable child could not resist cursing, "Damn, these two fellows are really strong." Similarly, top 10, the disparity isn't just a little bit. That one who's using the sword formation, still thought that he was easy to bully just now, didn't expect that he's so strong. Luckily I didn't make a move. Time law coupled with 2 great source powers, this kid is simply a freak. Also, there's the other guy. He actually achieved the perfect balance of the 5 elements. These two aren't human at all. Regardless of which city it was, the gap between the top 10 was very large too. Under normal circumstances, the top 3 or top 2 was an echelon. It was even be divided into 2 or 3 echelons at the back. As for how strong each city's number 1 was, it would only be known after competing. But Wan Zhen and Yuan's fight made them realize the disparity. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a black figure stood in the air, with the power of lightning on his body surging crazily. No one dared to approach this person at all. The power of lightning on his body was too strong. Even a fool could also guess that this person was the successor of Dao ancestor Lightning, Pang Zhen. His gaze was already drawn by Wan Zhen and Yuan's gazes. "Hey, I really didn't expect that besides us, another guy who can rival Wan Zhen actually popped out. This kid is very strong. Looks like the supreme position this time is very troublesome." A youth dressed in ink black long robes fanned his fan, arriving beside Pang Zhen. Others were afraid of Pang Zhen, but he did not seem to care at all. This youth fanning his fan was noble carefree, Yu Tanji, who was as famous as Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "The supreme position is mine. Nobody can snatch it away. Wan Zhen can't, you, likewise can't." Yu Tanji laughed and said, "Pang Zhen, you're always like this. Who can get the final position of supremacy, not reaching the end, who will know?" Pang Zhen's gaze turned cold, the aura on his body surging as he said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you want to have a go at me." Yu Tanji put away his fan and said smilingly, "Fighting, naturally got to fight. But before this, shouldn't we clean up these trash first? Also, those two, isn't it good to let them fight first?" Pang Zhen withdrew his aura and said coolly, "MN, what you said makes sense." Finished talking, his figure suddenly disappeared, his speed being inconceivably swift. Chapter 2358, 5 Chi Dairigen vs True Nirvana Sword Formation. Inside the cage, lightning ran rampant. Places that it passed through, wailing sounded out. Pang Zhen was well deserving of being Ancestor Lightning's successor. To be able to cultivate lightning source to such a level, it was truly seldomly seen. Laws had distinctions in superiority, but at the same time it also depended on how a person utilized it. People who cultivated supreme laws might not be stronger than those who cultivated ordinary laws. But Pang Zhen had clearly gained the essence of Ancestor Lightning's true legacy, applying lightning source to a transcendent realm. However, they were all top 10 powerhouses at any rate. Especially the various cities' top 3, those were all existences with extremely fearsome strength. Pang Zhen being so overbearing also aroused the dislike of some powerhouses. The temptation of this legacy was too great. Who did not want to get the supreme inheritance? Even if they did not get the supreme inheritance, obtaining the 10 major legacies was also pretty good. Hence, some powerhouses discovered that something was wrong and established an offensive and defensive alliance very quickly. In short, inside the enormous cage fell into an extremely chaotic situation. But as the numbers decreased more and more, the battle situation also grew more intense. Because those who remained were all experts among experts. Even Pang Zhen also felt overwhelmed facing several great powerhouses at the same time. Ha ha ha, awesome, younger brother Yi, you should also bring out your true ability already. Wan Zhen said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, Brother Wan is indeed formidable. Since that's the case, this Yi won't conceal my abilities anymore. Over here, the two people fought earth-shatteringly. But up to this point, they both did not bring out their true strength and were both testing each other. Even so, their combat power already surpassed the vast majority of the people present. In Cludade City, Zhang Jie was dumbstruck with amazement long ago. Only seeing Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. The current Yi Yuan was more than 10 times stronger than the Yi Yuan back then. Let alone that Yi Yuan had not used the law of time and space yet. Only then did he understand how laughable these few years of questioning were. In the crowd, Qin Hu's expression was also very ugly as he said, really blinded my dog eyes. How was it blinded by obsession back then, to go and provoke this freak? Mo Shi gave him a glance and said crossly, if you know that you're blind, change your temper in the future, and stop making trouble everywhere. This is inside the primeval war realm. If it was outside, you'd had long died 10 times over. Qin Hu deeply felt that way too and nodded repeatedly and said, you're right. I mustn't simply posture anymore in the future, and keep a low profile. Damn, you really can't judge a book by its cover, and the sea cannot be measured with a bushel. Some people really can't be provoked. Only then did he know what kind of freak Yi Yuan was. 1,000 years was neither long nor short. Yi Yuan's improvement in these 1,000 years could simply be described with the word terrifying. Forget that his realm increased quickly, his power of laws even advanced at a tremendous pace. And he had not showcased his real skills yet. His move. Wan Zhen is going to use his ultimate move, 5 Qi Dairigen. I really don't know what kind of realm his move already reached. My god, the power of this move is more than 10 times stronger than just now. This pressure, it's simply going to burst through the cage. 5 elemental laws fusing perfectly is really too terrifying. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Wan Zhen's imposing aura suddenly rose several levels. Above his head, a 5-colored flower petal quietly condensed into shape. Wan Zhen controlled the treasure pagoda, the 5-petaled flower rotated without resting. This scene looked very gorgeous. But every powerhouse in the cage felt a dangerous aura. Many powerhouses, even those powerhouses ranked in the top 3, all gave a wide berth, consciously distancing themselves from the two. Even Pang Zhen's eyes also flickered slightly, clearly very shocked. Over the past 1,000 years, Wan Zhen's strength did not just improve by a little bit. His major 5 elemental fusion became even more powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also shrunk. This Wan Zhen was really too strong. This move had not been unleashed yet, but there were no flaws at all. This battle was a tough fight, there was no chance to gain any advantage by trickery. His thoughts stirred and the sword formation suddenly changed. It was just that this change did not have any major changes in the eyes of others. Did the formation change? Doesn't look very impressive. This bit of change, can it survive under the attack of the 5 Qi Dairigen? Is this Yi Yuan's final trump card? Doesn't look like much. Even if he used time law, it's also impossible to be very strong, right? The power of the sword formation was not so intuitive. But once one got caught in the sword formation, that would be terrifying. Bystanders could not understand Yi Yuan's action at all. They just instinctively felt that he could defend against Wan Zhen's move. True Nirvana sword formation. This was Yi Yuan's newest comprehended sword formation. It was also by relying on precisely this set of sword formation, that Yi Yuan could kill into the celestial beast plane, and obtained more than 500,000 God of War points at the final moment, making a heaven-defying comeback. One could imagine how strong this sword formation was. Over the past 1,000 years, especially the recent 10 years, Yi Yuan's sword Dao source and formation Dao source improved significantly again. During a battle, Yi Yuan fused these two great powers of source and the law of time and space fully, creating this set of true nirvana sword formation. The power was extremely terrifying. Wang Zhen similarly did not understand, but he instinctively felt that Yi Yuan's change seemed to be even more profound. How profound, he could not explain it, but he understood that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to rely on an ordinary move to deal with his 5 Qi Dairajin. He would know how strong after he gave it a try. At once, he no longer hesitated as well, urging the treasure pagoda. 5 flower petals rolled like a wheel and flew over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, everyone felt like heaven and earth were pressing down. The 5 elements developed myriad things in the world. Wang Zhen perfectly used the 5 elemental laws. Didn't it represent the entire world? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, true nirvana sword formation suddenly operating, forming a world of its own. As soon as they collided, it was as if the world started shaking. The entire cage started trembling violently. Many unpredictable children were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Even though they already avoided far away, they were still affected by this tremor. They did not have time to resist in the slightest and were directly drowned by the horrifying energy, dying until they could not be deader. Wang Zhen's pupils constricted. He did not expect that this unremarkable sword formation was actually so strong. At once, he did not dare to be neglectful, divine essence surging crazily once more. That 5-element spinning wheel actually started disintegrating after this collision, deriving myriad Dao. Wang Zhen roared explosively. That 5 enormous flower petals immediately decomposed into thousands of miniature petals. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. The power of this move was several times stronger than earlier. These decomposed petals seemed disorderly and unsystematic, but actually, every 5 petals formed a miniature closed loop. And between each closed loop, there was a magical kind of power attracting. This was deriving myriad Dao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark, his figure moving. He actually directly took a step out and entered among those countless flower petals. Chapter 2359, Welcome to Come Over. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan was drowned by the 5 petals. In fact, even his sword formation was submerged too. Everyone opened their mouths wide and had shocked faces. It could be played like this still. Wasn't this courting death? Deriving myriad Dao, it could only be overcome by strength. If Wang Zhen's move had flaws, Yi Yuan could naturally break them through ingenuity. But Wang Zhen's move did not have flaws at all. It was perfect until there were no weaknesses to exploit. Then, how terrifying was the power of the core area of this move? Slightly using one's brain to think and one would understand. Amidst the petal rain that filled the sky, a series of detonating sounds came over. People could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. They only saw one streak of sword light after another appearing and disappearing again inside. But when Pang Zhen saw this scene, his gaze turned sharp. What a formidable brat, to actually see through where the problem lies at a glance. Wang Zhen, this move derives myriad Dao. Wanting to crack it, there's only from the inside. Although doing it like this, the danger is also several times greater. But, this is the only chance. Pang Zhen said in shock. 5 elements developing Dao, continuous reproduction in an endless succession. That was the power of Dao, even if it was Dao that had shrunk countless times smaller. Wang Zhen's strength did not lie in how strong his offensive power was, but precisely that he had no chinks in his armor. No matter how you raged like a storm, how could you break my Dao? Among these top-notch unpredictable children, to talk about whose offensive power was number 1, that was definitely Pang Zhen. But to talk about who was the most difficult to deal with, that was definitely Wang Zhen. Even Pang Zhen also did not dare to easily make a move against Wang Zhen. Wanting to defeat Wang Zhen, either break through with strength, such as a Diva realm martial artist forcefully using cultivation realm to suppress him firmly. Or it was collapsing from within. Very clearly, Yi Yuan saw through where the problem lay at a glance. But seeing through was one thing, whether he dared to enter was another thing. The core of this move was not a glass bottle that broke at a touch, but was powerful until it made people despair instead. Several powerful unpredictable children were all paying attention to the battle situation over here. Seeing this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan is definitely dead this time. Evolving myriad Dao to form its own world, isn't it seeking death for him to enter inside the world? Heh, it's indeed still Wang Zhen who's a level stronger. Looks like him being able to obtain so many God of War points was purely due to the sword formation. Something's not quite right. Why do I see that Wan Zhen's expression is becoming more and more serious? The crowd that was eating melons and who did not understand the truth naturally felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very foolish. Strength determined the horizon. Although they were all unpredictable children, the gap between these powerhouses in the city and the powerhouses inside the cage was too great. The explosion sounds became more and more intense, and increasingly horrifying. That earth-shaking sound seemed to be one sledgehammer blow after another, striking onto people's hearts. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. Those countless petals actually suddenly exploded at this time, shattering into pieces. The horrifying energy undulation actually seeped out of the cage and reached the primeval war realm. Immediately, mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. This was the power of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. The power was seriously too horrifying. Wan Zhen spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, letting out a muffled groan, his figure flying out backward. While at this time, 10,000 streaks of sword light poured out, blinding everyone's eyes. That was Yi Yuan's sword formation. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. Yi Yuan, he won. Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yu Tongji also had astonished expressions on their faces. No one could have thought that Wan Zhen actually really lost. Furthermore, he was defeated so quickly. The current Yi Yuan appeared somewhat tousled, the wounds on his body shocking to behold. Among his peers, those able to push him to this extent, Wan Zhen was still the first. What a terrifying sword formation. You already perfectly fused two great sources in the laws of time and space. This sword formation will definitely radiate with splendor in the future. What's its name? Wan Zhen clutched his wound and looked at Yi Yuan as he said in shock. Just earlier, he already went all out, wanting to kill Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation was too powerful. Regardless of whether it was defense or offense, it was ridiculously strong. Sword Dao Source was a law that was among one of the few with top offensive power to begin with. The laws of time and space were also perfectly fused inside, as well as the enhancement of formation Dao Source. This move was too vague and too swift and fierce. Such a move that no rivals in the same rank at all. If not for him being 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he would have long lost. He would not have been able to receive even one of Yi Yuan's strikes. One had to know, 3 minor realms of Heavenly Emperor realm, how big a gap was that? Not talking about 3, just 1, was an insurmountable chasm to ordinary people. But Yi Yuan leapfrogged 3 minor realms and defeated the top genius, Wan Zhen. How could they not be shocked by this scene? The sword light converged and hovered quietly around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This formation is called True Nirvana." Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "Haha, True Nirvana sword formation, a good name. I hope that this set of sword formation can defend the dignity of our human race." Yi Yuan's expression turned somber, and he nodded his head seriously and said, "This Yi will do my best. Brother Yi, our battle ends here. How about it?" Clearly, the two of them did not really determine the victor. This move earlier, Yi Yuan did defeat Wan Zhen. But Wan Zhen was notoriously difficult to deal with. It was not that easy of a matter for Yi Yuan to want to kill Wan Zhen. The two of them appreciated each other and naturally were not willing to determine life and death right now. That way, they would miss the legacies. Haha, it should be that way. If we die now, wouldn't it become a great tragedy in life? Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said. At this time, there were still roughly close to half of the powerhouses left inside the cage. The death rate also became lower and lower. The powerhouses from all areas were mostly in a melee. Those weaker ones had basically already been eliminated in one round. Those remaining were all powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan turn around, those powerhouses close to him changed expressions one after another, hurriedly backing away. Clearly, they were afraid. The commotion caused by the two people's showdown earlier was seriously too great. Even though they examined their own conscience and felt that they were very strong, they were also not strong to such a degree. Furthermore, they were extremely apprehensive of the True Nirvana sword formation. The True Nirvana sword formation was strong, but strong to what extent, only Wan Zhen who experienced it personally would know. How could the rest dare to go and touch Yi Yuan? Seeing the others' cowering appearances, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. Yi Yuan did not like this kind of feeling. Even though he killed these people, they would not truly die. He could challenge the strong, but with regards to the weak, as long as they did not come and provoke him, he really could not quite make his move. After all, this was also their hope. It was the hope of obtaining an inheritance. Otherwise, why would they need to fight fervently here? Yuan shrugged and said, "You guys continue. I'll rest for a while. If anyone wants to come and kill me, you are most welcome to come over." Finished talking, he actually sat cross-legged and recovered his vitality on the spot. The others exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. This guy was posturing too hard, right? But did they dare to go up and provoke Yuan? They did not dare. Chapter 2360, tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. I'm Jingnan City's Dao Hanyi, seeking guidance from Brother Yi's brilliant moves. Just as everyone was wavering and not advancing, a figure arrived not far in front of Yuan and challenged Yuan. He was open and above board and did not suddenly sneak attack. He looked very much like an upright gentleman. But Yu Tanji had a disdainful look as he said, "This hypocrite still made a move in the end. But it's good like this as well. We can see this kid's depths again." Many people who knew Dao Hanyi all had disdainful looks on their faces. Making a move at this time was clearly wanting to take advantage of people's predicament. However, under this kind of life and death battle, it also did not seem to fail to conform with the rules. Either way, this was a battle without any rules. As long as one put the opponent to death, it would do. Regardless of whether you sneak attacked, or took advantage of others' difficulties. Yuan opened his eyes, glanced at the other party, and slowly stood up. "Okay, please condescend to teach," Yuan said with a light smile. Dao Hanyi had a well-mannered appearance as he clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Yi's sword formation is transcendent, you have to show leniency." But in his heart, he sneered coldly to no end. Dao Hanyi thought in his heart, he caused such a huge commotion just now. This kid's divine essence expenditure must be huge. Dealing with him at this time, the timing is just right. As long as I kill him, I'll be the genius who towers above Wan Zhen. Yuan was taken aback, feeling a little baffled. Show leniency? Are you joking? Right now, this was a life and death battle. But seeing the other party's kind appearance, he could only smile and said, "Life and death are up to fate, each relies on one's own abilities then." He did not kill Wan Zhen. Firstly, because they appreciated each other. Secondly, killing Wan Zhen needed to expend huge amounts of energy, the losses outweighed the gains. But this did not mean that he would also do the same to the others. Since he came to challenge, then he would have to be prepared to die. Yuan was also considered to have reminded the other party tactfully. But in Dao Hanyi's eyes, it became sarcasm. However, he still maintained his demeanor and said smilingly, "Haha, that's okay." A moment ago, he was still talking in a jovial manner. The next second, he already dealt a devastating blow. Virtually instantly, Dao Hanyi's tempest-like attack already arrived. As Jingnan City's #1, Dao Hanyi's strength naturally did not need to be elaborated. 100 Samsara Saber. Dao Hanyi's power of law was the fusion of the law of Saber and Samsara law, the power tremendous. Heavenly Dao Samsara, want you to live, you'll live. Want you to die, you'll die. The terrifying saber light instantly engulfed Yuan. Yuan's entire person was submerged in the sea of blades. Yuan was naturally not some rookie. The true Nirvana sword formation was already in operation long ago, the four great power of laws transformed into thousands of light, clashing head-on with Dao Hanyi's endless blade lights. For a moment, saber lights and sword images, laws intertwined. The terrifying energy undulation swept across the entire cage in virtually an instant. But the more they fought, the more alarmed Dao Hanyi became. Although his power of law was not as strong as Wan Zhen's, among the top geniuses, it was very formidable already as well. This guy battled with Wan Zhen and was clearly in a difficult position. So how did he still have such thick divine essence? His saber images seemed to have fallen into a quagmire when being inside. The true Nirvana sword formation, unable to cause any harm to Yuan at all. Only at this moment did he deeply understand how powerful the guy who broke Wan Zhen's development of myriad Dao was. Pang Zhen and the rest had been paying attention to the battle here all this while. Seeing Dao Hanyi gradually losing ground, they could not help being incomparably shocked in their hearts. He was sure that when Wan Zhen and Yuan fought just now, they did not hold back at all. That battle could be said to be the top-level battle in the cage already. The consumption of this level of battle could be described using horrifying. Pang Zhen naturally would not think that Yi Yuan was not able to fight anymore. But he never thought that Yi Yuan's combat power could actually still maintain so vigorously. One had to know, Dao Hanyi was not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Each city's first place, each one of them was an extremely powerful genius. Although Yu Tongji and the rest were very scornful of Dao Hanyi's behavior, this did not prevent them from acknowledging Dao Hanyi's talent. Prior to this, he did not experience any great battle either. But now, he wanted to take advantage of Yi Yuan's battle and let himself fall into passiveness instead. Very soon, his saber lights were suppressed to the extreme by Yi Yuan. From his limitless suppression in the beginning, to the current feebleness and dead luster, it did not last too long. Life and death were already just on the line. The shock in Dao Hanyi's heart grew greater and greater, and he shouted loudly, "Brother Yi has excellent means. This Dao admits defeat. Brother Yi, please show mercy." But Yi Yuan did not buy it in the slightest and said coolly, "Sorry. In a life and death battle, whence the mercy? Moreover, the moment your esteemed self made your move, it was already a life and death showdown. Now, pleading for me to show leniency, don't you find it too late?" Yi Yuan was also not a fool. Could sparring and wanting your life be the same? This guy had that pose of risking his life the moment he came up. He clearly wanted his life. Yi Yuan's thoughts were meticulous. How could he not tell that this guy came to take advantage of others' difficulties? He thought that he had just experienced a great battle and felt that he was easy to bully. Heh, how could there be such a bargain? Dao Hanyi yelled out, "Brother Yi, this Dao is..." How could Yi Yuan listen to him talk nonsense? Urging the true Nirvana sword formation, he directly annihilated this guy. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's true combat strength. His divine essence is too thick. After going through that kind of great battle, he actually still had such terrifying strength. I know Dao Hanyi, even though he isn't as strong as Wan Zhen, for Wan Zhen to want to beat him, it absolutely won't be so effortless either. Yi Yuan is really too strong. I finally understand how he surpassed Wan Zhen in 10 years. With thick divine essence like his, coupled with his sword formation, it's simply a killing machine. There was a shock in Cludade City. Only after experienced this great battle, did they finally fully believe that Yi Yuan relied on his own strength to surpass Wan Zhen. He, this number one person, was fully deserving. And this battle also truly shocked all of the geniuses in the cage. Now, who still dared to be blind and come forward and attempt to take advantage? Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yu Tongji also did not dare to easily step forward. They were confident that they would not lose to Yi Yuan, but what if they lost? Their objective was the final supreme inheritance, and it was not to show off momentary bravery. Therefore, everyone chose to ignore Yi Yuan with a very tacit understanding. This time, Yi Yuan was really able to recover his vitality with peace of mind. Along with the passing of time, the battle situation inside the cage also became fiercer and fiercer. The numbers continuously decreased, from 500 to 400, then to 100. Finally, there were only several dozen people left. These remaining several dozen people were all the top-notch group of geniuses. Each person's strength was extremely powerful. Of course, of the people remaining, the vast majority were all people who ranked first place in their respective cities. However, there were also upsets. Some people were ambushed by someone, and then they died due to fatigue. But of those who remained, there were clearly none who were weak. Chapter 2361, Alright. All of a sudden, it became quiet inside the cage. People suddenly discovered that the huge cage was only left with a few people. Counting carefully, there were only 19 people left within the cage. These 19 people were without a doubt the strongest 19 people. Among them, many fought one versus many, then slew their opponents. Inside the cage where the strong gathered, it could be seen how strong their strength was. And just earlier, the last battle ended. Everyone tacitly stopped taking any more action. A great battle until now, their consumption was huge too. Making a move in this state was not secure. They needed to compete for the throne of first place under their strongest state. Pang Zhen's gaze swept across everyone and said in a solemn voice, "Those who remain are all old acquaintances already. Half a day of rest. After half a day, regardless of to what degree you recover, it will be the final battle. Wonder if everyone has any objections." Everyone nodded their heads one after another. Clearly, they agreed with this suggestion very much. I have an objection, Yu Tanji suddenly said. Pang Zhen's brows furrowed and he said, what objection do you have? But Yu Tanji looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said smilingly, somebody rested 3 whole days more than us, how to calculate this? The moment these words came out, everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, each and every one revealing very wary looks. Clearly, this person was referring to Yi Yuan. Even Wan Zhen also had many powerhouses who went to provoke him. But Yi Yuan did not have a single one. Half a day's time, it was impossible to recover to their peak state. How much they could recover would depend on their own ability. However, Yi Yuan already had not taken action for a full 3 days. The current Yi Yuan had swept away the decadence after fighting with Wan Zhen, his entire person in great form. Clearly, his state had already reached its peak. Yi Yuan was troublesome in the first place, now, he was also in better shape than them. How to resolve? Pang Zhen's brows furrowed even harder. He really overlooked this problem. Kid, you explain it yourself. What should be done? Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan did not expect that he suddenly became the public target of scorn. Hearing Pang Zhen's question, he just spread his hands out and said smilingly, anything goes for me. It's up to you guys. He really did not care. Moreover, this sentence clearly already had the intention of targeting him. After all, if they really wanted to put forward a complaint, they could have everyone all rest well, then get to fighting again. But Yu Tanji very clearly pointed all of the spearheads at him. Yi Yuan's indifferent attitude made Pang Zhen very displeased. It was like they all, these so-called proud children of heaven, did not exist in Yi Yuan's eyes at all. That appearance was like he was saying, do as you all see fit, either way, you all will lose in the end. Sure enough, seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, these proud children of heaven all furrowed their brows, feeling like they were being underestimated. Heh, I have an idea, why don't everyone attack together first and finish him off? The rest will be easier, Yu Tanji said with a laugh. An unpredictable child said with a smile, oh, this is a good idea. Although they all were disdainful to team up with the others, to be honest, they were really quite fearful of Yi Yuan. A guy who defeated even Wan Zhen, how could they not dread? Of course, they still had a small thought, that was to force Yi Yuan to withdraw. Weren't you very cocky? Didn't you leave it up to us? Then, we'll take care of you. Even though each and every one of them was currently not in their peak state, the strongest dozen over unpredictable children joining forces, what kind of horrifying lineup was that? Here, no one dared to face so many people at the same time. Even if they were at their peak state. Hoo, kid, since you said that anything goes for you, then we shall do so, what do you think? Pang Zhen also had a mocking look as he said with a smile. Others looked at him, all having fear and respect in their eyes. Even these unpredictable children were fearful of his identity too. But Yi Yuan was not. He could not see the slightest trace of awe from Yi Yuan's eyes. That was not just showing contempt for him. It was looking down on his ancestor lightning. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan grinned and lightly spat a word out, all right. He knew that these people were all afraid of him, but so what? All the heavens chosen were stunned when they heard it. It was as if they could not quite believe their own ears. All right, was this guy stupid? He was going to challenge the strongest 18 people by himself. Even Yu Tanji was also dumbstruck with shock by Yi Yuan's answer. Even though he had this intention, deliberately leading everyone in this direction. But for Yi Yuan to actually fall for it so easily, he was still very surprised. At this moment, the entire primeval war realm was in a stir. What did he say? Did I hear wrong? No, you didn't hear wrongly. He said, all right, haha, awesome, domineering. It's just, does he have this strength? Those are the strongest 18 people. Everyone seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, all jeering at Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. They thought about 10,000 possibilities of the final great battle, but only never thought of this. One person, challenging 18 people. Among these 18 people, there were at least no fewer than 5 whose strength was not inferior to Wan Zhen's, even surpassing by a thread. While the rest was also merely marginally weaker than Wan Zhen. These 18 people joining forces was roughly equivalent to 18 people similar to Wan Zhen's power teaming up. Younger brother Yi, don't act based on emotions. Wan Zhen also said with a frown. Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look and said with a smile, relax, brother Wan. It will be fine. Wan Zhen was rendered speechless. This kid was really stubborn. Even if he backed out, there were still 17 people. Forget about facing 17 people, even facing the teaming up of Pang Zhen and Yu Tongji, he was absolutely not a match either. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge 17 people, this was too crazy. Ha ha ha, good, very good, ever since I first made my appearance in the world, I've never been underestimated so much before. Forget it, I'll witness today how confident you are, to dare say such conceited words. Kid, hope that you don't let me down too much. Pang Zhen laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan did not. No, Pang Zhen, although he was surprised by his lightning source, he did not know that he was Ancestor Lightning's successor. However, even if he knew, he would not care either. Hearing that, he just nodded his head indifferently and said, "MN, shouldn't disappoint you." Pang Zhen's gaze was gloomy, having a look of fury on his face. Yi Yuan's attitude was a form of humiliation in his view. The successor of a Dao ancestor, what kind of venerated status was that? This guy was actually so condescending. Hoo, good, since that's the case, everyone attacks together then. Pang Zhen said with a cold smile. Wait, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Pang Zhen smiled coldly and said, what? Scared? It's too late. Yi Yuan smiled and said, don't misunderstand me. It's impossible for you guys to win me like this. You all recuperate first, it isn't too late to attack again after recovering your strength. Was this kid stupid? He actually took the initiative to want Pang Zhen they all to rest up. Chapter 2362, The Strongest 17 People. Rest. He actually took the initiative to have Pang Zhen and the others rest up. Did this kid knock his head silly when fighting Wan Zhen previously? What time is it? Is he still talking about whatever broad-mindedness? Everyone exploded. They were completely unable to understand Yi Yuan's way of doing things. At this kind of moment when the smallest details had to be argued over, this guy became generous and took the initiative to let the others rest up. Even Pang Zhen, Yu Tongji, and the rest were taken aback too, only coming back to their senses after a while. They all, these people, were proud by nature. When had they been underestimated like this by someone before? Boy, are you sure? Yu Tongji said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan nodded and said, to me, one person or a dozen over people, it's all the same. Hence, you guys had better recover your strength first. Otherwise, this fight will be boring. Done talking, he sat down cross-legged and continued resting. The 18 geniuses exchanged glances, all having a feeling of being looked down on. They were actually being underestimated by someone. Very good, I want to take a look today, just how strong this punk is. Pang Zhen sneered coldly and immediately started to adjust his breathing. Waves of loud laughter came from above the void. This kid is really overbearing. He's actually challenging 18 people alone. This breadth of spirit, even this old man can't compare to his spirit. Lightning, you said that he couldn't even enter the God of War golden list. How about now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a big laugh. All of the big shots including Ancestor Lightning, each and every one of their faces were very ugly. In these past 10 years in the outside world, they had been mocking Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets all the way, saying that the person he chose could not even enter the God of War golden list. But who could have expected that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually came roaring into being, rising all the way until he charged to first place. In the caged battle, Yi Yuan even shocked the world with 2 battles, scaring the group of geniuses to not dare to make a move against him. In the final battle, he even challenged 18 of the strongest geniuses proudly on his own. This unexpected way of doing things not only shocked the geniuses in the primeval war realm, it similarly shocked the progenitors who were spying. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Ancestor Lightning had a sullen look as he said, what are you showing off for? Fighting 1 vs 18, do you think that he can win? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, so what even if he loses? A genuine major power needs to be capable of doing what others can't, and what others don't dare to do. Not crushing geniuses of the same generation, how will one corroborate their Tao? In this epoch, didn't only the few of us old fellows emerge? Moreover, this kid dares to be so arrogant. How do you know that he doesn't have any reliance? The others were immediately rendered speechless. What Profound Secrets said was right. They all, these ancestors who corroborated their Tao, which one did not crush geniuses in their same generation, before they had today. But, even back then, they also did not dare to say that they would fight 1 vs 18. A progenitor said with a cold snort, "Profound secrets, don't you get cocky too early. Even if he has something to rely on, it's also absolutely impossible to win. Be careful that your face gets slapped when the time comes." Profound Secret's gaze swept across everyone's faces, shaking his head, and could not help laughing as he said, "Your eyesight are too narrow. When all races are facing danger, there will be a hero who rises to the sky. The stronger Yi Yuan is, the more hope the human race has. At this time, you all are still playing your little schemes. Why is there such a need?" Everyone was speechless. Profound Secret's words made sense, but people were all selfish. Who could truly be selfless? 3 days passed in a flash. What these top geniuses cultivated were all the top-notch cultivation methods. Recovery was also very fast. At this time, the 18 people have all reached their peak states already. With power in hand, it was as if strong self-confidence returned to them. Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, "Kid, confidence is a good thing. But you'll discover very soon that yours isn't called confidence, but it is called conceit." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then hope that you can prove it to me." Pang Zhen's face turned black, this punk's smile was so annoying. But Yu Tanji suddenly said, "Wan Zhen, which side are you prepared to stand on?" Wan Zhen said coolly, "I choose to withdraw." Yu Tanji sneered and said, "Withdraw? Hey, what a nice plan you have. If we really fought until both sides sustained heavy injuries, wouldn't you reap the spoils of victory without lifting a finger?" But Wan Zhen said, "Actually, I want to help younger brother Yi, but he definitely doesn't want me to intervene. Therefore, I can only withdraw. Of course, if you guys feel uneasy, you can also divert a few to come and deal with me." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, this Wan Zhen was a sensible person. Yu Tanji's gaze also turned dark and he said, "Since that's the case, gentlemen, after we kill this punk, we'll join forces again to kill Wan Zhen." Everyone nodded their heads. Clearly, everyone did not have objections. Suddenly, a series of powerful to the extreme source power of law lit up inside the cage. Before even making a move, that powerful aura already passed through the cage and engulfed the entire primeval war realm. This was the power of 17 people joining forces. Just feeling this aura made people feel asphyxiated. With 17 people, several dozen kinds of source power could be seen. Some had an overwhelming momentum, some had a majestic air, some were illusory. Each person's characteristic was different, each person's forte was different. These 17 people joining forces could be said to be without any weaknesses to exploit. So strong, really so strong. If I were to stand there, probably before even waiting for them to make a move, I'd have directly been crushed into minced meat. Forget about you, if Wan Zhen was standing in the middle, he would likely have already collapsed as well. I really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks. Can such an opponent be what one person can deal with? Wan Zhen felt this terrifying power, his complexion turning pale too. It was a one-on-one battle previously. But now these auras were all aimed at a single person. But now, everyone was targeting Yi Yuan alone at the same time, the feeling was completely different. The superimposition of 17 powers was akin to 17 big mountains, it was truly incomparably heavy. Above the void, Yi Yuan was surrounded tightly in the middle by 17 people. Around him, a series of sword lights glimmered and faded indeterminately, the sword formation operating on its own, no joy nor sorrow on his face. To him, this was similarly a huge challenge. After all, these opponents were not some Tom, Dick, or Harry, but the Heavenspan world's top geniuses. Especially Pang Zhen, the power of lightning on his body seemed to represent the heavenly punishment of heavenly Tao, unbelievably terrifying. It was only to hear Pang Zhen roar angrily. His entire person already turned into a bolt of lightning, smiting toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, a sea of lightning completely surrounded Yi Yuan. That horrifying power of lightning virtually wanted to destroy the world. Ancestor lightning represented the power of heaven's punishment in the first place. Pang Zhen obtained his true inheritance, how horrifying his strength was could be imagined. At the same time, the other 16 people made a move at the same time. One horrifying to the extreme energy undulation after another smashed toward that lightning sea, the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was drowned by the brightly colored energy fluctuations. People only saw that the place Yi Yuan stood practically already became a black hole. The horrifying attack turned that side into a vacuum zone. Chapter 2363, Rank 2 Sword Source. The combined attack of 17 peak unpredictable children, it's too terrifying. That kid is probably already blown into flying ashes, right? To think that he still bragged, saying to challenge 1 vs US 17. Now, his face is slapped swollen, right? Feeling the horrifying undulations coming from inside the cage, the million unpredictable children were all shocked. This kind of horrifying power, dealing with one person at the same time, even if he was a bastion of iron, he would also have to be blasted to smithereens. Before taking action, the aura already billowed to the clouds. Attacking at this time, that was truly startling heaven and earth and making gods and ghosts wept. The 17 children displayed their strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They had the intention of embarrassing Yuan and naturally did not show the least bit of mercy. An unpredictable child said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, really awesome. Who asked you to be arrogant? See if you still don't die." Even for them, this was also similarly the first time joining forces to deal with one person. They did not imagine that 17 people joining forces could actually erupt with such terrifying power. That torrential and grandiose scene made their blood seethe with excitement too. At this time, they felt like they could smash the sky. That pleasant sensation of being filled with power made them feel intoxicated. Pang Zhen sneered and said, "A fool who overestimated his own ability. You don't know how terrifying our power is at all. You are merely a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well, that's all." Yu Tanji burst out laughing and said, "Haha, Brother Pang is right. This kid is merely a frog at the bottom of a well." After a bout of wanton bombardment, everyone also felt rather drained, only then, each pulling back their cultivation method. But that region of space was still being blanketed by all kinds of violent energies. As if everything was being annihilated. That place was already a dead place. It was naturally impossible for Yuan to survive. "Alright, finished off this punk. Now, it's your turn, Wan Zhen," Pang Zhen said with a cold smile. Wan Zhen was also dumbfounded with shock by the scene before his eyes. Under such an intense attack, even if he comprehended 5 great sources, it was also impossible to survive. Yuan was dead for sure. At this time, inside Cludade City, Zhang Lian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Yuan died, he should be revived here. Has he come back?" A word woke up the dreamer. In the city, tens of thousands of people looked around. Nope, didn't see. There doesn't seem to be Yuan. Could it be that he didn't die? How is that possible? Everyone was extremely shocked, discovering that Yuan did not appear in Cludade City. They did not dare to believe that under such a horrifying attack, Yuan was actually still not dead. All in such a hurry for what? The fighting's not over at my side yet. A leisurely voice came out from the vacuum zone over there. At the same time, the faces of the million unpredictable children changed at the same time. Impossible. Like this and he's not even dead. It's too ridiculous, right? That area of space is already shattered. How did this guy do it? Yuan's figure gradually appeared, and the faces of each and every one of the 17 children all became incomparably ugly. At this time, the aura on Yuan's body was somewhat disorderly. But he did not receive a fatal blow. Pang Zhen's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "This is impossible. You're actually not dead yet." Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I said it, there's no difference dealing with one of you or 17 people. Since you all have already tested the waters, then now, it's my turn." As Yuan said it casually, his fingers lifted lightly and he said, "Sword, come." As if hearing Yuan's summon, a mysterious power of law reverberated between heaven and earth. Buzzing. My sword, what's going on here? My sword isn't listening to orders anymore. Where do you think you're running? Stay with me. Ah, countless sword cries sounded out. Of the 1 million unpredictable children, as long as it was someone who used the swords on them all lost control at this moment, breaking free. Countless streams of flowing light tore across the horizon, flying into the cage. The cage was an independent space, it could be said to be a realm within a realm of the primeval war realm. But at this moment, it was as if the barrier of the cage did not exist, allowing those flying swords to pass through freely. The sword was the leader of 100 weapons, there were many swordsmen to begin with. The swords flying over at this time numbered in the hundreds of thousands. When the 17 children saw such a scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This turn of events was too ruthless, right? Rank 2 sword source. He gained enlightenment on it. Pang Zhen's expression became incomparably solemn. Yu Tanji's mouth opened wide and he said in shock, prior to this, he was clearly still rank 1. Was it him who concealed his strength, or did he break through just now? Pang Zhen's expression flickered incessantly and he said, must have broken through just now. If he concealed his strength, he didn't have the need to forcefully resist our attacks. Yu Tanji stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, and said, this talent is also too terrifying, right? Gaining enlightenment on Tao at the last moment, furthermore, it's even the power of Source. The so-called power of Source was actually to borrow a portion of the power of rules. Above the laws were rules. When a certain Tao was comprehended, after reaching a certain realm, they would faintly produce a hint of understanding of the power of rules, called the power of Source. This process was divided into 5 levels, corresponding respectively to the Diva 5 blights. Rules were the foundation that made up the world. They were the source of all power of laws. But, even these unpredictable children with outstanding talents, also mostly stopped at the level of rank 1 in the comprehension of power of Source. Those able to reach rank 2 were in the minority. Among the unpredictable children present, only Pang Zhen's lightning law reached the level of rank 2 Source. This was also why he could rely on one law to forcefully resist other geniuses. Presently, Yi Yuan also reached this level in Sword Dao. Just now, under the frenzied bombardment of the 17 children, Yi Yuan urged the true nirvana sword formation to the limit. 2 great sources coupled with laws of time and space pushed him to the limit. Under this state, it was the easiest for Yi Yuan to break through. And this was the fundamental reason why he challenged the 17 children. Only by pushing himself to the limit could he make progress. Clearly, he succeeded. Sword Dao Law was all-conquering and the sharpest. In terms of power, it was even above Lightning Law. It was just that, those able to comprehend Sword Dao to this level were very few. Sword Dao was easy to learn, but it was hard to master. Therefore, there were many who cultivated Sword Dao Law to law, but comprehending Sword Dao Source was extremely rare. All along, what Yi Yuan was most proficient in, apart from Alchemy Dao, was Sword Dao. Even spatial law was only comprehended by drawing parallels from inference after he cultivated Sword Dao to the extreme. This time, under the powerful pressure, he broke through once again. Comprehending rank 2 Sword Source, as long as one's comprehension of laws was not as good as his, they would not be able to control their swords. Therefore, those unpredictable children who used the sword, their swords all flew toward Yi Yuan, for Yi Yuan's use. From today onward, they would not be able to even draw their swords in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 2364, Super Large-Scale True Nirvana Sword Formation. Inside the cage, there were sword images covering the sky. Waves of Sword Dao Source aura made the expressions of the 17 children become extremely solemn. Just this lineup made people almost want to collapse. Suddenly, Yu Tanji smiled strangely and said, "Hoo, summoning so many swords out, bluffing people. Rank 2 sword source is very scary. But, your Sword Dao Law advanced, will it break the balance of the sword formation?" The moment these words came out, the eyes of Pang Zhen and the rest lit up. Definitely, with so many swords, the balance of Yi Yuan's true nirvana sword formation would surely be broken. Just like Wan Zhen's 5-element laws, once there was one kind that broke through, it would affect the balance of the entire 5 elements, and the power would be much lower than before instead. With Yi Yuan summoning so many words, it looked intimidating, but actually, the power might not be stronger than before. Without the augmentation of the sword formation, could Yi Yuan still deal with 17 people? One had to know, it was not that there were none who reached rank 2 source among the 17 children. Pang Zhen reached rank 2 lightning source. Just relying on a sword Dao that did not have structure, it was impossible to win all of the 17 children. Ha ha ha, almost got hoodwinked by you, this punk. Isn't it just second firmament sword source? My lightning source won't lose to you either. Let alone that there are still so many people. Pang Zhen said with a big laugh. It's still Yu Tanji who is impressive, seeing through this kid at a glance. The others could not help but exclaim. They were really intimidated by Yi Yuan's formation momentum earlier, scared out of their wits. These flying swords that covered the sky were seriously frightening. Now, hearing Yu Tanji's reminder, only then did everyone suddenly realize that this guy was merely a paper tiger. Pang Zhen's mind also shook, and he said in a clear voice, "Don't get bluffed by this kid. Everyone, bring out your true ability. This time, we must annihilate this punk." As he said, he reached his hand out. A lightning source aura that was not inferior to Yi Yuan surged once more. Electric snakes danced wildly, spreading inside the entire cage. In terms of momentum, it was actually not the least bit inferior to Yi Yuan. This time, the power of lightning source was even stronger than before. Only then did everyone come to realize the truth. Turns out that this guy still had a card up his sleeves. However, who did not hold back some skills? How could they, these people, really exert their best effort, and not leave any room for maneuver for themselves? There was an even more horrifying great battle later. However, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent made these unpredictable children finally become serious too. Eternal damnation, true martial heavenly blade, 8 desolates true saint spear. One terrifying power of source after another superimposed together, and actually completely overshadowed Yi Yuan's limelight all at once. This time, the 17 children were really going all out. Inside the cage, terrifying pressure spread everywhere. They were several times more terrifying than before. It's over this time. It's really over. In the end, he isn't the 17 children's match either. What a shame. However, even though Yi Yuan died a glorious death, he indeed has the capital to challenge 17 children. Too self-damning. If not for provoking 17 children, he could have definitely entered the top 10. Now, it's good, he can't even enter the top 10 now. A wave of lamenting came from the various major cities. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent indeed made everyone sigh with amazement. It was just that sadly, he did not know life from death, choosing to deal with 17 people with his power alone. While at this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Are you all misunderstanding something? When did I say that I only broke through in Sword Dao?" One sentence made the faces of the unpredictable children who were currently casting spells change wildly. Only to see Yi Yuan slowly raise both hands, nonchalantly saying, "Formation, arise." All of a sudden, the originally disorderly and unsystematic flying swords became orderly and traceable. Formation Dao Source, Rank 2. With this, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm exploded once more. Mad, really insane. Sword Dao and Formation Dao both breaking through. Is he still a human? Monster, freak, brute. How can there be such a person in this world? How to make us live if it is like this? The power of Source, the further up, the harder it is to comprehend. He actually comprehended 2 great source laws at the same time. I might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Envy, jealousy, hatred. All kinds of emotions spread among the million unpredictable children. Who were they? They were all 1 in a million peerless geniuses, prodigious martial artists that everyone admired. But, they all, these so-called geniuses, were simply worthless in front of Yi Yuan. Nothing at all. You were talented, but could you be like him, comprehending the power of source like drinking and eating? You were gifted, but could you be like him, contending against 17 children with the cultivation realm of 5th firmament heavenly emperor? They could not. This kind of person simply made people despair. Above the void, the group of progenitors was shocked. How can this kid be so monstrous? Sword Dao Law and Formation Dao Law are both powerful laws second only to supreme laws. Being able to comprehend a single rank 2 source is already extremely hard to come by. He actually broke through both at the same time. Too frightening. Could it be that he's really going to challenge 17 people by himself? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly without ceasing and said, "Haha, this boy always surprises people." Lightning, now, do you still feel that Pang Zhen can get first place? Ancestor Lightning's expression became extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's talent greatly exceeded his imagination. Seen before freaks, never seen before such a freakish one. Facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's mockery, he could only choose to keep quiet. But he secretly prayed in his heart, praying that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao and Formation Dao were incompatible. That way, there was still a glimmer of hope for the 17 children. Of course, if they were compatible. As if specifically in order to slap faces, right at this time, Yi Yuan's super large-scale true Nirvana sword formation formed. Come on, let me see if the 17 of you guys are as formidable as the legends say. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He just broke through recently. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak states, his confidence overflowing. Although his opponents brought out their strongest strength this time, he was not the least bit afraid. Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, attack together. Don't give him any chances." The group of unpredictable children also knew that it was impossible to hold back anymore. Each and every one of them pushed their momentum to the maximum. Inside the cage, heaven-shaking like explosion sounds emitted. That horrifying pressure was practically about to break the cage. But, amidst the endless laws, only to see countless flying swords shuttling back and forth indeterminately. That defense was even more secure than the cage. The entire realm was shocked. At this moment, they truly witnessed what was called impregnable. With 17 children attacking in full force, how astonishing was the momentum. But Yi Yuan just stood proudly. No matter how the storm raged violently outside, he stood unmoving. Rank 2 sword source coupled with Rank 2 formation Dao source, plus spacetime law, this set of super large-scale sword formation was simply an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, the over 100,000 swords that Yi Yuan summoned were all Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. Chapter 2365, God Character, I like. Countless sword lights shuttled through the void, blocking all of the attacks one by one. However, this was merely just the beginning. Yi Yuan started fighting back. Swift and fierce sword energies were teeming everywhere in the entire cage. Sword energy roamed unobstructed. Under the augmentation of Rank 2 formation Dao source, the power of each sword was unimaginably strong. Even the 17 children did not dare to easily clash head-on too. Yi Yuan guarded against everyone's attacks and started to slowly expand the sword formation outwards. His expansion was neither too fast nor too slow, each step was taken extremely solidly. Can't get wrapped into the sword formation by him. Otherwise, we're all finished. Pang Zhen roared wildly. An unpredictable child said gloomily, "I know. But I can't hold on anymore." They fought desperately, unleashing all of their hidden trump cards. But they were still unable to stop the footsteps of Yi Yuan's expansion. Gradually, over 100,000 swords completely occupied the entire cage, enveloping everything into the sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, the pressure on the 17 children increased sharply. They needed to defend against those illusory sword lights at any time. A sword formation was a world. Yi Yuan was the master of this place. From the passive defending in the beginning, to taking the initiative to attack now, Yi Yuan already gradually eroded the other side's advantage. Now, the killing was about to begin. Getting trapped in the true Nirvana sword formation, the unpredictable children were each isolated from one another and were unable to organize powerful attacks anymore. Now, they could only defend passively. Suddenly, countless sword lights pierced through an unpredictable child's body. He was directly pierced into a sieve. The first unpredictable child fell. With the first, there was soon a second, third, and fourth. The 17 children were decreasing one by one, while the sense of fear was also gradually increasing. The oppression that Yi Yuan brought on him was too strong. This sword formation simply had no weakness to exploit. Very soon, Yi Yuan placed most of his efforts on Yu Tongji. Yu Tongji's strength was very strong, almost equal to Wang Zhen. But this guy deliberately drew aggro for him earlier, wanting to have everyone join hands to get rid of him. This grudge, Yi Yuan would not forget it. Since you wanted to make a move against me, then suffer the consequences of not getting into the top 10. Suddenly, Yu Tongji felt the pressure increase sharply. How could he not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan was intentionally targeting him. Yi Yuan would rather let the others eke out a meager existence for a period of time than to give him the chance to enter the top 10. Being targeted by Yi Yuan, Yu Tongji only felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas coming at him head-on. He urged his own power of laws to the extreme, unleashing all of his means. But his domain was still being eaten up bit by bit. At this rate, he would undoubtedly die. Yi Yuan, this young noble acknowledges your strength. I don't ask for anything else, just to be able to enter the top 11. Yu Tongji said in a clear voice. Him saying these words was equivalent to yielding. 1,000,000 unpredictable children all sighed. The proud to the extreme Yu Tongji actually opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If it were before, they would not dare to imagine it at all. Of course, they were also unable to imagine that Yu Tongji was actually unable to even enter the top 11. What these final 19 people were fighting for was the number 1 supreme inheritance. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even give him the opportunity for the 10 top inheritances. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Does my strength need you to acknowledge? Also, are you stupid? My goal is to prevent you from entering the top 11. Such an obvious thing, can't you tell? Just like you inciting everybody to surround and besiege me together." Yu Tanji wanted to vomit blood when he heard that. He did not expect that this guy actually showed such little regard for his face. Could it be that he did not know who he was? "Yi Yuan, don't be too ruthless and we can meet on good terms in the future. This young noble is the descendant of the 5th Blight powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit. Give this young noble face, and I'll remember your favor," Yu Tanji said. Maybe Yi Yuan did not know who Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was, but he should know what a Diva 5th Blight powerhouse signified. He believed that Yi Yuan knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan laughed mockingly and said, "No need. I don't need this favor of yours. You can go and die already." Suddenly, 10,000 swords were unleashed together. Yu Tanji only had time to scream tragically and then he died. In the end, he stopped at 13th place and was unfated with the 10 major inheritances. This punk did it on purpose. This punk must have done it on purpose. At the outside world, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit gnashed his teeth in hatred. That look, he wished to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was a demon race's top major power, a Diva 5th Blight sovereign powerhouse. He naturally had the qualification to be here. However, he never thought that after Yu Tanji brought out his identity, but Yi Yuan actually showed such disregard for his face. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit a glance, wanting to laugh, but he forcefully endured it. Laughing at this time was too unfair. But he also secretly admired it. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too impressive, to actually not even give face to a 5th Blight powerhouse. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred and he looked into the cage in astonishment. This boy wouldn't be wanting to kill Pang Zhen, right? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said in shock in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was lawless and unbridled to this kind of extent, to even dare to kill a Dao ancestor's descendant. He could not resist looking toward Ancestor Lightning and discovered that Ancestor Lightning's expression became darker and darker. A strong killing intent already spread out. Sure enough, inside the cage, Yi Yuan mobilized the majority of his power and swept over toward Pang Zhen. Very clearly, he did not want to let Pang Zhen enter the top 11 too. These two people taunted the most enthusiastically, so Yi Yuan intentionally killed them at 13th and 12th place, making them depressed to death. In the sword formation, Pang Zhen's expression was ashen, he could not quite hold out anymore. His lightning source's offensive power was strong, but Yi Yuan's two great sources were stronger. His attacks could not breach the sword formation's defenses at all. With this, the entire primeval war realm was shocked. He wants to kill Pang Zhen. Is he crazy? Pang Zhen is Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Disregarding that he's strong, even if his strength was lacking, nobody dares to not let him enter the top 11 too. Yi Yuan, this guy is really too impressive. Ha ha ha, got character, I like. I really want to see how Yi Yuan is going to face Ancestor Lightning after going out of the primeval war realm. At this very moment, the million unpredictable children were all seething with excitement. This moment was even more explosive than Yi Yuan obtaining the first place. Originally, any one of these unpredictable children getting the first place was very normal. Pang Zhen was fine, Wan Zhen was also fine, or even Yu Tanji, no one would say anything. But, Yi Yuan was actually going to exclude Pang Zhen out of the 10 major inheritances. 12th place was essentially the same as 1000th place. He gained enlightenment on Dao in the primeval war realm for 1,000 years. In the end, not even getting the 10 great inheritances, it was simply a joke. Everyone admired Yi Yuan's courage. This scene was too shocking. Young friend Yi, this ancestor is Dao Ancestor Lightning. Can you give this ancestor face and let Pang Zhen enter the top 11? Right then, an explosive-like voice came from above the void, reverberating throughout the entire primeval war realm. Dao Ancestor Lightning finally could not resist speaking up. Chapter 2366, Ancestor Lightning's Promise. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Ancestor Lightning a deep look but did not stop him. A Dao Ancestor is this world's apex existence. Even the divine race powerhouses did not dare to easily take action. He had this qualification. Although speaking up at this time, his manner of eating was a little ugly. But who dared to comment about him? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would still give him this bit of face, as long as he did not interfere with the spot of the supreme inheritance. But in the primeval war realm, it was already completely boiling over with excitement. Ancestor Lightning. It's Ancestor Lightning who spoke in person. Looks like Ancestor Lightning really regards Pang Zhen highly. This Yi Yuan is really impressive, to actually force Ancestor Lightning to personally speak up. He could choose not to give face to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit, but a Dao Ancestor's face, he shouldn't dare to not give, right? Being able to force a Dao Ancestor to intercede for a junior, this in itself was a talent of cosmic proportions. At least, among these million unpredictable children, no one could do this except for Yi Yuan. After all, Pang Zhen was a powerhouse who had a chance to compete for the supreme inheritance. But hearing this, Pang Zhen himself almost wanted to vomit blood. Humiliating. Didn't expect that I, Pang Zhen, actually fell to the extent of needing Ancestor to speak up. Pang Zhen secretly hated it in his heart. When Yi Yuan heard this, he was stunned too. He was still curious why Pang Zhen's lightning law could be so strong. He did not think that he was actually Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Ancestor Lightning speaking up, Yi Yuan also fell into silence. Everyone was watching him, waiting for him to speak. After a long time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, letting him enter the top 11, I can do that. But I need a promise from Ancestor Lightning. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with looks of disbelief. This guy was actually bargaining with a Dao Ancestor. His guts were too plucky. This time, it was Ancestor Lightning's turn to be silent. Speak. As long as it's not too overboard, this Ancestor can agree to it. Ancestor Lightning said after thinking about it. Yi Yuan said, I wish to ask Ancestor Lightning to help me retrieve a tear of life. When Ancestor Lightning heard this, he paused distinctly, and said, a tear of life. Hey, brat, what high-sounding sentiments you have. Do you really know what a tear of life is? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I naturally know. Hence, that's why I need to request Ancestor Lightning to take action. He was not that ignorant person from long ago anymore and naturally understood about the tear of life. This thing was a product above rules, valuable until it made people's hair stand on end. It would only appear once every 100 million years. And this thing had never flowed out to the outside world before either. There were only legends in the outside world. This thing only existed in the hands of Dao Ancestors. Ancestor Lightning's tone was somewhat cold and he said, this can't be done. Change to another one. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, sorry about it, this Yi has no other request, I only ask for the tear of life. Since Senior can't do it, then this Yi won't show mercy anymore either. As he said, he actually urged the sword formation again, planning on killing Pang Zhen. This guy was really too impressive. That was a Dao Ancestor. He actually did not give any face at all. Brat, you dare. Above the void, came Ancestor Lightning's furious voice. Yi Yuan just said coolly, these 17 people wanted to kill me. Pang Zhen and Yu Tanj were the instigators. Since the grudges are already formed, why should I let them get the inheritance? Although Senior might have a paramount status, you want this Yi to give in with all talk but no promises. Sorry, I can't do it. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at the void, countless sword lights rushed over towards Pang Zhen. The million unpredictable children watched until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. 9 great Dao Ancestors, those were true sovereigns, supreme masters. They were this heavenspan world's apex existences. The population of the heavenspan world was trillions upon trillions, but there were only 9 people who were able to reach this realm. Their words were the imperial decree. It represented heavenly Dao. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to kill Pang Zhen in front of him. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had a glassy expression on his face. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. The face of a Dao Ancestor, not giving face as he pleased. It was really mind-blowing. One had to know, even he had to show Dao Ancestors some face. Of course, while surprise was surprise, he also guarded against Ancestor Lightning. If he dared to make a move, he would be taking action. He started the battle of geniuses this time for the human race's matter of fundamental importance, and not for Ancestor Lightning alone. Now, Yi Yuan had clearly already obtained the position of the supreme inheritance. He would never allow Ancestor Lightning to break the rules. Ancestor Lightning gave him a glance, seemingly knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly spoke up, "Stop. The tear of life might appear again within 1,000 years. This ancestor can promise you that when the time comes, I can help you to take action once. As for whether it succeeds or not, it will depend on your own good fortune. This is already my bottom line." When Yuan heard that, he smiled brilliantly and said, "Okay, deal. Senior, please swear a heavenly Tao oath. When taking action this time, you must do your best." Ancestor Lightning's face was black, but he still swore the heavenly Tao oath. After Yuan finished hearing the heavenly Tao oath, he also finally set his mind at ease. In order to revive Mu Lingxie, forget about offending Ancestor Lightning. Even if it was poking a hole in the sky, he would go and do it too. Obtaining Ancestor Lightning's promise, Yuan's sword formation suddenly turned its spearhead around and rushed towards the others. However, after killing one person, he killed Pang Zhen off without the slightest hesitation. Finally, Pang Zhen was ranked 11th, obtaining the last inheritance spot. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, his expression was livid with rage. This brat really did not know life from death. Couldn't you let Pang Zhen lose a little more beautifully? Getting a second place or a third place was good too. The following battles already did not have the least bit of suspense. Yuan rushed over one by one, killing off the 17 children very quickly. Inside the huge cage, there was only Yuan and Wan Zhen left. Hoo, I didn't expect that in the end. It's still Brother Wan and me facing off. Yuan said with a laugh. Wan Zhen smiled bitterly and said, I also didn't expect that you actually used this kind of method to have a showdown with me in the end. In just a few days, I'm already far from being your match anymore. Yuan smiled and said, without fighting, who knows? Brother Wan is the most talented person that this Yi has ever seen. Wan Zhen felt touched. Yuan was giving him face. Actually, at this point, fighting or not was already not important anymore. No one would think that he could win against Yuan. Even he himself did not believe it. But Yuan was giving him face. Yuan did not even give a Dao ancestor face, but Yuan gave him face. He suddenly discovered that Yuan was someone who was extremely principled. What he did not like, even if you pressed a blade against his neck, he would not shrink back too. What he liked, even if you fought against the whole world, he would fight with you too. This friend was worth making. Suddenly, he was filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, okay, then let's decide the victor. This time, don't hold back anymore. Yuan smiled and said, as it should be. The two people's great battle lasted for a whole day and night. Yuan did not go easy. Wan Zhen was well deserving of being the most troublesome character among the unpredictable children. All the way until the end, he whittled away Wan Zhen's divine essence, before he slew him. Coming this far, the curtains finally fell on the Battle of Geniuses. Chapter 2367, Spacetime Vortex. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. In the primeval war realm, 3 towering palaces rose from ground up, and slowly flew into the air. The 3 palaces varied in size. The largest one had a circumference of 100,000 feet, while the smallest one was only 1,000 feet. What a powerful aura of law! These are the inheritance palaces. Surprisingly, the smallest one, its law undulation is the scariest. Could it be that that's the one and only supreme inheritance? Really envy them. This is the human race's creme de la creme of inheritances. Each and every one of the 1 million unpredictable children revealed incredibly envious expressions. It's just that those who were able to enter the inheritance divine temples were only a scanty 1,000 people. Of course, who people were most envious of was still the Yuan who could monopolize a temple. They really wanted to know just what kind of inheritance was inside that smallest inheritance divine temple. The battle of geniuses is over. Those who didn't obtain an inheritance can leave. However, the doomsday battle has already begun. No one can stay aloof from the affair. If the human race isn't united, we can only become the divine race's slaves. Everyone, conduct yourselves well. Above the void, came Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's warning voice, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Very soon, the figures of 1 million unpredictable children directly dissipated on the spot. They were already transported out of the primeval war realm by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Those who remained in the primeval war realm were only left with those 1,000 people already. Right now, you all enter the palaces respectively according to your rank. Yuan, you got first place, enter the smallest palace. Wan Zhen and the rest of the 10 people, enter the second palace. The others enter the third palace. This old man will still give you all 10 years, which is also 1,000 years' time. How much you can comprehend, will depend on yourselves. Finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice disappeared. 1,000 unpredictable. Children exchanged glances. There was already someone who started flying over in the direction of the inheritance palaces. Yuan assumed his responsibility and flew towards that smallest palace. When Wan Zhen and the rest of the 10 saw this scene, they all had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Originally, this spot should have been born among them. In the end, someone threw a wrench in the works, and they were actually intercepted by Yuan. Among their circle of the top-level geniuses, they had never heard of such a person before. Where in the world did this guy pop out from? As for the alchemy world's affairs, they would never pay attention to it at all. The alchemy world was not worth mentioning to them. In the Doomsday Battle, the alchemy world had a negligible effect on the human race. They naturally held it in contempt too. Stop looking around. Keep looking and your eyeballs will drop out. Time is pressing, better hurry up and comprehend the Tao. At this time, Wan Zhen suddenly smiled, flying toward the second palace with a leap. 1,000 years seemed very long, but with regards to gaining enlightenment on Tao, it was merely a snap of a finger. Otherwise, why would the power of laws of those old monsters who had lived for 1 trillion years be not as good as Yuan? Even if these were all prodigies among geniuses, 1,000 years' time was really not considered long. Stepping into the palace, a source power that was strong until it made people suffocate, hit him head-on. It was another space inside the palace. Accurately speaking, it was a vortex composed of time law and spatial law. Hiss, what a powerful space-time law. Even if this power of law didn't reach the power of rules, it's also not far off, right? When Yuan saw this scene, he could not help drawing a cold breath. These two power of laws were simply too strong. It was strong to the extent that he, this proud son of heaven, was also amazed by it. His attainments in spatial law could be said to be extremely strong already. But compared to the spacetime vortex in front of him, it simply paled in comparison. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, these power of laws were all refined by the human race's major powerhouses who died in the last epoch. Doesn't that mean that the human race's major powers back then could actually cultivate these two kinds of supreme laws close to the level of Tao ancestor at the same time? This is also too terrifying. Yuan suddenly thought of something, the shock in his heart growing even more. It seemed like in the last epoch, the human race was really glorious to the extreme. Being able to cultivate two great supreme laws to this kind of level, their strength was likely not inferior to Tao ancestors anymore, right? This kind of powerful existence actually fell in the Doomsday Battle too. Yuan simply did not dare to imagine how strong the divine race's progenitors were. Most likely, what they were able to mobilize was not just the power of laws already, but the power of rules. The more he understood the human race's glorious past, the more Yuan was able to understand the might of the divine race. Of course, he also understood Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' worries more. With the human race's strength currently, there was no chance of winning at all. Whatever divine son, Daimald, whatever profound lineage's 9 elders, whatever Daimald, these were all not the most terrifying existences. The most terrifying thing was still the divine race's progenitors. Their might was simply unimaginable. Being able to beat such a glorious human race until their legacies were close to being cut off, and not even regain their vitality for an epoch, the divine essence's terror was evident at a glance. Sigh, it's just that, don't know how Li is currently. Yuan suddenly felt melancholy in his heart. Brat, this ancestor senses the power of spacetime law in you. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Are you the number one genius that Profound Secrets that Brat picked? Too weak. Suddenly, a faint phantom walked out of the spacetime vortex, looking at Yuan with a disappointed look. When Yuan heard that, his expression could not help being strange. He annihilated 17 of the Heavenspan world's top geniuses with his power alone to be standing here. But reaching this old man's mouth, he became too weak. However, he could also understand the old man's thoughts. After all, his power of laws was indeed too weak compared to the spacetime vortex in front of him. Yuan gave a bow toward the old man and said, Junior Yuan offers greetings to Senior. This old man perished for the human race, he was worthy of Yuan's bow. He could tell that this old man was not some remnant soul, and also not some residual thought. He was merely just a remnant wisp of consciousness that was in the power of laws. That was all, but just a wisp of consciousness already made Yuan have a feeling of being daunted at the sight of him. It could be seen how terrifying an existence he was before his death. The old man waved his hand and said to Yuan, "You're too weak to accept this ancestor's inheritance. Leave." Yuan could not help being taken aback when he heard that. This old man was actually not even giving him any chance. Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Senior hasn't tried it. How do you know that Junior can't receive the inheritance?" The old man said coolly, "Spacetime law is the most profound, most mysterious power of law in the world. Especially reaching the level of source, it's not what you can imagine at all. Your spatial law is pretty good, but it's just an accessory to Sword Dao. Wanting to step into the level of source is virtually impossible. As for time law, it goes even more without saying. I believe that you also have an idea in your heart, right? Therefore, don't tell me how brilliant you are, you just couldn't do it." Chapter 2368, Hacked to Pieces. "You won't do." A mere 3 words showed the old man's disdain and contempt in its entirety. But to Yuan, it was still his first time hearing someone say these 3 words to him like this. Regardless of whether in the Immortal Grove world or in the Heavenspan world, Yuan's talent had always been frighteningly strong. Even unparalleled talents the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were also crushed by Yuan until they could not even raise their heads. But the old man in front of him actually turned his nose up at him. Even if this junior won't cut it, senior doesn't seem to have a better choice either. Because the human race already doesn't have too much time. Senior Profound Secrets only gave us 10 years, which is also 1,000 years. Yuan was indifferent as he said smilingly. A major power who could offer his life for the human race, Yuan did not believe that he would watch the human race walk towards destruction. In the primeval war realm, what Yuan was using was not his main body. Hence, the old man was unable to determine skeletal age. In the old man's eyes, Yuan's bit of law comprehension was nothing at all. If he knew that merely a few thousand years had gone by since Yuan cultivated until now, he probably would not think like that anymore. The old man frowned slightly and said, "The human population numbers more than 1 billion. Could it be that even a slightly passable genius can't be found now?" Yuan smiled and shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that it's really very hard to find. Senior, why don't you make do with it for now and let me try?" The old man heaved a sigh and said, "Profound Secrets, that kid is also a disappointment. He studied spacetime law for so many years and merely comprehended 1:100 ratio. Forget it, since you're in the first place, then let you try it, also so that you'll give up on it. Go on, as long as you can survive 2 hours in the spacetime vortex, it will be considered to have made some minor accomplishments. However, that's impossible." Yuan's gaze could not help looking towards the spacetime vortex. There, 2 power of laws were colliding violently, turning spacetime upside down. In that kind of environment, anything that got swept in would be torn to shreds by the 2 kinds of power of laws. Yuan attempted to fire a shot of divine essence into it. In the end, it was swallowed up without even stirring up a wave. Seeing this scene, Yuan's expression was slightly austere. Surviving for 2 hours in this spacetime vortex was absolutely an extremely difficult thing. When the old man saw Yuan's solemn expression, he said smugly, "Kid, you know how formidable it is now. Profound Secrets, that brat can only stay inside for an hour. Touch your heart and ask yourself, do you feel that your talent is even greater than his?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was absolutely the most talented genius since this epoch. Regarding this point, even Dao ancestors had no way of denying it. He was not a Dao ancestor, but his strength was already not inferior to Dao ancestors. Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior, each person's talent is different. Senior Profound Secrets' talent lies in divining heavenly Dao, and not spacetime law. So in spacetime law, it's already very impressive that he can reach this step." The old man chuckled and said, "Then your meaning is that your talent is even above his?" Yuan also laughed and said, "I don't dare to say that. So I better try it out then." Done talking, he leapt, jumping into the spacetime vortex. Before his figure even entered the core of the vortex, the tearing sensation brought by the 2 kinds of laws already made him feel overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. This region of space was not a complete space, but a vortex that was completely ground up by time law and spatial law. Any object, as long as it entered this region, would be torn into shreds. People were no exception either. Yuan just felt as if there were thousands of blades slicing his flesh and blood piece by piece. Forcefully being sliced into thousands of pieces. That kind of pain simply could not use words to describe. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yuan was torn to pieces, deader than dead. Yuan felt that his grasp of spacetime law was already very deep. But he did not expect that he could not even enter. This was embarrassing. Very soon, Yuan's physical body condensed again. His face did not have any rosiness at all. That feeling of overwhelming pain to the extent where he wished he was dead was still seemingly happening to him, unable to disperse. That kind of feeling simply made people despair. The old man said to Yuan with a big laugh, "Haha, kid, this is the talent that you're bragging about. Your understanding of spacetime law is too shallow." Yuan's expression became unprecedentedly solemn and he said with a nod, "What senior said is true, looks like my understanding of spacetime law is indeed too superficial." Again, Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, leaping into the vortex again. It was still that agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces. Each blade passed through the nerves, transmitting to every corner of the body. Yuan attempted to mobilize the power of spacetime law to resist this endless slicing. But everything was futile. He was still unable to enter the vortex and was directly throttled. In the second revival, Yuan's complexion turned a little paler. That taste of being sliced into thousands of pieces was really unbearable. The pain of the nirvanic tribulation was already very terrifying. But compared to this, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a mighty sorcerer. Yuan drew a deep breath and came to the edge of the vortex again. But this time, he did not jump in again. The old man discovered that Yuan's entire body was trembling. That was his body instinctively feeling scared. In these few thousand years, how many grand battles and how much pain and suffering had Yuan experienced? He had never been afraid before. But this time, he got scared. He did not want to be scared, but his body was very honest. "Kid, give up, your strength is too weak." Profound secrets that Brad relied on the powerful cultivation realm of Diva Fifth Blight to survive in the spacetime vortex. Your law comprehension can't make it, and your cultivation realm also can't make it. There's no possibility of comprehending. Do you think that this ancestor is intentionally making things difficult for you? The old man could not help laughing when he saw Yuan's appearance. He naturally knew that Yuan was a present-era genius. Being able to enter this supreme inheritance, it was impossible to be a mediocre person. But he still fell short of his standards. He was not intentionally making things difficult for Yuan, he was just stating a fact, that was all. Yuan did not speak, he extended a foot out tremblingly. A powerful suction force made his body get swept into the vortex involuntarily. This time, he was passive. But, due to his body being too scared, he did not have time to even utilize the power of spacetime law this time and was directly eradicated. When he walked to the edge of the vortex for the fourth time, the trembling of his body became even stronger. Yuan's foot was practically shaking. It could be seen how scared his body was. However, he still extended a foot out tremblingly and was swept into the vortex by the powerful suction force again. Then, he was annihilated again. Just like that, over and over again. Each time, he would be directly garroted by spacetime law. But he still jumped into the vortex without hesitation. The old man's face gradually turned solemn from the scorn at the beginning. Chapter 2369, Return to Zero. The old man said with shock in his heart, disregarding talent, the tenacity of this boy's heart isn't beneath this old man's. Just as sacred ancestor high priest said back then, temperament was the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse. For the old man to be able to achieve a supreme position, mastering two supreme laws at the same time, the strength of his temperament naturally went without saying. But he never thought that Yuan actually had such terrifying tenacity. He understood that the agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces was not what ordinary people could endure at all. Especially those so-called geniuses, their hearts were loftier than the sky. So how could they bear this kind of inhumane torture? Furthermore, it was not even one time. It was over and over again. Yuan was clearly already afraid to the extreme, scared until he was unable to even walk normally. But he still forced himself to jump down again and again. In this place, there would not be true death. But this agony was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even scarier than death. What was most terrifying was not death, but clearly knowing that the process of death was extremely terrifying, but had no choice but to face it. Could Yi Yuan choose not to face it? Of course he could. However, he resolutely chose to face it. Would death become numb? Each time he went down the spacetime vortex, the pain of each blade was reminding Yi Yuan that this was another samsara. He was not able to be numb. Not only would he not be numb, but that sense of fear would also increase along with the number of times, and grow with each passing day. Yi Yuan's body also went from the starting slight trembling to the spasming-like shaking later on. He did not want to tremble, but he could not control himself. Each time he jumped, he had to exhaust all of his strength. But once he jumped down, he would die. Then, it was another samsara. Kid, what is it that supports you to do things to this extent? 3 days later, the old man finally could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood on the edge of the vortex, turned to the old man, and said smilingly, I have a reason that leaves me no choice but to become strong. Some people are still waiting for me to go and save. Of course, I also won't passively watch the human race go extinct. The old man was moved and said, those people must be very important to you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the love of my life. The old man let out a sigh and said, pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. Kid, you're very determined. It's just that 1,000 years' time is too short. With your talent, you probably can't comprehend the spacetime inheritance. Not that the time was too short, but that spacetime law was too hard. Such a supreme inheritance, how could it be comprehended in a short 1,000 years? Forget about comprehending, even standing in the vortex for an hour was harder than ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan ignored the old man's lamentation, and he leapt once more, jumping down. Of course, the conclusion was always surprisingly similar. Along with the passage of time, the time that Yi Yuan stood outside the vortex also became longer and longer. To him, taking the last step required tremendous courage. In this blink of an eye, it was 30 years. During these 30 years, Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he died. But he could never last for long inside the vortex. Which was also to say that he did not cross the threshold. Using 30 years' time to make a futile effort, it looked like a very foolish action in the eyes of bystanders, but Yi Yuan did not think so. What he believed in, was that as long as time was sunk in, an iron rod could be ground into a needle. Kid, do you really still want to persist? At this rate, your mind won't be able to bear the breakdown. At that time, even though your physical body won't die, you can only be an idiot too. Young man, why be so persistent? The old man could not resist persuading again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can there be a smooth sailing thing in this world? Want to obtain the supreme inheritance, but not be willing to take the risk, how can there be such a good thing in this world? Senior, you don't need to persuade me again. Finished saying this, he turned around and wanted to jump. His foot had just stepped out but withdrew again. The moment the old man saw, he smiled and said, kid, finally gave up. Not that this ancestor is looking down on you, but it's truly that you don't have this strength. But Yi Yuan smiled radiantly and said, I seem to have understood something. Many thanks, senior. The old man's expression changed, but saw Yi Yuan leap, entering the vortex once more. But this time, Yi Yuan did not employ spacetime law. He jumped into the vortex without any obstruction just like that. When Yi Yuan returned to the shore again, the old man had a blank look as he said, what did you understand? He still thought that Yi Yuan comprehended, but in the end, there did not seem to be any changes. Was this kid purposely misleading people by making things look mysterious? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior said that I'm too stubborn. It's indeed the case. I've always been thinking about using my spatial law to resist the spacetime vortex here. The two aren't powers on the same level at all, so what comprehension is there to talk about? Furthermore, Senior said before that my spatial law was born because of Sword Tao. It deviated from the power of Source to begin with. I used a deviated path to go and comprehend the right path, so how can it possibly succeed? Therefore, I simply returned my spatial law to zero, to go and feel the mighty torrent power in the vortex without the least bit of obstruction. Maybe it will have a miraculous effect. As he said, Yi Yuan walked toward the vortex once more. Although this time, he was still trembling. While the old man had a look of astonishment, he also had a feeling that Yi Yuan seemed to have found the right path. Even he did not expect that Yi Yuan kept on failing to comprehend spacetime was actually because of this reason. But his unintentional words gave Yi Yuan great inspiration. However, the shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger. One had to know, Yi Yuan's spatial law was already comprehended to the boundary of rank 8. People all had thinking derived from experience. Reaching rank 8, it was naturally going a step further to go and comprehend source. But Yi Yuan could let go of the obsession in his heart, and think of returning to 0, this method. It was absolutely rare in this world. Could it be that this kid is really an extraordinary talent? The old man exclaimed. Hence, Yi Yuan set off anew and fell into the endless cycle of samsara again. Finally, around 100 plus years, Yi Yuan stepped into the spacetime vortex for the first time. However, the power of law in the outer peripherals was already so terrifying, let alone inside the vortex. Yi Yuan just entered the vortex and was ground to dust by the terrifying spacetime turbulent flow. The old man opened his mouth wide as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. The old man said in shock, he actually really entered it. This has just been only over 100 years. Reviving back at the shore, Yi Yuan had an excited expression. In 100 years of samsara, he had to die countless times every day. But he pulled through. This endless pain, this endless effort, was worth it. Ha ha ha, finally entered. Senior, I really have to thank you. If not for you, I would have probably never been able to enter the spacetime vortex in this lifetime. Yi Yuan said to the old man excitedly. But the old man's expression was somewhat ugly. What did I do? I did nothing at all. This kid wouldn't be intentionally making a dig at me, right? Chapter 2370, Spacetime Grand Ancestor. After opening this gap, everything became a matter of course. Although the comprehension of spacetime law slowed down, Yi Yuan still advanced forward steadily. Only at this time did Yi Yuan understand that this spacetime vortex was simply fragments of law, formed under the traction of some kind of great power. The time law that he comprehending in the primeval war realm was likely a tiny fragment inside this spacetime vortex. It could be seen from this how terrifying the power of this spacetime vortex was. If he could comprehend all of the power of law in this spacetime vortex, Yi Yuan would be able to immediately become the Heavenspan world's #1 major power. Even the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would probably have to respectfully call him as Senior Yi Yuan. However, wanting to reach this step, even if it was Yi Yuan, it was also impossible to easily accomplish it. The road that he had to walk was still long. Just as the old man said, being able to stabilize in the vortex for an hour was considered to have made minor accomplishments already. Along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan also gradually understood that the spatial law he comprehended previously was indeed biased. His spatial law was comprehended through Sword Dao. The things that he comprehended were also used to serve Sword Dao. Therefore, Yi Yuan's spatial law was mostly used to increase the power of Sword Dao. But actually, spatial law itself was superior to Sword Dao. Without space, all power of laws were rootless weeds, and it naturally became empty talk. No law could exist without space. And this was also the reason why spatial law was called a supreme law. Time law was the same. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of spatial law was merely just the application of a certain aspect of spatial law, that was all. It seemed high, but actually, it was flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's comprehensions did not touch the foundation of spatial law at all. Therefore, it was virtually impossible to want to comprehend the power of source. Of course, to the geniuses today, this bit of comprehension was enough. Along with the passage of time, Yi Yuan's comprehension of space and time, two great laws, became increasingly deeper. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan comprehending spatial law from the beginning again. His foundation was strong to begin with, coupled with his powerful comprehension ability. At the 800th year, he finally comprehended to rank 8 anew. And Yi Yuan also made considerable progress in time law. He already went from 1.5 to 130. This change was shocking from beginning to end in the eyes of the old man. How can this kid's talent be so terrifying? Even for the geniuses in my era, it's also impossible to comprehend spacetime law to this level in a short 800 years. Only at this time did the old man discover that he seemed to have misjudged Yi Yuan. He previously thought that Yi Yuan was merely a mediocre talent. But having personally witnessed his improvement now, only then did he know how laughable his thoughts were. But he was very perplexed. Why was his law comprehension so lousy? He suddenly thought of a problem. After Yi Yuan revived, he could not resist asking, "Kid, how old are you?" Actually, to Heavenly Emperor Realm Powerhouse, the issue of age was already not an issue. Perhaps, even they themselves did not remember clearly how old they were. They took 100,000 years as spring, and 100,000 years as summer. This kind of time frame, who would really remember their age every day? But Yi Yuan naturally remembered. Yi Yuan said, "This junior is roughly over 3,000 years old." He knew what the old man thought of, but did not have the intention of showing off. He just said it honestly. But these words shocked the old man. The old man opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, "Over 3,000 years old? You're bluffing this ancestor, right? Do you think that this ancestor is a 3-year-old kid? Would I believe your lousy lie?" Yi Yuan smiled harmlessly and did not explain anything, walking toward the vortex once again. This sort of thing, if they believed, they believed. Not believing, it would be pointless even if he explained it too. Unless his main body arrived here, the old man would be able to see through his skeletal age at a glance. Otherwise, it was useless to say anything. However, the implication of posturing was quite thick when it landed in the old man's eyes. This kid actually ignored this ancestor. The old man billowed his beard and glared in anger. But very soon, he exclaimed again, "If this kid is really only 3,000 years old, then he's even more monstrous than ancient geniuses. With his potential, even reaching this ancestor's peak back then is also not unknown. Hope that this kid wouldn't lie to me." When Yi Yuan returned from the dead again, the old man stopped Yi Yuan and said solemnly, "Kid, let's sit down and talk." Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately nodded his head. This old man finally acknowledged him. One had to know, over 800 years had already passed since he came in. He did not even know the old man's name. Clearly, in the old man's eyes, he was disdainful to have Yi Yuan know his name. This old man, Xianxia, is the leader of the human races titled Grand Ancestors, Grand Ancestor Spacetime. Talking up to here, Xianxia's face revealed a proud look. Clearly, he was very proud of this identity. The so-called Grand Ancestors, you can understand it as, the strongest people of the All Races Alliance. The Alliance had a total of 18 Grand Ancestors. The Doomsday battle back then, all 18 of us died in battle. This spacetime vortex that you see was left behind by this ancestor in the Divine Race's Heaven Lineage's progenitor, Tian Qing's, ultimate battle. This move is called spacetime reversal chaos. This ancestor fought Tian Qing alone and eventually severely injured him, finally exiling him into the spacetime turbulent flow. The two of us released the ultimate profound intent, and fought until the entire heavenspan world was reduced to fragments. Of course, the spacetime reversal chaos that you see is less than 1/10,000th of its power back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter inside at all. Xianxia spoke easily and assuredly, a heroic look on his face. Although he died, he had no regrets. Yi Yuan was filled with a deep veneration when he listened. In a few words, he revealed the horrors of the battle situation back then. Among the Alliance's strongest 18 Grand Ancestors, none actually survived. One had to know, these 18 Grand Ancestors were not what these current progenitors could compare to. Disregarding other things, just Xianxia alone cultivating space and time, two paths, to such a terrifying boundary, one would know how stronger the 18 Grand Ancestors back then were. Most likely, his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the present Dao ancestors. These people, each one was a supreme powerhouse at the level of rules, the strength they possessed was unimaginable. But even so, the Alliance still only had a Pyrrhic victory. One could say that the heavenspan world's tens of billions of years of stability was exchanged for using these 18 people, as well as the lives of countless powerhouses. No wonder even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had no hope for the human race at all. If the divine race's progenitors all had such strength, then when Heavenly Dao took back the power of Dao ancestors, the collective races would not have the strength to fight back at all. Senior, may Junior be so bold as to ask, back then, couldn't the divine race and collective races coexist? Why must they fight to the extent of extinction? Yi Yuan asked. This was also something that he had always been puzzled about in his heart. Xianxia chuckled coldly and said, if we could coexist, why would the collective races need to do such a thing? Chapter 2371, Vortex Sudden Change. Hey, you don't know how. Arrogant and domineering the divine race was back then. They reared the myriad regions all lives in pens like pigs and sheep. After they are fattened up, they will be slaughtered in waves. Miracle panaceas, natural treasures, anything that they took fancy on, most of it is theirs. You don't know what kind of a life of complete darkness that was. The divine race occupied all of the land rich in spiritual energy around the Heavenspan mountain, and drove all of the other races to remote places, and sent people to supervise the world, called divine envoys. Divine envoys have the power to control the life and death of all races. Even Diva realm powerhouses, they can sentence them to death at will too. In addition, as long as a heaven-defying genius emerged in the various races, they would concoct all kinds of plans to nip these geniuses in the bud. You say, how can we coexist with the divine race? Talking until he was indignant about it, Xianxia almost wanted to slap the table and get up. If not for that he only had a wisp of remnant consciousness, his current emotions would likely be able to cause huge undulations. Titanic waves also stirred in Yi Yuan's heart. He did not expect that the various races actually had such a dark past. Compared to the previous epoch, the various races, powerhouses in this era were really living in paradise. The divine race regarded all the races as ants, and they cruelly oppressed the world. This kind of humiliation, anyone who had a bit of gut would not sit passively and resign themselves to death too. Now that the divine race had bounced back, if really let them regain control of the Heavenspan world, with the divine race's resentment, the various races would probably fall into an even darker life. And the divine race heightening their vigilance, the likelihood of the human race wanting to be liberated in the future, was virtually zero. Then, how did Senior Yuan do it? Yi Yuan looked at Xianxia and asked. Under such strict monitoring from the divine race, the human race actually had major powers the likes of Xianxia emerged. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan was very curious about how they did it. Xianxia's expression turned solemn and he revealed a look of admiration as he said, "This will have to start talking from profound secrets, that brat's father." Before the 18 of us grand ancestors appeared, he was the human race's leader. It was him who united the various races, major powers together. He then used an inconceivable method, sacrificing himself as the price, to shield heaven's secrets and send us, this batch, into a secret world. In the end, the 18 of us showed our talents, and became titled grand ancestors. Of course, there were still many peerless powerhouses whose strengths were not inferior to ours as well. But for the human race to be able to have today, profound secrets father, GNMI, made the greatest contribution. Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. He did not think that the GN family still had such a history. Back then, the power that the various races suddenly erupted with probably directly struck the divine race silly. They definitely never dreamed that so many experts would suddenly emerge. And at that time, their power of rules was already taken back by heavenly Tao. They could only unfold a frenzied war with the various races. In the end, they left for the Abyss world in defeat. No wonder the GN family could become the Heavenspan world's #1 family. It was not just Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength, turns out that it was also due to his father. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was, it was also impossible to contend with the 9 great Tao ancestors. Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also inherited his father's will and exhausted his mind and body for the human race's future. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt great admiration. He could not help recalling inside the ancient god battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who imparted him the bone sword, as well as the Qilin Emperor Bone's main body. They probably all perished in that great battle, right? So that's how it is. Senior bent your body and exhausted all your energy for the human race, doing your utmost till death. Junior Yi Yuan will engrave it in my heart. Senior's meaning, Junior understands. Senior rest assured, Junior will definitely follow Senior, and stop the divine race. Yi Yuan said. He naturally knew Xianxia's meaning. It was to hand this heavy responsibility onto his shoulders. Not talking about it previously, was because Xianxia felt that Yi Yuan could not shoulder it. Assuming a serious attitude now, it was naturally acknowledging Yi Yuan's ability. Xianxia nodded and said, "Good that you understand. Since you learned this ancestor's spacetime law, you'll have to inherit this ancestor's will. Our human race can die, but we must never be pigs and sheep again." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked?" This logic, Junior understands. Moreover, Junior and the divine race's dead knot can probably never be resolved. Senior, time is limited. Junior won't be talking anymore. These remaining 100+ years, Junior will do my best to comprehend spacetime law and not let Senior down. Xianxia nodded his head, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. When Yi Yuan just entered, he did not find him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. But now, he found him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. In terms of talent, in terms of temperament, Yi Yuan was the best choice to inherit his mantle. With just over 100 years remaining, Yi Yuan was still very far away from this gap of an hour. Hence, he jumped into the spacetime vortex again. It was still being sliced into thousands of pieces, but his courage grew even stronger. These ancient powerhouses, resolve was still soul-stirring to this day. How could he, Yi Yuan, be willing to be outdone by others? Moreover, without the sacrifice of these ancient powerhouses, there naturally would not be the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove who came later, let alone would there be the current Yi Yuan. This karma, Yi Yuan also had the responsibility to repay it. Time passed quietly. In a blink, it was another 100 over years. The date of 1,000 years was already approaching. During this time, Yi Yuan's spacetime law comprehension became smoother and smoother. His spatial law already reached the critical point of comprehending power of source. Time law also reached a level of 100. He was merely just a step away from the requirement of an hour 2. Seeing Yi Yuan's rapid progress, Xianxia secretly nodded by the side. This kid's talent is really too terrifying. It's a pity that he wasn't born in our era. Otherwise, our human race might not have needed to face such tragic losses. Xianxia said with slight regret. Yi Yuan stood in the spacetime vortex. A hint of light gradually flashed across in his eyes. Turns out that this is the profound mysteries of spatial law. Yeah, this is Senior Xianxia's spatial law, while I need to comprehend the spatial law that belongs to me. My spatial law isn't just the heavenspan world's spatial law, I have to create a spatial law that belongs to me. There's also time law. These two great laws will be my Yi Yuan world's two great supreme laws in the future. Although Yi Yuan's small world had already opened up, it was still a region of chaos. There was no heavenly Tao, no power of laws. Everything was in the state of the primitive universe. The next time, Yi Yuan wanted to create heavenly Tao laws that belonged to him, making everything operate on its own. Suddenly, a Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated behind Yi Yuan. A powerful great Tao power started revolving in the spacetime vortex. The sudden appearance of the Tai Chi diagram completely roiled up the entire spacetime vortex all at once. The entire spacetime vortex became incomparably berserk all of a sudden. That was Yi Yuan's own power of spacetime law. His power of spacetime law and the power of law in the spacetime vortex seemed to have produced some kind of resonance, stirring up the entire spacetime vortex all at once. Xianxia's expression changed drastically and he said in horror, "What is this kid going to do? Not good, he triggered spacetime reversal chaos. He is going to be swept into the spacetime turbulence." Chapter 2372, Unknown Land. Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple suddenly emitted violent rumblings, reverberating throughout the clouds. The entire primeval war realm was virtually all trembling. The other two Inheritance Divine Temples were practically shattering under this powerful undulation. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning, this level of existences, were immediately startled. Profound Secrets, what's going on? Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Profound Secret's expression was very ugly as he said in a deep voice, "I don't know either." This undulation seems to have happened in the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple. Could it be that something happened to Yi Yuan? The moment Ancestor Lightning and the rest heard, they immediately calmed down. As long as it was not their descendants and disciples meeting with a mishap, it was fine. As for Yi Yuan, what did his life and death have to do with them? In fact, Ancestor Lightning was even somewhat gloating over his misfortune. This kid considered everyone beneath his notice and actually dared to negotiate terms with this ancestor. He deserved to die. Originally, today was the day when the unpredictable children exited seclusion. But no one could have thought that such a huge change suddenly occurred at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's expression changed slightly, his figure moving, disappearing on the spot. The rest followed one after another. When they arrived at the Inheritance Divine Temples, the other unpredictable children already came out of the temples. while the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple had long already fallen apart to pieces. A shocking power of spacetime law surged to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool in the air. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion was deathly pale as he cried out in surprise, This is spacetime reversal chaos. Not good. Yuan is in danger. The unpredictable children were all baffled, completely not knowing what had happened. What a powerful law undulation. I didn't expect that inside the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple is actually spacetime law. Yuan should be in the Inheritance Divine Temple, right? Such a powerful undulation. Has he already been killed? Heh, best if he died. This is probably Heavenly Tao's punishment to him, this unpredictable child. Yu Tongji sneered coldly as he watched this scene. Isn't that so? This punk killed me, not letting me enter the top 11, serves him right to die. Someone immediately concurred. He was completely ravaged by Yuan this time and did not even get the 10 great inheritances, and could only obtain the most ordinary inheritance. His inheritance was very ordinary. For his strength, it could not improve it too much, making it equivalent to being useless. Therefore, he hated Yuan a lot and wished for him to die right away. He did not expect that his dream actually came true. This bunch of guys was already beside themselves with joy. Shut up, whoever says another word, this emperor will make you regret being born in this world. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets bursted out with a loud roar. His expression was gloomy until it could drip water. The unpredictable children shut their mouths sensibly. They did not have the slightest doubt that if they said another word, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would make them unable to speak again. While at this time, a phantom slowly walked out of the spacetime storm. It was precisely Xianxia. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets as well as Ancestor Lightning saw Xianxia, they both bowed in salute. Senior. Yuan he. The group of unpredictable children was filled with fear. Who was this? To actually be worthy of these two people's bow, one had to know that one of them was a Tao ancestor. Xianxia accepted it calmly and said with a sigh, that kid was swept into the spacetime turbulence. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly and he said, Senior, just what's going on here? Ever since seeing Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets viewed him as the hope of the human race. But now, this human race's hope was banished into the spacetime turbulence, and could no longer come out again. One had to know, back then, it was Xianxia who banished Tianqing to the spacetime turbulence. Even that kind of terrifying existence was unable to escape from the spacetime turbulence, let alone Yuan. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. He seemed to have comprehended something at the final moment. But right at that time, the spacetime vortex suddenly became berserk, sweeping him into the spacetime turbulence. Later, you all saw it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets only felt that it was preposterous. Spacetime reversal chaos was Xianxia's ultimate profound intent. But even he himself did not understand what was going on. But, with Yuan being banished, wasn't it cutting off the human race's last hope? Then what should we do now? Even someone as level-headed as Profound Secrets was also somewhat at a loss on what to do now. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, forget about now. Even when this ancestor was at my prime back then, I was also unable to bring people back from the spacetime turbulence. Now, we can only wait, see if a miracle appears. Oh, right, protect his physical body well. I hope that this boy isn't fated to die. When Yuan was being swept into the spacetime turbulence, it was his consciousness as well as the physical body that the primeval war realm condensed. If he was unable to return, Yuan's fleshy body would be a living corpse. This was a lush green mountain, endowed with natural spirits. Yuan strolled around, not knowing where he was. Just earlier, he was swept into a turbulent flow, and only felt the scenery before his eyes changing non-stop. Then he arrived at this unknown place. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said to himself, spacetime reversal chaos, am I, banished to the Ganges River of Time? But, where is this place? It seems pretty good, but, how should I go back? Right now, Senior Profound Secrets and Senior Xianxia they all, should be panicking, right? A series of questions lingered in Yuan's heart. When he was swept into the spacetime reversal chaos, he faintly heard Xianxia yell out, spacetime reversal chaos. Wasn't spacetime reversal chaos precisely Xianxia's ultimate profound intent? Him comprehending spacetime law actually produced a resonance with the spacetime vortex, and increased the power of the spacetime vortex many times. Then this meant that he sent himself to exile. Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that it's unprecedented to be banished like me, right? He just wanted to comprehend a spacetime law that belonged to him. But he did not expect that it triggered this kind of horrifying power, and he banished himself. This sort of thing seemed like a blunder no matter how one looked at it. Forget it, since I came, might as well make the best out of it. Take a look at what place this is first, Yuan said helplessly. Yuan wandered over and discovered that there were many restrictions on the mountain. But to him, this formation Dao rank 2 source powerhouse, it was naturally nothing. This place looked like a mountain pass gate, but there did not seem to be many human footmarks. Yuan discovered that the spiritual energy here seemed to be a lot more abundant than in his own world. Hence, he followed the trail of spiritual energy and headed to the thickest place. There, it was normally where the core of the mountain pass gates lied. With Yuan's footsteps, his speed was naturally extremely fast. Before long, he arrived at the highest peak. Yuan faintly felt many powerful auras. When he stepped onto the mountain pass gates, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. In front of the vast mountain pass gates, 10,000 people were prostrated on the ground, trembling away. In front of the 10,000 people, several figures were extremely domineering. Beside them, laid corpses that covered the ground. A huge energy undulation flashed past. A young man was directly blown to pieces, not having an intact corpse. When Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking. Divine Race. Chapter 2373, Killing Divine Envoy. Lord Divine Envoy, our Ziwei sect really didn't antagonize the Divine Race. Lord Divine Envoy, please lift your hand high up in mercy, and let us off. In front of a middle-aged Divine Race member, Ziwei sect master said tremblingly. One could tell that he was very scared. This kind of fear came from the soul. Oh, is that so? Looks like the people that this envoy killed isn't enough yet. The middle-aged divine envoy smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. Another Ziwei sect disciple was killed. His eyes were full of indifference. As if what he killed was not a person, but an animal. Ziwei sect master trembled and choked with sobs as he said, just what does Lord Divine Envoy want before you're willing to let the Ziwei sect off? But the middle-aged divine envoy's eyes landed on a young woman in the crowd. His eyes had indescribable greed. Ziwei has a girl who just grew up and she's known as SkySouth's #1 beauty. Mo Qingshan, you understand. The middle-aged divine envoy said with a smile. Ziwei sect master, Mo Qingshan, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes full of resentment, as he said in shock and fury, Lord Divine Envoy framed my Ziwei sect for Xiaoxiao. The Divine Envoy smiled faintly and was indifferent as he said, so what? The middle-aged Divine Envoy did not bother to hide it at all, directly admitting it. He came for Mo Xiaoxiao. He fabricated charges and intentionally framed them. What could you do to me? The middle-aged Divine Envoy was arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Mo Xiaoxiao, Ziwei sect master, Mo Qingshan's beloved daughter. People should not look at how Mo Qingshan was trembling with fear in front of the middle-aged Divine Envoy. He loved this daughter deeply. In the crowd, Mo Xiaoxiao's complexion turned pale, her entire body trembling. She had looks that made myriad life fall, but it was hard to resist the coveting of the divine race. In the eyes of the divine race, human girls were merely playthings. Girls who were eyed by the divine race, each one ended in extremely miserable outcomes. She smiled bitterly in her heart, this day still came in the end. Mo Qingshan's expression flickered indeterminately, and he suddenly kowtowed. Each sound, the entire Ziwei sect could hear it distinctly. Divine Envoy, please let my girl go. Mo Qingshan is willing to die for her. Mo Qingshan said earnestly, but there was no compassion in the middle-aged Divine Envoy's eyes at all. He just said coolly, you can die. But Mo Xiaoxiao, this envoy is still bringing away. Mo Qingshan suddenly stood up, staring straight at the Divine Envoy, full of anger. He dared to get angry, but he did not dare to speak. Behind him were 10,000 Ziwei sect disciples. Once he became angry, these 10,000 disciples all had to be buried in death. But that was his most beloved daughter. So how could he watch her jump into the fire pit with his own eyes? Seeing the look in Mo Qingshan's eyes, the middle-aged Divine Envoy's brows furrowed slightly, appearing very unhappy. You dare to use this kind of eyes to look at this envoy? Mo Qingshan was startled and gritted his teeth and said, Divine Envoy, please forgive me. The Divine Envoy said coolly, Death penalty can be spared, but punishment can't be escaped. You cripple your cultivation and demote to a commoner. The position of sect master will be succeeded by Lin Tianan. Done talking, he turned around again and said to his two subordinates, "Go, bring Mo Xiaoxiao away. If anyone dares to stop, kill without mercy." The two subordinates received the order and went, and were about to bring Mo Xiaoxiao away. Mo Xiaoxiao's complexion turned a few shades paler. She wanted to struggle, but she did not dare. Mo Qingshan's expression changed wildly and was about to stop those two subordinates. But the divine envoy said in a solemn voice, "This envoy asked you to cripple your own cultivation, didn't you hear?" While talking, the two subordinates already arrived in front of Mo Xiaoxiao, and they wanted to reach their hands out and take her away. No idea where two streaks of sword light appeared from either, the two subordinates fell down softly right in front of Mo Xiaoxiao. Mo Xiaoxiao got a fright and screamed. The middle-aged divine envoy's pupils constricted and he said with an angry roar, Who did it? Step forward for this envoy." Ziwei sect's disciples exchanged glances, "You look at me, I look at you, all uncertain about things." The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly and he said with a cold smile, "No one is coming forward, is it? To dare kill divine envoys, your entire Ziwei sect has to be buried in death." Everyone's faces changed wildly, a look of alarm and anger on their faces. "Who killed them? Why haven't you come forward? Want to cause all of us to die? God damn it, who was it that wanted to frame our Ziwei sect to be eternally doomed? Damn it, quickly come forward." Ziwei sect's disciples all had ashen expressions, crying out in horror. Just this sentence, the lethality was too great. A divine envoy saying this was not joking with them. He said exterminate the sect, that was really exterminating the sect. To the divine race, exterminating a sect was too easy. "I'm standing in front of you. Haven't you noticed it?" Right then, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded out. It was not loud, but it made everyone's hearts tremble. In front of the divine envoy, a young man was standing with his hands behind his back. What was even scarier was that they actually did not know when he stood there. He was clearly standing there but gave people an extremely unreal feeling. This person was naturally none other than precisely Yuan. Traveling through space-time, his spatial law already reached the level of source. Furthermore, this was the spatial law that he comprehended, superimposing with the heavenspan world's spatial law. Even for the divine race's powerhouses, it was hard to distinguish too. But just earlier, the shock in Yuan's heart was similarly hard to express in words. He actually followed along the mighty current of space-time, and he arrived in the previous epoch. The divine race cruelly oppressed myriad races. Originally, it merely existed in his imagination too. But, seeing this scene before his eyes, he finally knew how Shang Hang's hatred came about. The divine envoy's pupils constricted and he said in a solemn voice, "Who are you? To actually dare kill divine envoys, are you tired of living?" Yuan had a disapproving look as he said coolly, "Killed then killed, so what?" The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Very good. To dare kill divine envoys, after you die, the Ziwei sect will also be buried in death." Yuan had a disdainful look as he said, "Your divine race is really cocky. Do you really take yourself to be the messenger of heaven? You aren't even a fart in front of me." Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yuan with shocked faces. Where did this guy pop out from, to actually dare talk so wildly? Divine envoy, that was naturally the envoy of heaven. The middle-aged envoy laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Where did this lunatic pop out from, to actually dare question my divine race's authority? Today, this envoy is going to execute justice on behalf of heaven, and let you know what's called heaven." Done talking, the middle-aged divine envoy released his aura fully. He was actually at the peak middle-aged 8 marks heavenly Tao realm. This level of strength was absolutely overwhelming to the human race. In his eyes, Yuan was merely 5th firmament heavenly emperor realm. This bit of cultivation realm was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. He naturally would not really take Yuan seriously. Yuan snapped his fingers and said coolly, "Sword, come." Clank, clank, clank. Ziwei sect swords all flew out involuntarily in an instant, flying over toward the divine envoy. The middle-aged divine envoy's move was not unleashed yet and he was already pierced into a sieve. Chapter 2374, Sentry Celestial Palace. D dead, he killed a divine envoy. You dare to kill a divine envoy. How dare you kill a divine envoy? It's over. You've doomed us all. Our Zaiwei sect is finished this time. With Yi Yuan killing the middle-aged divine envoy, everyone's first reaction was not how strong he was, being about to jump realms and kill a member of the divine race, but it was that Yi Yuan had implicated them. Hearing this, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. The might of the divine race had long already penetrated deep into the bones. These people did not dare to resist at all. Yi Yuan was also burning with anxiety from watching at one side. That was why he would make a move. He thought that the Zaiwei sect would resist. But in the end, Mo Qingshan did not dare to make a move either. However, he could understand. Under tremendous pressure, the human race could only swallow their pride and endure in silence. The price of resisting was death. How could a puny little Zaiwei sect stop the divine race's army? Even ants drag out an ignoble existence, let alone humans. Oh, then why don't you guys kidnap me and send me to the divine race there? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Qingshan's expression changed, and he said with an ugly expression, this. How can this do? Little brother, don't joke around. It's just that, killing a divine envoy, this is a major crime. He knew that Yi Yuan was mocking him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, I'm being serious, you guys are really not sending. Mo Qingshan was stunned, but still shook his head and said, little brother did it in order to save us. Even if I, Mo Qingshan, am less than an animal, I also can't do this sort of thing. Little brother, you quickly leave. After the Century Celestial Palace's divine official comes, you won't be able to leave. Divine officials are late-stage 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouses, you're not a match. In the Zaiwei sect, the strongest one was also Mo Qingshan, this sect master. His cultivation realm was also merely 6th firmament heavenly emperor. There was still a fine line away from a late-stage heavenly emperor realm. An 8 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouse coming over could virtually sweep everything away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, do you think that I'm joking with you? If you don't kidnap me over, I'll destroy your Zaiwei sect today. Mo Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying an unremarkable Zaiwei sect was really too easy. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a young man stepped forward crisply. The young man said, Senior, are you thinking of going to destroy the Century Celestial Palace? Yi Yuan looked at this young man rather surprisedly. He remembered that this young man was precisely one of Zaiwei sect's geniuses who was about to be executed. Just now, he even had his hands tied behind his back. But now, he was released. Yi Yuan smiled and said, a little interesting, what's your name? He did not expect that among this bunch of obsequious people, there was actually still one who could see through his thoughts. His thought was not hard to guess. It was just that for these people, wanting to guess correctly was hard. Because they never thought of revolting before at all. The young man said respectfully, Junior is Qin Chao. Yi Yuan said, MN, you guessed correctly, I'm precisely going to destroy the Century Celestial Palace. Qin Chao had a solemn look as he said, I know the path to the Century Celestial Palace. Junior will lead the way for you. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said with a smile that was not a smile, you aren't afraid of death. Qin Chao nodded and said, of course I'm scared. But Junior has already had enough of this kind of days. With our human race not resisting, we'll always be treated as pigs and sheep. If they aren't happy, they will slaughter and eat. Moreover, Senior saved this Junior's beloved earlier. Junior is willing to repay with death. Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking in Mo Xiaoxiao's direction and discovered that she also had a look of surprise. Clearly, this was just Qin Chao's unrequited love. In the Zaiwei sect, those who liked Mo Xiaoxiao, there were also 800 if there weren't 1,000. Qin Chao was merely one of them. However, these two people's conversation made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. What the Century Celestial Palace represented was the divine race. Touching the Century Celestial Palace was tantamount to pulling teeth from the tiger maws of the divine race. At that time, the divine race's upper echelons would surely be shaken. Disregarding this, Yi Yuan was merely 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Even if he killed a divine envoy, what right did he have to go and destroy the Century Celestial Palace? Of course, the human race being oppressed for a long time, there would also be people who overestimated their own ability, going to provoke the divine race. The final outcome naturally went without saying. This young man was definitely another one of them. He was seeking death here and Qin Chao actually wanted to go together with him. Qin Chao, what are you messing around for? Mo Qingshan said angrily. Him not daring to flare up with Yi Yuan did not mean that he did not dare to get angry with Qin Chao. Qin Chao smiled miserably and he said, Master, you turn back and look. That's your daughter. The divine race wanted to violate your daughter and you actually allowed them to take her away freely. Also, you all, how many among you all like junior apprentice sister Xiaoxiao? But did any one of you step forward? Senior saved us and saved your beloved junior apprentice sister Xiaoxiao. But none of you thanked him, and even wanted to blame him for being a busybody, implicating our Zaiwei sect. We're humans, proud and dignified humans, not pigs and dogs. Not fish and meat. The divine race treats us as pigs and dogs. Could it be that we also have to treat ourselves as pigs and dogs? I'm already someone who has died once, what's the harm in going to die again with Senior? Qin Chao's words echoed loudly. Many Zaiwei sect disciples lowered their heads in shame. When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help revealing a look of approval. In this era, it was precisely because there were many iron-blooded men like Qin Chao, that there was the human race's future. Zaiwei sect was merely an epitome of the era. There were many Zaiwei sects in the world. Even if each sect only produced one Qin Chao, it was an extremely powerful force as well. Senior, I'll bring you. Qin Chao turned and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded his head smilingly and said, let's go. Zaiwei sect's 10,000 people send these two people away with their eyes. In the crowd, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, as if knowing this Qin Chao, this senior apprentice brother, for the first time. Along the way, Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought. But Qin Chao's emotions started to change. In the beginning, he had the solemnness and melancholy of the wind howling and the waters turning cold, the brave warriors never returning. But as they got closer and closer to the Century Celestial Palace, his breathing also gradually became ragged. Clearly, he was starting to get nervous and scared. The might of the divine race was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every human, unable to disperse. Qin Chao's hot blood was surging at the beginning, that was why he would disregard everything. But when he really arrived at Century Celestial Palace, he started to get fidgety again. Yi Yuan did not notice his changes but fell into contemplation. I already fell into the chaotic spacetime. Then is this world real or fake? If it's fake, how should I return to my own world? If it's real, then will my actions here change the course of history, and let the human race go in another direction? If I really change history, then will I still exist or not? Countless doubts lingered in his heart. He passed through spacetime and arrived. He was just a tiny butterfly. Then would he, this small butterfly, make the experiences of future generations all change? This was really a profound question. Chapter 2375, Space Freeze. Senior, we've arrived. When Qin Chao saw Yi Yuan pondering, he reminded cautiously. Yi Yuan came back to his senses, gave Qin Chao a look, and said with a smile, you're scared? Qin Chao had a look of embarrassment and said smilingly, a little scared. We're going all by ourselves, so it's no different from seeking death. I know that Senior is very formidable, but there's more than just 1/8 marks Heavenly Dao Realm powerhouse in the Century Celestial Palace. Although I don't fear death, such a meaningless death is indeed somewhat not worth it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, you're right. Dying like this doesn't have any meaning at all. Qin Chao was taken aback and said, Senior's meaning is, not going anymore. He was very perplexed. Could it be that Senior also shrink back? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, but who told you that we're going to court death? Qin Chao's eyes lit up and he said in wild ecstasy, could it be that Senior even hide a large army? Haha, what am I saying? Senior is wise, so how can you possibly do this kind of suicidal stupid thing? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, what army is there? You're thinking too much. Come on. This was a place with extremely rich spiritual energy. A majestic palace was hidden in the clouds, appearing mysterious and having experienced the many vicissitudes of life. This place was the Century Celestial Palace that made all races terrified at the sight of it. Stop. Who is it, to dare trespass the Century Celestial Palace? Several figures suddenly appeared, stopping Yi Yuan. 2 people. These few people were all middle-stage Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Except, they were all humans. Yi Yuan looked at them, his brows furrowing as he said to Qin Chao, why would there be humans in the Century Celestial Palace? Qin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like looking at a freak and said, doesn't Senior know that many human powerhouses will serve the divine race? In fact, they even become the divine race's thugs, acting with utter disregard for human life. They are all the human race's traitors. One of them said in a great rage, insolence. The divine race is the messenger of heaven, towering above the myriad races. Serving them is something that each race should do. Brat who's still wet behind your ears, just based on this one sentence, you deserve death. His voice had yet to fade, and he was already killed by countless streaks of sword light. There would always be some who would drag out an ignorable existence. There were always some who would betray their race. Yi Yuan understood, but he was very upset. Some things were bigger than dragging out an ignorable existence. If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die than be the divine race's lackey. When the other heavenly emperors saw Yi Yuan attack so viciously, and so powerfully, each and every one of them shuddered with fear. A heavenly emperor powerhouse yelled out at the top of his voice, You dare to kill people in the Century Celestial Palace. Don't you want to live anymore? Come, men, somebody wants to rebel. His voice instantly spread throughout the Century Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's expression changed greatly and he cried out in alarm, not good. The divine race's powerhouses have all been alarmed. Senior, let's hurry up and go. But Yi Yuan did not leave and said smilingly, what are you panicking for? I'm looking forward for them to come. It was also just several breaths of time. Qin Chao two people were already surrounded by dozens of divine race powerhouses. Naturally, there were more of the various races, heavenly emperor powerhouses. Their numbers reached as many as close to 100. Among them, there were even quite a few who already reached late-stage heavenly emperor. Seeing this kind of horrifying lineup, Qin Chao was frightened until his face turned pale. He was merely just a puny little Empyrean. How could he have seen before such a horrifying lineup? Any one of them stepping forward, just moving a little finger and he would be dead. An 8 marks heavenly Tao realm who was wearing beautiful embroidered clothing slowly stepped out of the ranks. Staring at Yi Yuan, he said coldly, where did this impudent brat come from, to dare run to my Century Celestial Palace to cause trouble, got tired of leaving. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, cause trouble? No, I'm not here to cause trouble. The other party smiled coldly and said, you killed someone within the confines of the Century Celestial Palace, still dare to say that you're not causing trouble? Dared to kill someone, don't have the guts to admit it now. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and smiled as he said, I'm really not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to destroy the Century Celestial Palace. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they erupted with a burst of loud laughter. He said, destroy the Century Celestial Palace. Ha ha ha, this joke is really hilarious. Where did this kid pop out from? Did he see that we're bored and specially come to tell us jokes? Destroy the Century Celestial Palace. It's really my first time hearing such a funny joke in so many years. Forget about destroying the Century Celestial Palace, even killing a divine envoy, the Zaiwei sect felt like a hole was poked in the sky. Therefore, the lethality of Yi Yuan's words could be imagined. They seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing non-stop. Suddenly, a human powerhouse in the crowd said, I seem to have seen that kid beside him before. It's the Zaiwei sect. When Qin Chao heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly. He thought that he was just a nameless nobody and no one would recognize him at all. But who would have thought that he was still recognized by someone? His feelings toward the Zaiwei sect were very deep and did not wish to implicate the Zaiwei sect. If it was learned by these Century Celestial Palace people that he was part of the Zaiwei sect would surely suffer annihilation. The divine race in brocade said in a thunderous rage, Zaiwei sect. Heh, what immense gall. After killing these two brats, the Zaiwei sect don't have a need to exist in this world anymore as well. Just as Qin Chao was panicking and at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and said smilingly, relax, no one will know that you're from the Zaiwei sect. Everyone was stunned. Was this kid stupid? Everyone already knew, how could no one know? Space, freeze. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yi Yuan snapped his fingers slightly. Space seemed to be like the surface of water with a layer of ripple oscillating. Immediately, the expressions of all the divine race and human powerhouses changed wildly. Not good, this is space freeze. We can't traverse through the void anymore. Everyone was immensely shocked. The gazes that looked toward Yi Yuan had horrified looks. They did not think that Yuan actually comprehended spatial law to such a terrifying realm. The gaze of the divine race member in brocade turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, panicking for. Even if he freezes space, can he deal with so many of us by himself? Hey, looks like this is the newly emerged peerless genius of the human race. Killing him will be a great achievement. The moment everyone heard that this was the case, they immediately put away the looks of alarm and panic. What replaced it was greedy eyes. This divine race member in brocade was Century Celestial Palace's Palace Lord, a peak 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse, his strength was already not much weaker than Ninja Origin's. These 8 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, were all in a mad rush to be the first, rushing over towards Yuan. Yuan was indifferent, faintly spitting 2 words out of his mouth again, sword, come. My sword, why isn't it listening to orders anymore? Those powerhouses who used the sword were all horrified. Their swords actually broke out of their hands involuntarily and flew towards Yuan. At the same time, the flying swords within the confines of the entire Century Celestial Palace all flew toward Yuan. For a moment, the entire sky was full of sword shadows dancing everywhere. Chapter 2376, Sources emerging in unison to destroy the Celestial Palace. Sword Dao Source, Formation Dao Source, Spatial Source, Just who the hell is this guy? When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in the human race? Why doesn't the divine race have any news at all? Too terrifying. If such a genius grows up, he'll surely be a mortal calamity to my divine race. Regardless of whether it was the divine race or human race powerhouses, after seeing such a commotion, each and every one of their faces turned ashen. A 5th firmament heavenly emperor Brad actually comprehended 3 great sources. Among them, there was even a supreme law. This kind of talent was simply too terrifying. Century Celestial Palace's Palace Lord's gaze was full of solemnness as he thought to himself, no way. I've got to kill this brat. Otherwise, he'll become my divine race's mortal calamity. Attack together, kill this punk. Century Celestial Palace Lord did not hesitate in the slightest as he gave the order. Although the commotion that Yuan put forth was very scary, how could it really scare Century Celestial Palace Lord, this kind of existence? With Century Celestial Palace Lord's strength, challenging 10 human 9th firmament heavenly emperors alone was also nothing difficult, let alone Yuan, this 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Under his word of command, the numerous powerhouses each displayed their divine abilities. Although they were not able to traverse through the void, it did not affect them from executing their means. Especially late-stage 8 marks powerhouses of the divine race, that kind of power was simply several levels higher. Qin Chao stood beside Yuan, his expression incomparably pale like paper paste. When had he seen before this kind of terrifying battle? You don't resist, listen to my arrangements, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Yuan's voice came over leisurely, making Qin Chao's heart turn somber. Facing so many powerhouses, he was actually so calm and collected. As if what was in front of him were not divine race powerhouses, but a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. Yuan raised his fingertips, the terrifying sword formation suddenly condenses. In an instant, the entire sky became a brutal battlefield. The screams were continuous. Those human powerhouses, including late-stage Heavenly Emperor mighty experts, were totally like paper paste inside the sword formation, a swath dying in an instant. One had to know, even an unpredictable child like Pang Zhen could not last too long inside Yuan's sword formation too. So let alone these people. Those unpredictable children, which one was not a 7th firmament or 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse? Compared to the unpredictable children, these humans were too ordinary. Century Celestial Palace Lord's pupils constricted, being shocked by the scene in front of him. He never thought that a human could be so powerful too. This kind of leapfrogging realms to battle, the means to mass kill enemies, even he, a member of the divine race, could not do it too. The divine race was strong, but could the divine race's geniuses kill so many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses with a wave of a hand at Yuan's realm? Absolutely impossible. The more he witnessed Yuan's means, the greater the shock in his heart. After the humans finished dying, it was the divine race's turn. The divine race similarly could not hold out for long in the sword formation. Those terrifying means could not unleash their power in the sword formation at all. The present true nirvana sword formation was integrated into the spatial source by Yuan, its power rising once more. 3 great sources fusing into one, the power was simply unimaginable. The true nirvana sword formation, after being strengthened, was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. At this moment, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord finally felt the threat of death. He wanted to escape, but space was already frozen. Coupled with the harassment of the sword formation, he had no opportunity to escape at all. Space freezing, it was equivalent to that this region of space was already controlled by Yuan. Being unable to utilize the power of space, just by relying on his own divine essence to fly, there was no way to escape at all. No way, I have to send this news out. Otherwise, there will surely be a catastrophe in the future. Thinking up to here, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord no longer hesitated, taking out a white crystal in his hand. Instant Message Crystal. This was the divine race's most urgent communication method. Once activated, it could send news back to the upper Sentry Celestial Palace within a day. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord muttered under his breath, Sky South has a child who comprehended 3 great sources, a huge disaster. Quickly send 9 marks to come and kill. Finished talking, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord directly crushed the instant message crystal. One white rune after another disappeared in a flash. These pieces of information actually passed through Yuan's spatial freeze. Haha, brat, even if you kill us, you're also dead for sure. After the message reaches the southern Sentry Celestial Palace, your death date will arrive. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord said with a cold laugh. He already no longer had any confidence with regards to Yuan. Because he unleashed all of his abilities and was actually unable to break through Yuan's sword formation. Yuan had long noticed Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's activities. Hearing that, he just said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, is that so? You take a look behind you." Suddenly, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's expression changed wildly, his eyes revealing a look of horror. It was only to see that those runes were currently staying at a distance 1,000 feet behind him, crawling like a tortoise, not flying out of the range of the sword formation at all. His pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, Time Law. Are you still human? It was precisely Time Law. Those runes could pass through spatial law, but could not stop Time Law. Under Time Law, the originally lightning-quick runes became like tortoises now. The current Time Law was no longer 130. 130 was unable to stop such a fast instant message crystal too. The localized Time Law in front of them already reached an astonishing 100. Yuan being swept into the spacetime turbulence was indeed incomparably perilous, but it also let him obtain tremendous benefits. Regardless of whether it was Time Law or spatial law, he had great insights while in the spacetime turbulence. More than a dozen streaks of cold light flashed past, slicing the white runes into countless pieces. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's complexion was ashen. He looked toward Yuan in amazement, as if looking at a freak. "All right, I can send you all on your way now," Yuan said nonchalantly, his words full of indifference. Very soon, a piece of shocking news resounded throughout SkySouth. SkySouth's Sentry Celestial Palace was completely destroyed by someone. Not even fowls and dogs were left. All of the people including Sentry Celestial Palace Lord had perished. This news was like a wind, sweeping throughout the entire southern border very quickly. For a moment, everyone from all races, they were discussing this matter. They were shocked by this news. Because no one had ever been able to destroy a Sentry Celestial Palace before. What was scarier was that no traces were left behind at all. No one knew who on earth did it. Being able to destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace and not leave behind the slightest hint of traces, it's probably at least a Diva Second Blight powerhouse, right? Pooh, can a Diva Second Blight stop the instant message crystal? Even for Diva Fifth Blights, those able to accomplish it are extremely few too, right? Then, who on earth did it? This matter is truly an epic-making huge incident. The various races were excited. They were just the general public, but they were similarly people who had been oppressed and humiliated. This action of Yuan was simply invigorating. They did not dare to speak out but expressed incomparably joy in private. Finally, the situation gave vent to frustration. However, when this news was spread back to the Zaiwei sect, the entire sect was deathly silent. Chapter 2377, Agitating the World. Chin Chow they really succeeded. How is this possible? The scary thing isn't that they succeeded, but that the Sentry Celestial Palace didn't even send the news out. Just who the hell was that young man? Also, how did he do it? Countless doubts lingered in the hearts of everyone in Zaiwei sect. They wished to capture Qin Chao back right now and ask him what in the world was going on. This young man appeared too abruptly. His strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. Too mysterious. In the entire Sky South region, only their Zaiwei sect knew what had happened. But they also did not know anything. However, what was fortunate was that as long as the news did not leak out, their Zaiwei sect would at least not suffer a catastrophic disaster. This was because the divine race did not know what happened too. They naturally would not associate it with them. But Mo Qingshan was also worried. Concerning the matter of the Sentry Celestial Palace being destroyed, upstairs would know sooner or later. At that time, the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace would surely be furious. Which sect would suffer a disaster would be hard to say. Sect Master, why aren't you speaking? When everyone was discussing fiercely, someone noticed that Mo Qingshan was currently being silent, and could not resist asking. Mo Qingshan's expression flickered slightly and he said, I was thinking, turns out that the divine race isn't undefeatable too. Suddenly, it was deathly silent inside the Zaiwei sect's main hall. Yeah, it turned out that the divine race was not invincible. It was true that they were a powerful race, but they would die too. Mo Qingshan's words were like a plague, spreading in everyone's hearts. But he ignored everyone's surprise and continued saying, these few days, I've been thinking about Qin Chao's words. The more I think, the more inhumane I feel that I am. I didn't even dare to protect my own daughter. Am I still considered human? What he said is right, we're humans, not animals reared by the divine race. We are already numbed until we're without guts anymore. And this is probably what the divine race hopes to see the most, right? Someone immediately retorted, but Sect Master, although that kid can do it, it doesn't mean that we can do it too. The divine race is too strong. Mo Qingshan nodded his head and said, yes, so we need to become strong. Similar words were playing out in the Sky South's various sects. Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace was like a seed, taking root and sprouting in the hearts of everyone in Sky South. The various races were weak, viewing the divine race as the messengers of heaven. This was the subliminal psychology that the divine race's countless years of great pressure brought to the various races. The divine race was invincible. But, when a person came soaring into existence and shattered this myth, it would give people a fierce impact. This was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, bringing a trace of faint light. This light would eventually bloom, returning light to the world. And Yi Yuan was this dawn. In a spirit mountain, Qin Chao already completely transformed into a little fanboy. He looked at the Yi Yuan brandishing his sword, his eyes full of worship. Presently, Yi Yuan was like that unexpected glimpse of a beauty in his eyes, being stunning to the extreme. In that battle, he had a taste of Yi Yuan's calm and collected killing technique inside the sword formation. Yi Yuan was just like a celestial deity. Only then did he know it turns out that humans could be so powerful. The heavenly Tao's messengers in their eyes were totally clay chickens and pottery dogs under Yi Yuan's sword. Who were those that Yi Yuan killed? Peak 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm's super powerhouses. Furthermore, more than one person taking on a group by himself. That sort of heroism, that sort of aura which showed disdain on all under the heavens, was already deeply imprinted in Qin Chao's heart, unable to dispel. What pleasantly surprised him even more, was that Yi Yuan was actually willing to teach him sword art. Qin Chao was famous for sword arts in the Zaiwei sect, his talent extremely high. Of course, this was relative to the Zaiwei sect. When Qin Chao made this request weakly, Yi Yuan agreed without the slightest hesitation. For no reason other than that he could step forward bravely, and go to the Sentry Celestial Palace together with him. But after teaching Qin Chao swordsmanship, he discovered that Qin Chao's sword Dao talent was truly astonishing. His previous strength being too weak was because the Zaiwei sect's swordsmanship was too lousy. Now, Yi Yuan's horizons were extremely high. He helped Qin Chao improve his cultivation method and taught him to comprehend sword Dao. As a result, Qin Chao's swordsmanship advanced at a tremendous pace. Yi Yuan also could not help sighing emotionally when he saw this scene. The talents of ancient geniuses were indeed not what later generations could compare to. However, Yi Yuan also had an idea in his heart. The spiritual energy abundance in this era was also far from what later generations could compare to. The current Heavenspan world and the Heavenspan world of succeeding generations were also very different in terms of topography. The damage caused to the Heavenspan world by the Doomsday Battle was too great. That battle fought until space shattered, causing galaxies in sore straits. Only all the way until tens of billions of years later did it gradually recover back to normal. However, that era that Yuan was born in, things had already recovered a lot. Geniuses such as Wan Zhen also emerged crazily. In terms of talent, Wan Zhen should not lose to any genius of this era. Being able to perfectly fuse 5-element laws, even when placed in this era, he was also a top genius. As long as Wan Zhen was given time, he could definitely grow into an existence who could resist progenitor level. Unfortunately, there was already not much time. Senior, it turns out that sword art can still be used this way. You're really too incredible. If Junior can learn 1% of yours, I won't fear those divine race members too. Qin Chao said excitedly. The swordsmanship that Yuan used made him have a feeling of being filled with wisdom. Only at this time did he understand that it turned out, so many applications were still hidden in Sword Dao. For some time, he drew inferences from one fact, all kinds of wonderful ideas surfacing in his mind. Yuan smiled and said, the power of laws isn't the more the better. If you specialize in Sword Dao, when you reach the level of rules in the future, even the divine race's ancestors will also somewhat dread you. Qin Chao's hot blood was boiling when he heard that. A look of enrapture was on his face. Yuan's guidance opened up another window for him. All right, it's almost time, we should head out, Yuan said. Qin Chao was taken aback and said, Senior, where are we going? Yuan smiled and said, to destroy Century Celestial Palaces. Qin Chao's entire body trembled and he said, still destroying? Your Excellency, isn't it too dangerous? What if we run into 9 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm powerhouse? Yuan smiled confidently and said, if I want to go, can he stop me? Qin Chao's expression relaxed. Nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice, he said, of course he can't. Ha ha ha. Several days later, the southern border Central Region Century Celestial Palaces were all destroyed. Another half a month later, the Western Region Century Celestial Palaces were all destroyed. Before Yuan moved out, a 9 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm powerhouse led a team and just descended upon the Sky South region, planning on starting to investigate the matter of the Century Celestial Palaces being completely destroyed when one news after another came in quick succession. The 9 Mark's Heavenly Dao Realm was instantly flustered. Investigate what crap, an area at the Century Celestial Palace being completely destroyed could still be a coincidence. But dozens of Century Celestial Palaces being destroyed in a row, this sort of thing was definitely a huge conspiracy. They had no way of investigating even if they wanted to as well. Because this was not a matter of the Sky South, people in all the lands of the southern border were instantly seething with excitement. Chapter 2378, Senior is going to the Southern Century Celestial Palace. Investigate. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find them for me. At the Southern Century Celestial Palace, Palace Lord Originbright was unbelievably furious. 3 months had already passed, the southern border's dozens of Century Celestial Palaces were destroyed by someone. But they did not find even a trace of inkling. Originbright could not understand no matter how he thought. A faction that could destroy dozens of Century Celestial Palaces in 3 months, how could they possibly not leave any clues behind at all? These dozens of Century Celestial Palaces seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Just the divine race's experts had 1,000 people who died. One had to know, those were all late-stage 8 Mark's mighty experts. This kind of loss had never appeared before in tens of millions of years to the divine race. The incident this time was too big, the subordinate said gloomily, but, Your Excellency, this matter, have no way to get started with the investigations. The Century Celestial Palaces that were destroyed, not only was everyone killed, even all the precious information inside the Century Celestial Palaces was also completely erased by people. Originbright's expression was grim until it was almost about to drip water. He said in a cold voice, didn't this matter start from the Sky South region? Then start investigating from the Sky South region. Go and question one sect after another. Can't find out, kill for me. Still can't, then destroy for me. Destroy one sect after another. Either way, the propagation ability of these ants is extremely strong and can't be killed off. I want to see whether they are scared of death or not. Also, pass this matter back to the clan. Ask Celestial Master Milad, a divine it. I keep feeling that this incident is somewhat unusual. Very soon, a sanguinary suppression was set off in the Sky South region. The divine race investigated the whole story of the Century Celestial Palaces in an extremely violent manner. Several major sects had their sects destroyed because they could not find out anything. Of course, the more frightened one was naturally still the Xiwei sect. The Xiwei sect status was not considered high in Sky South. It was not their turn for a while. But the incident this time, the Southern Century Celestial Palace sent out a lot of manpower. Checking intel the Xiwei sect was also just a matter of time. In the Xiwei sect, voices of discontent were heard everywhere. That guy only knows how to kill to his heart's content, but he put us in a dangerous situation. Too irresponsible. This guy poked a hole in the sky, but wants us to bear the consequences. Sect Master, we should go and report that kid. As long as we turn him over, the matter this time should be considered over. Otherwise, we'll face a catastrophic disaster. In Xiwei sect's main hall, there were complaints about Yuan everywhere. Regarding Yuan's action of destroying the Century Celestial Palace, they previously still felt delighted. But now, facing the divine race's bloody revenge, they could not feel happy anymore. Hearing these words, Mo Qingshan said with a gloomy look, "Report. Is your brain broken? You're going to tell the disciples that the divine envoy died in our Xiwei sect? Or are you going to tell divine race that our Xiwei sect's disciple is bringing that kid around everywhere to destroy Century Celestial Palaces?" The expression of the elder who spoke previously had an embarrassed expression on his face. He blurted it out previously without running it through his brain. Now, hearing Mo Qingshan said it, he discovered that there was no way to whistle blow at all. Not saying, the Xiwei sect might still survive. Saying it, they would die without a doubt. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the hall. "Martial uncles, I think. I should be able to guess why that senior did this." Everyone looked over. It was the Mo Xiaoxiao who was sitting in the corner. Mo Xiaoxiao was also one of Xiwei sect's geniuses, her cultivation talent extremely high. Therefore, she had the qualifications to sit in this main hall too. Mo Qingshan looked at his daughter rather surprisedly. He knew that his daughter had always been very clever. She might have some brilliant insights this time. "Xiaoxiao, tell us about it," Mo Qingshan said. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, Senior, destroying so many Century Celestial Palaces might be to save our Xiwei sect. Everyone, don't get agitated. Listen to Xiaoxiao slowly tell you. If he didn't destroy the Sky South Century Celestial Palace, our Xiwei sect will definitely be exterminated. But just destroying the Sky South Century Celestial Palace, investigating intel the Xiwei sect is still not difficult. But if dozens of Century Celestial Palaces are destroyed in a row, and no traces are revealed at all, it would be virtually impossible to investigate until our Xiwei sect." Originally, hearing this opinion of saving the Xiwei sect, everyone wanted to refute it. But, after hearing Mo Xiaoxiao's analysis, everyone thought about it. It was really the case. Someone questioned, but why did he do things to this extent for our Xiwei sect? A hint of brilliance flashed across in Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes and she said, "Naturally, it's because of Qin Chao. I can tell that Senior admires Qin Chao very much. Of course, he originally never planned on implicating our Xiwei sect either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to have us abduct him to the Century Celestial Palace." The others exchanged glances, abashed expressions suddenly revealing on their faces. Mo Xiaoxiao's analysis was very reasonable. He was thinking of how to save them, but they were grumbling about him here, and they even wanted to report him. Mo Xiaoxiao continued, "Of course, Senior's intention is probably not merely just so." Mo Qingshan's gaze flickered slightly and he said, "What other intention does he still have?" Mo Xiaoxiao said, "A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Since this matter has started, it can't be settled anymore already. Therefore, this senior should be deliberately making a big deal out of things and making everyone know about it. He wants to tell us that the divine race isn't invincible. He wants to awaken everyone's hot-bloodedness and have everyone join forces to deal with the divine race together." Talking up to here, Mo Xiaoxiao's face also revealed a hint of respect and said, "This senior doesn't look old, but his breadth of vision is bigger than the sky. He is genuinely thinking about humanity's future." At this time, Mo Qingshan slowly stood up. Everyone could not help being taken aback. "Sect Master, what are you doing?" Mo Qingshan said, "I feel that what Xiaoxiao said is very reasonable. I'll go and pay a visit to the various sect masters and hope that they can unite and deal with the divine race together. Actually, there was no need for Mo Qingshan to take the lead. The divine race's sanguinary suppression already made the various major sects unable to sit still anymore. This time, the divine race was clearly extremely furious. Therefore, they did not have the slightest scruples when taking action too. The moment they killed, it was in droves. In their eyes, these sect disciples were simply a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not happy, they would just kill. Hence, the leaders of these sects came to an agreement very quickly, and planned on joining hands to deal with the divine race together. Yuan slaughtering dozens of century celestial palaces in a row already planted seeds in the hearts of all the various sects, leaders. When the oppression reached the limit, even pigs and sheep would also rise in revolt. But, just as these sects reached an agreement and were about to make a move, Qin Chao returned. He came back alone. When Mo Qingshan saw Qin Chao again, he felt like he had met another person. Not seeing for a few short months, he felt like Qin Chao already underwent a thorough change. Senior went to the Southern Century Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's first words when he saw Mo Qingshan made everyone incredibly shocked. Chapter 2379, Coming Elegantly, Leaving Suavely. Palace Lord, things are bad. Someone forcibly barged into our Century Celestial Palace. Panicking for, talking, properly, who's the arrival, how is his strength? The arrival is a young man, can't tell his age. His strength is F5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Are those human guards all drawing salary without doing any work? Can't even deal with a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Also, why are you reporting to me about everything? What are you thinking? You go and find Yuan Zhen, have him go. Lord Yuan Zhen has already been killed by him. What did you say? Lord Yuan Zhen was already killed by that young man. Not just that, Yuan Jia, Lu Feng, they all are all dead. Furthermore, he even identified you by name, and he wants to meet the Palace Lord, you. He said that he's the main culprit behind the destruction of the dozens of century celestial palaces. What did you say? He alone exterminated dozens of century celestial palaces. What a joke. Origin Bright's shock was by no means insignificant. He had once imagined countless possibilities, but he only did not think that dozens of century celestial palaces were actually destroyed by a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. When did the human race produce such a terrifying genius? Origin Bright did not quite dare to believe it, but he knew that it was impossible for his subordinate to deceive him. Even Yuan Zhen died. What was impossible about him destroying dozens of century celestial palaces? Go out and take a look. Done talking, his figure moved, and he went out of the century celestial palace. In midair, a youth in white garment stood with his hands behind his back, countless flying swords hanging around him, his sword energy threatening. Those human and divine race experts, not one dared to approach him. They could only wander around him. Seeing this scene, Origin Bright believed it. His gaze landed on Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "It's you who destroyed my divine race's 18th century celestial palaces." Yuan said coolly, "It's me." Origin Bright laughed coldly and said, "Looks like SkySouth's events made you unable to sit still anymore. Since you did it, you must already have some sort of awareness, right?" Origin Bright was not stupid. With Yuan suddenly jumping out at this time, he must have sympathized with SkySouth's humans. This sort of humans who resisted the divine race, they had seen plenty of them. It was just that Yuan seemed to be a little more troublesome. But it did not matter as well. Since Yuan came, this matter was considered over. Although the divine race's losses were huge this time, being able to destroy such a terrifying genius was also worth it. Otherwise, after this guy grew up until Diva 5th Blight, that would be very tricky. However, Yuan said coolly, "Come to what awareness? I think that you've misunderstood. I came just to inform you that SkySouth's matters can end now. Otherwise, the entire southern border's century celestial palaces will be destroyed by me. Of course, if you have that many 9 marks powerhouses, you can dispatch one to every century celestial palace." Looking down on everyone and everything. Facing a middle stage 9 marks heavenly Tao realm super powerhouse, Yuan thought nothing of him at all. He did not come to surrender himself. He came to pick a quarrel. All of the divine race members opened their mouths wide, looking at Yuan in disbelief. Was this kid crazy? He thought that he could escape from Lord Originbright's hands. Yuan went on a massacre earlier. They thought that it was just Yuan's deathbed struggle. That was all. They did not expect that after he saw Lord Origenbright, he still dared to be so impudent. When Origenbright heard this, it was like he heard the most hilarious joke in this world, laughing wildly without ceasing. Brat, you're very courageous. Being able to destroy 18th-century celestial palaces, you're very strong too. But your understanding of 9 marks heavenly Tao realm is too little. 8 marks to 9 marks isn't your human heavenly emperor to diva. Origenbright laughed loudly as he said. Yuan said coolly, it doesn't make any difference to me. Alright, I've already said what should be said. If you dare to make a move against the human race again, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Finished saying, Yuan turned around suavely and was about to leave like nobody's business. Seeing this action, not a single one actually dared to stop him. These people were already intimidated by Yuan's killing. How can my Century Celestial Palace be a place that you can come and go as you please? Stay for me, Origenbright bellowed, the pressure of 9 marks heavenly Tao realm suddenly releasing. A horrifying to the extreme aura instantly enveloped all the space in a 100,000-mile radius. For Origenbright to be able to suppress the entire southern boundary, how could his strength be ordinary? Even in the profound lineage, his strength could rank in the forefront too. The moment he took action, it was simply apocalyptic. Those human powerhouses almost felt like they could not breathe. This pressure represented heavenly Tao, it was too terrifying. The divine race was able to suppress myriad races and regard themselves as heavenly Tao's envoys. This was also an extremely important aspect. However, facing such a horrifying heavenly Tao pressure, Yuan did not seem to feel anything, continuing to stroll away. Origenbright snorted coldly, striding across the void with a flash and arriving. The speed was swift to the extreme. Right at this moment, countless flying swords arrived in quick succession. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. It was just at this time, the true Nirvana sword formation that overpowered all sides, was unable to stop the powerful Origenbright at all. Origenbright was like a giant mountain. The moment those flying swords touched him, they immediately shattered to pieces. The flying swords rushed over but were unable to stop Origenbright's footsteps at all. In an instant, he arrived 10,000 feet of where Yuan was. Haha, kid, this kind of means is still barely passable to deal with 8 marks heavenly Tao realms. But dealing with me, it's too weak. Stay for me. Amidst the wild laughter, Origenbright suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He was clearly only 10,000 feet away from Yuan, but his speed of advancing got slower and slower, right under his nose, but seemingly far away on the horizon. Terrific lad, time law. No, wait, there's also source spatial law. Spacetime synchronization, even I'm unable to easily break through either. Who the hell is this kid? When did such a monster appear among the human race? It was not that Origenbright was unable to break through, but for him to want to break through the constraints of spacetime in an instant, it was impossible. However, Yuan did not need to entangle him. If he wanted to leave, no one could hold him back. Just like that, Yuan moved 10,000 feet in a step, leaving the Century Celestial Palace like he was strolling idly in a courtyard. When his aura completely disappeared from everyone's perception, only then did everyone feel like they woke up from a dream. What a terrifying young man. He actually comprehended spacetime law. Furthermore, his spatial law even reached the level of source. My god, even Lord Origenbright personally moving out actually failed to hold him back too. I still found it very funny when he was threatening Lord Origenbright earlier, but now, I really can't laugh anymore. The threat previously, no one took it to heart, but at this moment, no one felt that Yuan was joking. If really got on his nerves, he would really massacre the southern border's Century Celestial Palaces clean. Send 9 marks heavenly Tao realms to garrison. 9 marks heavenly Tao realms were not cabbages either. There was no way to imagine how big the heavenspan world was. Even if the divine race dispatched all of their 9 marks heavenly Tao realms, it was also impossible to guard every Century Celestial Palace. A subordinate asked carefully, Palace Lord, what should we do now? Origenbright's expression was grim until it was practically dripping water. It was only to hear him say in a deep voice, pull everyone back. Send the news out. If anyone dares to deal with the Century Celestial Palace again, none of the local sects will be spared. Chapter 2380. It was easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it. Senior said, he'll take care of this matter. But everyone, please don't forget. We're humans, and not pigs and dogs. Resistance will have sacrifices, but not resisting, we can only be pigs and dogs forever. Facing the leaders of a group of sects, Qin Chao delivered Yi Yuan's words calmly. But these people did not buy it. Humph. This matter was caused by him to begin with, it should be him bearing the responsibility himself. For him to be able to come forward himself, at least he has a bit of conscience. If not for him, would those few sects be destroyed? Also, you, this brat, to actually dare provoke the divine race, you caused us to almost be destroyed too. Mo Qingshan, kill this kid and pay homage to those sects that were destroyed. There were also a few sect masters who were silent. But the vast majority of the people felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble, guiding the fire onto their heads. There were even sect masters who wanted to kill Qin Chao to vent their anger. To the vast majority of the humans, they had long already become numb. A living dog was better than a dead lion. Destroying century celestial palaces this matter, although it had a great impact on them, it was hard to make them risk their lives for it. To the various races that have been bred in captivity for countless years, many of them had long already turned this sort of life into a habit. As long as they did not take the initiative to provoke the divine race, they would not kill people indiscriminately too. Right, sure enough, when someone proposed to kill Qin Chao, many sect masters were eager to take action. Qin Chao did not have the least bit of fear. Instead, he responded with a sneer as he said, "If you dare to touch a hair of mine, Senior will definitely go and destroy your sects. Those present today, not one can escape." A sect master smiled coldly and said, "He already went to the Southern Century Celestial Palace, he's dead beyond a doubt. You're still using him to threaten us." Qin Chao had a disdainful look as he said, "Who told you guys that he went to court death? He went to warn the divine race, to stop them from doing anything to the human race anymore." That sect master laughed loudly and said, "Are you kidding me? Southern Century Celestial Palace's Palace Lord is a middle stage 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouse, an existence even stronger than Diva Third Blight. You're currently telling me that he can return?" Qin Chao said disdainfully, "I, Qin Chao, merely have a lowly life. If Sect Master Wu dares to bet with your life, you can kill me right now." Got to admit, this sentence of Qin Chao's was very deadly. It was not that they believed Yi Yuan could return, but that they felt that their lives were much more valuable than Qin Chao's. What if Yi Yuan really returned? Sect Master Wu's face fell and he said, "Not killing you, we can detain you temporarily. After news of that brat's death arrives, I believe that you won't get away by the skin of your teeth anymore, right?" Mo Qingshan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Sect Master Wu, aren't you taking this Mo too lightly?" Sect Master Wu said disdainfully, "Doesn't this matter all due to your Zaiwei sect's fault? You guys kept the sects in the Sky South region all in the dark, making multiple sects get annihilated because of you guys. We haven't found you guys to settle the scores for this yet." Sect Master Wu's words immediately received many of the sects' agreement. Hence, they decided to detain these master and disciple two people. After the news of Yi Yuan's death arrived, they would punish the two, to serve as a warning to the others. While Qin Chao had a calm look and said to Mo Qingshan, "Master, you rest assured. They detain us now, they will send us back respectfully later on." Mo Qingshan had a suspicious look and said, "That person was indeed very formidable. But Lord Origenbright's strength isn't what those Century Celestial Palace's palace lords can compare to." The news of Yi Yuan being killed did not arrive, but even more explosive news came over. The main culprit who annihilated 18 Southern Century Celestial Palaces finally showed himself. It was a Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor young man. No one could have thought that a Fifth Firmament Heavenly Emperor could actually slaughter 18 Century Celestial Palaces. What was even more damnable was that he was a human. Of course, this was not the most explosive thing yet. The most explosive thing was that this young man went to the Southern Century Celestial Palace alone, and he warned the Century Celestial Palace Lord, Origenbright. The young man went on a killing spree, killing several late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses as well as hundreds of powerhouses. Then, under the besiegement of Lord Origenbright as well as several 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses, he left suavely. As soon as the news spread out, the entire southern border was in a stir. Where did this young man pop out from? Why is he so strong? Lord Origenbright, that's a character in the sky. Even he failed to hold this young man back. The divine race members who came to the southern border to investigate have all been withdrawn. This is also to say that his threat has worked. The divine race was actually forced to give in by a fifth firmament heavenly emperor. This conclusion filled many people with astonishment. Only then did they know that turns out, humans could be so powerful. Challenging the Sentry Celestial Palace single-handedly, arriving elegantly, killing several hundred powerhouses, then leaving suavely. Although they did not see this scene, imagining it with their brain a little, they felt their hot blood boil with excitement too. Passing through a million-strong army, not a single armored warrior touched his body. This was the best portrayal of Yi Yuan's operation this time. There were too many people who saw this battle, it could not be hidden at all. After the news spread out, countless human powerhouses were greatly encouraged. When the news spread back to Sky South, the various sect masters were completely stunned. They gathered together overnight, discussing how to salvage this matter. Wu Tianchao was naturally the first to bear the brunt. A sect master said while dripping with sarcasm, "Sect Master Wu, you're really impressive. The great idea you came up with, now, you brought everyone into the pit." Another sect master said with a cold smile, "That lord is definitely already on the way here. Sect Master Wu, can you teach us how we should explain to that lord?" A sect master said with a gratified look, "Lucky we didn't kill Qin Chao. Otherwise, our sects will really be destroyed." For some time, Wu Tianchao became the target of public criticism. Wu Tianchao's expression was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Now, all are blaming me. When I said to capture them back then, weren't each and every one of you all very excited? What's the use of saying this crap now? Rather than blaming me here, why not think of a way?" A sect master said, "What solution can there be now? Go and invite them out." Very clearly, Qin Chao delivering that lord's message indicates that he's already that lord's confidant. As long as we get his forgiveness, that lord definitely won't look into us. At present, they could not think of a better way as well. Hence, a large group of sect master level powerhouses came to the dungeon and invited Qin Chao and Mo Qingshan out. When Mo Qingshan saw each and every one of these people being extra careful, how could he still not understand what was going on? He was incomparably shocked in his heart. That young man really did it. Qin Chao smiled at him and said, "What did I say, master? His Excellency must have caused a great sensation in the southern border this time." Wu Tianchao smiled and said, "Yeah, that lord has the talent to rule the world. Even the divine race was needed by him too. Gentlemen, it was all our fault this time. Can we invite you two out, please?" Qin Chao said with a smile that was not a smile, "Sect Master Wu, haven't you heard of this saying, it's easier to call up an evil spirit than to allay it?" Chapter 2381, All Parties Alarmed. "We're not going anywhere, we'll wait right here for Senior to arrive," Qin Chao said calmly. The expressions of the group of sect masters immediately became embarrassed to the extreme. If that Senior came, slaughtering all of them in his unhappiness was nothing difficult too. One had to know, even Originbright, that kind of powerhouse, failed to keep Yi Yuan back. Furthermore, looking at the ruthlessness of Yi Yuan's actions, he would not mind slaughtering all of them. An emaciated sect master said with a pitiful expression, "Goodness gracious, my little ancestor, don't throw a tantrum anymore. This old man knows that we've offended you guys badly this time, take pity on us, these old bones." Mo Qingshan looked at these sect masters with a look of surprise. It was as if it was his first time knowing them. These people normally all had their eyes growing on top of their heads. Apart from the divine race, they paid no attention to anyone. Now, they actually became this sycophantic appearance. Qin Chao suddenly sighed and said, "Senior said, pitiable people must have hateful aspects. If our human race can be united, why would we be bullied by the divine race until like this? The population of all the races added up is more than 100,000 times that of the divine race. Even if we used numbers to pile, we'd pile them to death too." When the sect masters heard this, they all exchanged glances. While that was true, just the population of the human race was as many as billions of trillions. How could it be easy to talk about uniting? Nothing in the world is difficult for one who sets his mind to it. I'm not making you all go and court death, just letting you all know that being a human is much more interesting than being a pig or dog. Suddenly, a voice sounded out faintly. A youth in white clothes walked out of the void. The expressions of the group of sect masters changed wildly, already. Guessing who the arrival was. There were many powerful array formations guarding inside this dungeon. They were actually completely clueless when this young man entered. Originally, they had only heard rumors about Yi Yuan's strength, but seeing it with their own eyes currently, it really shocked them. Just based on this kind of means, it was effortless for Yi Yuan to kill them. When Qin Chao saw Yi Yuan, he had an excited look on his face and said in pleasant surprise, "Senior, you barged into the southern century celestial palace alone and awed the southern border, bolstering our human race's prestige, truly awe-inspiring." Although he was very confident in Yi Yuan, when he heard about Yi Yuan's deeds, he was still extremely carried away. That impressive sight, how great would it have been if he was present? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That was me taking by surprise, going too suddenly. They were not prepared, that's why it was like this. If they were prepared, I probably won't be able to come back anymore." 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm is indeed powerful. Don't look at how Yi Yuan came and went like the wind. Yi Yuan was still incredibly shocked having witnessed Originbright's strength. Back then, he was almost killed by Origin-Guard. At that time, he did not even have the strength to fight back and was also unable to experience the might of a 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm. Now, he comprehended 3 great sources, his strength virtually invincible in heavenly Emperor realm. Only at this time could he truly understand the prowess of a 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm. If under the circumstances where the other party was prepared, even if he unleashed his sources simultaneously, it would probably be hard to escape too. However, Yi Yuan mentioned it casually, but it was completely not the case at all when the sect masters present heard it. The might of 9 Mark heavenly Tao realms did not need Yi Yuan to explain at all. That was an existence that they could not understand. But Yi Yuan leisurely circled one round right under the eyelids of an incomprehensible existence and casually killed a few people. How could they imagine this kind of means? "Why, Your Excellency, we have no intention of being enemies with you. Your Excellency, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let us go," Wu Tianchao said sobbingly and had long lost his majesty back then. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you all killed Qin Chao, I'd definitely have slaughtered your entire sects. But since he's unharmed, I'll let you guys off. However, if any one of you dares to be an accessory to a tyrant's crimes, and help the divine race to bully your race, I'll kill once when I see once." Hearing this, the large rock in the hearts of the group of sect masters landed. Fortunately, this lord was not a demon lord who killed people without blinking. In an extremely secret underground palace, a middle-aged man suddenly vomited blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. By the side, a white-haired old man asked, "Profound secrets, still can't divine it?" The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, "This child's secrets are too vague, as if it isn't in the operation of heavenly Tao at all. This kind of character, it's still my first time encountering. Witchcloud, this boy may be the key to our peerless genius plan's success. We must find him." Witchcloud said in surprise, "You're actually so optimistic about him?" The middle-aged man's gaze was deep as he said, "Have you heard before any human fifth firmament heavenly emperor who can escape from under the hands of a 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm's subordinate? Furthermore, Originbright isn't an ordinary 9 Mark's heavenly Tao realm. With his strength, 10 Diva Third Blights are not a match either." Witchcloud nodded and said, "This boy is indeed too monstrous. But logically speaking, such a terrifying talent, he should have been discovered by us long ago. Why did he suddenly pop up now? I feel like he jumped out of thin air." The middle-aged man nodded his head and said, "You're right. I've always been paying attention to the operation of heavenly Tao. But ever since several months ago, heavenly Tao seemed to suddenly have a trace of deviation and fluctuation. This trace of fluctuation is extremely minute. I believe that with Mila's ability, he can't detect it yet. It's also precisely after that this monstrous fellow suddenly appeared. If this is a coincidence, it's also too coincidental." Witchcloud had a look of shock and said, "There's actually such a thing. Such a major thing, why did you only say it now?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "If not for the thing he did this time being too heaven-shocking, how could I have taken notice of him? How can the unpredictableness of heavenly Tao be what ordinary people can surmise?" Witchcloud thought about it and felt the same. That kid remained in obscurity previously. If not for challenging the Century Celestial Palace by himself and warning the divine race, stirring up a monstrous wave, how could they have paid attention to a measly little fifth firmament heavenly emperor? The middle-aged man said, "The matter brooks no delay. This matter is no trivial matter. I must make a trip in person. I'll leave, deicide, to you." Witch Cloud nodded and said, "Relax, we've almost entered orbit already. With me around, there won't be any problems." At the same time, inside the divine race's highest ruling institution, Titan Palace, an old man with white eyebrows was similarly vomiting fresh blood wildly. Beside him, a robust middle-aged man said with a dark expression, "Celestial Master, even you can't divine this kid too." Mila shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Lord Tian Qing, it's as if this boy is outside of the 5 elements, jumping out of the 3 realms. I'm unable to divine at all." It's still Mila's first time encountering such an unpredictable person. As if he appeared out of thin air. The robust middle-aged man beside Celestial Master Mila was the divine race's heaven lineage's progenitor, the divine race's most terrifying existence, Tian Qing. They were similarly divining Yuan, but even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could not divine him, so let alone Mila. Hearing what Mila said, Tian Qing's brows furrowed even harder and he said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Tao has always been under our control. But now, an unpredictable person appeared. This boy must be eliminated. Inform all Sentry Celestial Palaces. They must find this kid's tracks at all costs." Chapter 2382, Clashing in Secret. Suddenly, an obscure sect, the Ziwei sect, became lively. On this day, Origenbright brought a white-browed old man and suddenly descended upon the Ziwei sect. Mo Qingshan and the rest were fearful and awed. "Sect Master Mo, you guys are really so capable." Origenbright's words were full of derision. Clearly, his resentment toward the Ziwei sect was very deep. By now, Yi Yuan's connection with the Ziwei sect had naturally been dug out long ago. If it were in the past, the Ziwei sect would have long turned to ashes. But now, with Yi Yuan this sword of Damocles hanging up there, the divine race really did not dare to make a move on the Ziwei sect. Destroying a single Ziwei sect was merely a trivial matter. But once Yi Yuan was pissed off, the divine race would really find it impossible to defend effectively. Therefore, they could only endure it. Now, the divine race's top priority was to find Yi Yuan, and then eliminate him. This person's existence posed too great a threat to them. How could Mo Qingshan not discern the meaning in Origenbright's words? He hurriedly apologized, "Palace Lord, please calm your anger. Our Ziwei sect is really not familiar with this person. We also don't know why he ran to my Ziwei sect." Origenbright had a fake smile as he said, "Is that so? Then this Palace Lord wronged you." Mo Qingshan was alarmed and hurriedly bowed and said, "Palace Lord, calm your anger." Origenbright sneered and said, "If that kid doesn't die, how can this Palace Lord's fury be appeased? Your dog head is temporarily left on your neck. After this Palace Lord kills that brat, I'll come and take care of you." Origenbright did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. To him, a measly little Ziwei sect could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. "Want to kill you? You did not even have the qualifications to flee." But saying these words out showed his apprehension toward Yi Yuan. If not out of fear toward Yi Yuan, why would he be standing here, talking rubbish with a puny little sect master? This logic, Origenbright understood. Mo Qingshan similarly understood it. He was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Previously, it was widely rumored that Yi Yuan went over to threaten the Sentry Celestial Palace. But that was also mostly rumors. But today, seeing Origenbright's attitude, he knew that it was definitely true. A 5th firmament heavenly emperor actually forced the entire divine race to back down. This kind of strength, he simply did not know what to say. Mo Qingshan did not dare to talk back, he just kept silent. Origenbright gave a cold snort and said, "You all, bring this lord around to take a look. Wherever he wants to go, you guys will bring him there." "Yes," Mo Qingshan hurriedly answered. He did not know who this person was at all, and also did not know what he came here for. Celestial Master Mila said coolly, "Bring me to walk around first." Mo Qingshan did not dare to disobey, bringing Celestial Master Mila to stroll around leisurely. Wherever he wanted to go, Mo Qingshan would bring him there. This Celestial Master Mila gave him an unfathomable feeling. This kind of feeling was even more terrifying than Origenbright. Mila spent close to half a month's time and virtually went around to every corner of the Ziwei sect before leaving. But before leaving, Origenbright still left a 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm powerhouse behind to garrison at Ziwei sect. Saying that it was garrisoning, it was actually surveillance. Along the way, Origenbright asked, "Celestial Master, were there any discoveries?" Celestial Master Mila's brows were tightly locked, and he shook his head and said, "Discovered a few subtle auras. It should have been left behind by this boy. But this celestial master couldn't divine where he came from. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. But as for his departure aura, it was deliberately concealed. This boy's means are inconceivable. Origenbright had a look of disbelief and said, "This. Even celestial master can't divine it either. Could it be that we're going to allow this kid to carry on being free and unfettered? Lord Celestial Master, I say, do you think Mo Qingshan knows where that boy's whereabouts or not?" Celestial Master Mila was in existence with the highest attainments in the path of divination in the divine race. Even he could not find Yi Yuan's whereabouts. Then wouldn't this boy remain at large? Celestial Master Mila's expression was somewhat ugly as he shook his head and said, "This boy is very shrewd. It's absolutely impossible to tell Mo Qingshan his whereabouts. He and Mo Qingshan aren't familiar to that degree. Now, there's only waiting. He'll inevitably give himself away." After Celestial Master Mila returned in defeat, another figure quietly sneaked into the Zaiwei sect. Mo Qingshan returned to his residence and felt as if he had arrived in a different world. A world that was cut off from the outside world. In the house, a middle-aged man was currently sitting in front of his desk, pouring himself a drink. Came back. The middle-aged seemed to be engaging in small talk. Came back. Wonder what this lord is finding this Mo for? Mo Qingshan asked cautiously. He was walking on thin ice every day currently, fearful of offending some great deity. Yi Yuan's matter provoked many legendary characters. He, an ant-like existence, would be gone with a puff from them. He had no choice but to be careful. Sect Master Mo, you don't need to be so cautious. That Mila is seriously too formidable. That's why I had no choice but to come up with this place. You might not have heard of me before. I'm called Jian Rufeng. Others all call me Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This emperor came for that young man. You should know who I'm talking about. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Mo Qingshan's entire body trembled and he could not refrain from drawing a cold breath as he cried out in surprise, That white-browed old man was Celestial Master Mila. He had not heard of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's name before. But Celestial Master Mila's name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Mo Qingshan. This Celestial Master Mila monitored the world. He could be said to be the divine race's eyes and ears. Regarding the myriad races under the heavens, as long as there was any rustling of leaves in the wind, it could not hide from the divine race's eyes and ears. And the one who played a key role in this was this Celestial Master Mila. One could say that Celestial Master Mila was the nightmare of all the races in the world. The myriad races not daring to resist the divine race. There was a very important reason involved. It was Celestial Master Mila. If not for him, maybe the various races would have long revolted like crazy. Mo Qingshan did not expect that this Mila that made people tremble with fear when they hear, actually came to his Zaiwei sect just like that. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "Such a major incident occurred, how could it possibly not alarm him? But you rest assured, even this emperor can't divine that person. So it's impossible for Mila to divine him too." These words revealed a strong self-confidence. Which was also to say that he was confident that he was stronger than Celestial Master Mila in the path of divination. Mo Qingshan stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape when he heard. When did such a major power appear in the human race? Sect Master Mo, you don't need to be so surprised. This emperor has already attained Tao for hundreds of millions of years. It's just that you're also aware of the Heavenspan world's situation. If I show myself, I'll definitely die very horribly. Therefore, I've always been very low profile. This matter, I hope for Sect Master Mo to keep it secret from me too. After all, you and I are of the same race. If you report me, it's equivalent to severing the future hope of the human race. You should be able to weigh the severity and pros and cons, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. Mo Qingshan's heart turned cold and he said solemnly, "Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if Mo Qingshan dies, I absolutely won't say a word out too." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, "I trust Sect Master Mo. These few days, this emperor will be staying in Zaiwei sect. I hope that Sect Master Mo doesn't mind." Chapter 2383, A Historic Meeting. This wait was 1,000 years. In a hidden spatial rift, Yi Yuan and Qin Chao were currently cultivating. "Senior, you're really too formidable. I never dared to imagine that someone can comprehend these four great laws to such a level. But why have I never heard of you before this?" The longer he spent time with Yi Yuan, the more incredulous he felt. How could a person be monstrous to such a degree? During these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's space and time, two great laws, could be said to have flourished with each passing day. His spatial law already reached rank 2 source. Time law already reached 1,302. One had to know, these were two great supreme laws. Being able to advance by an inch in 10,000 years already had to thank one's lucky stars. But Yi Yuan completely surpassed Qin Chao's imagination. Yi Yuan gave Qin Chao a glance and said smilingly, "This matter," saying it is somewhat fantastical. "I also don't know if teaching you swordsmanship is right or wrong. But since I came, I have got to do something." Qin Chao was confused and said, "What's wrong with teaching me swordsmanship?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "These things, you won't understand." Even I don't understand it myself." In this world, Yi Yuan discovered that his speed of comprehending spacetime law was even faster than in the primeval war realm. He felt that this might be due to traversing through spacetime. It was just that, his sudden appearance broke the balance of the original world in the first place. Then, was there still meaning in him cultivating these things? To teach or not to teach Qin Chao, he had also hesitated before. To kill or not to kill divine race members, he had likewise hesitated before. But later on, he figured things out. Since he came here, even if he did nothing, he had already changed the course of the world. Then, what difference did doing more or doing less make? Right now, under this spacetime, the human race had clearly not risen yet. Yi Yuan did not know if this was that era in the last epoch. But since he came, there was no harm in leaving behind Tao teachings to make the human race become a little stronger. Seeing the human race being bullied by people like this, but not doing anything, this was not his, Yi Yuan's, style. Hence, he went to do it without hesitation. He was very optimistic about Qin Chao. So he was willing to use 1,000 years' time to teach him swordsmanship. In 1,000 years, Qin Chao already went from Empyrean realm and broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. "Are you homesick, or thinking of somebody?" Yi Yuan looked at Qin Chao and said with a smile that was not a smile. Qin Chao's face turned red but still nodded his head very shamelessly. These few days, Qin Chao was always somewhat distracted when practicing the sword. So how could Yi Yuan not tell? This kid was thinking of Mo Xiaoxiao. "All right, after not going out for so long, it's also time to go out and take a look," Yi Yuan got up and said. Qin Chao's expression changed and he said, "Senior, you mustn't. You're currently already a thorn in the divine race's eyes. How can you risk your life?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "They aren't qualified enough to capture me yet. Come on." Although the lesser Heavenspan mountain did not come with him, Yi Yuan discovered that he could mobilize the power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain across time and space. Shielding heaven's secrets with the power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain, no one could discover it. At Ziwei sect, the 9 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse had not left yet. Although they knew that there was little hope of finding Yi Yuan, Mila did not give up. But Yi Yuan quietly entered the Ziwei sect. How could a mere initial stage 9 marks heavenly Tao realm discover it? Returning to Ziwei sect, the first thing was not to go and see Mo Xiaoxiao but to offer greetings to Mo Qingshan. Seeing Qin Chao, Mo Qingshan's heart shook wildly. You broke through to the heavenly emperor realm so fast." Before Qin Chao left, he was merely a third firmament Empyrean. In just a short 1,000 years, he already reached the heavenly emperor realm. How could Mo Qingshan not be surprised? After offering greetings, Qin Chao smiled and said, "Over the past 1,000 years, Senior went to great lengths to refine many miraculous medicinal pills for me. Roughly 100 years ago, I broke through to the heavenly emperor realm." Mo Qingshan opened his mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. He never thought that Yi Yuan was actually an alchemy master. What kind of medicinal pills could push a third firmament Empyrean to become heavenly emperor realm within 1,000 years? If becoming a heavenly emperor was so easy, then what was the point of cultivating bitterly? This young man was really mysterious to the extreme. In reality, spiritual energy was abundant in this era. Many spirit medicines that were not seen in later generations could all be found here. To Yi Yuan, casually refining a few rank 7 medicinal pills was truly too effortless. After a bout of small talk, Mo Qingshan forcefully pressed down his shocked state of mind and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, a major power of our human race has been waiting 1,000 years for you in the Ziwei sect just to meet you. Wonder if you're willing to meet him." Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, "Oh, what's going on? Let's hear it." Mo Qingxian recounted the entire sequence of events but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression suddenly became very fascinating. It was his first time seeing this young man have fluctuations in emotion. You said that he's called profound secrets. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and asked. When the two people met, they were very calm on the surface, but it was already squalling heavily in their hearts. What Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was surprised by was that a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist appeared in Zaiwei sect and he was actually completely clueless. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this Profound Secrets was not the other Profound Secrets. Then this person should be the father of that Profound Secrets of the future generation. He was the powerful existence who sacrificed himself to shield heaven's secrets. Only all the way until this moment did Yi Yuan suddenly come to realize the truth, which era he arrived at. He actually returned to the era of the future generation Profound Secrets father in an accident arising from many causes. At this time, the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets in front of him had not died yet. Clearly, the colossal plan of the myriad races had not truly begun yet. Then right now, was it the years before the human race's great prosperity? Am I revisiting history or does this period of history really exist? Why do I feel like everything is a dream? What are time and space? Just what kind of existence am I? Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets father, Yi Yuan's heart produced even more questions. He traveled through space-time, but did this period of space-time really exist? If it did not really exist, history was everything that already happened. But if it really existed, then what was he counted as? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Really miraculous. You're clearly standing in front of me, but why do I feel like you don't exist? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets broke the silence first, exclaiming with a look of surprise. His attainments in the path of divination had long already reached the acme of perfection. Even the divine race's celestial master Mila was inferior to him in this path. It could be imagined how formidable his strength was. But a living person was standing in front of him, and yet he gave Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets an extremely unreal feeling. How ludicrous was this sort of feeling? He had imagined many kinds of meeting circumstances but never thought that it would be like this. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses from the shock and said with a smile, "Perhaps, your feeling is right. I really don't exist, or should I say that I'm a special existence?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted. He did not expect that what he got was actually such an answer. Chapter 2384, Terrifying Guess. A terrific special existence. No wonder this emperor couldn't calculate you no matter how I calculated. Perhaps you're really sent by heaven to save the human race from extreme misery. It's worth it for me to wait 1,000 years here painstakingly. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "The one who saves the human race isn't me, but you, Senior." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted and he said with a frown, "Do you know something?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think I should know what it is. Looks like Senior has already started to move. Then coming to find me this time, do you want to recruit me?" This shock of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was by no means insignificant. The existence of deicide was an absolute secret. Even among humans, there were extremely few people who knew about it too. He could confirm that deicide had never come into contact with Yi Yuan before. So how did this kid know? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just take it as I guessed it." The matter of him traversing through spacetime was seriously too fantastical. Even for Grand Ancestor Spacetime Xianxia, it was also impossible to easily travel through time and space. Therefore, him transmigrating back was absolutely just an accident. Most likely, even Xianxia did not expect it either. But these words became even more mysterious and hard to fathom in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ears. His gaze turned dark, and he said, "All right. Since you're not willing to say, then this ancestor won't ask anymore. But I think that our aspiration should be the same, right?" Yi Yuan's actions and behavior, he had taken it into his sights. Seemingly more brave than wise, but in reality, it was very meticulous. More importantly, the influence of Yi Yuan's battle was extremely far-reaching. One could say, things that were not convenient for deicide to do, Yi Yuan did it. Previously, some things launched by deicide became much more convenient. In these 1,000 years, although Jian Rufeng was not active in deicide, he received the news over there one after another. The invisible influence that this battle of Yi Yuan's gave to people was too great. In past understanding, the divine race was invincible. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely broke this curse. He told the world that as long as your law comprehensions were strong enough, you could defeat, or even kill divine race powerhouses. And this was also precisely the reason why Yi Yuan did so. The human race was too ignorant, their understanding had already been deceived by the divine race, and needed someone to come and break this inherent understanding. Since no one would do it, then it was up to him to do it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "What senior has done, junior admires." Endlessly. Jian Rufeng said, "What you guessed is basically all correct. But there's something that you go wrong. This ancestor isn't here to solicit you, but to invite you to decide to be the chief instructor." This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. He thought that Jian Rufeng was going to focus on grooming him. However, Jian Rufeng actually invited him to go back and nurture others. He was truly unable to predict this result. "Senior, did you make a mistake? You look, I'm only a 7th firmament heavenly emperor," Yi Yuan said suspiciously. Although 1,000 years had already passed, his realm only increased to late-stage world realm, equivalent to 7th firmament heavenly emperor. This bit of cultivation should be considered much when placed in deicide. Making him go and teach people, would those diva realm powerhouses be convinced? But Jian Rufeng said firmly, "You don't need to suspect anything. This ancestor hasn't reached a point where I'm muddle-headed with age. Although there are many experts in deicide, in terms of law comprehensions, they are far worse than you. What you're worse than them is just cultivation realm. This isn't impossible to make up for. In the eyes of true geniuses, cultivation realm was never a disparity. True disparity was in terms of laws. The various races were suppressed by the divine race, extremely limited in terms of law comprehensions. The human race looks like they have a huge population, but there aren't many true experts. Those diva realm powerhouses mostly succeeded in transcending the tribulations by a fluke. In terms of combat power, some diva realms are not even as good as the divine race's peak 8 marks. Hence, it's not that the various races don't want to revolt, but that they are completely powerful to revolt. Jian Rufeng said with a solemn expression. When Yi Yuan heard, he revealed a thoughtful look. No wonder when he returned to the previous epoch, he discovered that the martial artists here were not as powerful as he had imagined. According to what he had seen and heard in the other time and space, the ancient times should have been when the human race was the most glorious. This era had countless powerhouses. Each one was a powerhouse who shocked the heavens. Especially the 18 grand ancestors, those were terrifying existences who could contend with the divine race's progenitors. But even a peerless genius like Qin Chao was pitifully weak regardless of whether it was cultivation method or martial technique. This was clearly not too logical. Even when Empyrean vast universe passed him the bone sword, he also had a contemptuous look on his face toward the later generations, human geniuses. As for Grand Ancestor Spacetime Shanghang, that went even more without saying. But when Yi Yuan returned to this era, he discovered that this was not the case at all. This was also to say that the human race had not reached its most glorious time yet. Suddenly, Yi Yuan thought of a certain possibility, and his expression changed wildly, monstrous waves surging in his heart. The previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets is still alive. The 18 grand ancestors have not appeared yet. The human race hasn't welcomed its most glorious era yet. The human race is weak, yet, there are so many geniuses in this era. What they lack isn't geniuses but inheritances. Spiritual energy is abundant, geniuses are plentiful like oxen hair, all prerequisites for the human race to be strong are already provided for. One can say that everything was ready except for a crucial element. Currently, the previous generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets asked him to go back and be the chief instructor. Doesn't that mean that the grand event that Shanghang spoke about had a lot to do with me? Could it be that, the incomparably glorious era of the human race later on, it was actually single-handedly created by me? This is also too ridiculous, right? Yi Yuan's mind spun like lightning, a terrifying idea forming in his mind. Although this idea was extremely absurd, the more he analyzed it, the more likely he felt that it was. Because in terms of time, this era's Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets should be sacrificing himself not long after. If not for him, who else did the human race have who could step forward and impart them the true great Tao? Jian Rufeng himself also said those so-called powerhouses were no good at all in terms of law comprehension. Although Yi Yuan's own law comprehensions had not reached the acme of perfection yet, the comprehension of laws varied from person to person in the first place. What he had to do was not to hold their hands and teach one by one, but it was to teach them how to enter the Tao. As long as he brought them along on the journey, they would develop powerful cultivation methods and martial techniques themselves, and walk toward the true summit. Just like spacetime reversal chaos, this move, if Yi Yuan's own spacetime law continued developing, it absolutely would not evolve this move. Then what exactly was he? Was he a person of this era, or someone of that era? His entire person became ruffled in an instant. Spacetime, spacetime, what the hell are you? What on earth am I? Where the hell am I right now? Who in the world am I? Yi Yuan shouted crazily in his heart. He wanted to figure all this out. But, no matter how he shouted, it was to no avail too. Chapter 2385, Beneath One Person and Above Millions. What's wrong with you? Jian Rufeng saw that Yi Yuan's expression was not right, and he asked rather surprisedly. This boy did not feel uncomfortable at all when he saw him. He invited him to be a chief instructor, and he was being overwhelmed by an unexpected favor until like this. How could he know how great the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was at this time? Was this spacetime disorder, or a repeat of history? Did he exist in history, or was this another spacetime? Or was this simply a dream? Everything, every single thing, they were unknown. Perhaps God knew, but it was impossible for him to tell Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, sucked in a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, Jian Rufeng smiled. The peerless genius plan had always been in the middle of advancing. It was just that, how much result this plan could achieve, even he had no idea in his heart. The human race's foundation was too poor. Under such a foundation, how long did it need before they could achieve great development and reach the extent of contending with the divine race? Jian Rufeng's accomplishments in the path of divination were indeed unmatched. But he was just a variant among humans. It was easy to pass on the flame, but hard to produce something out of nothing. Want to create a powerful cultivation method out of thin air, create a formidable martial technique, let their clansmen comprehend laws, that was something as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan's appearance was like a beacon in the dark night. Jian Rufeng's last trace of doubt was also dispelled. Everything was ready except for a crucial element. Yi Yuan was that crucial element. Ha ha ha, okay, with you around, this ancestor can rest assured. Jian Rufeng said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and bowed almost to the ground towards Jian Rufeng, and said solemnly. Senior, profound secrets is righteous, exhausting your mind and body for the human race, till your heart ceases to beat. Please accept a bow from Junior. Jian Rufeng's expression changed wildly and he said in surprise, what did you guess again? Yi Yuan said solemnly, hundreds of millions of geniuses gathering together, there might be nothing at first. But after their talents are fully developed, how can that kind of astonishing aura hide from Celestial Master Mila's eyes and ears? And to conceal the heaven's secrets operation of hundreds of millions of geniuses, even Senior can't easily accomplish it too, right? Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan woodenly and only came back to his senses after a while, saying, being able to encounter little brother is truly the great blessing of myriad races. I still don't know what little brother is called. Yi Yuan, but Senior, I only hope for you alone to know this name. In front of others, Senior can address me as Ji Qingyan. At the behest of supernatural powers, Yi Yuan made this request. Jian Rufeng was uncertain what it meant, but this request was naturally nothing, he agreed to it readily. There was clearly no footprint of his in the real history. Yi Yuan even felt that he never took part in the Doomsday Battle at all. Otherwise, with his talent, why would he be unknown to the public? Furthermore, how this matter would be, still got to go and do before he would know. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not plan on using his real name. But Yi Yuan this name, Yi Yuan still told Jian Rufeng. This was respect toward him. Just like this, Yi Yuan left with Jian Rufeng. And the ones who left together with him were also Qin Chao and Mo Xiaosao. They became members of the Peerless Genius Plan, joining Deicide. In Deicide's underground palace, a group of higher-ups was all gathered here. There was a group of Diva realm powerhouses. Some were staring at Yi Yuan in surprise. Lord Profound Secrets left for 1,000 years, it was to wait for this kid. What capability did this kid have, to actually be able to make His Excellency put aside Deicide's affairs, and wait for 1,000 years? This Jian left for 1,000 years. During this period of time, everyone has worked hard. Jian Rufeng's gaze swept over as he said. The moment everyone heard, they repeatedly said dare not. In deicide, Jian Rufeng was the absolute authority. He created deicide single-handedly, recruiting the top major powers and aspiring people of all races under his command. Deicide being able to develop to today's scale, it was virtually all due to Jian Rufeng's work alone. If not for him shielding heaven's secrets, how could what they do possibly hide from Celestial Master Mila's eyes and ears? Gentlemen, from today onward, Deicide is establishing the post of Chief Instructor. This position, the status is second only to this Emperor, controlling all parties. He can mobilize all of Deicide's resources and command everyone in Deicide. When necessary, it includes this Emperor. Jian Rufeng's expression was piercing, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he said those words slowly. The moment these words came out, everyone's breathing became ragged. They did not know why the moment Lord Profound Secrets returned, he would suddenly set up such a position. But they naturally hoped very much that this position would fall on them. As for Yi Yuan, they never thought about it. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. He was still a junior. Jian Rufeng thinking highly of him was just thinking highly of his future, that was all. Chief Instructor, this position could be said to be beneath one person and above millions. It would not be handed to such a brat no matter what. Deicide's higher up said, Lord Profound Secrets, Lord Witchcloud toiled hard and rendered great merits. He deserves this position, we'll definitely support your decision. Someone concurred and said, that's right, this position, apart from Lord Witchcloud, there's no one more suitable. Although everyone hoped to be this Chief Instructor, they were all clear that no one was more suitable for this position than Witchcloud. Witchcloud did not speak, he just looked at Jian Rufeng with piercing eyes. He knew that this position was definitely his. Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said, all of our Deicide's aims are for the sake of the rise of the myriad races. We don't need things like being promoted in order of seniority. If the myriad races don't become powerful, so what even if this emperor gives this position to him? We're still just a bunch of pigs and sheep being reared, without any dignity. The chief instructor that I'm talking about isn't Witchcloud, but, as he said, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yuan and slowly said, him. The entire main hall exploded at once. What, letting a brat who's still wet behind his ears to be the chief instructor, keeping all parties in check? What kind of joke is this? This brat is just a 7th firmament heavenly emperor. What capability does he have to take on chief instructor this position? Lord Profound Secrets, are you joking with us? This result was seriously beyond their expectations. Making a heavenly emperor realm junior be the chief instructor, what qualifications did he have? This position, even if they took turns one by one, it would also not be Yi Yuan's turn. Which of them did not do their best in a conscientious manner for Deicide, going through fire and water? But now, a brat who popped out from God knows where, he rode on top of their heads all of a sudden. How could they be convinced? Even Witchcloud also looked toward Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets in shock, as if it was his first time knowing him. At this moment, a sour feeling surfaced in his heart, unable to dispel. Between him and Profound Secrets could be said to be a life and death friendship. But today, he had a feeling of being abandoned. Chapter 2386, Spar. The Alchemy Hall was a very important hall of Deicide. This hall shouldered the responsibility of all of Deicide's medicinal pill refinement. And the one who directly controlled this hall was precisely Witchcloud. Witchcloud was the strongest alchemist in Deicide. His alchemy strength virtually reached the level of rule. But today, the atmosphere in the Alchemy Hall was rather odd. Many powerful alchemists were swarming around Witchcloud. Each and every one of them was extremely indignant. Your Excellency, that brat is clearly bullying you. The first day that he took office, he's coming to the hall that you're in charge of. Isn't this an opening gambit? I really don't know what's with Lord Profound Secrets, making a brat like this be the chief instructor, and even climb onto the top of your Excellency's head. Your Excellency, you wait. We'll definitely take him down a notch today. Just based on the likes of him, a measly little heavenly emperor realm kid, he also wants to meddle in the Alchemy Hall. It turned out that after Yi Yuan took office, the first hall that he went to was the Alchemy Hall. And the one in charge of this hall also happened to be Witchcloud. In everyone's view, this naturally became Yi Yuan provoke Witchcloud. This was deliberately suppressing him. At this time, there were already many people waiting to watch a good show. They all knew about Yi Yuan's combat power. But they had never heard before that Yi Yuan also knew alchemy. Even if they had heard it before, they would not take it seriously either. A heavenly emperor realm brat coming to provoke the alchemy hall. This was looking for a rebuff. To talk about this alchemy hall's powerhouses, there was a very large portion who were groomed by Witchcloud. Deicide's alchemy hall could be said to be the strongest of the entire heavenspan world's myriad races, not one of them. These people were all loyal to him. Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to come now, each and every one of them was bound by a common hatred for the enemy, mustering everything up to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Witchcloud's brows furrowed and he said, "You all don't mess around." This chief instructor was decided by Brother Profound Secrets overriding all objections. This boy must have exceptional aspects. After he comes, take a look at what capabilities he has first before talking. Of course, if he's just holding a position without qualifications, I'll never allow him to meddle in the alchemy hall. After everyone heard, they could only nod their heads. But their expressions were all indifferent. Entering the alchemy hall, Yi Yuan sensed this weird atmosphere. It seemed like everyone's gazes that looked at him were extremely hostile. But he did not care. Along the way, he had seen too many of such gazes. He naturally did not come to the alchemy hall to make drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge, and it was also not in order to teach anyone a lesson. In his understanding, the divine race was extremely apprehensive of the human race's alchemy path. This was also to say that, the previous epic's human race's alchemy path was unprecedentedly developed. With so many top masters in the last epic, the alchemy path must have contributed tremendous power. The alchemy hall, it could be said to be the factory for creating experts. Hence, Yi Yuan chose the alchemy hall as his first stop. Slowly walking in front of Witchcloud, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and went straight to the point. "Senior Witchcloud, I came today to witness the alchemy hall's strength." Witchcloud's heart naturally would not be as calm as he was showing. No matter how he hinted at it implicitly, saying that Profound Secrets' foresight definitely would not be wrong. He was not a jealous person, otherwise, he would also not have been so trusted by Profound Secrets. But, having a heavenly emperor realm brat ride on top of his head, he felt somewhat strange no matter what. "Everyone's here. How does young friend Ji plan to witness it?" Witchcloud said indifferently. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's naturally pill refinement." Before Witchcloud spoke, an elder sneered and said, "Refining pills? Lord Chief Instructor, do you know how to refine pills? Yeah, want to find fault? It's also not the turn of you, this little babe, to come and point fingers. Want to check our strength? Shouldn't you yourself show a bit of strength first? If you don't have the strength, scram as soon as possible. Lord Witchcloud manages the alchemy hall in good order. This place doesn't need Lord Chief Instructor to worry about." The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it immediately incurred ridicule. In their view, Yi Yuan might know alchemy, but it was definitely so-so. A dabbler wanted to show off in the presence of them, these masters. No way. Witchcloud wanted to open his mouth to stop everyone, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. These old things naturally would not be so lacking in shrewdness. They did it on purpose, attempting to provoke Yi Yuan. The chief instructor completely fell out with the alchemy hall as soon as he came, see if he still had to face to come or not. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was only to see him smile faintly. He said, "Refining pills, huh? I still have a little understanding. Since everyone wants to witness my strength, then I'll accept deferentially rather than to decline courteously." The eyes of the bunch of old fogies lit up. This kid was here to look for abuse. An elder immediately stepped forward and said, "I'll compete in alchemy with you. If you were to lose, you're not allowed to come to the alchemy hall in the future." Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "This senior, I have no plans on competing with you." The moment that elder heard, he smiled coldly and said, "What, not competing with me? Do you still want to find a 7-star disciple to compete with?" It's also not out of the question. In their view, Yi Yuan could only compete in alchemy with the 7-star and 8-star disciples. It was completely not on the same level as them. But Yi Yuan just smiled and looked at Witchcloud and said, "Senior Witchcloud, I heard Senior Profound Secrets say that you're Deicide's alchemy path #1 person, your alchemy strength astonishingly strong. Why don't you and I spar? Let everyone broaden their horizons as well." Everyone's smiles immediately turned stiff on their faces. Even Witchcloud himself also had a stunned look. He did not expect that Yuan was actually going to challenge him. Although he said it tactfully, this was undoubtedly a challenge. Did I hear wrongly? He's going to challenge Lord Witchcloud. This kid wouldn't have lost his mind, right? I still thought that Lord Profound Secrets found some remarkable fellow, messing around for so long. It turns out that he's a fool. After being stupefied, there was even more unbridled taunting. Regarding Yuan's behavior and overestimated his own ability, they all turned their noses up in disdain, being filled with contempt. After Witchcloud was stunned for a moment, he also smiled brightly and said, "All right. This old man also wants to witness Chief Instructor's strength." Hence, amidst the waves of ridiculing, Yuan and Witchcloud started the alchemy battle. Looking at the spirit medicines prepared in front of him, Yuan had an envious look on his face. The grades of these spirit medicines were not high, but they had already gone completely extinct in the later generations. Yuan had never heard of them before. The human race's alchemy path failing to be revitalized, it likely had a lot to do with this as well. "Young friend Ji, you can start then," Witchcloud said. Yuan nodded his head, snapping his fingers. The Tai Chi diagram suddenly bloomed. A mysterious alchemy Dao source power suddenly descended. After the battle with Medicine Ancestor, Yuan's alchemy Dao source already broke through to rank 3. Furthermore, he glimpsed the power of rule in that battle. He already integrated a tiny trace of the power of rule in his alchemy Dao. The moment he made his move, all of them, their expressions changed. Chapter 2387, Giving Ground. Rank 3 Source. 2 Inconceivable, a heavenly emperor actually comprehended rank 3 alchemy Dao source. Is this understanding a little? This kid can really pretend. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge Lord Witchcloud. However, Lord Witchcloud has comprehended rank 4 source. This kid will still lose. Feeling this surging power of source, everyone was extremely shocked. Only then did they understand what kind of concept was the slight understanding that Yuan talked about. If rank 3 source was a slight understanding too, then wouldn't they become alchemy idiots? However, they were still not optimistic about Yuan being able to be equally famous as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Witchcloud was naturally not someone easy to deal with. But he was currently also incredibly shocked. Just now, he actually harbored the intention of teaching Yuan a lesson too, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. But who knew that Yuan's alchemy Dao realm was actually so high? Witchcloud thought in his heart, this boy's martial Dao talent is extremely terrifying. Why is his alchemy path attainments even above that of his martial path? Is there really such a monstrous person in the world? No wonder Profound Secrets chose him. Given time, this boy will surely make great accomplishments. It's just, him being the chief instructor, is he qualified enough? In a blink of an eye, Yuan already sketched out the embryonic form of a quasi-Dao pill. When Witchcloud saw this medicinal pill's embryonic form, he was even more inexplicably shocked in his heart. This embryonic form could simply be rated as perfect. Witchcloud was an expert on alchemy Dao. So how could he not tell? Even he could not perform better than Yuan too. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Witchcloud made his move. The moment he took over, his heart trembled fiercely. He discovered that the structure of Yuan's medicinal pill was too exquisite. It was exquisite until he was actually somewhat in a difficult situation. A single carelessness, and it would ruin the embryonic form of this medicinal pill. That way, he would be defeated. The dignified alchemy path's #1 person, actually lost to a heavenly emperor realm alchemist. How would he still stay on in the alchemy hall in the future? Originally, he had the mentality of playing along with Yuan. But now, he had no choice but to perk his spirit up 120% and bring forth all of his strength. How can this boy's alchemy Dao be so terrifying? I'm facing his rank 3 source with rank 4 source, and I actually have a feeling of my ability falling short of my wishes. What is missing in this? Witchcloud felt like something was blocked in his mind. In the myriad races, he, Witchcloud, only admired one person. That person was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. This was because other people were not worthy of entering his sights at all. But after witnessing Yuan's alchemy Dao, his appraisal of Yuan immediately reached the level of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Because he was inferior to Yuan in terms of alchemy, if his and Yuan's realm comprehensions were the same, he was absolutely not Yuan's match. The two people went back and forth, bedazzling everyone who was present. This level of fight, it was still their first time seeing it. In the alchemy hall, there was no one who could debate on the Tao with Witchcloud at all. He was an existence towering above everyone, a godfather-level figure. His status was paramount, but today, when an opponent who was on par with him appeared, everyone truly realized how terrifying Witchcloud's alchemy strength was. If so, then how strong was the Yuan who was fighting Witchcloud until they were evenly matched? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Especially the elder who wanted to compete with Yuan in alchemy previously, his face was currently completely red with embarrassment. His strength was not weak, but facing off against Yuan, he probably could not even fight back. An elder's expression was ugly as he said, "Could it be that it's my misconception? Why do I feel that Lord Witchcloud seems to be lacking in strength?" Witchcloud was a god-like existence in their hearts. But before their eyes, this god-like existence really seemed to be straining very hard. Another elder similarly had an ugly expression as he said, "That's impossible. It must be your misconception. How can Lord Witchcloud possibly lose to this kid?" All of a sudden, Witchcloud felt the pressure ease up slightly. Halfway through the pill refinement, he suddenly felt like Yuan's technique was not that perfect anymore. It suddenly became much easier for him to handle it. Witchcloud was delighted, thinking to himself that this boy was lacking in stamina. After all, refining a pseudo-Dao pill was something that exhausted mental strength immensely. For someone who was at the Heavenly Emperor realm, it was still a little forceful. This way, Yuan might be even more exhausted in the latter half. If so, then he still had a chance to win. However, things did not go as he expected. Along with the passing of time, Yuan was level-headed like a giant mountain. No matter how brilliant the design, Yuan could resolve it easily. Witchcloud became more and more alarmed. He gradually understood that it was not that Yuan was lacking in stamina, but that he was giving ground to him. Yuan was giving him face. This kind of minute changes, not being in the process of the pill refinement, how could one tell? In the view of the others, the two of them were fighting until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. But in reality, he was still a notch worse than Yuan. With great Dao Law descending, a pseudo-Dao pill suspended quietly in the air. The entire place was deathly silent. The impact that this battle brought to them was too intense. There was actually someone who could be evenly matched in skill and strength as Lord Witchcloud. Yuan smiled slightly and said to Witchcloud with clasped hands, "Senior Witchcloud is indeed well deserving of being the alchemy path's #1 person. This level of strength makes Junior admire." Yuan did not have malice toward Witchcloud. He heard profound secrets mentioned it before. Witchcloud made tremendous contributions to deicide. He was the hero of the myriad races. After Yuan came to the alchemy hall, he discovered that everyone's respect for Witchcloud was not fake. Being able to bring the alchemy hall together into a monolithic block, this in itself showed a lot of things. Of course, Yuan had his principles too. He was extremely strict toward alchemy. He competed in alchemy not to beat his opponent, but in order to refine an unusual medicinal pill. Although he could defeat Witchcloud, the medicinal pill would not be able to reach consummation. Two people refining pills, the most important thing was harmony. This was like inside a wooden barrel. There was a high and a low, two wooden boards. Then it was definitely impossible for the water level of this wooden barrel to be higher than the lower wooden board. Therefore, Yuan put up with the second best option, lowering his strength to cooperate with Witchcloud. This way, he would be able to refine a medicinal pill that was as perfect as possible. At the same time, this could give Witchcloud face and also form the pill. He did not see any reason why not. Furthermore, he also measured it. Witchcloud's strength was even slightly inferior to Medicine Ancestor. With Yuan's strength, wanting to defeat him was not hard. But the strength of the present human race's alchemy path made him quite disappointed too. Witchcloud's expression flickered a little indeterminately, and he forced a smile and said, "Honestly speaking, when Brother Profound Secrets made you the chief instructor, I was still somewhat unconvinced previously. But having witnessed young friend G's strength, this old man is wholeheartedly convinced. Just based on this transcendent alchemy technique, you can live up to this position of chief instructor." Yuan's giving ground protected his authority. If he still paid it no heed, that would be somewhat failing to appreciate favors. Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Witchcloud is too kind. I was somewhat displaying my slight skill before an expert." As he spoke, he said to the elders, "How is it? Am I qualified to inspect everyone's strength now?" Chapter 2388, Shallow Foundation. Oh, of course. The faces of several elders were rather awkward, but at this time, they had nothing to say. This young man's strength was actually evenly matched with Lord Witchcloud. He naturally had the qualification to witness their strength. "Yang, you first. Show your strength and let Chief Instructor take a look," Witchcloud said to an elder. Although he lost to Yi Yuan by a notch in the alchemy battle, he had the intention of showing off in front of Yi Yuan, and he also wanted to win back one round. These alchemists in the alchemy hall, he expended tremendous effort to train them. He was still rather pleased with himself on this point. "No need, everyone, do it together," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Together. This is also too sloppy, right?" Yang said doubtfully. This new chief instructor always did things unexpectedly. There were no less than 1,000 alchemists present, they were all the alchemy hall's elites. Refining pills together, what could he discern? Witchcloud was also very puzzled, but he still said, "Just do as young friend Ji says." Hence, 1,000 people refined pills at the same time. The scene was a grand sight. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, soul force spreading out, covering all those present inside. Witchcloud's heart shook slightly. This guy wanted to observe so many people's pill refinement through soul force. Observing one person refining pills was nothing. But such a complicated thing like pill refinement, wanting to remember every detail of 1,000 people, this was virtually something impossible. Witchcloud was not saying that Yi Yuan's soul force was insufficient, but this act needed one's control of soul force to reach a hair-raising level. Even Witchcloud could not possibly fully understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Was Yi Yuan deliberately flaunting his skill, or puffing himself up at his own cost? Or did he focus his attention on a few people, and would comment on them when the time comes? Witchcloud could not tell, he was waiting to see. A few days later, everyone finished the pill refinement. In fact, there were some people who had already completed their refinement early. Seeing Yi Yuan observing with soul force, they all had scornful looks on their faces. This new chief instructor was indeed here to posture. This kind of low-grade performance, did he really take them to be fools? It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but these people were still very unhappy with him in their hearts. After all, he rode on top of Lord Witchcloud's head. "Young friend Ji, can this alchemy hall of mine still enter your arcane sights?" Witchcloud saw Yi Yuan withdraw his soul force and said with a slight smile. He was still very confident regarding the alchemy hall's strength. Teaching disciples everything would make the master starve to death. Many people would hold something back when they taught disciples. But Witchcloud taught these people without holding anything back. In the alchemy hall, there were several who reached rank 3 source. Therefore, he was very confident in his alchemy hall. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Senior Witchcloud, do you want me to tell you the truth?" Witchcloud's expression choked up. Hearing this meaning, it was so. One had to know. The alchemy hall was already the human race's alchemy path's strongest place. Was this fellow still not satisfied? Could it be that he was really here to challenge them on purpose? Witchcloud's expression finally turned sullen. "If there's any problem, young friend Ji, feel free to say, correct mistakes if any, and guard against them if none has been committed." Witchcloud's tone finally became somewhat unhappy. Yi Yuan discerned the displeasure, but he still said, "To talk about strength, the alchemy hall is indeed very powerful. It's just that, want to reach the degree where it makes the divine race wary, it's still far from enough." "Hey, looks like Lord Chief Instructor is looking down as people here." Lord Chief Instructor really doesn't feel backache when standing up and talking without any responsibility. Alchemy Dao is the process of accumulating day in and day out. So how can wanting to improve it be so easy? Rules are intangible existences. Which one of us doesn't want to reach the level of rules? But under the divine race's rule, even getting a bit of spirit medicines makes one live in constant fear. How can it be that easy? Yi Yuan's words immediately caused a strong backlash. This alchemy hall was Lord Witchcloud's painstaking effort. Each of them also made great efforts for the sake of resisting the divine race. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it was like these efforts were not worth mentioning anymore. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, "How strong the divine race is, I think that everyone is clearer than me. The alchemy hall is strong, but among the divine race, there are also alchemy path powerhouses who aren't inferior to us. We have to defeat the divine race. Do you all feel that with your level, it's enough? The alchemy hall's strength was indeed stronger than the alchemy path of later generations. It was just that, it was still not strong enough. This level was definitely not up to the level that made the divine race apprehensive. Hey, who doesn't know how to brag? Didn't Lord Chief Instructor observe us refining pills? Then about the problems we have, Lord Chief Instructor, please point them out. If Lord Chief Instructor can help us improve our strength, we're naturally willing to, Xianxia said with a cold smile. Yuan nodded his head and said, okay, then I'll say them one by one. As he said, he came before Xianxia and held his palm out. That quasi-Dao pill suspended in the palm of his hand. Senior Xianxia's strength is formidable, but your foundation is too shallow, Yuan said coolly. The moment Xianxia heard, his lungs also exploded in anger. He was already rank 3 source, Yuan actually said that his foundation was shallow. These words were really humiliating. Oh, why don't Lord Chief Instructor talk about how this old man's foundation is shallow? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Yuan ignored his anger and continued saying, when senior refined until the 2/3 mark, do you have a feeling of the spirit being willing, but the flesh is weak? The first half process of this medicinal pill can be rated as perfect. But later on, as the fusion of laws became more and more complex, the problem of your shallow foundation got exposed. Also, senior's control over heat is similarly like so. Yuan talked on and on in a flow of eloquence, pointing out Xianxia's problems one by one. Xianxia originally still had a disdainful look. But later on, the shock in his heart was already showing on his face. The problems that Yuan pointed out did not have the slightest error. In the view of those people whose strength was lacking, his pill refinement had naturally reached the acme of perfection. But in the eyes of true experts, his pill refinement could be said to be full of flaws, especially in the latter half of the process. Even the expression on Witchcloud's face became more and more serious. He naturally knew about Xianxia's problems. But he did not expect that Yuan observed so many people at the same time and could actually still see it so meticulously. With these many people, even he did not know, but Yuan saw it. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Senior, are there any mistakes with what I said? Yuan said. Xianxia opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but could not speak. Witchcloud sucked in a deep breath and said, what young friend Ji said isn't wrong at all. It's just that, attributing these flaws to a shallow foundation is likely not appropriate, right? Xianxia is also a patriarch-level powerhouse already. So how can he have this kind of problem? Yuan smiled and said, Senior, don't be anxious. The Alchemy Hall's people basically all have problems with unstable foundations. After I point out all of their problems, I'll talk about them together. Chapter 2389, Imparting Tao. Witchcloud's expression became uglier and uglier. These words were equivalent to face-slapping him. The Alchemy Hall was single-handedly established by him. These people were also taught by him single-handedly. In the end, they were actually issued with an unstable foundation comment by Yuan. But Yuan did not care about their emotions and continued making his comments. First, was the rank 3 source powerhouses. Then it was the rank 2 source, so on and so forth. 1,000 people, just the reviewing took a lot of time. But, the more everyone listened, the more shocked they got. Regardless of whether it was source-level powerhouses, or ordinary 7-star and 8-star alchemy gods, Yuan covered all details no matter how trivial, picking out all of the problems on them. Bit by bit, Yuan said it very seriously. At first, everyone was still indifferent. But later on, when it was Yuan's turn to review them, they immediately perked their spirits up 120%, fearful of missing any trace of detail. Of course, the problems that existed for each person were different. Some were major, some were minor. But no matter who it was, it could not escape the unstable foundation, these words. This was the thing that Yuan attached the most importance to. No matter how he emphasized it was not overboard. Several days later, when Yuan reviewed the last person, the whole audience was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Yuan dumbfoundedly, as if looking at a monster. They were previously still questioning that Yuan was just deliberately observing a few people. No one thought that he actually really saw each person's shortcomings. What was more frightening was that the flaws on each person, he saw it as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, not missing any trace of detail. Even it was the slightest minute difference when controlling fire, he could see it clearly. You. Witch Cloud opened his mouth and looked at Yi Yuan woodenly, not knowing what he should say. But he finally understood why Yi Yuan could crush him in alchemy Dao. This kind of horrifying to the extreme soul force control, even if he cultivated for another 100 million years, it was impossible to reach it too. From small to large was easy, from huge to meticulous was difficult. The control of soul force, the more meticulous, the harder it was to achieve it. Being able to have a panoramic view of the pill refinement of more than 1,000 people present with Heavenly Emperor realm soul force. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Senior Witch Cloud, I know that you might be somewhat unhappy with me saying that their foundation is unstable. But I didn't have the intention of targeting you when I said these. You exhausted your mind and body for the myriad races. Junior admires endlessly. It's just that, we need to be stronger. Yi Yuan looked at Witch Cloud and said sincerely. Witch Cloud forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said with a nod, you explained the reason why. This old man naturally won't blame you. This old man still has this bit of breadth of mind. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I believe that everyone present should all know Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand, right? Someone immediately said unhappily, Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand is a rank 1 refinement technique, who doesn't know? Lord Chief Instructor, you're completely looking down on us. Since arriving at this era, Yi Yuan naturally researched the alchemy techniques of this era too. This Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was the basic refinement technique in ancient times. Although the two eras' refinement techniques had differences in method, the principle was the same. With Yi Yuan's horizons, cultivating a foundation refinement technique was naturally effortless. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, okay, then you demonstrate it for me to see. The one talking was an 8-star alchemy god, also a major power of a region. Hearing Yi Yuan call his name, he laughed coldly and stepped out of the ranks to demonstrate the Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand once. An 8-star alchemy god demonstrating a rank 1 refinement technique, it was naturally extraordinary. All around, there were cheering voices. After he finished demonstrating, he said to Yi Yuan as if putting on a show of force, Lord Chief Instructor, can it still enter your arcane sights? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, not bad, indeed have some skill. He still smiled coldly and said, Your Excellency saying this, you're naturally stronger than me. I want to see what kind of trick Your Excellency can pull out of the hat, with a measly little Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, curling his fingertips, countless fine threads with substance shockingly formed. This was precisely Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. The 8-star alchemy god said disdainfully, Your Excellency's Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand is stronger than mine, but what's the use of this? What has it got to do with unstable foundation? Yi Yuan ignored him. His technique suddenly changed. Everyone's faces suddenly changed wildly. Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was still Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. But the feeling that it gave everyone was already totally different. This technique suddenly became ever-changing in Yi Yuan's hand, bedazzling like great Dao descending. Those who did not know would think that he was demonstrating a technique of Dao Pill. But everyone present was very clear. This was Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. The shock before their eyes was seriously too intense. Witch Cloud's 2 eyes became even rounder, the glimmer in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. He was standing at the summit of alchemy Dao to begin with. What he witnessed was naturally not what bystanders could compare to. Yi Yuan's Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand was already close to Dao. Cultivating a rank 1 refinement technique to the level of Dao. Witch Cloud's breathing suddenly became ragged. He finally understood what the unstable foundation Yi Yuan was talking about was referring to. He also finally understood why he lost to the Yi Yuan who was only rank 3 source. The disparity between him and Yi Yuan was not a tiny bit. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his hand gestures. A myriad of brilliance suddenly converged. The entire audience fell into death-like silence once more. The 8-star alchemy god opened his mouth wide, wanting to speak, but he did not speak in the end. Yi Yuan really performed magic with the Thousand Thread Cloud Folding Hand. Saw clearly, Senior. Yi Yuan looked at the Witch Cloud with a shocked face, as he said with a smile. Witch Cloud suddenly startled, only then, coming back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, Understood. You're giving face to this old man. It's not that some of their foundations are unstable, but that all of our foundations are unstable. If one can casually refine a technique to the level of Dao, why would they worry about not reaching the level of rule? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Senior is an understanding person. Looks like there's no need for me to explain anymore. From tomorrow onward, I'll spread Tao in the Alchemy Hall for a year. Senior, call some more people over. I hope that the future Alchemy Hall will have someone who can reach the level of a true Tao pill in the future." Witch Cloud had a solemn look and slowly nodded his head. Hence, Yi Yuan started spreading his Tao in another spacetime once more. Witch Cloud, this alchemy path's #1 person, also sat below respectfully, listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on Tao. The more he listened, the more shocked he got. Yi Yuan's spreading of Tao opened up another window for him. He finally understood why he kept failing to reach rank 5. Foundation. This extremely ridiculous thing in his view was actually the biggest obstacle to restricting his progress. In terms of talent, these alchemy path powerhouses in front of him were indeed stronger than later generations. Yi Yuan knew that as long as a clear path was pointed out to them, they would definitely reach the other side. He did not know how many Tao pill powerhouses appeared later, but Yi Yuan was certain that there should have been more than one. Otherwise, it was impossible for Origin Guard to have been so afraid. Chapter 2390, Heavenly Hidden World. When the words stopped, everyone was shocked. This 1 year of preaching was undoubtedly a gluttonous feast to the people of the Alchemy Hall. Everyone was immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. When Yi Yuan finished talking, they were still dissatisfied. Witch Cloud's reaction at this time was virtually the same as Sacred Ancestor High Priest's reaction back then. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan already became different. Previously, they were still worried that Yi Yuan was here to steal the limelight. But at this time, they felt that there was already no need. This person did not need to snatch the limelight at all. This was a complete cultivation system. This was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Listening entirely to Yi Yuan preaching on the Tao until the end, they also finally understood what he meant by having an unstable foundation. Listening to Master Ji talk, Witch Cloud feels enlightened all at once. Master Ji is high above. Please accept a bow from Witch Cloud. As he said, Witch Cloud bowed deeply toward Yi Yuan. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This, Lord Witch Cloud is actually treating Chief Instructor with the etiquette of a disciple. Master Ji can afford it. Just this preaching, Lord Witch Cloud's title of #1 person in the world is about to change hands. Master Ji wasn't the slightest bit stingy, demonstrating great Tao to us. He can bear this solemn bow. Let's bow too. After the shock, everyone woke up. Rank 3 source powerhouses took the lead to bow first. The rest also bowed down one after another. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Witch Cloud up and said, "Senior Witch Cloud is killing me. Senior exhausted your mind and body for the human race. I can't accept this bow." Witch Cloud said firmly, "Just based on this Tao preaching, you can bear it. Master Ji, you don't have to refuse. In the future, this old man will address you as Master Ji." Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, "Fine then, that's also up to you. I'll leave behind inheritances in the Alchemy Hall. What you don't understand, everyone can come and ask me. But this Alchemy Hall still needs Senior Witch Cloud to give a lot of care." Witch Cloud hurriedly said, "This is within this old man's duty to begin with. Where's the talk of giving a lot of care? There's actually such a thing. This kid actually has such high attainments in Alchemy Tao." Hearing that Witch Cloud actually addressed him as Master Ji, Jian Rufeng was shocked until he was dumbstruck with amazement. Before this, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything to him. When Yi Yuan went to the Alchemy Hall, he also found it quite strange at that time. His thinking was the same as the rest, also thinking that Yi Yuan went to suppress Witch Cloud and establish his prestige. Regarding this action of Yi Yuan, he did not say anything, but he felt somewhat disdainful in his heart. This kind of action was still a little too childish. He even doubted a little whether he made a wrong decision or not, and used the wrong person. But hearing Witch Cloud's words at this time was no less than a clap of thunder exploding. He and Witch Cloud were life and death buddies. So he naturally knew his alchemy path strength, and also knew how highly he regarded himself in alchemy. But he actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple toward Yi Yuan. He originally invited Yi Yuan back, hoping that Yi Yuan would leave behind the legacies of the few great laws. But who knew that there was actually still such an unexpected harvest? Witch Cloud nodded and said, "I can't use having high attainments to describe anymore already. If anyone in this world can reach the realm of rules, it's undoubtedly him for sure. This old man is inferior to him. Far, far inferior." Jian Rufeng was shocked for a while before he slowly said, looks like, really picked up a treasure. With him, our plan can be started in advance. Witchcloud's face changed and he said with a frown, so fast. You. Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said smilingly, old friend, why is there a need to be like this? There will come this day, you don't need to be sad. Moreover, I also won't die right away after entering the heavenly hidden world. The growth of geniuses requires the accumulation of time, and time waits for no man. Furthermore, the burden on you, old friend, is even heavier than mine. Dead, death squares all accounts. I won't know anything anymore after dying. But the ones who are alive will carry heavier burdens. Hence, an extremely huge project was carried out in secret just like that. This project looked simple but was actually complicated to the extreme. One had to know, the Century Celestial Palaces monitored the world. They knew about the various sects, affairs like the back of their hand. Wanting to move these geniuses into the heavenly hidden world, it needed to hide from their eyes and ears, and could not reveal any clues or inkling. Once their suspicions were aroused, it would all fail just one step short of success. Fortunately, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had long already made perfect preparations. Implementing them now, things were done systematically. In the entire Heavenspan world, the myriad races, geniuses were moved into the heavenly hidden world batch after batch. This was a colossal project. It was naturally impossible to be accomplished overnight. This process would likely last for 1,000 years. Yuan was the first batch to enter the heavenly hidden world. He did not enter with the identity of a genius but entered with the identity of a chief instructor. Of course, there was also the first batch of geniuses who entered together with him. They were all selected by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Each person's potential was tremendous. They were the unpredictable children. However, the first batch of unpredictable children who entered were not many. There were just 100,000 people or so. The geniuses subsequently were still entering one after another. Of course, Jian Rufeng, Witchcloud, and the rest, they all established a complete advancement system. These geniuses would undergo the cruelest competition. On this day, several young people gathered together, seemingly discussing something. A young man wearing a silk headdress on his head said, "Did you guys hear? Our chief instructor is actually just a 7th firmament heavenly emperor." Another genius could not help laughing as he said, "Xianxia, what nonsense are you talking about? How can a 7th firmament heavenly emperor possibly be our chief instructor? His strength is likely not even our match." This young man who was wearing a silk headdress on his head was precisely the Grand Ancestor Spacetime whose fame shook the world later on, Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. You guys know that Qin Chao, right?" Another person said disdainfully, "Of course we know. It's said that he has connections. He's the chief instructor's personal disciple, and he has already been designated as a core legacy disciple." Xianxia nodded and said, "The news came from him, it won't be wrong." "No way, right, 7th firmament heavenly emperor, this is also too much of a joke. We entered the heavenly hidden world for the human race's future. But those lords upstairs actually used a 7th firmament heavenly emperor to hoodwink us. This is truly preposterous." The moment another genius heard, he immediately exploded. "Yeah, it's been 2 years. That guy never even showed his face. It's really outrageous. What are the heads of those people upstairs used for? Can't they see it?" Xianxia smiled coldly and said, "Ever since this chief instructor entered the heavenly hidden world, he has been in closed seclusion in Inquire Heavenly Palace. No idea what he's trying to do either. He doesn't take us to heart at all. The few of you dare to rush into the Inquire Heavenly Palace with me or not?" The moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed drastically. Entering the Inquire Heavenly Palace was a major crime. The few of them could not resist backing out. Xianxia sneered and said, "What? Like this and you're scared? Facing the divine race in the future will be 10,000 times more dangerous than this. You guys don't even have this bit of courage, and yet you all are talking about killing divine race for what?" Chapter 2391, Inheritance Grand Array. "Lord Wenshui, we've already come to the heavenly hidden world for 5 years and haven't even met the chief instructor. This cannot be justified no matter what, right?" Xianxia said with a forthright look. In front of him was an old man with a long beard. Honestly speaking, he was also very puzzled by Yuan confining himself inside. This chief instructor that Lord Profound Secrets sent for wouldn't be making use of Deicide's resources to only care about his own cultivation, right? His Excellency is currently in closed seclusion, so it's not convenient for me to disturb too. Heavenly Emperor Wenshui was sent to serve as Yi Yuan's follower by the higher-ups. Although he was a diva powerhouse, he was still a head lower in front of Yi Yuan's identity. After all, Yi Yuan was beneath one person and above millions. Xianxia sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "Hey. This chief instructor, is really taking it easy. Making use of Deicide's cultivation resources every day, and in the end, he doesn't care about anything. Lord Wenshui, if he doesn't come out today, we won't leave. Whatever for the sake of overthrowing the divine race's rule, fuck that bullshit, we're not entertaining anymore." The current Xianxia was simply a hothead, being far less level-headed and imposing compared to his future character. Wenshui also leaned toward their opinion in his heart. He also felt that Yi Yuan was going somewhat overboard. But Yi Yuan gave the orders. No one was allowed to disturb him. So Wenshui was really in a dilemma. Wenshui let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, honestly speaking, I also don't know why upstairs let him be the chief instructor. But since it's an order, this emperor must carry it out. You all are not to cause a racket. Lord Chief Instructor." Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up, looking in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Wenshui was stunned and could not help turning his head. A hint of cunningness flashed across in Xianxia's eyes, his body already floating toward Inquire Heavenly Palace. Wenshui was alarmed and said, "Fine lad, want to rush over from under this emperor's hands, no chance." His reaction was extremely fast too. But just as he made a move, he suddenly discovered that something was not right. The surrounding spacetime had been distorted to varying degrees. Although this could not stop him, in just this short while, Xianxia already flew in. Wenshui turned pale with fright, secretly thinking to himself that this brat was so impressive, to actually comprehend spacetime law at the same time. But just as he was surprised, Xianxia retreated with an even faster speed. All of a sudden, he landed on the ground, footsteps retreating repeatedly, only barely managing to stand still after several dozen steps. Xianxia had a pale face, his eyes full of shock. Spacetime law. Xianxia never thought that there were actually also others who grasped spacetime law. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he could not catch up even if he whipped his horse. A figure slowly walked out, as if walking over from the fog. Everyone could not see him clearly at all. This person was clearly standing in front of them, but they could not see this person's features clearly. Unfathomable. At this time, this was the thought in the hearts of all the geniuses. The arrival asked nonchalantly, "What's your name?" Xianxia's expression was rather ugly. He still answered, Xianxia. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Yuan's face. He did not expect that traveling through spacetime, he actually arrived at Grand Ancestor Spacetime's youth era. Spacetime reversal chaos was the heaven-defying martial technique of Xianxia, and he triggered Xianxia's spacetime reversal chaos in later generations. Traveling through spacetime should also be related to Xianxia. But the current Xianxia had a look of immaturity, being far from the future version of him showing disdain on all under the heavens. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, that sort of aura that considered all beneath his notice, was not the slightest bit diminished too. "You can comprehend spacetime law at the same time, very good," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xianxia had a look of embarrassment and said unwillingly, "Is your excellency mocking me? What does my bit of meager cultivation base count as in front of you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're not as good as me right now, but you'll surely achieve great things in the future. Even that divine race's progenitor, where's the harm in battling?" Xianxia yearned for it as he listened, but he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Your excellency is thinking too much. These two power of laws are overly abstruse. Junior is already feeling somewhat struggling to make ends meet now." Yi Yuan did not follow up, but asked, "Then, what did you guys forcefully rush Inquire Heavenly Palace for?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia was invigorated. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's strength, he was like a deflated balloon, immediately shriveling up. They originally wanted to challenge Yi Yuan, but just now, Yi Yuan did not make a move at all, just mobilizing the power of law a little, and he returned to his original spot involuntarily. This kind of means was truly inconceivable. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill him, it was merely a matter of a single thought. "Your Excellency, you as the chief instructor, have never appeared in 5 years. It's chilling the hearts of the myriad races, geniuses. Xianxia said forcefully. The moment Yuan heard, he smiled and said, it's only been 5 years, and you can't wait for this bit of time too. You guys are also too impatient. Xianxia smiled coldly and said, who knows what your excellency is thinking? If we didn't come to forcefully rush Inquire Heavenly Palace, your excellency probably won't leave seclusion for 10 years, even 100 years too, right? Lord Profound Secrets inviting you to be the chief instructor, it is not to let you cultivate yourself daily, but it is to groom the human race's powerhouses. No matter how strong you alone are, how can you deal with the divine race's major powers? He could feel Xianxia's desire to grow strong, that sort of obsession was almost bursting out of his body. These few in front of him were all like that. It was precisely this sort of powerful desire that let them become that powerful, right? When Xianxia saw Yuan's appearance, he still thought that he was acknowledging that he was in the wrong, and said with a cold smile, nothing to say. Someone like you isn't fit to be the chief instructor at all. You are the moth of deicide. These words were said rather nastily. Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, is that so? You guys follow me. Finished talking, he turned around and flew in the direction of Inquire Heavenly Palace. Everyone was uncertain what it meant but still followed after. What kind of tricks is this person going to play? Xianxia, you're dead for sure. You said it so nastily just now. He's definitely going to punish you underhandedly. Humph. Scared for what? What I said is the truth. The few people followed behind, whispering quietly. However, entering Inquire Heavenly Palace, everyone became dumbfounded. What are these? When Xianxia saw the scenery before his eyes, his entire person was stunned. In front of him, there was a series of complicated to the extreme grand arrays. These array formations were linked with one another, being incomparably complicated and profound. Glancing over, it was like a dreamy ocean. It was exquisitely beautiful. With their horizons, they could not see through the actual situation in front of them at all. Even Heavenly Emperor Wenshui was also stunned at this time. These 5 years' time, he was tinkering with these things inside. Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said smilingly, don't you guys want to become strong? These array formations can help you all become strong. I've been thinking on how to impart the power of laws that I comprehended to you guys to the maximum limit. It's just that preaching Tao to you guys every day is clearly not a good idea. Some things can only be understood and not expressed with words. Now, I've integrated all that I've learned during my lifetime into these array formations. As long as your talents are sufficient, you'll naturally be able to comprehend. Xianxia opened his mouth wide, looking at Yuan with a shocked face, wanting to speak. But he discovered that his throat seemed to be blocked. He was unable to speak no matter what. Chapter 2392, Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. When Yuan set up formations, he had always accomplished it at one stroke. The array formation that he set up for 5 years, it could be imagined how complicated it was. During these 5 years, he could be said to have exhausted his mind and body, connecting his comprehensions and source laws to the maximum limit, expending a lot of energy. These inheritance grand arrays not only contained his own comprehensions, but they also contained the cultivation methods for 5-element laws as well as lightning law. Although Yuan did not cultivate the 5-element laws, he had fought with Wan Zhen before and had his own unique understanding of the balance of the 5-element laws. Although his realm was not high, his horizons were extremely far. It could be said that the height he was standing at now was unmatched by anyone. He was standing at the height equal to heaven. There were thousands of great Taos. Reaching the extreme was arriving at the same destination via different means. Regardless of which kind of law, what it pointed to in the end was all Tao. He did not cultivate the 5 elements, but it did not hinder him from helping other people cultivate the 5 elements with array formations. These inheritance grand arrays were extremely cumbersome, but in the end, there were only 18 grand arrays. After Yuan finished setting it up, he himself also jumped in fright. These 18 grand arrays, didn't it correspond precisely to the 18 grand ancestors later on? Could it be that the 18 grand ancestors were all nurtured from his grand arrays? Didn't you all want to become stronger? Alright, I'll go and test it out then. I want to see which of you have the highest talent, Yuan said with a look of amusement. Yuan's expression triggered everyone all at once. Didn't you all say that I wasn't teaching? Now, I've built the house. Just see if you guys have the ability to carry it away or not. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go." As he said, he plunged headfirst into the spatial grand array. Xianxia just entered the grand array and was immediately bounced back, severely wounded and vomiting blood. The group of geniuses had shocked faces. How to play like this? Yuan looked at Xianxia and said, "Start from the beginning. Don't reach beyond your grasp. Is your foundation really laid solidly? These grand arrays require you all to start over from the top one step at a time. Rashly rushing the formation will be life-threatening." Xianxia had a gloomy look as he said, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Yuan smiled and said, "In order to make you suffer a bit." Xianxia rolled his eyes, but he realized that justice was not on his side. He could not say anything either. Entering the formation again, the geniuses were all very cautious, starting from the beginning. They chose the inheritance grand array that they were most adept in and entered inside. The longer Xianxia stayed in the array formation, the more alarmed he got. This spatial inheritance grand array seemed to be tailor-made for him. Yuan did not put his spatial law into the grand array, but he formulated a whole set of training methods. This kind of training method could let him comprehend spatial law faster and more thoroughly. In other words, he was teaching you how to grasp spatial law, and not teaching you what was spatial law. Xianxia felt alarmed. What kind of height was he standing at, to be able to set up such a heaven-defying array formation? Heavenly Emperor Wenshui's horizons were extremely far. He also saw through the inklings very quickly. His gaze when looking at Yuan immediately became different. Your Excellency really made contributions that will remain eternal for generations to come. I think that some of them already have considerable harvests. Your Excellency's inheritance grand arrays really broaden people's horizons. This old man has never seen before that power of laws can actually be passed on like this. Wenshui exclaimed in shock. Inheritance grand arrays, to these geniuses, they were tantamount to a good rain after a long drought. Such an advanced training method opened up a door for them. Entering for the first time would be when they benefited the most. The effects could be said to be instantly seen. Yuan smiled and said, "Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Each person's path is different. The laws that they comprehended will also be different. Although cultivation methods are good, the achievements are limited. Teaching them the way to cultivate and letting them go and fumble their own Tao, this is the king's way." Wenshui exclaimed, "A terrific giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. Lord Profound Secrets indeed has a sharp eye for discovering able people. With your Excellency being the chief instructor, overthrowing the divine race is right around the corner." Yuan smiled and did not speak. During these 5 years' time, his own gains had also been tremendous. In the past 5 years, his spacetime law became increasingly profound. This was also the reason why those geniuses could not see Yuan's face clearly. Even if he did not deliberately mobilize the power of spacetime, it was as if he was situated in spacetime too. Naturally, he could not be seen clearly. Being able to set up these 18 grand arrays required him to expend tremendous effort in the first place. This was similarly a systematic training to Yuan. The angle at which he stood at, it was even more unimaginable for bystanders. But after these 5 years, Yuan faintly had a trace of feeling. It seemed like it was not far away from the time he had to leave. In the end, Wenshui could not resist too, entering the grand array. Yuan just watched quietly by the side. He was observing these geniuses. A month later, many geniuses already could not hold on anymore. When their gains exceeded their abilities, they would not be able to stay in the grand array anymore. They needed time to digest these improvements. The earlier one came out, the worse their talent. The later one came out, the better the talent. Among these people, it was indeed still Xianxia who was the last to come out. The power of law that he comprehended was the hardest, but he was the one who lasted the longest. It was also no wonder that he could become Grand Ancestor Spacetime in the future. Your Excellency, I was wrong. After Xianxia came out of the formation, the first thing he did was not to get excited but to come before Yuan with a look of shame and admit his fault respectfully. He cultivated for a full half a year's time in this grand array. This half a year's time, his spatial law advanced by leaps and bounds. It was almost comparable to his 10,000 years of effort in the past. Concerning the power of this grand array, there was already no need for him to say any more. He also deeply understood how valuable these grand arrays that Yuan spent 5 years to build were. Perhaps the rise of the human race depended on these 18 grand arrays. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why are you wrong?" Xianxia said in shame, "Your Excellency is a celestial being. This disciple shouldn't have blamed Your Excellency wrongly." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with your desire to become strong. Previously I was just cracking a joke with you. You and I still have fate in the future. This destined meeting shall span spacetime." Xianxia discerned Yi Yuan's overtones and said in surprise, "Isn't Your Excellency leading us to resist the divine race together? With Your Excellency around, the world will be ours in the future." He examined his own conscience and felt that his talent was extremely high. But in front of Yi Yuan, what did he count as? Yi Yuan was the human race's true future. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to fight side by side with you all. But it's just a pity that some things can't be helped. But you rest assured, some things can't be avoided. No matter where I am, I'll fight with the divine race to the end." The group of geniuses felt baffled as they listened. These words seemed to have the intention of beating a retreat. Could it be that this chief instructor was scared? They simply could not understand what spacetime reversal chaos was. Because even Yi Yuan himself was unable to understand it. Chapter 2393, Farewell. Is it possible that Your Excellency is afraid of death? Xianxia just admitted his fault, but the expression on his face at this time became gloomy again. Toward Yi Yuan's behavior of cravenly clinging to life instead of braving death, he was very disapproving. Yi Yuan was unable to stifle his laughter and said, "You'll understand in the future." Xianxia had a sullen face as he said, "Humph. All excuses. Who can know about the future? Even Lord Profound Secrets can't possibly calculate events of the future too. So how would you know? In fact, you don't even dare to show yourself with your true self." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I said this before. You'll understand in the future. The destiny between you and me isn't over." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around and left, leaving behind the stunned-looking group. With the inheritance grand arrays, Inquire Heavenly Palace became the land of inheritance. Every day, countless geniuses gathered here, cultivating inside the inheritance grand arrays. This place became the manufacturing plant of powerhouses. When Profound Secrets and Witchcloud and the rest learned of this, each and every one of them was inexplicably surprised. At this time, no one felt conflicted with this decision of Profound Secrets anymore. On the contrary, they felt that he was extremely wise. As for Yi Yuan, he dwelled in deep seclusion these days and rarely showed his face, becoming mysterious. But very soon, another incident happened that made the entire Deicide's upper echelons become depressed. Jian Rufeng vomited fresh blood, his entire person appearing very downcast. This was already the 7th time he vomited blood today. These days, the frequency of his blood vomiting had clearly increased dramatically, casting a shadow over the entire Deicide. "Didn't you say that there's still at least several thousand years' time? Why is it like this?" Witchcloud's expression was ugly as he said. Jian Rufeng had a haggard face, but his spirit was very healthy. He smiled and said, "Hoo, old friend, this is a good thing. With your intelligence, can't you guess why is it like this?" Witchcloud frowned and mused for a moment. Suddenly, his two eyes went wide and he exclaimed, "You're saying that the inheritance grand arrays, which young friend Ji created, made the auras of the heavenly hidden world's geniuses skyrocket. That's why it added a heavy burden on you, and it hastened the arrival of this day." Jian Rufeng nodded slightly and said, "This boy is truly a rare genius of the current age. With him around, why worry that our great cause won't succeed?" Witchcloud frowned and said, "But don't you feel that he's a little strange recently? I heard the people below say, he said that he won't be taking part in the war with the divine race. Could it be that he's actually someone who clings to life and fears death?" Jian Rufeng waved his hand and said, "How can someone who clings to life and fears death challenge the Sentry Celestial Palace by himself? My old friend, you make the arrangements. 3 days later, my Jian family's 100 people shall die martyrs in the performance of our duties and permanently shield heavenly hidden world." Witchcloud's expression changed. His eyes were glimmering with tears as he said, "Must it be so fast?" Jian Rufeng smiled and said, "What difference does a day earlier make? What does a day later matter? What's coming, will always come. Oh, right, have Yi Yuan come too? I have some words to say to him." 3 days later, several 100,000 geniuses gathered. The Jian family's 100 major powers stood behind Jian Rufeng in silence. Many geniuses already had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. The silence currently was the prelude to a tragic song. Everyone knew what was going to happen next. When Yuan saw this scene, he felt sorrow in his heart too. He did not expect that because of his inheritance grand arrays, it actually accelerated Jian Rufeng's death. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was the present era's top major power. But his power alone was insufficient to shield heaven's secrets. Hence, these 100 major powers of the Jian family would be martyred together with him. The Jian family was really an admirable family. Yuan saw that there was a child beside Jian Rufeng, who vaguely had the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets of the later generations. Yuan was astonished. He did not expect that he could actually meet the next generation Profound Secrets here. Jian Rufeng stood proudly, his gaze sweeping over the group of geniuses, revealing a look of relief. Seeing these geniuses mature well one by one, was the drive for his willing martyrdom. These geniuses were the human race's future. Seeing you all grow so quickly, this ancestor feels relieved. This ancestor dying in the cause of justice isn't considered a major event originally. But calling you all over today, it's to awaken the hot blood in your hearts with my death. Resistance will lead to death. Today, it's this ancestor dying for the cause of justice. In the future, the vast majority of you guys will similarly have to be martyred. You all remember this. Dying is very easy. Those who are alive are the ones carrying the burden and advancing. The burden on you all is thousands of times heavier than this ancestor. I hope that from this day forth, you all will go and cultivate with 1,000, 10,000 times the effort, to exchange for the future hope of all races. Do you all understand? Each of Jian Rufeng's words was heavy, shocking the soul. The geniuses present all choked up. Jian Rufeng used his lofty sentiments to infect everyone present, including Yuan. At this moment, the blood within his body seemed to be immolating too. How much did he want to stay behind? To fight side by side with these lovable people? Yuan thought of this. It was just that he knew that that was impossible. Because the feeling of him leaving became stronger and stronger. He seemed to be able to feel an inexplicable call. Understood. The reply was as loud as a clap of thunder. Jian Rufeng looked at the child next to him, a hint of doting flashing across in his eyes. He's called Jian Heoran, this ancestor's youngest son. He possesses this ancestor's bloodline. After I die, he'll be the next generation Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Jian Rufeng said, we pledge our lives to protect young Master Heoran. The group of geniuses said in a clear voice. But Jian Rufeng shook his head and said, there are no cowards among my Jian family's men. Heoran, although you're young, father's unfulfilled ambitions need you to fulfill them. Can you do it? Although Jian Heoran was young, under Jian Rufeng's influence, he already had the air of a general. His childishness had yet to shed, as he said in a childish voice, our Jian family occupies the destiny of the human race, and we should be the first to bear hardships and the last to enjoy comforts. Devoting my life to duty, till my heart ceases beating. Jian Rufeng laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, indeed my good son. In such adverse circumstances, the Jian family could become such a leviathan, they indeed occupied the human race's destiny. But Jian Rufeng did not pat himself on the back, and instead regurgitation fed the human race with the Jian family's destiny, which was truly able to evoke praises and tears. Yuan felt touched. Jian Heoran said this, and his family also did so. Even after tens of billions of years, his original intention never changed too. The Jian family's people were indeed remarkable. Suddenly, Jian Rufeng's gaze looked toward Yuan, and his pupils could not help shrinking. He had not seen Yuan for some time already. Seeing him again at this time, he discovered that the aura on Yuan's body underwent a huge change. Yuan, this person was clearly standing there, but it gave him an extremely unreal feeling. As if he was independent outside of this world. He could not help but recall those rumors. Could they be true? But what in the world was going on? Ji Qingyan, can you stay and save the myriad races from extreme misery? Jian Rufeng asked, being rather uncertain. Originally, he was very optimistic about Yuan. With him around, that was why he would leave with peace of mind. But if Yuan was not around, then would their efforts still succeed? Everyone looked at Yuan, waiting for his answer. Chapter 2394, both happy and tragic. Everyone used expectant gazes to look at Yuan, hoping to get his affirmative answer. Presently, everyone understood the significance of Yi Yuan's existence. He was too important to the human race. Seeing these expectant gazes, Yi Yuan also could not bear it in his heart. He knew that these peerless geniuses, including xianxia, would not be able to escape the fate of demise in the future. Very sorry, I'm afraid that I can't do it. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said. The geniuses present exploded at once. Originally, this rumor was just some gossip. Many people did not believe it. But when Yi Yuan personally confirmed it, they could not accept it at all. Why, Lord Chief Instructor is the deity in my heart. He's actually so afraid of risking his neck. With his excellency around, why worry about not being able to overthrow the divine race? Why is he such a person? My God, the perfect image in my heart has collapsed. Following the appearance of the inheritance grand arrays, Yi Yuan was pushed up the altar. The growth in strength was visible to the naked eye. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses growing at the same time, this kind of increase could be rated as terrifying. Someone as powerful as Jian Rufeng could not endure it anymore as well. The delight of having growth in strength was something that no one could give to them. Profound secrets could shield heaven's secrets, but it was also just to not let the divine race discover them. It could not make them become stronger. The person who made them become stronger was Yi Yuan. This kind of means already surpassed their imagination. So these few years, Yi Yuan had already been regarded by them as an existence on par with profound secrets. Even a fool could also tell how great the significance of these 18 inheritance grand arrays was. But now, Yi Yuan, who they viewed as a god, actually did not dare to face the divine race. This fact, they were seriously unable to accept it. Ji Qingyan, where did the drive when you wiped out the century celestial palaces and faced countless divine race powerhouses by yourself back then, all go to? Witch Cloud shouted angrily and berated painfully. He was disappointed to the extreme with Yi Yuan's answer. Yi Yuan had long already used his strength to conquer him, this alchemy path's #1 person. But that was all established on the basis of overthrowing the divine race. Now, he discovered that Yi Yuan was actually such a person. This made him unable to accept it. Facing the questioning voices that filled the sky, Yi Yuan was just silent. Only Jian Rufeng was absorbed in thought. Waving his hand, he said in a solemn voice, "All right, you all don't have to be like this. No matter how he chooses, that's his own business. No matter what, young friend Ji's contributions far outweigh his faults. It was him who brought us hope. Even if he chooses to leave, we don't have the qualifications to question him too." Finished saying, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Young friend Ji, no matter what, this ancestor represents all races and thank you." As he said, he gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly returned the bow. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. Although they were unable to accept it emotionally, they understood that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's words were not wrong. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance, this plan that was carefully planned by Deicide might just be an after-meal joke to the divine race. But with Yi Yuan's inheritance grand array, everything was different. After bowing, Jian Rufeng turned to his clansmen, his face revealing a reluctant look, as he choked up and said, "Gentlemen, having you all die together with me today, I, Jian Rufeng, have let you all down. Heavenly Dao Samsara, if there's an afterlife, I, Jian Rufeng, am willing to toil like a slave to repay you all." As he said, he also gave a deep bow toward his clan members. The clan members were greatly alarmed and returned the bow as they said, "Family head is overwhelming us. Family head is doing it for the people of the world, we're willing to follow in death." Jian Rufeng's gaze turned intent and he said in a clear voice, "Good. You all are my Jian family's fine sons. Let's get started." Everyone said in unison, "We follow family head's orders." This conversation did not have any pretentiousness for effect, it was full of a stirring and solemn noble spirit to die. Hundreds of thousands of hot-blooded men, how fired up with boundless enthusiasm were they? But at this time, they were already sobbing too much to talk. These hundreds of thousands of people, many of them were personally scouted by Jian Rufeng. Jian Rufeng was very heroic and generous as a person, with a leader's temperament that brought people into submission. Toward these juniors, he had never put on airs, rather like a brother being long-winded. Just like with Yi Yuan, after meeting him, Jian Rufeng directly designated him to be the chief instructor. This kind of breadth of spirit, even Yi Yuan was brought into submission. The rise of the human could not do without Yi Yuan, much less without Jian Rufeng. Yi Yuan only left behind inheritances. But this foundation was forged little by little, with Jian Rufeng expending countless years. To talk about contributions, Yi Yuan really did not dare to take credit. Why did the Jian family develop into the Heavenspan world's #1 major family in the future? This was not unrelated to what Jian Rufeng paid back then. Regardless of whether it was the human race, or demon race, or fiend race, or other races, they would all give the Jian family face. Therefore, the Jian family's forces spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world, but no one dared to say anything. Amidst the sobbing sounds, Jian Rufeng held his palm out. A blazing sun slowly rose in his palm. That blazing sun shone with boundless radiance, emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The incomparably vigorous aura blotted out the sky and sun as if blocking this heaven and earth. His gaze swept over the faces of his clan members and he said in a solemn voice, "I need your strength." "Who's first?" His voice had yet to fade when a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance in looks to Jian Rufeng slowly walked out and said in a clear voice, "Big brother, I'll go first." Jian Rufeng's face twitched, but he forced a smile and said, "Haha, good brother, you go first, big brother will follow right after." That laughter virtually carried tears. This person was Jian Rufeng's younger brother, Jian Ruyun. Jian Ruyun did not say a word, traces of power gushing out of his body, and merging into the blazing sun in Jian Rufeng's hand. Jian Ruyun's body was also becoming fainter bit by bit, turning lighter. Jian Rufeng's eyes were long already wet with tears. A man would not easily shed tears until his heart was broken. Even for someone as strong as Jian Rufeng, how could he bear it under such circumstances? After Jian Ruyun, one powerhouse after another from the Jian family also followed closely behind. With the members of Jian family passing away one by one, it moved everyone present greatly. The originally sobbing sounds gradually turned into wailing sounds. The Jian family is righteous. Even if I, Shang Hang, is dashed to pieces, I'll also suppress the divine race for all of eternity. Today, I swear in the name of heavenly Tao, if I shrink back in front of divine race one day, I'll never reincarnate for all of eternity. Shang Hang swore to heaven in tears. I, Qin Chao, swear to heaven, I'll definitely expel the divine race in this lifetime, nothing will shake my resolve. In the crowd, Qin Chao similarly swore. There was no idea how many swore an oath to heaven like them. It was also precisely starting from today, that their aspirations became incomparably firm, all the way until the doomsday battle erupted. The blazing sun in Jian Rufeng's hand became larger and larger, and increasingly hotter. Finally, the Jian family's 100 powerhouses were all dead, while Jian Rufeng's tears had long already been dried by the blazing sun. Next, it was his turn. His gaze looked in Witch Cloud's direction and he said, "Old friend, I leave everything in your hands." As he said, an astonishing aura surged wildly. Chapter 2395, Azure and Profound Dual Saints. Jian Rufeng's aura pierced the horizon as if going to punch through this sky. Being able to surpass the divine race's strongest celestial master, Jian Rufeng's strength was beyond a doubt. From his body, countless filaments emerged, injecting into the sun crazily. The blazing sun slowly rose, and flew higher and higher, heading straight for that horizon. His figure also gradually became illusory. Lord Profound Secrets, take care. Lord Profound Secrets, farewell. The geniuses knelt down one after another and paid obeisance towards Jian Rufeng's gradually dissipating figure over and over again. The bitter and painful atmosphere spread throughout the entire world. Suddenly, a drizzle floated down from the sky. Perhaps, even heaven was moved too, right? Yi Yuan's throat choked up. Even if he had long already known the ending, he could not resist weeping at this time too. Cultivators, who did not hope for longevity, did not hate to part with the secular world. Even Yi Yuan was unable to rise above conventions too. Did Jian Rufeng not have any reluctance to part with this world? Of course he had. Yi Yuan saw too much reluctance in his eyes. He could not bear to part with his younger brother, his youngest son, and could not bear to part with the foundation that he created. But he still left resolutely, as if this world already had no one who could hold him. How much courage did this require? If there was a clear future, Jian Rufeng's sacrifice might be very meaningful. But Yi Yuan knew that everyone present had too many uncertainties about the future. Among them, it included Jian Rufeng himself. If his sacrifice could not exchange for the rise of the myriad races. If in the future, the divine race suppressed the myriad races. Then, his sacrifice would have no meaning at all. But, he still went to do it unswervingly. At this very moment, any words were feeble. Jian Rufeng might not have been the strongest person in 2 epochs, but, he was the #1 virtuous person in 2 epochs. Fully deserving. Furthermore, Yi Yuan saw that the resolve in the eyes of the geniuses was unprecedented. Jian Rufeng was burning himself, and igniting the hope of the myriad races. Ji Qingyan, is your heart made out of stone? Facing everything that Profound Secrets has done, don't you feel ashamed standing here? Do you want him to die with his eyes open? All of a sudden, Witch Cloud burst out, questioning Yi Yuan. Everyone knew what Yi Yuan's existence signified. If deicide originally only had one spiritual pillar, that would be Jian Rufeng. But all these had quietly changed following Yi Yuan's arrival. Very soon, deicide became a dualistic structure. Jian Rufeng and Yi Yuan were both the leaders in everyone's hearts. Now, Jian Rufeng was about to pass away, Yi Yuan was the best successor. But Yi Yuan actually had no intention of taking part. Hence, Witch Cloud wanted to use this shout to redeem Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Senior Witch Cloud, it is not that this G doesn't want to, but that I can't. Just why is it? Witch Cloud's eyes were full of incomprehension. He could clearly feel Yi Yuan's emotion, but just what was it that made him so full of misgivings? Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Turns out that's how it is. Right at this time, Jian Rufeng suddenly burst into laughter, as if realizing something. His figure already became extremely illusory and might disappear at any time. He looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said, Old friend, don't make things difficult for him anymore. The things that he's shouldering are what we cannot comprehend. Everyone, listen, from today onward, Ji Qingyan will be respected as a saint, titled Saint Azure. I hope that everyone will pass down his achievements and contributions forever. Everyone, remember, his contributions are far above this ancestors. Witch Cloud was greatly surprised, not understanding why Jian Rufeng said so. But he knew that Jian Rufeng definitely saw a trace of heaven's secret on his deathbed. Just what was it that he saw? Who in the world was this Ji Qingyan? Jian Rufeng looked at Yi Yuan again, his gaze already becoming different. That look carried heavy surprise and wonder. Jian Rufeng gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Many thanks for young friend's help. Please accept a bow from this Jian. Yi Yuan naturally knew what he saw and said with a sigh, Senior, you don't have to be like this. Everything is foreordained by heaven. Jian Rufeng shook his head and said, Heaven's will has destiny and has variables. Heaven's will mocks men, and don't people affect heaven's will. The cause and effect, probably even heavenly Tao can't explain it clearly, right? This Jian will be going. Young friend carries a heavy burden and has a long road ahead. Please take care. Yi Yuan also bowed down and said, Senior seeks virtue and acquires it. This junior definitely won't let you down. Jian Rufeng smiled slightly, his entire person turning into a wisp of light breeze, disappearing. And that blazing sun also gradually rose above the sky, emitting waves of terrifying undulations, completely covering up the heavenly hidden world's heaven secrets. Since then, 2 suns floated up in the sky of the heavenly hidden world. Yi Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling like his body was hollowed out. The crying gradually ceased. What replaced it was a deathly silence. There were several 100,000 people present, but not the slightest bit of sound was emitted. Clearly, they were all immersed in grief, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. No idea how long had passed either. Witch Cloud heaved a long sigh and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, and said, Heaven's secrets can't be revealed, but old friend's words on his deathbed, it definitely won't be a careless remark. He thanked young friend Ji, and this old man thanks you too. From today onwards, you are Saint Azure. As he said, Witch Cloud directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This old man Witch Cloud pays respect to Saint Azure. Paying respect to Saint Azure. Everyone knelt down toward Yi Yuan, the shouting shocking the heavens. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and was somewhat melancholic as he said, Senior's words on his deathbed, this G doesn't dare to refuse. But Senior Profound Secrets' actions are sufficient to be conferred as a saint. This saint will posthumously canonize him as Saint Profound. Everyone doesn't have objections, right? Witch Cloud bowed and said, Yes, we obey Saint Azure's words. From today onward, You an old friend will be called azure and profound dual saints. Saint. A saint. Men of great talent and virtue for eternity. To get this qualification, one must be respected together by all races. Yi Yuan looked at Witchcloud and said with a sigh, Senior, this saint knows that you're filled with puzzlement, but you also know this. Heaven's secrets can't be divulged. Some things, this saint really can't explain it. Witchcloud's expression flickered incessantly, but he nodded his head in the end. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Little Profound Secrets, and he forced a smile as he said, Good job. You definitely won't be worse than your father in the future. You are also someone who has the qualification to be conferred as a saint. Little Profound Secrets was still young, but he already quite had the air of his father. Hearing that, Lit Profound Secrets nodded and said, Saint Azure, rest assured. Haoran definitely won't let you and father down. Yi Yuan smiled and arrived before Shanghang again, and he said smilingly, I hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. All right, Saint Profound has already passed away. It's also time for this saint to leave, farewell. Finished saying, Yi Yuan took a step out and already vanished in front of everyone. Jian Rufeng triggered Heaven's secrets before dying. Yi Yuan had a foreboding that his time here seemed to be coming to an end. Hence, Yi Yuan went out of the heavenly hidden world. Several years later, the entire Heavenspan world was plunged into endless darkness. A violent storm suddenly raged above the boundless and endless sea of East Billow. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, a figure disappeared from this spacetime. Chapter 2396, Return. 3 years have already passed, and yet that kid hasn't woken up yet. Most likely, he won't be able to wake up anymore. Heh, good that he can't wake up. If not for that punk, it would have been impossible for me to not even obtain the 10 major inheritances. Best that he'll be a living corpse in the future. Haha, Brother Carefree's resentment towards him is very deep. But thanks to him, we can cultivate for 1,000 years more in the primeval war realm. That's right, haha, if he knows about this in the spacetime turbulence, he'll probably be angered until he vomits blood, right? In the primeval war realm's celestial beast plane, several young men had just finished a great battle and were currently discussing about Yi Yuan who was swept into the spacetime turbulence. One of them was precisely Noble Carefree, Yu Tanji, who harbored deep resentment toward Yi Yuan. 3 years' time had already passed in the outside world since Yi Yuan was swept into the spacetime turbulence, which was also 300 years in the primeval war realm. The primeval war realm was indeed a holy land for cultivation. These 300 years, to them, these unpredictable children, their improvement had been tremendous. The strengths of Yu Tanji, these people were already able to enter the celestial beast plane to kill fierce beasts. Because of Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets made the exception and let the unpredictable children continue staying in the primeval war realm to cultivate. As for the outside world's affairs, he could only request those big shots to come forward and monitor the divine race's activities strictly. Fortunately, in these 3 years, the divine race did not cause too big of a commotion. Both parties were currently in a stalemate. Among the few people, a youth in black robes said with a cold snort, Yu Tanji, you're a little too narrow-minded. If Yi Yuan really can't come back, that will be a massive loss to our human race. Perhaps, our human race will fall into a state of eternal damnation. At that time, I hope that you can still laugh. But Yu Tanji said disdainfully, Wan Zhen, don't you scare this young noble anymore, saying it like we haven't witnessed the divine race before. Let me tell you this. Before this young noble came in, I've already had a taste of the divine race's powerhouses. 2 words, merely thus. They are indeed much stronger than ordinary human powerhouses, but to us, these top unpredictable children, they are not considered very strong. Whether that punk dies or not, doesn't have much influence on the battle situation. Moreover, do you feel that someone can escape from the spacetime turbulence? Yu Tanji made no attempt to hide his dislike for Yi Yuan. Because of Yi Yuan, he could not even enter the top 11, losing an opportunity to become stronger. Oh, is that so? Then, I'm afraid, I'll have to disappoint you. Just as Yu Tanji was gloating over others' misfortune, a voice seemingly came from eternity, making everyone present jump in fright. Yu Tanji's expression changed wildly and he exclaimed, Who is it, playing tricks? Get out for this young noble. He spread his divine sense out, but could not find any clues at all. But right at this time, a shocking scene appeared. The void had an opening torn open by someone. This kind of tearing was not just traversing through the void, but spacetime being torn apart at the same time. As if someone crawled out of the long river of time and space. A figure walked out of that opening. Yi Yuan. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this person in disbelief. This figure was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who had traveled back from the previous epoch. When he went, it was him who triggered Heaven's secrets. But when he returned, it was Jian Rufeng who triggered Heaven's secrets, connecting the two spacetimes. Perhaps it was inevitable, maybe it was accidental. But the trip to the ancient times touched Yi Yuan's heart deeply. This journey, he felt like he had spent as long as tens of billions of years. Clearly just a few thousand years of life, but he felt like he had experienced seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. When he returned, his mentality was already completely different. All the way until he heard Yu Tanji's voice in the spacetime turbulence did a sense of warmth arose spontaneously. When he saw Yi Yuan again, Wan Zhen felt like he did not know him anymore. The person was still that person. But the feeling that he gave him was totally different. Originally, when they looked at Yi Yuan, he was like a little brother. But the current Yi Yuan standing in front of him, he seemed to be facing a major power who had experienced the accumulation of countless years. Somewhat like Grand Ancestor Spacetime. No, he was even more archaic than Grand Ancestor Spacetime and made people not dare to look directly at him. Why Yi Yuan? How is this possible? You were clearly swept into the spacetime turbulence. How can you possibly return to reality? Yu Tanji had an expression like he had seen a ghost, even stammering when talking. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Tanji, shook his head, and said with a sigh, being able to go, naturally means being able to return. What's strange about it? Also, that kind of ignorant words just now, don't say them in the future. The divine race's true elites haven't appeared at all. You're being ignorantly boastful here. Who gave you the courage? The ancient times' myriad races, majors had immensely formidable means. Which one wasn't stronger than you? But they were nearly completely annihilated under the divine race's cruel oppression. I really don't know where your arrogance comes from. Yi Yuan had witnessed before the ancient times' geniuses. In terms of talent, temperament, and courage, they were virtually 100 times stronger than Yu Tanji. It seemed like the human race had indeed been comfortable for too long. Yu Tanji smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "What are you being cocky in front of this young noble for? In these 300 years, this young noble cultivated bitterly, my cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, I'm God knows how many times stronger than back then. But you drifted in the spacetime turbulence for 300 years. Right now, you're not this young noble's match at all. What qualifications do you have to lecture this young noble?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being unable to stifle his laughter. In ancient times, he was already canonized as a saint. Although his strength had not reached the apex, his aura of a sovereign was already formed. Was this Yu Tanji blind, to actually not even be able to perceive this, to actually provoke him? Only to see him stand with his hands behind his back as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then bring out the strength that you've cultivated bitterly these few years, and let me take a look." Yu Tanji grinned hideously and said, "I had precisely that intention. You caused this young noble to fail to get the 10 major inheritances. Today, I'll take back a bit of interest first. After going out of the primeval war realm, this young noble will make you regret being born in this world." After talking, Yu Tanji released his divine essence, his aura skyrocketing. He had actually reached peak 9th firmament heavenly emperor already. He was just half a step away from Diva realm. To him, there was no difficulty in transcending Diva first blight at all. And his power of laws was also several times stronger than before. These 300 years, he worked harder after knowing humiliation, and his strength was indeed no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, the Wan Zhen by the side revealed a strange look. Before Yi Yuan left back then, he could still see Yi Yuan's actual situation clearly. But now, he could not see through Yi Yuan at all. The present Wan Zhen having obtained the 10 major inheritances and also having experienced 300 years of bitter cultivation, his strength was no idea how many times stronger than back then. However, when he faced the current Yi Yuan, he did not even have the courage to attack at all anymore. Did Yu Tanji, this guy's head, have a hole? Can't he see how powerful Yi Yuan was? Ha ha ha, go and die. Yu Tanji released his strength fully, smashing over towards Yi Yuan like a group of meteors. This move could likely even forcefully contend with diva powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not have the intention of making a move. Chapter 2397, Reunion that spans spacetime. A second ago, Yu Tanji's momentum was astonishing, as if going to decimate this world. But in the next second, his figure backed away involuntarily. After a bout of tossing down, he actually returned to his original point again. Wang Zhen's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. He thought that Yi Yuan became very strong, but he did not expect that he became so strong. Just now, Yi Yuan merely relied on spatial law, and he forced Yu Tanji back to his original point without even making a move. This is also too strong, right? Why did his strength become even more unfathomable in the spacetime turbulence? Originally thought that he had a slim chance of surviving, but who knew that he already made all of us look up to him? The shock that this scene earlier brought to the group of unpredictable children was too intense. Originally, Yi Yuan still needed to use the true Nirvana sword formation to deal with them, these unpredictable children. But 300 years passed, Yi Yuan did not even need to make a move and he forced Yu Tanji back. One had to know, this was the Yu Tanji who had already made great progress, and not the Yu Tanji back then. Impossible, impossible. Why is your spatial law strong to this kind of extent? What on earth did you experience inside the spatial turbulent flow? Yu Tanji said with a dazed look. This exchange just now, it hit him too hard. Although the previous Yi Yuan was monstrous, he did not exceed their imagination. But now, he already could not see Yi Yuan clearly anymore. Yi Yuan already reached a level that he was too far behind to catch up. Yi Yuan sighed quietly and said, a cleansing of the soul, a tragic song of blood and years. Of course, you may never be able to understand these. Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. Just then, several powerful auras burst out of the sky. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and the rest felt the fluctuations in spacetime, they rushed over. When Profound Secrets saw Yi Yuan, he was overjoyed at first. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. There was also Xianxia who had virtually the same expression as him. Senior, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura seems like a person? Profound Secrets felt that his mouth was a little dry. That person, he would never be able to forget. He had never seen that person's true face before. But that person's aura, he would never forget it. It was him and his father. They were the ones who were called Azure and Profound Dual Saints. It was him who created an unprecedented flourishing age. Xianxia's expression had an indescribable shock as he muttered, This is impossible. How can this be possible? In the long river of time, the time that person existed, was merely a snap of a finger. But it was that snap of the fingers that created a new era. Yi Yuan superimposed the Yi Yuan in front of him together with that figure who traversed the endless long river of spacetime. They were actually exactly the same. At that time, he could not see that person's true face clearly. But now, he could see this person extremely clearly. Hang on, this must be an illusion. How can this sort of thing possibly happen? Xianxia had a panicky look. The others did not understand what it meant and did not know why these two great sovereigns would suddenly become so panicky. Although Yi Yuan's return was miraculous, it was also not to the extent of making them become like this, right? What in the world happened? Even Ancestor Lightning had a blank face too. He did not know what could make a supreme major power like Xianxia have such a visible change in countenance. What in the world happened to Yi Yuan? Senior Shang, what's wrong with you? Isn't he just Yi Yuan? Ancestor Lightning said in confusion. Xianxia trembled, only then abruptly startled awake and said, Right, isn't he just Yi Yuan? Misconception, ha ha ha, it must be a misconception. Isn't that so, Profound Secrets brat? He turned to look at Profound Secrets and discovered that Profound Secrets was currently looking at him extremely seriously. Xianxia was immediately like a deflated ball. Profound Secrets shut his eyes and took a deep breath as if digesting something. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, and slowly let out a turbid breath as he said, Senior Shang, I think. I understand. Xianxia's expression was ugly as he said, What did you understand? Profound Secrets said solemnly, that person appeared bafflingly and left. Similarly incomprehensibly, just like, he appeared out of the blue and disappeared into thin air again. Do you still remember what he said? It wasn't unwillingness, but, couldn't. Why couldn't? Because, he doesn't belong to that era at all. Do you still remember my father's sudden enlightenment while on his deathbed? The heaven's secrets that he saw through, must be this. Also, do you remember what he last said to you? Xianxia's entire body trembled, his eyes widening and looking toward Yuan. Hope that when you meet me again, you won't be too surprised. You and I still have a bout of destiny in the future. This destiny shall span space-time. Even after endless years, Xianxia still remembered that person's words extremely clearly. Because that person affected his whole life. Are you really Lord Saint Azure? Xianxia used all the strength in his body and asked Yuan. Hearing Saint Azure 2 words, Ancestor Lightning's whole body trembled, looking at Yuan with a look of astonishment, titanic waves being set off in his heart. This name, there was long already no one who remembered it in this epoch. But in the last epoch, he was one of the 2 people that the myriad races admired. When he entered the heavenly hidden world, Azure and Profound dual saints were long gone. But their great names had never been cut off from his ears before. It was Saint Profound who won time for the myriad races with the shielding of heaven's secrets. It was Saint Azure who set up 18 inheritance grand arrays and created 18 grand ancestors. Without these 2 people, there would not be today's heavenspan world too. With these 2 people, there would not be him, this ancestor lightning. But how could this blazing sun-like name be connected to this immature youth before his eyes? Yuan was silent all along. But at this time, he smiled brightly and said, Xianxia, long time no see. You've done very well. Xianxia was filled with a multitude of feelings, tears streaming down his old face. He actually directly knelt down toward Yuan. Xianxia is incompetent and failed to completely defeat the divine race. I've let your excellency down. This supreme powerhouse who was akin to a divinity was crying like a child at this time. Ancestor Lightning, Wan Zhen, Yu Tangji, Pang Zhen, as well as the numerous powerhouses present, all opened their mouths wide, shocked until they were unable to think. They had long already known about this old man's identity. He was the strongest person since time immemorial and not one of. This person was in existence who could have a showdown with the divine race's supreme powerhouse, Tian Qing. He was the well-deserving human race's #1 person. But he actually knelt down toward Yuan. Although a lot was said, they still did not understand what in the world happened. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. The muscles on Profound Secrets' face twitched endlessly. But in the end, it turned into a long sigh, and he also knelt down beside Xianxia. Jian Haoran pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, no matter how complicated this was, Yuan's identity of Saint Azure was undoubtedly ascertained. Saint Azure was in existence on par with his own father. When he saw Saint Azure, he had to kneel. Chapter 2398, without him, there won't be you all. If say Xianxia's kneel was still within the scope of everyone's understanding. Then Profound Secrets' kneel subverted everyone's understanding. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he was presently just a wisp of remnant thought too. How strong he was, these unpredictable children could not imagine it too. Time was sufficient to dilute everything. But Profound Secrets was the present era's #1 person. To some extent, his status was even higher than Dao ancestors. Dao ancestors were strong, that was strong in power. But the Jian family's tens of billions of years of operation, their forces spread to every corner of the heavenspan world. The great name of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, there were none who did not know in the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He was the strongest person living at the moment. His kneel represented that the heavenspan world's top powerhouse today bowed his head in submission in front of Yuan. This kind of surprise could not be described using words at all. The group of unpredictable children exchanged glances, shocked beyond recognition. What on earth happened? Yuan merely made a trip into the spacetime turbulence. So why did Lord Profound Secrets kneel towards him? Saint Azure, who the hell is that, to actually be able to make an ancient supreme powerhouse and the present era's strongest person kneel down at the same time? Yuan's age is merely a few thousand years old. So what right does he have to make 2 supreme powerhouses kneel? A belly full of questions was like a cat scratching, making them uncomfortable to the extreme. Just a few centuries ago, Yuan was still competing with them for the supreme inheritance. But making a trip to the spacetime turbulence, it was as if the whole world had changed. Seeing these two people kneel, Yuan was also filled with a multitude of feelings, and said with a sigh, "All get up. The seas have already changed into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas. I'm just Yuan, not Saint Azure." But Profound Secrets shook his head firmly and said, "Saint Azure is Saint Azure, unless the myriad races are destroyed. Otherwise, you'll always be Saint Azure. Without you, there wouldn't be the myriad races, 10 billion years of stability. Without you, the myriad races will still be trampled under the divine race's feet. Even if seas change into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas, it also can't cover up your achievements." Talking up to here, he turned to everyone again and said, "Everyone, all come and offer greetings to Saint Azure." This sentence carried an unquestionable majesty. He was not discussing with everyone, but he was commanding everyone. Yuanji had a look of refusal to comply on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "What bullshit, Saint Azure? Based on what? He's merely a brat who's still wet behind his ears. What right does he have to make me kneel?" "Yeah, Lord Profound Secrets, did you get the wrong person? He's Yuan, not this Saint Azure you're talking about." The group of unpredictable children could not get over this hurdle in their hearts at all. Making them kneel towards a peer, they could not do it. But Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Yuanji, "Insulting Saint Azure is regarded as insulting the myriad races. Yuanji, you have been disqualified. Everything that you obtained in the primeval war realm, this emperor will also take it back." Profound Secrets' eyes turned dark, pointing a finger at Yuanji. Yuanji's entire body trembled, feeling like something in his body was stripped away. His strength was regressing rapidly. Very soon, it returned to the level when he had just entered the primeval war realm. He had a look of horror and said, My strength." Profound Secrets' gaze was cold as he said, "The primeval war realm was created by me. As long as your consciousness hasn't returned to your body yet, I can take it back at any time." Profound Secrets could strip these countless inheritances from the ancient battlefield. Wanting to strip away the strength that Yuanji obtained was naturally accomplished with ease. He worked hard here for more than 1,000 years. He did not expect that in the end, it was all for naught. He actually did not obtain anything. At this time, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. If he had long known it would be like this, why did he have to run his mouth earlier? Except, he completely did not understand what kind of existence Saint Azure was in the eyes of Profound Secrets and xianxia. The group of unpredictable children was transfixed like wooden chickens. Clearly, they did not think that it would play out like this. At the same time, they also came to understand how sacred and inviolable Saint Azure's status in Profound Secrets' heart was. Wan Zhen was a sensible person, so he took the lead to kneel first. Profound Secrets might recognized him wrongly, but it was impossible for Profound Secrets and xianxia, 2 people to recognize wrongly at the same time. Clearly, judging from these 2 people's expressions earlier, they themselves also felt that it was too inconceivable. They had always been denying this fact but also had no choice but to accept this fact. But even so, the 2 of them still knelt down without the slightest hesitation. This was sufficient to show how lofty Saint Azure's status was. This kneel, Yuan was deserving of it. With Wan Zhen taking the lead, no matter how unwilling the other unpredictable sons were, they had to kneel too. Otherwise, if they had their strength taken back by Profound Secrets, that would be awkward. Hence, the others knelt down one after another. Profound Secrets' gaze looked at Yuanji coldly as he said in a chilly voice, "Why? You aren't kneeling yet." Yuanji, being looked at, felt as if he fell into a bottomless ice abyss, and he knelt down with a thud. Having his strength taken back and he still had to kneel. Yuanji even had the thought of wanting to cry at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was an existence that he could not provoke. Even his family's ancestor, if he really provoked Profound Secrets, he would be annihilated with a snap of a finger. In this heavenspan world, apart from Dao ancestors, there were none who could contend with the Jian family. Everyone knelt down one after another, leaving only Ancestor Lightning still standing there alone. Profound Secrets said in a cold voice, "Pang Tian, have you forgotten who bestowed you this crown of Dao Ancestor?" This time, Profound Secrets did not call out Ancestor Lightning, but he called his real name, Pang Tian. This was reminding him not to forget his origin. Without Azure and Profound Dual Saints, there would not be today's Ancestor Lightning. Ancestor Lightning's expression flickered incessantly. Others could kneel, but he was the paramount Tao ancestor. How could he kneel? However, as an ancient existence who similarly survived from the previous epoch, he was deeply aware of azure and profound dual saint status in that era. He was also clear that there was nothing wrong with profound secrets' words. He took a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, "Are you sure that he's Saint Azure?" Profound Secrets nodded and said, "Irrefutable." Before this, his body didn't have that aura. But this time, he retrieved the aura that belonged to him originally from the spacetime turbulence. Therefore, he's Saint Azure. Ancestor Lightning was silent. Finally, he still knelt down slowly. "Everyone, kneel thrice and kowtow 9 times, pay respects to Saint Azure." Profound Secrets said in a clear voice. "We pay respects to Saint Azure." Under Profound Secrets' lead, everyone carried out the etiquette of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows in Yuan's direction. This was the highest level courtesy. After the ceremony, Yuan sighed slightly and said with a bitter smile, "All get up. Not just you guys, this saint also feels that it's inconceivable until now. But since the 2 of you recognized this saint, then it also confirms that this isn't an empty dream. It's just that, this is a little too inconceivable." Profound Secrets nodded and said, "It's naturally not an empty dream. The 18 inheritance grand arrays created the human race's eternal prosperity. Nobody is able to erase this." Done talking, his gaze swept over all of the unpredictable children, and he said in a solemn voice, "I know that you all feel dissatisfied, feeling that Lord Saint Azure is peers with you guys, and isn't worthy of accepting the ceremony of bowing and kowtow. But, without him, this world won't have you all." Chapter 2399, 10 billion years is a place to cultivate. "Lord Profound Secrets, your words are too much, right? Without him, there won't be us." "These words sound really strange," Pang Zhen said in a solemn voice. At this time, only he dared to speak up. But his words indeed represented the inner voices of the unpredictable children. Profound Secrets did not speak, but Shang Heng laughed coldly and said, "That's because you all don't know how great the contributions Azure and Profound Dual Saints made to the myriad races. These 2 people created an era. Saint Profound, who is also Profound Secrets' brat's father, offered up the lives of 100 Jian clan members as the price, to ignite the Son of Heaven's secrets, and conceal Heaven's secrets, winning a respite for the human race. Saint Azure, left behind 18 inheritance grand arrays, and created 18 grand ancestors as well as countless powerhouses for the myriad races. Otherwise, who do you all think these 10 billion years of prosperity and stability were captured by? If you all don't know how strong grand ancestors are, then this ancestor will tell you guys." As he said, he pointed at Ancestor Lightning and said with a proud expression, "When this ancestor was at my prime, even if he's augmented by rule, he might not be this ancestor's match too. Of course, if Heavenly Tao takes back his power of rule, it's as easy as turning my hand over, for this ancestor to kill him." All around, came a series of cold air being sucked in sounds. This statement completely subverted their imagination. Weren't Tao ancestors invincible existences? This old man before their eyes was actually so strong at his heyday. The 18 Tao ancestor level powerhouses. This was simply unimaginable. This kind of horrifying strength actually lost to the divine race. The divine race was actually so strong. Profound Secrets nodded his head and added, "The last doomsday battle was fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, mountains and rivers shattering. The 18 grand ancestors all died, the myriad races had countless powerhouses who perished. But even so, we failed to completely defeat the divine race too. You all can imagine how strong the divine race is. Therefore, without Saint Azure, even if my father ignited the Son of Heaven's secrets, the myriad races would have ultimately ended in failure too. If that was the case, it would have likely caused a catastrophic blow to the myriad races. Where will you all come from? Therefore, you all can be disrespectful toward this emperor, but absolutely can't be disrespectful towards Saint Azure. From today onwards, if anyone dares to be disrespectful towards Saint Azure, once it reaches this emperor's ears, this emperor will hunt him down to the ends of the world." The group of unpredictable children was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. This secret from 10 billion years ago, they had never heard it before. The era was too distant, they were simply unable to imagine what kind of extreme misery the myriad races were living in back then. These 2 people's words exploded in their ears like claps of thunder. Only then did they know how tragic the previous doomsday battle was. Only then did they know how strong the ancient time myriad race powerhouses were. Compared to the ancient times, the current myriad races' powerhouses were simply trash. No wonder Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would raise such a big rumpus, gathering a million unpredictable children to undergo the battle of geniuses. Pang Zhen had a dumbfounded look and could not resist asking Ancestor Lightning, Ancestor, is what he said true? Aren't Dao ancestors, invincible existences? Ancestor. Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still nodded his head and said, when Senior Shang was at his prime, he can annihilate Diva Fifth Blights with one hand. His spacetime law already reached an inconceivable level. If this ancestor doesn't rely on the power of law, I'm not his match at all. Not Dao ancestor, but stronger than Dao ancestors. Can a person's strength actually reach such a terrifying level? With Ancestor Lightning acknowledging that he was inferior to Shang Hang, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Even a Dao ancestor was not a match. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Then what kind of monster was the Saint Azure who could groom such a terrifying existence? Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Were all these really done by him? Yu Tanji's expression flickered indeterminately and he said in a solemn voice, Lord Profound Secrets, but what has this got to do with Yi Yuan? What Saint Azure has done, this junior admires endlessly too. But Yi Yuan is someone from 10 billion years later. So how can he possibly go to the ancient times to teach you all? Furthermore, just his bit of strength, what right does he have to have taught a character like Grand Ancestor Spacetime? Also, even if he traveled through spacetime this time, he wasn't even born yet 10 billion years ago, how could he have taught you all? Could it be that everything that happened today is actually still 10 billion years ago? None of these makes sense. Clearly, he still did not believe it. Yu Tanji's series of questions was the key to this issue. 10 billion years ago, Yi Yuan's grandfather's grandfather was not even born yet. How did Yi Yuan go and teach them? Profound Secrets' brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he could not answer this question either. But he was certain that Yi Yuan was Saint Azure. Saint Azure came out of thin air and also left baselessly. Before my father died, he saw a trace of heaven's secrets too. He said that the things that Saint Azure is shouldering, were all unable to understand it. But now, this emperor understands. Profound Secrets said in a solemn voice. Yu Tanji was still unrelenting as he said, if all these were just a coincidence. Didn't you, Lord Profound Secrets, not have seen Saint Azure's true face too? As long as he proved that Yi Yuan was not Saint Azure, everything could be discussed. What right did Yi Yuan have to become Saint Azure? But these words really stumped Profound Secrets. Humph, you brat, what the hell do you know? The profundities of time and space, these two great supreme laws, forget about you, even this ancestor can hardly get a complete picture too. At this time, Shang Hang snorted coldly and said, do you know why spacetime reversal chaos this move is called this name? Heh, this ancestor has only used this move once in my lifetime. That's in that battle to deal with Tian Qing. Because once this move is used, even I can't control the direction of time and space too. This ancestor can't beat Tian Qing and can only exile him to the spacetime turbulence. Under this move, spacetime will turn chaotic. Those who are exiled will forever be lost in the chaotic spacetime. Lord Saint Azure triggered the spacetime reversal chaos. A reverse chaos happened between these two spacetime. The events of the two spacetime really happened. It's just that because of the disorder of spacetime, the order is already not important. Or should I say, the spacetime of these 10 billion years is all chaotic. Now, Lord Saint Azure returned. Only now is the spacetime of these 10 billion years considered complete. These 300 years, he leapt across spacetime and took back the name of Saint Azure. These 10 billion years of spacetime, it is merely Saint Azure's place to cultivate. His accomplishments in spacetime law in the future will be far above this ancestor's. As long as he's given sufficient time, he'll be able to sweep away the divine race by himself. In terms of understanding spacetime law, no one in this world could compare to Shang Hang. This explanation of his shocked everyone even more until they were dumbstruck with amazement. Regarding the spacetime samsara of 10 billion years as his own training land. Spacetime law, it was simply hard for ordinary people to surmise. They were not tangible and material like other laws. They really existed, but could not be touched at all. Furthermore, when they reached an extremely profound level, it was even harder for ordinary people to imagine. Chapter 2400, Massive Crisis. Ha ha ha, Tian Qing, finally returned from the spacetime turbulence. Xianxia, so what even if you exiled me into the spacetime turbulence? This ancestor returning like a king, who can stop me in this era? Ha ha ha. Not long after Yuan returned to the primeval war realm, a middle-aged man dressed in ragged clothes rushed out of the void, laughing wildly without ceasing. His voice was akin to rolling thunder, virtually making the entire world tremble. Although this middle-aged man was in tattered clothes, the aura on his body was virtually smashing through this firmament. With every action, it was as if heaven and earth moved along with him. This middle-aged man was none other than precisely the Tian Qing who was exiled into the spacetime turbulence by Xianxia. An epoch later, he finally returned. Tian Qing's appearance immediately caused a great panic. He did not conceal his aura. Within a radius of 10 million miles, all of the powerhouses trembled endlessly under his pressure. Even some reclusive heavenly emperor-old monsters were alarmed one after another too. Tian Qing. Who is Tian Qing? How can he be so powerful? Too strong. I feel that this is simply facing heavenly Tao. What does this person want to do? His aura seems to be different from ours. He wouldn't be of the divine race, right? Some people were frightened until their faces turned green, fleeing for their lives in a panic. The heavenspan world had as many powerhouses as clouds, but even ninth firmament heavenly emperor mighty experts could not cause such a terrifying commotion too. The divine race's supreme expert coming into being, it immediately alarmed countless powerhouses. Suddenly, Tian Qing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Sure enough, the present heavenspan world has already been occupied by these ants. A bunch of ants who overestimate their own ability to actually dare affront the might of heaven. Today, I'll make you all disappear from this world." Done talking, he flicked his finger, an invisible stream of force tore across the air. An apocalyptic power instantly covered a vast expanse of open ground. Several cities that were not far from him were instantly turned to ashes. The billions of powerhouses in these dozens of cities were left without corpses. The power of a single strike was utterly appalling. Tian Qing's face was indifferent as if he just killed a bunch of ants. However, he was clearly not satisfied yet, his figure moving, disappearing from his original spot. Very soon, cities of varying sizes completely disappeared from the heavenspan world one after another. This commotion immediately caused a huge wave in the heavenspan world. This undulation was too terrifying, there was no way for them to not know too. In the divine race camp, there was elated dancing and cheering. Ha ha ha, we finally waited it out. With Lord Tian Qing returning, it's time for us to sweep across the heavenspan world. Those foolish humans think that we're scared of Tao ancestors. They completely didn't know that we were waiting for Lord Tian Qing's return. An epoch of waiting, and finally, it's time for the divine race to reign over the world again. Among the divine race's 8 lineages, the heaven lineage was revered as supreme. The heaven lineage respected Tian Qing as supreme. Tian Qing was the divine race's god. His might could not be measured using words at all. Destruction with a snap of a finger, it was referring to him. His battle with Xianxia back then riddled the heavenspan world full of holes. Xianxia fighting against him with space and time, 2 great laws, was a notch inferior to him too. Finally, Xianxia had no choice but to activate spacetime reversal chaos, exiling Tian Qing. Only then was there the human race's final victory. Now, Tian Qing returned, and Xianxia was already no longer here. Who was Tian Qing's match? Father, things are bad. The divine race's progenitor, Tian Qing, returned from the spacetime turbulence, and struck violently in the heavenspan world, destroying thousands of cities. Ancestor Water, Ancestor Fire, Ancestor Wind, 3 great Tao ancestors took action at the same time. After a great battle, Tian Qing escaped back to the divine race with heavy injuries. The 3 great Tao ancestors also sustained severe injuries. Jian Yongxin entered the primeval war realm in a panic, bringing in this earth-shattering news. Everyone fell into shock. What did you say? Tian Qing returned from the spacetime turbulence. Profound Secrets' entire body trembled as he said absent-mindedly. Ancestor Lightning's expression also changed wildly and he said, the 3 of them joining hands wasn't Tian Qing's match. Each and every one of the unpredictable children present was shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. His power alone seriously wounded 3 great Tao ancestors. This kind of strength was simply too terrifying. It turned out that Grand Ancestor Spacetime was not boasting. The divine race strength was really too powerful. Only then did they understand why these ancient era powerhouses were so apprehensive of the divine race. That was Dao ancestor, especially Yu Tanji. His face was deathly pale. Only then did he know how ignorant he was. Senior Shang, this, profound secrets could not refrain from looking at Shang Hang. Shang Hang's eyes flickered. Finally, he let out a sigh and said, with Saint Azure returning, the space-time reversal chaos ended. It naturally can't stop a character like Tian Qing anymore as well. Profound Secrets said absent-mindedly, how can this be? Senior Shang has already passed on, while Saint Azure has yet to attain Dao. Who else in this world can still stop Tian Qing? Could it be that our human race can't escape this calamity in the end? At this very moment, it was as if the sky had fallen down in the primeval war realm. Even Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning also lost their wits at this time. No one could have expected that on the eve of the Doomsday Battle, such a huge change would actually occur. Tian Qing's return shattered all of their hopes. In the previous era, because Saint Profound shielded heaven's secrets, the myriad races cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the heavenly hidden world before they finally dragged the divine race down from their altar. But now, there was already no time to let the human race geniuses grow up. Even if Yi Yuan rebuilt 18 grand arrays anew, it was also impossible to groom a powerhouse like Grand Ancestor Spacetime. They all believed that, if Yi Yuan grew up, he would surely be able to stop the divine race. But he was running out of time. Lord Saint Azure, what should we do now? Shang Hang suddenly asked Yi Yuan. In this place, it was also just him who could maintain a trace of composure. With him saying so, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Yuan. If say that the human race still had hope, then this hope might lie on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been silent all along. Hearing Shang Hang asked, only then he slowly said, we still have time. This battle, although Tian Qing exhibited powerful strength, it also proved one thing, he isn't invincible. After this battle, I think that the divine race will still be afraid of Dao Ancestor's strength. Furthermore, Tian Qing probably also wouldn't dare to make a move within a short time. Profound Secrets' expression was ugly as he said, but Heavenly Dao will be taking back the power of rules very soon. At that time, we won't have any reliance at all. Yi Yuan asked, how long is there still? Profound Secrets said, 100 years at shortest, 1,000 years at the longest. Yi Yuan fell silent again. This time was indeed too short. Although his cultivation speed was fast, it was also impossible to reach Tian Qing's realm in a short 1,000 years. Moreover, the divine race's powerhouses did not just have Tian Qing alone. Each one of the divine race's 8 lineages progenitors could not be underestimated. Even if they were inferior to Tian Qing, they were absolutely not beneath Profound Secrets too. Only after being silent for a long time did Yi Yuan slowly say, since that's the case, then there's only to fight. Chapter 2401, Thrive in Calamity and Perish in Soft Living. Fight, how to fight. Yu Tanji laughed coldly and wanted to shoot a sarcastic remark, but he swallowed his words back when they reached the tip of his tongue. Yi Yuan's current identity was different. If he did not watch his mouth again, it would not be as simple as having his strength taken back anymore. Sure enough, Profound Secrets gave him a glance. This glance made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar. However, Yu Tanji's question was similarly what everyone's question was. How to fight? Yi Yuan slowly said, no matter what, to battle is the best way to increase strength. Regardless of whether it is 100 years or 1,000 years, how much strength can be improved will depend on our good fortunes. Although Yi Yuan could use time law to groom powerhouses, this would mean he would not have time to go and cultivate anymore. Furthermore, wanting to create a small world that could accommodate thousands of martial artists would expend a great deal of energy in the first place. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly hidden world back then or the current primeval war realm, it expended the 2 generations, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' countless manpower and material resources. It was not something that could be accomplished overnight. This kind of method was clearly not too suitable for the current situation anymore. Ancestor Lightning's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, what kind of solution is this? Yi Yuan said coolly, otherwise. The few of you Dao ancestors rush to the divine race and finish off all of their progenitors. Ancestor Lightning's throat choked up, and he immediately shut his mouth. 3 great Dao ancestors taking action at the same time could not do anything to Tian Qing too. If they went, they absolutely would not gain any advantage. This battle completely made both parties become fearful of each other. After Shang Hang mused for a moment, he suddenly spoke up, I feel that this idea can work. In the last Doomsday battle, although the powerhouses on our side nearly died out, they didn't gain any advantage either. Apart from Tian Qing, the other progenitors, states shouldn't have recovered to their peak yet. In terms of the number of experts, all of our races added together is 10 times, even 100 times of theirs. Even if we use human lives to stack, we can also stack them to death. What we lack most here is a combat force that is capable of fighting with Tian Qing. Speaking of this, Shang Hang's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said, if Tian Qing doesn't die, even if all of the other members of the divine race are killed, it makes no difference too. His combat power is already strong until it can ignore the number of people. At this point, everyone's gaze is concentrated on Yi Yuan. If there was someone here who could reach Tian Qing's height, it would be none other than him. The eternal Saint Azure, the legacies left behind overthrew the divine race's rule. Who else was there in this world? Profound Secrets' expression was solemn as he said, Lord Saint Azure, can you do it? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, time is too short. I don't know whether it will work or not to. Do what we can and leave the rest up to fate then. At this point, there's already no other way. There's only to fight. As he said, he turned his head to look at the other unpredictable children, and said calmly, you guys, who's willing to brave life and death together with this saint? Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a figure already stepped forward. It was none other than precisely Wan Zhen. Me too. Very soon, there were many people who came forward. However, even more people exchanged glances, seemingly having the intention of withdrawing. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sighing slightly too and said, times have changed, the hearts of the people have also changed. Still remembering when Saint Profound died in the cause of justice, what a noble spirit he was. The geniuses of that era also used actual actions to comfort Saint Profound's spirit in heaven. But in this epoch, the human race had stayed in a comfortable environment for too long. Even if they knew that it had already reached the point of life and death, they were still not willing to risk their lives. Because they had never experienced before that feeling of humiliation. Without humiliation, how could there be the ambition to risk one's life? Shang Hang sneered and said, thrive in calamity, and perish in soft living. Seeing these people who cling to life and fear death, this ancestor somewhat regrets what I did back then. Profound Secrets similarly smiled coldly and said, those who are afraid of death tend to die faster. Doomsday battle, no one can stay aloof from it. Do you all think that by not going, you'll be able to live? Everyone exchanged glances. Only then did some people step forward again. The majority of the people still harbored hopes of getting lucky. Maybe they could survive. If the sky fell, there would always be the tall folks holding it up. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, the rest, all leave then. Among 1,000 people, the ones who stepped forward in the end were less than 300 people. What made Yi Yuan a little surprised was that Pang Zhen came forward too. He and Pang Zhen were not on very good terms. So he did not expect that this guy still had some guts. His gaze swept over everyone and said, you guys staying behind, do you know what you're going to face? Wan Zhen immediately said, for men, death is but death. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Don't even know this bit of logic and they also dare to call themselves geniuses. Those people really wasted all their years of living. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, how can my Pang family have people who are afraid of risking their neck? Ancestor dares to battle, how can I, Pang Zhen, be so cowardly? The 9 great Dao ancestors came from the last epoch. Although their strength was not considered top-notch at that time, they were considered to have battled for the rise of the myriad races. Although Ancestor Lightning had an appearance of impassiveness, a hint of imperceptible pride showed in his eyes. People who had experienced that era would not be hesitant to proceed when in front of such major issues of right and wrong. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not bad, you made me view you in a different light. Actually, if people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Although fighting is dangerous, it's also the fastest way to break through. The divine race has as many experts as clouds, there's no better whetstone than this. Perhaps this battle will be your road toward being canonized as an ancestor. The remaining unpredictable children trembled all over, fighting spirit immediately igniting in their eyes. Being canonized as an ancestor, it was a great temptation to them as well. Although this battle was perilous, if they pulled through, it would be a smooth road. Among you, there are some whose talents are not as good as those people who left. But I believe that as long as you guys can survive, your future accomplishments will definitely be higher than theirs. Yuan said firmly. Profound Secrets said, among the million unpredictable children, there are definitely many who are willing to join too. I'll convene with all of them. These people, Lord Saint Azure will be in charge of them. Yuan nodded his head and said, there's one more thing that needs to be entrusted to you. Profound Secrets replied, what is it, Lord Saint Azure? Feel free to give the order. Yuan said, lend me your primeval war realm to use. Let my Pill Tower's alchemy path powerhouses enter and comprehend the Tao. With the time acceleration here, it might be able to give birth to Tao Pill level powerhouses. Profound Secret's eyes lit up and he said with a nod, I'll obey Lord Saint Azure's orders. In the past, Profound Secrets looked down on the alchemy path because the alchemy path's inheritance had already been cut off. But now, he knew that the ancient times alchemy path inheritance was left behind by Yuan in the first place. Then what did he still have to hesitate for? In the past, Yuan imparted Tao at Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. It was to guide those alchemy path powerhouses into great Tao. With the addition of Time Law, who knew whether Tao Pill level powerhouses would be born or not. Chapter 2402, Divine Children Legion. Commander-in-Chief of the Human Race 3 Armies, Nizan, pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. In front of Yuan was a 60-year-old looking old man. This Nizan was the commander of the human army, a Diva 5th Blight Supreme Powerhouse. It was just that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already notified all races that Saint Azure had returned and must be treated with the highest courtesy. Nizan was currently sizing up this young man, being incredibly shocked in his heart. He was a supreme powerhouse who attained Tao in this epoch and did not experience that era before. He was somewhat unable to understand why Lord Profound Secrets would be so respectful toward a junior. Yuan nodded his head and asked, talk about the current situation. Regarding Yuan's attitude, Nizan was a little unhappy about it in his heart, but he still reported the current situation strictly according to the facts. The divine race came out of the West Realm's abyss, suppressing 8 realms. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter along the way and were already approaching the middle realms. The myriad races, coalition force fought as they retreated. It was very difficult to stop the divine race army. The divine race's individual combat power was extremely strong. After reaching a large scale, it became even harder for the myriad races to resist. The 8 great supreme demon races that were originally living in the abyss suppressing 8 realms suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the myriad races, reinforcements arrived, barely managing to stop the divine race army. But even so, the fallen powerhouses of the myriad races were already too many to count. However, both sides' top experts were still maintaining restraint at the moment and did not really come to blows. Otherwise, the battle situation would be far from just this. Of course, this day would not be too far away too. When Yuan heard this, his brows furrowed slightly too. In his view, the divine race smashing into enemy territory like splitting bamboo was not because they were too strong, but that the coalition forces were too scattered. Was the representation of the unpredictable children also not a microcosm of the myriad races presently? Regardless of whether it was the human race, demon race, or fiend race, the current fighting will could not be compared to back then at all. Lacking the courage to look death calmly in the face, how could they resist the powerful divine race? Also did not know whether the comfortable life that xianxia they all used blood to exchange for was right or not. Regarding this kind of situation, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was helpless too. Some things could not be changed by human strength. Profound Secrets contacted a million unpredictable children, but in the end, he could only recruit a 100,000 strong army. This 100,000 army was handed to Yuan to command now, arriving at the front lines. Under 9 marks, I want to go to the most dangerous place. Yuan said straightforwardly. Nizan thought about it and said, because of Lord Saint Azure saying so, there's really something that needs your excellency to make your way over. Yuan's brows raised up and he said, oh, let's hear it. Nizan said, a few days ago, the Dragon Clan had an army who suffered the sudden ambush of the divine race, suffering heavy losses. Fortunately, this army had a young girl with an unusual gift. Under her crying, it brought down a great catastrophe, avoiding a disaster. However, they are still trapped in Upper Essence Valley, unable to get away. I sent an army to go and rescue them but was ambushed by the Divine Race Army, and it was completely wiped out. With my judgment, this army might very likely be the Divine Race's Divine Children Legion, their strength incomparably formidable. This army of Lord St. Azure's can just nice come in handy. Yi Yuan listened halfway and his expression already changed. Bringing down a great catastrophe with crying, wasn't this Long Xiaochen? Long Xiaochen was currently trapped in Upper Essence Valley. He frowned and said, then is there still hope of survival for this dragon race army right now? Nizan shook his head and said, this can no longer be ascertained. Upper Essence Valley is a dangerous place to begin with, incomparably perilous. They also relied on geographical advantage to barely avoid a calamity. Even if they can avoid the pursuit of the Divine Children Legion, they might not be able to escape the dangers of Upper Essence Valley too. Yi Yuan's heart immediately sunk to the bottom. Alright, the matter brooks no delay. I'll go to Upper Essence Valley. Now. After that, Yi Yuan did not say a word and turned around and left. Along the way, Yi Yuan led the army and went at lightning speed. At the thought of Long Xiaochen, that adorable little girl, Yi Yuan felt a gut-wrenching pain. He only hoped that nothing happened to Long Xiaochen. Yi Yuan even heard Nizan saying that this Divine Children Legion was an army of the divine race that had a great reputation. One could say that it was virtually ever victorious. There was once a human army led by a Diva Second Blight as the commander. They were crushed by this Divine Children Legion and the Diva Second Blight commander was killed in battle. It could be seen how strong the combat power of this army was. It was said that this Divine Children Legion was all composed of divine children who had been eliminated in the past. The numbers were no less than 200,000 and they were virtually all late-stage 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realms super powerhouses. The divine race's divine children, each of them had extremely strong combat power. Even divine children who were eliminated, their combat power could not be underestimated too. Even if they were not as good as divine children, they were likely not far off either. This scale of powerhouses, the numbers reached 200,000. Their combat power was simply too terrifying. Beside Yi Yuan, Wan Zhen warned, Lord St. Azure, if we rush over like this without due consideration, if we get ambushed by this Divine Children Legion, we'll suffer heavy losses. Humph, even though you're St. Azure, I hope that you cherish the lives of these unpredictable children too. Everyone came to train themselves, not to court death. Pang Zhen said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not get angry, he just said coolly, relax, they won't be able to ambush us. It was a rapid march throughout the journey, the army did not even send out scouts. Although Wan Zhen they all had never experienced war before, they also knew that this way of doing things was very unreliable. According to normal methods, they should send some powerhouses with keen perception over to scout information. But Yi Yuan was seemingly not being cautious. In order to save people, he forgot about even this. At this time, Wan Zhen was also a little angry in his heart. Yi Yuan traveled through space-time and returned as Saint Azure. Could it be that he would not listen to other people's advice anymore too? When Nizan was talking, he was present too. He knew that Yi Yuan had kin who were trapped in Upper Essence Valley. His kin's lives were lives, while these unpredictable children's lives were not lives. The army had not started fighting yet and differences already appeared within. Suddenly, Pang Zhen's figure paused and he said in a solemn voice, everybody stop. When he did so, the army just had to stop. Pang Zhen was the descendant of a Dao ancestor. Even though his status was not as lofty as Yi Yuan's, his rallying power was rather strong too. Most importantly, he was in the right this time. These unpredictable children were here to train. They could accept dying, but they could not go and die without rhyme or reason. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, apologies, Lord St. Azure. It is not that I, Pang Zhen, am afraid to risk my neck. It's really that your way of commanding the army is too dangerous. Any further in front and we might suffer the ambush of the Divine Children Legion at any time. You want to save your kin, I won't stop you, but you can't let everyone die in vain. Even Wan Zhen was also standing on Pang Zhen's side at this time. He said in earnest, Yi Yuan, could it be that after you became Saint Azure, you won't even listen to everyone's earnest advice anymore? The rest also revealed indignant looks, clearly being very unhappy with Yi Yuan's action. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm as he said with a faint smile, I'm very gratified that you all can think for the safety of your officers and men. However, I'm not letting you all go and seek death. The Divine Children Legion is hidden in the forest 300,000 miles away. I'm bringing you all to go and ambush them, and not letting them come and ambush us. Chapter 2403, How did they find us? You know this. Pang Zhen had a suspicious look on his face. He spread his divine sense out but did not discover any activity at all. Wan Zhen was the same as him, also unwittingly letting his divine sense out, and likewise did not notice anything. Hence, they expressed doubt in Yi Yuan's words. How do you know that they are in the forest 300,000 miles away? Even if they're there, they have the means to hide their auras too, right? You can even discover it from so far away. Wan Zhen said in amazement. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no matter how deep they hide, it can't escape my perception either. If you don't believe it, just go and take a look. But before this, let's cover up our auras first. When Yi Yuan's realm was very low back then, he could already vaguely perceive Heavenly Emperor profound secrets probing. Now, Yi Yuan already became the supreme powerhouse of his generation. There were really not more than a few people who could hide from his eyes and ears in this world. Especially after comprehending spacetime law, Yi Yuan's perception could even penetrate time and space. Although the Divine Children Legion hide very covertly, how could they hide from the present Saint Azure? While talking, Yi Yuan laid down a large formation, enveloping the entire army in it. Inside this large formation contained extremely profound spatial law. Even if a Diva realm powerhouse was here, it would be hard to detect it too. When Wan Zhen and the rest saw Yi Yuan's means, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan became increasingly unfathomable in their eyes. Utilizing sword formation to battle was one thing, covering an entire army of 100,000 people in an array formation was another matter altogether. This kind of thing, probably even ordinary Diva realm formation gods were unable to easily accomplish it. Only then did everyone somewhat understand why profound secrets, xianxia, and the rest were so respectful towards Yi Yuan. This existence who created an eternal legend was indeed not what mortals could gauge. The army concealed their aura and advanced quietly. But the Divine Children Legion opposite was completely clueless. A blue-shirt middle-aged man in the Divine Children Legion said, Commander Tian Shu, we've already completely wiped out a human army the last time. Is there still a need to carry on waiting here? Tian Shu was ranked second among the Divine Race's Heaven Lineage's 9 elders and was also this Divine Children Legion's chief commander. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that the one speaking was none other than precisely the Ninja who injured him badly back then. Now, not only did Ninja recover fully, his strength even went a step further, reaching peak 8 marks Heavenly Tao. He was merely a step away from being a 9 marks sovereign. Ninja was an unsuccessful divine son from the previous generation, but his strength was at the top of the list among the failed divine children too. That was why he would enter the profound lineage's 9 elders. As for those true divine children, they had long already stepped into 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm, becoming supreme powerhouses of the divine race. Now, his strength improving further, he already assumed the post of Tian Shu's deputy. Think about it, this army was composed of powerhouses at Ninja level. How formidable was their combat power? When Tian Shu heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, relax, there will definitely still be an army coming. I've already ordered people to spread the news out. Right now, the coalition forces that side should have gotten the news. Regardless of whether it is the human race or the demon race, they must come and save people. Otherwise, they will get hit with the reputation of abandoning comrades. At that time, the coalition forces will be divided in heart and divided in practice. Of course, I'd prefer that they don't come. Ninja eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up as he praised, as expected of Lord Commander. This blatant scheme, the coalition forces won't be able to crack it no matter what. If they come, who is our Divine Children Legion's match? Not coming, they will be divided in heart and divided in practice, and crumble even harder when the hearts of people are scattered. Got to admit, this move of Tian Shu's was very brilliant. Large-scale battles were mostly below Diva realm, and on this level, it was impossible for anyone to be the Divine Children Legion's match at all. As for Diva realm or 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm level powerhouses, their numbers were too few and large-scale battles rarely broke out. Furthermore, their fighting power was extremely destructive. So before the final battle began, both sides maintained relative restraint. Of course, it was also not that there were no Diva level fights. Both sides clashed many things and most of it ended with the victory of the divine race. The doomsday battle fighting until now, it was virtually a one-sided victory for the divine race. Tian Shu smiled smugly and said, "Therefore, we'll stay here calmly and wait for them to come and die." This aura-concealing grand array that Lord Tian Yu laid down is really useful. There are already quite a number of Diva Realm powerhouses who came over to investigate, but they didn't discover us. Tian Shu's words had yet to fade when all of a sudden, the earth shook and mountains swayed. A horrifying energy undulation instantly smashed into the Divine Children Legion. Enemy attack. Quickly retaliate. There's an enemy attack. Damn humans, to actually dare ambush us. How did they discover us? This Divine Children Legion was obviously well trained. After encountering an enemy attack, although they were surprised, they did not panic. After a brief panic, an effective attack was organized very quickly. Furthermore, the Divine Children Legion was superior in numbers. Although the sneak attack this time caused heavy losses, it did not break the bones. But they had a question in their minds. How did the human army discover them? One had to know. Even Diva Realm powerhouses came to investigate before but left in disgrace. Yin-Yang was alarmed and said, "This. How did the humans discover us? Furthermore, our hidden sentries actually didn't discover them." Tian Shu's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like we ran into an expert. But, no need to panic. Even if they already discovered us, there's no return for them either." Done talking, he released his divine essence and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, don't panic. All get into position and face the enemy." Sure enough, under his word of command, everyone lined up into formation systematically and started confronting the enemy. On the other side, Yuan also marveled endlessly. Circumstances changed with the passing of time. The myriad races and the divine race's situation already quietly reversed. As the saying went, an army burning with righteous indignation was bound to win. Although the divine race was still haughty, they were the oppressed soldiers now. The rise of the myriad races was a humiliation to them. This time, they wanted to take it all back. And the last doomsday battle just happened to be the opposite. The Divine Children Legion's fighting spirit was not what the humans could compare to at all. If his own army encountered an enemy attack, they would probably instantly be routed like a landslide. But this Divine Children Legion in front of him secured their positions very quickly. But Yuan also understood that this was only the beginning. Without bloodshed, how could it create true powerhouses? He led his men in a charge, the true Nirvana sword formation blooming, charging into the enemy army. The true Nirvana sword formation was ever victorious. But in such a scale of battle, especially when the opponents were all Divine Children level powerhouses, it was impossible for him to reap wantonly anymore. But even so, he was still like a sharp knife, stabbing into the enemy's chest ruthlessly. He alone carved out a huge opening. And behind him, the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were similarly incomparably courageous, killing until heaven and earth dimmed. The Divine Children Legion's formation was not formed yet and was burst through by Yuan. However, just as Tian Shu opened his mouth to speak, Yuan's divine sense captured a familiar figure. A hint of an imperceptible smile showed at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2404, Really admire your courage. Yin-Yang. Yuan did not expect that he actually ran into Yin-Yang here. It was precisely this person who forced him into a hopeless situation. It was also precisely this person who took Li Er away from his side, making them unable to be together. At that time, how high and mighty was this person? As if he looked down on everything in this world. But the Yuan back then, nearly died on the spot even if they used their final trump card. That battle was also the most disastrous battle that Yuan had experienced in his life. He practically fought until he reached the brink of collapse. Later, if he wasn't lucky, he would probably have long already died. However, Yuan did not immediately go find trouble with Yin-Yang. He already locked onto Yin-Yang and was not scared that he would run away. If he left alone right now, that was being irresponsible to the whole army. Without him charging into battle, this human army would likely fall apart very quickly. However, when Yuan charged, the outcome was akin to a no man's land. It still dealt a tremendous impact on the Divine Children Legion. Under his leadership, these unpredictable children were also all boundlessly fired up, being unrestrained and excited from killing. Although the opponent was very strong, a great battle with a scale of more than 100,000 people, momentum was similarly important. Once unpredictable children were defeated, they would immediately fall apart. But similarly, once they became excited from killing their opponents, they would also go out of control. Currently, as they faced the Divine Children Legion, which was twice as many as them, they actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. How is it possible? Our Divine Children Legion is actually being suppressed. Where did this human army pop out from, to actually have such formidable strength? Especially their commander. His realm is clearly not high, but his law comprehension is extremely terrifying. Where did this guy pop out from? The Divine Children Legion's warriors were all incredibly shocked. Since they first made their appearance in the world, they had even killed before a Diva Second Blight Supreme Powerhouse, and had never tasted defeat. But today, they were actually being suppressed all around. In their eyes, humans were too weak to stand up to a gust of breeze. An assault and they would be gone. However, this army's combat power was strong beyond imagination, especially Yuan. They unleashed all of their abilities but were still unable to stop him. Wherever Yuan charged, there would definitely be a swath of divine children who fell. One had to know, although these were unsuccessful divine children, for them to be able to compete with divine children, they had formidable strength to begin with. But they actually could not even block a same-rank human. This kind of thing simply subverted their understanding. The commotion on Yuan's side was noticed by Tian Shu very quickly. Tian Shu was a qualified commander. He used a very short time and determined where the soul of this army lay. Ignore the others. Gather all your strength to deal with that white-shirt human. Remember, at all costs. Tian Shu said with a solemn look. Under his word of command, the Divine Children Legion's various leaders immediately brought their own squads and rushed over toward Yuan crazily. They simply ignored the consequences and were completely using lives to stuff it up. For a moment, Yuan's pressure rose sharply. It was true that he was strong, but one person facing the 200,000 strong Divine Children Legion was clearly too strenuous. After all, these were all not ordinary members of the divine race. But the heavy pressure on his side liberated the rest of the unpredictable children. The likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen brought their teams to rush and kill non-stop. The Divine Children Legion suffered heavy casualties. This battle entered a white-hot stage very soon. Large-scale casualties started appearing on both sides. Beside Tianshu, Ninjarigen's entire body suddenly trembled and he exclaimed, It's him." Tianshu frowned and said, "You know him?" Ninjarigen said in shock, "I'll recognize even if he turns to ashes. It was him who forcefully knocked me down a realm. But how is this possible? At that time, his small world had already collapsed. He should have completely become a cripple. But it's just been a short 1,000 years' time, and his strength actually already grew to such a terrifying level." Yuan's current temperament had already undergone earth-shaking changes from back then. Back then, he was still just a tender youth. But currently, Yuan regained the name of Saint Azure and was already having the air of a sovereign. Furthermore, he was augmented with spacetime law, giving people a mysterious and hard-to-fathom feeling. Therefore, Ninjarigen did not recognize him at first. But he was too familiar with Yuan after all. For so many years, this had been a nightmare-like existence to him. Although he had a Pyrrhic victory in that battle, his opponent was merely just an Empyrean realm brat. This kind of victory was a humiliation to him. Ninjarigen thought that Yuan would become a cripple ever since then. Who knew that meeting again after 1,000 years, Yuan already grew to the extent of making him have cold feet. Just looking at his current combat power, fighting one-on-one, he would really be killing him like killing a chicken. Tian Shu naturally knew about Ninjarigen's matters. Hearing him say so, he was extremely shocked too. It's him, a human small world collapsing. How could he possibly cultivate to such a boundary within 1,000 years? Tian Shu said in shock. 1,000 years, cultivating from a puny little Empyrean to an invincible heavenly Emperor. This rate of progress was really too horrifying. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Ninjarigen's eyes and he said in a chilly voice, "Lord Commander, you mustn't let this boy continue to grow. He must be killed today." Tian Shu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "This boy is too terrifying. Furthermore, he's already close to the Diva realm. If let him continue to grow, the consequences will be too ghastly to imagine. I previously received news that there just happens to be 3 9 marks experts in the vicinity. I'll send an instant message crystal to them right now and request them to come over and kill this guy." Ninjarigen said in pleasant surprise, "Lord Commander is wise. Tian Shu said, "This boy is too strong. We can't let things continue like this anymore. I'll go and face him." Done talking, he leapt and joined in the battle. Although Tian Shu was peak 8 marks, his strength was matchless in the entire Divine Children Legion. His status was like Yi Yuan's status in the human army. His addition immediately greatly roused the morale of the Divine Children army. Soldiers against soldiers, general facing general. "Boy, I'll challenge you." Tian Shu looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice. A hint of contempt showed in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said coolly, "Are you a divine child?" Tian Shu could not help choking when he heard this. He was indeed not a divine child. But that was because the competition in the heaven lineage was too fierce. His strength when placed in other branch lineages was even somewhat stronger than divine children. Yi Yuan looked at his expression and immediately understood, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Even a divine son isn't my match, based on just the likes of you. Still say soldiers against soldiers, general facing general, I really admire your courage." Tian Shu gave a cold laugh and said, "Brat, you're too arrogant. My heaven lineage's strength isn't what you can imagine. Although this commander isn't a divine child, my strength isn't the slightest bit worse than a divine child too. Dealing with you, it's sufficient." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly and said, "Is that so? Then, bring it on." Tian Shu was sent into a flaming rage by Yi Yuan's contemptuous attitude. It was only to see his aura being released, and a horrifying heavenly Tao pressure suddenly descended. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation suddenly activated. Countless sword intent surged. Tian Shu did not have time to even make a move and was pierced into a sieve by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2405, Devastating the Divine Children Legion. In an instant, it was as if the air solidified. The battle that was originally fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, suddenly came to a stop. Both sides stopped at once. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's side, being shocked to the extreme. Their chief commander, an existence close to invincible beneath 9 marks heavenly Tao realm, was actually one-shotted in a single exchange. It turned out that Yi Yuan did not use his full strength previously. His true Nirvana sword formation was not even integrated with spacetime law. Dealing with Tian Shu, Yi Yuan fused spatial source inside, and the power immediately increased several levels. One had to know, before Yi Yuan went to the spacetime turbulence, his strength already crushed Wan Zhen and the rest. Now, returning domineeringly, his spacetime law already reached an elusive realm. Dealing with a mere peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm was seriously nothing much. Forget that Tian Shu was not a divine child. Even if he was a divine child, it would not be hard for Yi Yuan to kill him too. Chief Commander, this isn't possible. How can Chief Commander be dead before unleashing a single move? Aren't humans all a bunch of ants? Why is he so strong? The moment Yi Yuan made his move, the impact that it dealt to the Divine Children Legion was seriously too strong. The strongest person in their legion was one-shotted by Yi Yuan. Before this, any one of them could easily kill same-rank humans when they took action. But now, what kind of situation was this? Especially Yin-Yang, his 2 eyes became wide saucers, somewhat wondering whether he saw wrongly or not. Was this horrifying to the extreme major power before his eyes, really that young man who stood in front of him back then, and yelled out, "Why would I, Yi Yuan, fear a fight?" How lowly was he at that time? But after 1,000 years, this lowly youth already became a top major power that left him dead in the water. He touched his heart and felt that he already regarded Yi Yuan highly enough. But only at the end did he discover to his dismay that he still underestimated Yi Yuan. No way, allowing him to continue growing unchecked, he'll definitely be my divine race's mortal calamity. Got to hold him back. After the 3 9 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses come, he'll be dead for sure. Yin-Yang shouted in his heart. Thinking up to here, he had no more thoughts in his heart and roared angrily, "What are you all still in a daze for? Everyone, attack together. Avenge Chief Commander. Kill this guy, at all costs." This voice immediately shattered the brief stasis. All of the divine children were immediately startled awake. Tian Shu's prestige was extremely high in the Divine Children Legion. Yin-Yang's shout immediately aroused their fighting spirit. Hence, the divine children pounced over toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives. They completely disregarded casualties, each and every one killing until their eyes turned red, only wanting Yi Yuan's life. As for the army behind Yi Yuan, they did not care about it at all anymore. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's pressure suddenly increased. When 200,000 Divine Children Legion pounced on a person at the same time, the combat power practically already closed in on Diva's second blight. A threat of death immediately rushed over. But Yi Yuan was not alarmed when he saw this situation, but happy instead. What he wanted was this kind of feeling. Only a fight between life and death could stimulate his potential. Furthermore, him sharing other people's pressure, the others could also get corresponding training. If let the others clash head-on with the Divine Children Legion, that would be a one-sided slaughter and not training anymore. Although unpredictable children were strong, facing the well-trained Divine Children Legion, they still fell short by a lot. Let alone that they were even at a disadvantage in numbers. This situation in front of them could be said to be the most ideal state already. Facing the Divine Children Legion's frenzied assault, Yi Yuan could not hide his strength anymore. The complete version of the true Nirvana sword formation was fully released. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into Yi Yuan's tempo. The profound sword formation law reverberated back and forth inside the sword formation, the power terrifying to the extreme. However, the Divine Children Legion's frenzied attack similarly could not be underestimated. The divine race only cultivated heavenly Tao, they brought the coercion of great Tao to contend with Yi Yuan. One person's strength might not be much, but 200,000 people added together, it was terrifying. Inside the sword formation, intense rumbling sounds erupted. The entire battlefield already became an utter mess. The forest in a radius of 100,000 miles was long already razed to the ground. But the more they fought, the more alarmed the Divine Children Legion became. Yi Yuan's combat power was simply hair-raisingly strong. Him alone practically shouldered close to half of the entire Divine Children Legion's offensive power. It was equivalent to him alone blocking half of the Divine Children Legion. How could this sort of thing happen in reality? If Yi Yuan was Diva Realm, then forget it. But Yi Yuan was just a Heavenly Emperor Realm martial artist. They did not dare to believe that this sort of thing was actually real. Yet, it was happening before their eyes. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's sword formation made them want to vomit blood very much. The advantage of numbers was diminished to the extreme by the true Nirvana sword formation. It was impossible for them to want to deal with Yi Yuan like dealing with that Diva Second Blight powerhouse. When those divine children arrived before Yi Yuan, they would be divided naturally by the sword formation, unable to form a powerful cohesive force at all. Even for the current Yi Yuan, if he clashed head-on with the Divine Children Legion, it would be the outcome of certain death too. Hence, he naturally would not be so silly. However, the lineage in the Divine Children Legion, the shock in his heart grew even stronger. He was already unable to describe the feelings in his heart. Yi Yuan's means of one-shotting Tian Shu was actually still not his full strength. This guy actually cultivated Sword Dao Source, Formation Dao Source, as well as Spacetime Law, to such a horrifying realm at the same time. This kind of thing was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Yuan himself would not be relaxed too. The Divine Children Legion was well-trained and extremely cohesive, far from what the human army could compare to. The extremely tragic battle still caused him significant injuries. Even with his current strength, these divine children were very hard to kill too. Fortunately, he was extremely tenacious and not afraid of a battle of attrition. This was a fierce battle, true for the Divine Children Legion, and similarly the same for Yi Yuan. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know that danger was currently slowly approaching. Extremely far away, 3 streaks of flowing light actually met together without prior agreement. MN, Tian Zhao, Li Qing, you guys actually came too. Looks like Tian Shu that kid ran into a considerable problem. The one speaking was the profound lineage's 9 marks powerhouse, Yuan Zhen. This person was precisely a divine son of the same period as Ninja. At present, he already entered the realm of 9 marks, looking down on the world, becoming a profound lineage ancestor class powerhouse. His strength was much stronger than even Diva First Blight, closing in on Diva Second Blight. As for the other two, Tian Zhao and Li Qing, they were respectively the Heaven Lineage and Yellow Lineage's 9 marks powerhouses. Their strength similarly should not be underestimated. These 3 people gathering together would absolutely be a nightmare to the Yi Yuan who fell into a fierce fight. Yuan Zhen, you actually came too. Looks like the Divine Children Legion really met its match this time. We need to hurry up. The Divine Children Legion is an important army for suppressing the world, nothing must happen. Tian Zhao also said with a slightly dark look. The other two deeply felt that way too and said, "Can't delay anymore. Hurry up." Chapter 2406, Battling 3 Great 9 Marks Powerhouses Alone. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Of course, the losses of the Divine Children Legion were more miserable. After more than half a day, the combat power that the Divine Children Legion lost was already several tens of thousands. This scale of loss was the first time in the history of the Divine Children Legion. Everyone wanted to kill Yuan, but the final results were their own deaths. Yuan's true nirvana sword formation was like a bottomless hole, continuously devouring the lives of the Divine Children. Presently, Yuan alone already killed close to 10,000 Divine Children, but he himself stood firm like a mountain. Ninjarigen wandered outside of the sword formation, screaming frantically in his heart, hoping for those 3 Great 9 Marks Heavenly Tao realms to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, he was virtually passing each second as if it was a year. Seeing one companion after another die in front of him, he was almost going insane. Of course, along with the passage of time, the effect of the sneak attack was already lost. Under the positional warfare, their casualties started to intensify. In a short half a day's time, the army of 100,000 people already lost close to 20,000 people. A loss of this scale was still because Yuan contained the vast majority of the military force. Pang Zhen and the rest became more and more terrified as they fought. Only now did they know how strong the divine race's combat power was. Looking at the Yuan who was shuttling back and forth indeterminately inside the army, they could not help but admire. If not for Yuan, even if they could find this place, even if they ambushed, it would likely be the outcome of complete annihilation too. This point was not worth the slightest doubt. But they also discovered that this battle fighting until now, even though the casualties were heavy, the casualties were gradually decreasing. Some unpredictable children already made considerable improvement after experiencing a tragic battle. Indeed, as Yuan said, a battle at one's limit was the fastest way to increase one's strength. As long as they survived this battle, this human army would become an elite division. All of a sudden, Yuan's expression changed. He sensed that several powerful auras were moving quickly to this side. These few auras were very powerful, virtually arriving in an instant. When Yuan Gen 3 people rushed over and saw this miserable scene, they were also dumbstruck with shock. They had never thought that the Divine Children Legion would actually be forced to such an extent. This Divine Children Legion before their eyes was already close to half lost. The army of over 200,000 was only left with 120 to 130,000 people already. It could be seen how strong this battle's opponents were. Where did this human army pop out from? How can they be so strong? Tian Zhao said in shock. Yuan Zhen's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, "Looks like we underestimated the humans." However, Tian Shu is actually not in the army. Could it be that he actually fell? The moment the two people looked, they indeed did not find Tian Shu, and could not help being shocked. The piece of intel was sent by Tian Shu, but Tian Shu was no longer in the army. Then there was only one possibility. Tian Shu already died, but the army was still there and the commander was already dead. This kind of situation was really too surprising. Yuan Zhen's gaze suddenly fell on Yuan and his pupils could not help constricting. That human restrained close to half of the military might by himself, truly terrifying. Tian Shu probably called us here for him. I really didn't think that the humans actually had such a terrifying genius. Yuan Zhen exclaimed. But right at this time, Ninjarigen finally discovered these 3 people and was immediately overcome with joy, calling out in a loud voice, "Lord Yuan Zhen, Commander Tian Shu has already been killed by Yuan. This boy's talent is too monstrous. We definitely can't let him live. 3 Excellencies, please take action and kill this guy." Yuan Zhen's eyes turned slightly grim and he said with a nod, "Understood. Tian Zhao, Li Qing, attack together and kill this boy." At the same time with him being shocked, Yuan Zhen's apprehension toward Yuan also became extremely strong. He already saw through that Yuan's sword formation contained 4 kinds of terrifying power of laws. Furthermore, all of them practically reached the level of rank 2 source. This kind of talent was simply too inconceivable. How could this sort of person be left on this earth? Yuan Zhen released his aura, the pressure of 9 Marks Heavenly Tao realm suddenly spread out. Only then did many unpredictable children notice Yuan Zhen 3 people. Their expressions immediately changed wildly. "Lord Saint Azure, things are bad. 3 9 marks powerhouses actually came from the divine race. This place isn't suitable to stay for long. Let's hurry up and retreat. Yuan Zhen exclaimed. Suddenly, Yi Yuan yelled out, all hold steady for me. It's already too late to retreat now. It will only cause more casualties. Leave these 3 people to me. Yuan Zhen, Pang Zhen, the Divine Children Legion will be left to you all. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly turned into nothingness. When he appeared again, he was already facing Yuan Zhen. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan already clashed with the 3 people. A single rumble made everyone present extremely shocked. Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed under the pincer attack of the 3 great 9 marks powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan came and went as he pleased. If he wanted to go, nobody could keep him at all. It was easy for him to leave, but it would not be that easy for the other unpredictable children to want to leave. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not leave. Yuan Zhen and Pang Zhen were all sensible people. One looked and they knew what was going on. This sudden turn of events was what everyone did not expect. But Yi Yuan's action made them inexplicably moved. He alone blocked more than half of the pressure. Yuan Zhen said in a clear voice, brothers, hold on for me. Lord Saint Azure fought dauntlessly in a bloody battle for us. So we can't hold him back either. The Divine Children Legion is merely like this. Let's kill. For some time, the human army was greatly encouraged and erupted with a powerful combat strength. However, the moment Yi Yuan left, the Divine Children Legion's combat power was instantly liberated. Their combat strength suddenly increased by a huge margin. In virtually an instant, both sides' fighting escalated again. The battle became even more miserable. While on Yi Yuan's side, Yi Yuan actually blocked 3 great 9 marks powerhouses with his power alone. And among them, there was even a true divine child, Yuan Zhen. Although these 3 people just entered 9 marks, their combat power already closed in on Diva Second Blight. But even so, Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation still resisted them stubbornly. Blazing Flame Heavenly Pit, True Martial Universe, Tai Heaven Seal, Yuan Zhen 3 people did not hesitate in the slightest, unleashing powerful moves. But when they faced off against Yi Yuan, they felt like they had fallen into a quagmire. The vortex of spacetime law greatly reduced the power of their formidable moves. The more the 3 fought, the more shocked they became. A mere human late stage, Heavenly Emperor martial artist actually jumped realms and blocked the teaming up of 3 great 9 marks powerhouses. When Ninjarigen saw this scene, he was shocked until he was staring dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape. To the divine race, 8 marks to 9 marks was a heavenly chasm. This heavenly chasm was far from what 9th Firmament Heavenly Emperor to Diva First Blight could compare to. But crossing this heavenly chasm, it was tantamount to standing on top of the summit, and one could roam the world unhindered. Even if a powerhouse who just entered 9 marks faced off against a Diva First Blight, it was virtually rolling them over too. But now, Yi Yuan actually blocked the teaming up of 3 great 9 marks powerhouses with his power alone. Chapter 2407, Heavenly Tao True Martial. Our divine race only cultivates Heavenly Tao, and fights the enemy with the power of Heavenly Tao. But the Heavenly Tao contained within this sword formation is actually much stronger than me. How can the human race have such a monstrous person? While fighting fiercely, Yuan Zhen's heart shook wildly. Heavenly Tao was the foundation of all things, towering above laws. As the saying went, Tao gave birth to 1, 1 birthed 2, 2 birthed 3, 3 birthed all things. Heavenly Tao was the root of everything. The divine race enjoyed exceptional advantages in cultivation innately. Their combat power was several times that of other races of the same rank. But now, they were actually beaten by a human junior. How could they not be surprised by such a thing? No wonder Tian Shu called us over so anxiously. If this boy doesn't die, he'll be my divine race's mortal calamity. Li Qing also said, his injuries aren't light, take his life while he's injured. Tian Zhao also said, after the shock, a strong killing intent surged in the 3 people's hearts. The sense of danger that Yi Yuan gave them was too strong. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan was currently still entering the battle with injuries. If Yi Yuan was not killed today, after he grew up, he would become even more terrifying. He might bring indelible damage to the divine race. Therefore, Yi Yuan must be nipped in the bud. The 3 people's auras increased tremendously. Previously, they still more or less harbored slight underestimation of Yi Yuan and were holding back to some extent. This time, they were going all out. Yuan Zhen looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of indifference as he said, "Boy, you're very good, you can even match ancient human powerhouses already. Being able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud." Celestial Avatar. Yuan Zhen roared fiercely, the 9 dark marks on his body suddenly became extremely dazzling. His body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, he expanded to 3 times his original size, becoming a big and tall giant. The explosive power that surged from his body made everyone's faces change drastically. When Ninjarigen saw this scene, he could not help laughing wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha." Celestial Avatar. Lord Yuan Zhen's Heavenly Dao True Martial. He finally used this move. "Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure." He and Yuan Zhen competed for the position of divine children at the same time. At that time, Yuan Zhen relied on this move to sweep away his opponents in the same generation and to establish his position of divine son in one stroke. This move borrowed the power of Heavenly Dao to strengthen one's physical body. The divine race merged body and spirit. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful to begin with. Even if it was inferior to Yi Yuan's perfect 9th transformation, it was also not far off. But this move could borrow the power of Heavenly Dao to break the shackles of the physical body, making one's strength skyrocket dozens of times all at once. This kind of level already surpassed the category of the 9 transformations, and reached the level of Dao. That kind of explosive power made people tremble. Being able to become a divine child, each one had formidable combat power. The true power of the divine race, apart from Tianqing, was accumulated by precisely the divine children of the past. Heavenly Dao True Martial, as the name suggested, it was a powerful martial art created by borrowing the power of Heavenly Dao. The power was simply unimaginable. The divine race looked down on all races, what they relied on was also precisely Heavenly Dao True Martial. Once Heavenly Dao True Martial was exhibited, it could break through the limits of one's body, reaching the level of Dao. Furthermore, one was only qualified to comprehend Heavenly Dao True Martial after reaching 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm as well. Back then, when Yi Yuan battled Divine Sun Xin, if the other party had comprehended a Heavenly Dao True Martial, Yi Yuan absolutely would not have won that easily. What powerful strength! The power of the fleshy body can actually reach such a terrifying extent. I finally understand why Lord Profound Secrets they all are so wary of the divine race. Turns out that we never encountered the divine race's true powerhouses. 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm is when they are truly terrifying. On the human army's side, the faces of the group of unpredictable children turned ashen, being deeply shocked by Yuan Zhen's might. Only at this time did they understand what right the divine race had to dominate the heavenspan world. Who could block this level of power? This was still just an initial stage 9 marks powerhouse. Once a peak 9 marks powerhouse executed Heavenly Dao True Martial, what kind of degree would that strength soar to? Today, under Yi Yuan's compulsion, they finally witnessed the true divine race. Heavenly Dao True Martial, this name that was unfamiliar but also incomparably powerful to the human race, appeared on the stage of history. Even Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably serious too when he saw Celestial Avatar this move. It was also his first time witnessing the divine race's true power. It was impossible for his perfect 9 transformations golden body to reach such terrifying power too. Heavenly Dao True Martial is it? Just what kind of terrifying battle did xianxia they all experience back then? Yi Yuan could not help as he said with a rueful sigh. Yi Yuan had always heard that the divine race was strong, but in his eyes, the divine race was merely so-so. Xianxia is the grand ancestor space-time, he comprehended space and time, 2 great supreme laws. His combat power was extremely terrifying. Even if the other grand ancestors' strength was not as good as xianxia's, they were definitely extremely terrifying too. But 18 grand ancestors, there was actually not a single one who survived. It was not just that. Among the 5th Blight and 4th Blight powerhouses back then, less than 1 in 10 was still alive. What right did the divine race have? Today, he finally understood. A puny little Yuan Zhen was so terrifying after using Heavenly Dao True Martial, then what about Tianqing? Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, stared at Yuan Zhen, and said with surging fighting intent, Heavenly Dao True Martial, is it? Then I'll take a look at how strong the divine race's true combat strength is. Ha ha ha, you'll experience it very soon. My divine race is invincible in the world. Yuan Zhen gave a loud laugh, waved his enormous arm, and smashed a fist over An unremarkable punch, without any flashiness. But this punch gave people a feeling of obliterating heaven and decimating the earth. Without the slightest sound of a tear through the air, no earth-shattering explosions. It was as if everything reached the boundary of returning to one's original simplicity. Although it was plain, no one felt that this punch was not strong. When the two came to blows, it would be an earth-shattering moment. Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The true Nirvana sword formation suddenly lit up. This time, he did not hold back at all, urging the true Nirvana sword formation to the limit. One strike, the true Nirvana sword formation collapsed and dissipated with a loud bang. Yuan's figure flew out backward, fresh blood hurling wildly from his mouth, already adding injuries on top of injuries. 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm plus Heavenly Tao True Martial, the power was formidably strong. Since Yuan created the true Nirvana sword formation, he had virtually yet to taste a single defeat. But today, he lost. The giant Yuan Zhen was high up in the air proudly as if he was really a celestial deity who represented Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao True Martial, what it represents is the power of Heavenly Tao, towering above laws. Time law is fine, spatial law too, they can all be ignored. Young man, being able to receive my Heavenly Tao True Martial's one punch and not die, you're really very strong. If you can reach Diva Realm, probably even I won't be a match too. Therefore, you must die today. Done talking, he turned to Tian Zhao and Li Qing, and said, attack together. Kill him, and don't give him any chance. In front of Yuan Zhen, the two of them paled much more in comparison. But they were also 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouses no matter what. Their strength was naturally extraordinary. The three people attacked together, not giving Yuan any chance at all. His life and death were hanging by a thread. Chapter 2408, Sword of Spacetime. How can this be? If Saint Azure dies, wouldn't our human race's hope be all shattered? Yuan Zhen's face was full of despair. Yuan was the human race's only hope. If he died, this doomsday battle would no longer have any hope. He never thought that 9 marks powerhouses actually still had Heavenly Tao True Martial, this kind of heaven-defying martial art. But now, facing Yuan Zhen 3 people's fatal blow, he felt that he was so powerless. 3 powerful to the extreme auras rushed toward the already seriously injured Yuan. Especially Yuan Zhen, that explosive momentum was almost making this mountain and river crumble apart. If his punch landed solidly, there was no possibility of surviving at all. The 3 people did not stay at the rear in the slightest, unleashing a wanton bombardment toward Yuan. How horrifying was the power of 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm. The space that Yuan was standing at was reduced to fragments. Everything there was completely annihilated. People were simply unable to imagine what could still survive in the face of such power. Ha ha ha, being able to let me run into this boy today, it's also my divine race's destiny that made it so. The myriad races ought to be destroyed and the divine race should prosper. Yuan Zhen said with a loud laugh. Killing Yuan, he felt incomparably delighted in his heart. Such a genius dying at his hands was equivalent to throttling the hope of the rise of the human race. As long as there was no longer Grand Ancestor Spacetime, that kind of heaven-defying powerhouse who appeared, it was simply impossible for the myriad races to have any hope of victory. Lord Yuan Zhen is mighty. With Yuan being killed, the divine race's morale was greatly boosted, and the human army's morale was greatly reduced. For some time, the two armies' battle situation was greatly reversed. The humans' casualties started to grow bigger and bigger. Yuan Zhen laughed loudly and said, Ninja-Origin, dispose these trash as soon as possible. This army should be the human race's elite division, each person's law comprehensions are all very high. Don't let a single one of these people get away. Ninja-Origin was overjoyed and said, Yes, Lord Yuan Zhen. Although he knew that this army was not ordinary, Yuan Zhen, this level of powerhouse, was disdainful to take action against them at all. Yuan Zhen patted his hands and said coolly, All right. Now that this is done, we still have other things to do and will leave first. This place will be left to you. As he was speaking, all of them were about to leave. The battle isn't over yet and you're leaving now. But right then, inside the shattered void, a voice suddenly came out. Everyone's expression changed. It was impossible for the voice emitting from there to be someone else, it could only be Yuan. He actually did not die. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, only to see a figure slowly walking over. When the human army saw Yuan, they were immediately wildly ecstatic. Ha ha ha, didn't die. Lord Saint Azure didn't die. With him around, we have hope. Each step that he took, the imposing momentum on his body grew a fraction stronger. Heaven and earth spiritual energy that blotted out the skies and covered the earth engulfed everything and swept over. Yi Yuan's imposing momentum rose steadily up, getting stronger and stronger. Over the years, Yi Yuan's comprehension of laws became more and more unfathomable. But he did not deliberately cultivate his cultivation realm. Now, his rich accumulations erupted. Under Yuan Gen 3 people's stimulation, he broke through once more. When Yuan Gen saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly and he said in a solemn voice, "How is that possible? Under that kind of situation, even the human race's Diva Second Blight would have been killed by me too. You actually didn't die." As Yi Yuan broke through his realm, he said nonchalantly, "Heavenly Tao True Martial is indeed powerful, but you probably have some misunderstanding about one thing. You all are only borrowing the power of Heavenly Tao, and are not the Heavenly Tao that towers above all life. In front of Heavenly Tao, you all are still just ants. Space and time laws are similarly a party of Heavenly Tao. The human race and the divine race, it's just that the cultivation system is different. There's no distinction between lowliness and nobleness. But you regard yourself as infallible and feel that you can ignore space-time law. What a joke." Yuan Gen's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, "Humph. The divine race is paramount and represents Heavenly Tao. How can it be understandable by you, this sort of ant? Since you're not dead, then I'll just kill you again." As he said, the moment his aura released, he rushed up once more. The oppressive power erupted again. Yi Yuan was firm as a rock, still walking forward slowly. It was just that his right hand reached out and he said coolly, "Come, sword." In an instant, countless light dots condensed from all directions, finally condensing to become a pale yellow light sword. This sword actually gave people a feeling of wispy and etherealness. But Yuan Gen paid no attention to it. Yi Yuan's breakthrough was not complete yet. So how could a single sword of source do anything to him? This punch still burst out. Yi Yuan formed a seal with his hand, the light sword tore through the air. This sword came mistily. At first, Yuan Gen did not care at all, and actually planned on extending his hand to go and grab the light sword. With his current bodily strength, he could crush ordinary Dao artifacts too. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. The sword had yet to arrive and the sharp sword energy already made him unable to open his eyes. The sharpness of this sword seemed to be able to sever heaven and earth. At this time, how could he still care about killing Yi Yuan? He forcefully twisted his body in the air, wanting to avoid this sword. People should not look at how his body was extremely huge. Actually, his movements were unbelievably agile. His body made a strange twist, the light sword brushed past his body. A few strands of hair floated down, already chopped off by the sword energy. Yuan Gen's heart shook wildly. Just now, just a bit more and he would have been decapitated. This sword was too sharp. How could this sword be so sharp? Ordinary swords, he would not pay attention to them at all. Even if it was a sword of source, he could wrestle it with his bare hands too. But that sword earlier, it had clearly already exceeded the scope of source swords. He did not doubt in the slightest that if he went to grab it with his bare hands, it would definitely have been sliced in half. He had fought with Yi Yuan's true Nirvana sword formation previously and did not have misgivings about Yi Yuan's swords at all. But now, just a condensed light sword was actually so sharp. How is this possible? Just what the hell is this sword? Yuan Gen said in surprise. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you say that Heavenly Tao True Martial can ignore laws? Thanks to you, I fused time, space, sword, three great sources, and comprehended this move, Sword of Space-Time. You can give it a try whether you can ignore it or not." What did you say? You fused time, space, sword, three great laws. Yuan Gen somewhat doubted whether he heard wrongly or not. The moment these words came out, everyone's hearts shook wildly. Fusing time, space, and sword, three great source laws, could this sort of thing really be what human strength could accomplish? Fusing the power of laws was originally an extremely difficult thing. Furthermore, the higher the level of laws, the greater the difficulty of fusion. The fusion of space and time, two great laws, could be said to be the most difficult fusion in this world. But fusing time, space, and sword, three great laws, this difficulty was simply unable to use words to describe. If one had to insist on using words to describe it, then there was only one word: impossible. But Yi Yuan actually did it. True Nirvana sword formation was just a move that Yi Yuan created with several great source laws as the foundation, and not a fusion. What Yi Yuan truly fused in the past were only spatial law and sword law. But now, Yi Yuan actually fused 3 great laws. Chapter 2409, Eradicating 9 Marks with Ease. Sword of Spacetime, it could annihilate spacetime. It could even annihilate spacetime, let alone people. How could the sharpness of this sword be what human strength could block? Even on the human side, each and every one of them, their hearts shook wildly too. This sort of source looked not much different from before, but it was actually a terrifying existence that fused 3 great laws. Wan Zhen said in shock, the fusion of time and spatial laws is 100 times harder than fusing the 5-element laws. Lord Saint Azur's talent is truly too terrifying. Pang Zhen also said, fusing time and spatial laws, that is nothing. After all, Grand Ancestor Spacetime had once done it. Before too. But, fusing time, space, and sword, these 3 great laws, and creating this sort of spacetime move, it's terrifying. Lord Saint Azur is mighty. No wonder he said, if people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. In this battle, I also gained a lot. After going back, I'll definitely have breakthroughs. The others nodded one after another, agreeing with this. The struggle between life and death was best at stimulating potential. Many companions died in this battle. But those who survived would benefit endlessly. None of those present were mediocre people. Each one was a proud child of heaven. After a bout of fierce fighting, they already benefited a lot. After going back, as long as they calmed down and tried to digest their gains, they would definitely make huge breakthroughs. Of course, no matter how big the breakthrough, it also would not be able to compare to Yi Yuan fusing 3 great laws. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising, already approaching peak world realm. Yuan Zhen's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was still mocking Yi Yuan previously, saying that his heavenly Tao true martial could ignore spacetime law. But now, facing the sword of spacetime that was condensed from spacetime law, he was unbelievably fearful. This sword was a sword that could cleave his celestial avatar in 2. Its sharpness was already unable to use words to describe. Still in a daze for what? Attack together. Take advantage of the fact that he hasn't broken through yet and kill him. Use the lesser 3 origin formation. Yuan Zhen roared loudly. Tian Zhao and Li Qing received the order and formed a horn-shaped formation with Yuan Zhen. The 3 people's auras immediately rose significantly. This lesser 3 origin formation could actually enhance the strength of 9 Mark's powerhouses. However, when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he laughed. Looks like your divine race is also advancing with the times. This array formation is quite profound. It's just that you guys don't know that I'm the ancestor of this array formation. Forming this array formation in front of me, you guys are displaying your slight skill before an expert. The divine race advocated individual combat power and did not have much awareness of group combat. But now, when the divine race came into being again, they changed a lot. This divine children legion's fighting will was powerhouse, their warriors cooperated with each other tacitly. They had clearly undergone strict training. While Yuan Zhen, this kind of 9 Mark's major power, could actually use this lesser 3 origin formation to this level, it also made people's jaws drop. Clearly, they had grasped the lesson of the last defeat in the Doomsday Battle. They learned a lot from the myriad races. This lesser 3 origin formation was one of them. But the reason why Yi Yuan laughed was that he saw too many of his own formation Dao signs in this lesser 3 origin formation. The 18 inheritance grand arrays that he left behind had the inheritance of formation Dao. This lesser 3 origin formation of the divine race, although it was very advanced, it was clearly secretly learned from the humans. Yi Yuan saw it clearly at a glance. It was just that how could Yuan Zhen they all know that the existence who influenced the direction of the Doomsday Battle an epoch ago was precisely this young man in front of them. And the things that they secretly learned had also evolved from precisely the inheritances that Yi Yuan left behind. Heh, truly a shameless boasting fellow. The lesser 3 origin formation was created by my divine race's formation path master, Fei Lu. What has it got to do with you? To talk about ancestors, Master Fei Lu being your ancestor is adequate. Yuan Zhen could not help saying with a cold laugh when he heard that. Yi Yuan did not answer, he just smiled faintly, lifted his fingertip, and said, Sword of Spacetime, go. Without any sound of tearing across the air, the sword of spacetime was sent out once again. In a blink, the sword of spacetime crossed a distance of 100,000 feet and slashed accurately somewhere between the three people. The lesser three origin formation collapsed instantly. The three people's skyrocketed aura also instantly dissipated without a trace, recovering to their previous state once again. Yuan Zhen's eyes became wide saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. In this epoch, Master Fei Lu studied the human race's formation Dao, and he had long already reached the level of rank 5 source. Even if Yi Yuan's formation Dao reached rank 2 formation Dao, it was also impossible to crack the lesser 3 origin formation with one move, right? This lesser 3 origin formation was created by Master Fei Lu painstakingly. With 3 people as a small combat unit, it could greatly enhance the combat power of the divine race. To a powerhouse at the level of 9 marks heavenly Dao realm, once they joined forces, then the combat power would definitely soar. Originally, their combat power was several times higher than that of humans. Once the lesser 3 origin formation was activated, the 3 of them working together, even if there were 20 human powerhouses, it would likely be hard to get close to. But such an array formation was actually cracked by Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. This kind of thing was simply puzzling. They did not understand the hidden meaning in Yi Yuan's words at all. They did not understand, but Yuan Zhen and the rest were perfectly clear. The divine race secretly learned the human race's formation Dao but did not know that the human race's terrifying formation Dao later on, came entirely from Yi Yuan's legacy. Although the things that the human race's grand ancestor formation Dao comprehended later on were already very different from Yi Yuan's, in terms of the source, they came from the same root. Using the array formation that Yi Yuan passed down in front of Yi Yuan, wasn't this teaching one's grandmother how to suck eggs? And this scene also made Yuan Zhen, Pang Zhen, and the rest, admire Yi Yuan even more. Lord Saint Azur's influence on these 10 billion years was seriously too far-reaching. The formation Dao legacy that he left behind was secretly learned by the divine race. The alchemy Dao legacy that he left behind was feared by the divine race. The spacetime legacy that he left behind exiled progenitor Tian Qing in the turbulent flow of time and space for 10 billion years. This kind of might already transmigrated time and space. It was too fantastical. Sword of spacetime, kill. Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan controlled the sword of spacetime again, charging over towards Tian Zhao. This sword was swift to the extreme. Tian Zhao's expression changed wildly, wanting to avoid it madly. But this sword already locked onto him, not giving him any chance to evade at all. He was not Yuan Zhen who could control a powerful physical body to avoid the sword of spacetime. Compared to Yuan Zhen, he was too weak. Under the one sword, Tian Zhao was beheaded. A 9 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouse died just like this. Everyone started dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, looking at this scene in incredible shock. A powerful 9 marks powerhouse was killed by a heavenly emperor realm human just like that. The Divine Children Legion's warriors felt like their world views had been subverted. 9 marks powerhouses had unparalleled combat power. One was actually leapfrogged and killed by a human. How could this kind of thing possibly happen? Lord Tian Zhao died just like this. That human, he killed a 9 marks powerhouse while breaking through his cultivation realm. When did humans become so monstrous? Could it be that our divine race isn't the strongest? Many people started doubting life. The morale that the Divine Children Legion had just roused up earlier was immediately suppressed. Chapter 2410, Give You 10 Breaths. Sword of Spacetime, go. While everyone was still shocked, Yi Yuan struck again with a sword. But this time, the target locked onto Li Qing. Yuan Zhen's expression changed wildly, having the mind to save, but could not muster up the courage. What would he use to save? Li Qing felt that every hair on his body was standing up. He did not have time to think too much, turning tail and running. Except, the sword of spacetime was too fast. How could it give him the chance to flee? The light sword flashed past lightly. Li Qing was similarly decapitated. Yuan Zhen saw it clearly. The cuts on Li Qing and Tian Zhao's wounds were extremely flat, not even a trace of blood flowed out. As if that place was sealed by some kind of mysterious power. He understood that this wound was blocked off by the power of spacetime, and would never heal. This kind of murdering method was far more terrifying than a blade wound. If Yi Yuan were to chop at a vital spot, it would directly kill. If it sliced his finger previously, then his finger would never be able to grow out anymore. Thinking up to here, Yuan Zhen finally gave rise to the thought of withdrawing. Staying here was just waiting for death. When the Divine Children Legion's warriors saw this scene, each of them was dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan killed 2 great 9 marks powerhouses as if chopping vegetables. When did 9 marks powerhouses become so weak? No, wait, it was not that 9 marks powerhouses were weak, but that Yi Yuan was too strong. Fusing 3 great power of laws, this sword move could virtually cut everything in the world. Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, Yi Yuan's imposing momentum suddenly withdrew, his realm being fixed at peak world realm. He looked towards Yuan Zhen with a slight smile and said coolly, "Don't your divine race call yourselves the messengers of heavenly Tao, looking down on myriad races? Now, I'm going to jump realms and kill you. Give you 10 breaths, whether or not you can escape will depend on your ability." Then, he took out a bow and arrow unhurriedly. Limitless God-killing bow, a surging power of great Tao assaulted everyone's minds. In the past, Yi Yuan's realm was lacking and could not unleash the true power of a Tao artifact at all. Now, even though he did not reach Diva realm yet, he already had strength comparable to Diva realm. When he used the limitless God-killing bow again, the power long already could not be mentioned in the same breath. The power of a Tao artifact coupled with the sword of space-time, it was simply ever victorious. Seeing the limitless God-killing bow, Yuan Zhen's pair of huge eyes almost popped out. The threat of death hit him head-on. Flee or not to flee? If he fled, Yi Yuan's words were too impudent. Where would his face as a divine child go? Not fleeing, the power of a Tao artifact plus the sword of space-time, he would be simply powerless to resist it. Even if he used heavenly Tao true martial. This was really a huge irony. Yi Yuan actually said this kind of words to a 9 marks divine son with heavenly emperor realm. And he was actually still hesitating. But, Yuan Zhen and the rest had their faces flush red. This kind of heroic feeling really made people's hot blood burn with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan's sentence completely recovered their lost confidence. Before this, they were really wrecked by the Divine Children army. The Divine Children legions might completely exceeded their imagination. If not for Yi Yuan, they completely would not have been able to imagine what this battle would have been like. Ha ha ha, awesome, so what if they are of the divine race? As long as our power of laws reaches a certain realm, we can similarly look down on you. That Lord 9 marks, are you fighting or running? On the human side, came endless ridiculing voices. Yuan Zhen kept harping that they were trash, ants, they were long already unhappy. But the strength that Yuan Zhen exhibited previously was too strong, making them not have the chance to say anything at all. But now, it was different. Yi Yuan saying this kind of word with the realm of Heavenly Emperor was really too satisfying and delightful. Listening to the taunting coming from over there, Yuan Zhen's face became gloomy to the extreme. But on this side, Yi Yuan could not be bothered with his reaction, and he already started counting down. 10, 9, 8, each count was like a death-hastening curse, striking on Yuan Zhen's heart. Finally, when it counted down to 7, he could not stand it anymore and ran wildly. 9 marks Heavenly Tao realm coupled with Heavenly Tao true martial, how fast was the speed? In virtually an instant, Yuan Zhen's figure disappeared. It was as if Yi Yuan did not see it, still counting down. 6, 5, his voice spread extremely far, no matter where Yuan Zhen ran to, it could reach his ears accurately. The laws of time and space were no joke. This kind of method to transmit one's voice through space was not considered very high level. But when Yuan Zhen listened to it, it was totally not the case. These continuous countdowns were like claps of thunder, sounding out in his ears. Over these countless years, how many tens of millions of life and death battles had he experienced before? But not once did he feel so hopeless like now before. At this time, he wished that his parents had given him 2 more feet, so that he could run a little faster. He urged his physical body to the limit, trying to run a little faster. In reality, he ran fast enough too. But, he still felt that it was not fast enough. When he heard, 1, Yuan Zhen had already escaped no idea how far away from Yi Yuan. But these words still exploded in his ears. Then, he felt a terrifying aura erupt behind him. This aura drew closer and closer, and increasingly stronger. He desperately wanted to increase his speed, but that aura was still continuously closing in. Then, that aura disappeared. He discovered that he was still fine. Ha ha ha, I escaped, brat, Scaring me is it? How can I, Yuan Zhen, die that easily? He could not resist turning his head to take a look. All of a sudden, he froze. When he turned back, he saw his lower body. His body below his neck was already separated from his head. I died. Then, his consciousness slowly became blurry. This sword was too fast, he did not feel pain at all and was already beheaded. Normally, this sword was not sufficient to be fatal. But, space-time law seemed to isolate everything, cutting off all connections between his upper body and lower body. His life force was rapidly dissipating. Finally, it disappeared. Yi Yuan slowly retracted his bow. That appearance was like he had done something insignificant. The whole place was deathly silent. The powerful, heavenly Dao True Martial was actually defeated. 7 breaths of time were enough for Yuan Zhen to flee a distance of several tens of millions of miles. But Yi Yuan killed him with just one sword. The divine race never feared the human race. They were proud and arrogant. Even if they lost the doomsday battle to the humans, they also would not feel that they were worse than humans. But today, they felt terrified facing Yi Yuan. This humans might already exceeded their understanding. Yi Yuan put away the limitless god-killing bow. Looking at the Divine Children Legion which covered the sky, he said coolly toward Yuan Zhen and the others, "Stop looking, continue." The Divine Children Legion was still in a daze when Yuan Zhen and the others already roared loudly and charged over. Chapter 2411, Fooled. With the Divine Sun dying, the morale of the troops was lost. How could the Divine Children Legion still be the human army's match? They finally could not hold out but to collapse. A rout was like a landslide. The Divine Children Legion fell into utter disarray very quickly, their combat effectiveness plummeting. On the contrary, the human army's side, being inspired by Yi Yuan, each and every one of them erupted with powerful strength, completely overwhelming the Divine Children Legion. The Divine Children Legion scattered in all directions, running all over the sky. No one knew how many had died. The powerful Divine Children Legion collapsed like a house of cards at this moment. In the huge fleeing army, Yin-Yang was mixed inside, trying to smoke his way through. Just as he was chuckling to himself, thinking that Yi Yuan did not notice him, there was suddenly a blur before his eyes. A figure was already blocking in front of him. Old friends meeting, not even saying hello, it's also too much, right? Yi Yuan's voice was very flat, but the indifference exuding from it made Yin-Yang terrified. He sensed killing intent. What do you want? Yin-Yang took several steps back in a row, his complexion deathly pale and his words full of fear. What do I want? Hoo, my lord Yin-Yang, don't you know what I want? Back then, when you took Li away from me, you probably didn't think that there would be such a day, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Yeah, the Yin-Yang back then showed disdain on the world. Why would he pay attention to a puny little Empyrean realm? Even if he was seriously injured, he did not think that Yi Yuan would be of any threat anymore either. But circumstances changed with the passing of time. When Yi Yuan was standing in front of him again, he actually fused 3 great laws, and he slew a divine sun with one sword. He was already completely reduced to an ant in front of Yi Yuan. When someone who once looked up to you stood in front of you again, but you were looking up to him, this kind of taste was really sour. Mentioning Li Yin-Yang seemed to have grasped a final life-saving straw. He said, Yi Yuan, you dare to kill me. Don't you want to know what happened to you Mengli? Let me tell you, if I die, she'll have to die too. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, indeed somewhat cautious in taking action. 9 Lives was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He said, let me tell you, Mengli has been refusing to become a divine daughter. Now, she's locked up in the profound lineage's prison. It was me who kept persuading the ancestors in the clan to keep her life. If I die, she'll definitely die without a doubt. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that, a look of worry appearing on his face. These few years, he had constantly been worried about Li's safety. But with his current strength, he had no way of going to the divine race's territory at all. Now, seeing Yin-Yang, this was probably the only channel to inquire about Li's news. Tell me, how is Li now? Yi Yuan said in a deep voice. 9 Lives smiled coldly and said, you know Mengli's temperament best. She has been refusing to become a divine daughter all along. Her personality is too stubborn and can't be persuaded no matter what. There was even a big quarrel over this before. The ancestors in the clan were enraged and wanted to sentence her to death. However, Her talent is indeed high. I also used this as the reason and kept persuading the clan. That's how I saved her life. Now, she's being locked up in the clan's prison. If I die, she'll definitely be sentenced to death by the elders in the clan within half a year. Yi Yuan frowned and said, just the likes of you have such a big influence in the clan. Ninyarijin laughed loudly and said, I can't, but that doesn't mean that my father can't. My father is a middle stage 9 marks heavenly Dao realm powerhouse. He still has quite the authority to speak in the clan. When Yi Yuan heard that, a hint of worry flashed across in his eyes. As the saying went, losing yourself in concern. Even if Yi Yuan had a meticulous mind, he was also somewhat having reservation currently. Ninyarijin ignored Yi Yuan's obstruction, directly walking past him, and said with a faint smile, how about it? I'm going now. Do you still want to stop? Done talking, he left with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan did not stop and actually allowed him to go freely. Ninyarijin walked very steadily as if he did not care about Yi Yuan's attitude in the slightest. But, after he left the battlefield, he ran as if he was mad. What he said earlier, not a single word was true. They were all lies made up on the spot in order to live. He knew that Yi Yuan valued Yu Mengli immensely. Hearing the news that Yu Mengli's life was hanging by a thread, he absolutely would not make things difficult for him. In reality, Yu Mengli had long already become a divine daughter. Furthermore, Yu Mengli's present strength already reached the realm of 9 marks. The speed of progress was simply inconceivable, but he similarly knew that Yi Yuan was extremely clever. The lie definitely would be found out soon. After Yi Yuan calmed down, he would definitely be able to detect the fishiness. Hence, he had to flee for his life right now. The current Yi Yuan was too terrifying, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Even staying for a fraction of a second more was playing with his life too. There was a divine race camp roughly 3 days west of Upper Essence Valley. There were quite a number of 9 marks experts there. This place was his only chance of life. As long as he escaped here, he would be able to escape with his life. After Ninyarijin left, Yi Yuan felt very irritated in his heart. Hence, he went on a killing spree. His current cultivation realm already reached peak world realm and he even fused time, space, and sword, 3 kinds of power of laws, his strength terrifying to the extreme. The Divine Children Legion's warriors had long already fallen into utter disarray. How could they be his match? Yi Yuan brought the human army and carried out a blood massacre before stopping. In this battle, the Divine Children Legion had close to 3/4 die, virtually being wiped out. This scale of Divine Children Legion already existed in name only. This was absolutely a tremendous blow to the divine race. 2 days later, Yi Yuan gathered the army and counted the numbers. He discovered that the human army also had nearly 40% lost. The army of over 100,000 was only left with less than 70,000 at this time. One could say that it was a Pyrrhic victory. But these unpredictable children had experienced the baptism of war. Each person's mental outlook underwent massive changes. The impact of this battle on them was extremely far-reaching. Although the numbers fell, the combat power of this army grew even stronger. However, Yi Yuan's thoughts were not on this. Having ceased all activities at this time, he kept feeling that something was off. But, he could not put his finger to it either. Wan Zhen, order the army to enter Upper Essence Valley and search for the Dragon Clan's remnants. Yi Yuan commanded. Yes, Lord Saint Azure. After this battle, they already prostrated on all fours toward Yi Yuan in admiration. The title of Saint Azure was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. This kind of monstrous comprehension ability simply made people despair. Of course, this was the opponent's despair, and also the hope of the human race. But right then, Yi Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped, the expression on his face becoming incredibly ugly. What's wrong, Lord Saint Azure? Wan Zhen asked in confusion. Yi Yuan's expression was livid and he said with a cold smile, "Hey, didn't expect that I, Yi Yuan, would actually have times when I get fooled by someone. Ninyarijin, I really underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can escape?" The current Yi Yuan finally came to a realization. Li Er's personality being unwavering, Ninyarijin did not know about it until later. When they kidnapped Li Er into the Black Flame Cave, she was already extremely resistant to becoming a divine daughter. With Ninyarijin's shrewdness, how could he fail to see Li Er's personality that would rather break than bend? If the divine race did not have the means to turn Li Er into a divine daughter, Then why would Ninja expend such a great effort to get Li back to the Abyss world? Chapter 2412. If I don't let you shout, you won't be able to yell out a single word. After running long distance for 3 days and nights, Ninja was very tired. He felt like as soon as he stopped, he would fall asleep at once. To a peak 8 marks powerhouse, 3 days and 3 nights on the road was nothing. There was only one reason for his exhaustion. During these 3 days, he exhausted all of his strength. He did not know how fast Yuan was, but he knew that Yuan was definitely very fast. Therefore, he could only flee desperately. Heaven took pity on him. He finally saw the outline of the camp. As long as he returned to the camp, even if Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he would not be able to do anything to him either. Yuan could kill the Yuan Zhen who just entered 9 marks with one sword, but it was absolutely impossible to beat so many 9 marks experts in the camp. Damn it, after going back this time, I have to report to the clan elders to have them mobilize middle and late stage 9 marks supreme powerhouses, and kill Yuan at all costs. This guy is seriously too terrifying. Recalling Yuan fusing 3 great laws, Ninja still had lingering fear in his heart until now. Being able to jump realms and kill the divine race's divine child, this kind of means was really too sick. If Yuan reached Diva 4th or 5th Blight, who else in the entire divine race could be his match? At that time, probably even progenitor Tian Qing might not be his match too. Who's there? At this time, 2 figures rose up from the camp, questioning Ninja. When Ninja saw these 2 people, he could not help crying with joy. After 3 days and nights of suffering, he finally escaped with his life. It's me, Ninja. Ninja said in a clear voice. When those 2 people heard Ninja speaking, they immediately lowered their vigilance. But they still asked in surprise, Ninja, why did you return to the camp alone? Isn't your divine children legion ambushing the myriad races, coalition forces in Upper Essence Valley? Ninja was one of the army's commanders. Leaving his post without authorization was a major thing. They naturally did not dare to be sloppy about it. Ninja was still fleeing towards this side in a hurry. Even if he was already so near the camp, he still did not dare to relax. As he sprinted, Ninja shouted, "The Divine Children Legion has lost more than half in terms of casualties. They are fleeing everywhere in disorder now." Chief Commander Tian Shu died in battle. Yuan Zhen, Tian Zhao, Li Qing, the 3 lords died in battle. Kong Ru, don't stop me. I have an important matter to report to Lord Damold. Damold was precisely that one who Yuan encountered at the Asura blood pool back then. Now, his strength already fully recovered, and he returned to the clan. He became a commander of the Divine Race Army. However, he was not in his camp but in the base camp of the Divine Race. Ninja wanted to report to him, but he had to rely on this camp's powerhouses. Otherwise, he did not dare to leave by himself at all. Ninja was already scared out of his wits by Yuan, while the 2 opposite were struck dumb with amazement by the series of news thrown out by Ninja. No need to guess, and they also knew that something big happened. Otherwise, why would Ninja be in such dismay? In virtually a blink of an eye, Ninja already rushed above the sky of the camp. Without the slightest hesitation, he landed toward the camp. He did not even have time to greet Kong Ru 2 people. The moment his feet landed on the ground, Ninja's heart was finally at ease. Even if Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he also would not dare to come here and capture him. Ha ha ha, I finally escaped. Yuan, Ninja, escaped alive. The next time, it will be the date of your death. 3 days and 3 nights of desperate fleeing, Ninja did not dare to relax in the least bit. He was afraid that Yuan would find out at any time, and then chase after. Now that this nerve was loosened up, he could not resist letting out a burst of wild laughter. Oh, is that so? If I capture you from here, would you feel even more despair or not? Right then, a voice seemed to come out from the netherworld, making Ninja's hair stand on end. He was too familiar with this voice. It was Yuan. Yuan actually chased into the camp. Was he mad? Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void, having a look of amusement on his face. His spatial law already reached the level of rank 2 source. It was really rare for someone to be able to surpass him in movement technique in this world. Even if he set off 2 days later than Ninja, he caught up at the 11th hour too. When Kong Ru 2 people saw Yuan appear, their faces could not help changing wildly. Where did this guy who appeared like a ghost pop out from? Before this, they were actually completely clueless. When Yin-Yang saw Yuan, all the hair on his body stood up, and he turned around and ran without thinking. He wanted to run in the direction of the camp. That place had the divine race's major powers. Yuan did not have the intention of making a move, he just looked at Yin-Yang with a sneer. Lord Yu Qing, help! Yin-Yang shouted with all the strength in his body, his voice instantly spreading throughout the camp. He used the last of his strength, wanting to run towards the camp, but he discovered to his shock that even though he used all of his strength, his movements were slow to the extreme. His entire person seemed to be in slow motion, running forward. His movements were very exaggerated, but he did not even take a single step out. Time law. Yuan imposed time law on his body. There was merely 100 steps away from the camp currently, but Yin-Yang who had time law imposed felt like it was far on the horizon. When Kongru two people saw this scene, their pupils could not help shrinking, looking toward Yuan with a look of horror. However, Yin-Yang's yell spread out. The entire camp was immediately alarmed. Several dozen powerful auras burst out of every corner of the camp in an instant. These powerful auras rushed over to this side one after another. But Yuan ignored them. He just arrived behind Yin-Yang at an appropriate speed and tapped lightly, and he fell to the ground softly. Time law vanished. Yin-Yang looked at Yuan with the appearance of a lump of mud, his eyes full of despair. Yuan, you entered the camp to capture me, it's seeking your own death. Lord Yu Qin is a middle stage 9 marks supreme powerhouse. You're dead for sure, Yin-Yang said hatefully. Yuan gave him a glance and said with a light chuckle, do you think that you being able to yell out was your own ability? Yin-Yang's entire body trembled, looking at Yuan in horror. Could it be that this guy let him yell out on purpose? Otherwise, with Yuan's strength, restraining him then bringing him away in an instant, the people in the camp probably all would not have time to react. Yin-Yang was shocked until he could not speak. Yuan smiled coldly and said, do you think that your voice can be faster than time law? If I don't let you shout, you won't be able to yell out a single word. But I'm magnanimous. I'll let you shout, let you alarm these people. Then I'll take you away in front of them. At that time, will you feel even more in despair? Yin-Yang opened his mouth wide, looking at Yuan in shock as he muttered, devil. You're a devil, however, you can't possibly take me away from Lord Yu Qin's hands. Right as he was talking, a powerful to the extreme aura arrived in an instant. This person's aura burst through the firmament, and he already reached peak middle stage 9 marks. A surge of heavenly Tao power instantly enveloped over toward Yuan. Chapter 2413. You all are tired too, go back and rest. Where did this impudent person come from, to dare act atrociously in my divine race's territory? Yu Qin looked at Yuan and said in rage. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. When did this human youth before his eyes enter the camp? With his strength, he actually did not notice it. You're Yu Qin, I'm bringing Yin-Yang away, calling you out is just to inform you, Yuan said coolly. Facing a lofty mountain-like pressure, it was as if Yuan was completely clueless. This camp seemed to be like his own backyard. When had Yu Qin seen before such an arrogant human? After hearing, he could not help saying in a great rage, a tiny human ant dares to be so impudent in front of this progenitor too. Forget about you, even if your family's adults are here, they also won't dare to say this kind of arrogant words. If you have the ability, try bringing him away. The group of 9 marks powerhouses by the side snickered heavily when they heard that. Where did this babe pop out from? He doesn't know how high the sky is, and how thick the earth is, right? Did he run to the wrong camp and think that this is the human camp? Haha, a heavenly emperor realm little fellow really dares to talk big. If you can take him away, then wouldn't we become jokes? Although this camp was not the divine race's top combat strength, their strength was extremely strong too. Then a human little fellow ran up to them to posture. This kind of thing, even thinking about it felt funny. But Yuan ignored everyone ridiculing him. Picking up the Yin-Yang who was like mud, he walked slowly out of the camp. That appearance showed utter disregard for these super powerhouses. When Yu Qin saw this scene, he could not help flying into a great rage. When did such a foolish young man emerge in the human race? Humph, since you want to seek death, then this progenitor will fulfill your wish. Yu Qin snorted coldly, the imposing aura on his body suddenly erupting. Although it did not reach the peak, it was more than enough to annihilate a swath of heavenly emperors. Only to see him strike a palm over, even space was trembling. How could the might of a middle stage 9 marks be ordinary? The place that Yuan was standing at, space shattered. His entire person seemed to have been shredded by space, being torn apart into pieces. Ha ha ha, to dare posture in front of this progenitor was wondering how strong you were. After a farce, it's just a braggart, Yu Qin said with a big laugh. At this time, a 9 marks powerhouse next to him suddenly said, Lord Yu Qin, you look. Yu Qin was taken aback and looked in the direction that he was pointing in, and discovered that Yuan was still carrying Ninirigin, walking outside of the camp. Yuan was actually completely unscathed. Then what the hell happened just now? Yu Qin's face changed wildly, a look of astonishment on his face, not understanding why this sort of thing would happen. Just now, he clearly killed Yuan. Why was he still walking out perfectly fine? Even if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life for a long time, his old face flushed red at this time too. Just now, he even talked big. Who knew that in a twinkle, his face was really slapped by Yuan? And this also made him somewhat angry from embarrassment. Humph, to dare play tricks in front of this progenitor, you'll die very horribly. Yu Qin gave an angry yell, his aura bursting forth again. This time was much more terrifying than just now. Even the divine race powerhouses present, each and every one of their faces changed slightly. Yu Qin struck a palm over again. The void shattered and debris flew everywhere. Yuan was killed once again. This time, Yu Qin learned to be smart. He did not mock Yuan for overestimating his own ability right away. Only after several breaths seeing that Yuan did not appear, he laughed coldly and said, Humph. Got some skill, but provoking this progenitor to my face is the biggest mistake that you've made. However, his voice had yet to fade when the void trembled slightly. Yuan's and Ninirigin's figures appeared again. This time, Yuan had walked even further and was about to walk out of the boundary of the camp soon. Yu Qin's smile instantly turned stiff on his face, only to feel his face burn hotly. He already used 70% strength just now. Even ordinary Diva Third Blights would have been smacked to death by his one slap too. Hence, that was why he was confident that Yuan was already dead until he could not be any more dead. But who knew that Yuan really did not die? Originally, it was Yuan posturing. But now, it became Yuan posturing and having Yu Qin's face slapped. A dignified peak middle stage 9 marks powerhouse actually could not deal with a measly little heavenly emperor realm. It was simply unprecedented humiliation. Still in a daze for what? Everyone, attack together. This progenitor wants to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ignoring the humiliation, Yu Qin was also no longer conceited, directly ordering everyone to attack together. If he let Yuan walk out in a grand manner today, where would his face go? Where would the divine race's face go? At this point, how could everyone still not tell that there was something fishy going on with this human kid? Several dozen 9 marks powerhouses could not be bothered to care about anything else, rushing in like a swarm of hornets one after another. This kind of horrifying lineup, even if a bunch of human diva realms was here, they would be bombarded into dregs too. Only to see one terrifying energy undulation after another, crazily smashing over towards the place where Yuan was standing. That place had long already been bombed into ruins. More than half of the entire camp had already been destroyed. Under this kind of concentrated attacks, they believed that even if Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have died utterly too. No idea how long they bombarded either before Yu Qin did a hand gesture, making everyone stop. That place already became a black hole. Spatial storm poured out of the black hole continuously, attempting to engulf everything. Got to be dead this time, right? Have to be. Who can block so many of us joining forces? This kid has some skill, but he's too arrogant to dare be unbridled in the camp. The group of 9 marks powerhouses searched for a long time and discovered that they completely could not see Yuan's figure. Only then did they confirm that Yuan was already dead. As for Ninirigin's life or death, they did not pay attention to it anymore. To these 9 marks big shots, Ninirigin was merely a minor character. However, Yu Qin's face still did not relax. The previous failures made him somewhat lacking in confidence. He could not tell until now just what method Yuan used to avoid his attacks. At this time now, He was very scared of Yuan jumping out again, carrying Ninjorigin and walking outside. However, whatever one feared would come. The void trembled, two figures walked out of the void. Who were they if not Yuan and Ninjorigin? It was just that at this time, Yuan already arrived outside of the camp. He looked back at Yu Qin and said coolly, busying about for the greater half of the day, you all are tired too, go back and rest. I'll be bringing Ninjorigin away. In Yuan's hand, Ninjorigin's eyes had a dead gray color. Only at this very moment did he know how terrifying Yuan's strength was. Indeed, Yuan was not Yu Qin's match in a head-on confrontation. But, just based on Yu Qin's strength, he could not kill Yuan at all. It was not just Yu Qin. Even if these 9 marks powerhouses joined forces, they could not do anything to Yuan either. Just now, he was brought to a mysterious place by Yuan. That place seemed to not have the definition of time and space. They evaded the frenzied attacks of Yu Qin and the rest there. Chapter 2414, Must Kill. Lord Damold, what in the world is going on? Just a major thing happening naturally alarmed a chief commander of the divine race, Damold. At this time, Damold was currently observing that area of shattered space. Yu Qin was currently standing beside him with a puzzled expression. Until now, he also did not understand how Yuan did it. If Yuan brought Ninjorigin to flee crazily, this was still a little more explainable. But Yuan was too calm. Under the siege of a group of 9 marks experts, he brought Ninjorigin away slowly just like that. This was really a resounding face-slapping. Damold paced back and forth at the edge of the shattered space, having a pensive expression on his face. Suddenly, he said with a deep gaze, what a terrific space-time illusion. I didn't expect that after an epoch, a genius who fused time and space laws actually appeared in the human race again. It's not your fault for being unable to hold this boy behind. Everyone's expression changed wildly, a look of shock on their faces. The information that Lord Damold said was seriously too shocking. These divine race upper echelons all knew that it was precisely Grand Ancestor Spacetime who cast the art of spacetime reversal chaos back then, exiling Lord Tian Qing to the spacetime turbulence. That was how it resulted in the divine race's overall defeat. That Grand Ancestor Spacetime could be said to be the most terrifying enemy in the history of the divine race. Now, Grand Ancestor Spacetime had long since passed away, but who knew that another person who fused time and space, 2 supreme laws, appeared again? How could this news not be shocking? Lord Damold, you mean, illusion? Yu Qin said with an ugly expression. Damold nodded and said, spacetime illusion. It isn't any ordinary illusory art. This makes use of the law power of spacetime, making a high-level difficulty martial technique of making spacetime distort. It's an extremely profound application of spacetime law. You all thought that you killed him, but actually, you merely killed the him in the distortion of time and space. What you all saw isn't a real person at all. I've seen before progenitor Tian Qing and Grand Ancestor Spacetime's great battle back then, and more or less I know a little about the prowess of spacetime law. After he mused for a while, he continued, this boy's spacetime law is already evolving towards Grand Ancestor Spacetime's that kind of level. After he reaches Diva Realm, he'll be my divine race's great enemy. Having said that, Damold had a solemn look. Tian Qing's battle with Grand Ancestor Spacetime back then was still seemingly before his eyes. That kind of terrifying power, even he could not intervene to. Those 2 people were both the most pinnacle existences in this world, nobody could replace them. It was just that he did not expect that 10 billion years later, another human youth actually fused time and space laws. Yu Qin and the rest had shocked faces after listening. Lord Damold, then we cannot let this boy remain alive, Yu Qin said. Damold nodded his head and said, you all don't need to be too worried either. Even if he really grows up, he's not progenitor Tian Qing's match either. Back then, how heaven-defying was Grand Ancestor Spacetime? Wasn't he also forced into bringing about his own destruction by Ancestor Tian Qing? However, I still need to look into this matter thoroughly and find this boy to avoid future troubles. Hearing this, only then did everyone let out a sigh in relief. Right at this time, a group of people flew straight from the distance in a panic. When Damold and the rest saw, they could not help frowning slightly. Aren't you all the Divine Children Legion? How did you end up like this? Where's Tian Shu? Yu Qin said with a frown. This group of people was precisely the Divine Children Legion. Many of them were slaughtered by the human army until they fled helter-skelter. These remnants of defeated troops were no more than 100 people. Each person was wounded, looking very miserable and abject. These few days, they had been wandering outside all along, fleeing very carefully, fearful of running into the human army. It took many days before they escaped back to the camp. When the divine child leading them saw Yu Qin, he knelt on the ground with a thud and said sobbingly, "Lord Yu Qin, we finally saw you. Our divine children legion has been virtually annihilated." Everyone's body trembled, including Damold's. This news had not been transmitted back to the camp yet. When they heard it now, all of them were dumbstruck with shock. Even if there was Ninja incident, Yu Qin also would not have thought that the entire Divine Children Legion was almost wiped out. "What the hell happened? Quickly say," Yu Qin said in a solemn voice. That divine child had a weeping face, recounting the events of the human army's surprise attack one by one. When Damold heard that Yi Yuan killed Yuan Zhen and the rest with the sword of spacetime, his color finally changed. "What did you say?" He fused time, space, and sword, 3 kinds of power of laws. Damold questioned. Fusing 2 power of laws and fusing 3 kinds of power of laws, the concept was totally different. Especially that it was even time, space, and sword, these 3. Once fused, the power was simply unimaginable. He was still saying no need to worry just now. But now, he was also not sure in his heart anymore. Grand Ancestor Spacetime was extremely monstrous, fusing the 2 great supreme laws into one. But this guy actually fused Sword Dao Law inside too, surpassing Grand Ancestor Spacetime. If he grew up, how would that do? The divine child had a bitter look as he said with a nod, "Yes. That kid even has a Dao artifact in possession. It's a very strong bow." He paired the sword of spacetime with the Dao artifact, and shot Lord Yuan Zhen to death with one sword. Damold's expression changed wildly and he cried out in surprise, "What did that bow look like?" The divine child was pressured by Damold's powerful aura until he virtually could not breathe. But he did not dare to hide it, describing the appearance of the bow while sweating. Damold's expression changed again and again. Gnashing his teeth in hatred, he said, "Limitless. God-killing bow. So, it's him. It's that kid. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this." In just less than 2,000 years, he had already grown to such a level. For so many years, that figure who cut off his arm was never able to dispel from his mind. Condensing heaven and earth's sword intent for his one use, and cutting off his arm with a sword. That sword back then was truly breathtaking to the extreme. But so many years had passed, that young man's strength already grew to a frightening level. Now, he condensed time, space, and sword, 3 power of laws, coupled with the limitless god-killing bow. How could this kind of power be what human strength could block? Killing a 9 marks powerhouse at Heavenly Emperor realm, this was simply too insane. Yu Qin and the rest did not know about Damold's thoughts and asked with uncertainty, "Lord Damold, who on earth is this boy?" Damold's expression was solemn, and he said in a cold voice, "He's the person who cut off this ancestor's arm when this ancestor escaped from the blood pool back then. At that time, he was merely at the Empyrean realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, his strength actually already grew to such a level. This boy definitely can't be let to live. No matter how great a price paid, he must be killed." Yu Qin and the rest were shocked when they heard it. They did not expect that the mysterious youth who barged into the divine race camp alone was actually the person who cut off one of Ancestor Damold's arms. This guy was really the divine race's nemesis. But hearing that Yi Yuan fused 3 great laws, they were also aware of the seriousness of the situation. If they allowed this boy to continue growing unchecked, he would likely be Ancestor Tian Qing's life and death great enemy. They could tell that Damold already had the heart to definitely kill Yi Yuan. Chapter 2415, Sorry about it. But, Your Excellency, this boy's spacetime law is transcendent. Wanting to keep him behind is too difficult. I think that he won't be stupid enough to rush to our camp again, Yu Qin said with an ugly expression. Dealing with Yi Yuan, even he, this peak middle stage 9 marks, was useless. Unless it was Lord Damold personally holding down the fort, only then would there be a possibility of catching him. Furthermore, it was also merely just a possibility. Damold gave a cold laugh and said, "If he doesn't come out, we'll force him out." Yu Qin's eyes lit up and he said, "Your Excellency's meaning is?" Damold said in a solemn voice, "Pass down the orders. All armies join forces at Iron Wire Ridge and march toward the Middle Realms." Everyone trembled all over. This move was going to start a full-scale war. While on the other side, when the news of crushing the Divine Children Legion was sent back, the entire camp was seething with excitement. Actually, before setting off, everyone was not optimistic about this army of young masters. Without a doubt, this army that Yuan led, each person's strength was very strong. But each of them was stubborn and unruly, and they also never experienced the cruelty of war. This kind of army, the combat effectiveness was actually very limited. But no one could have thought that it was precisely this army of young masters that beat the Divine Children Legion, which had yet to taste a single defeat and had unparalleled combat power, until they were virtually completely annihilated. During this period of time, Nizan's biggest headache was this Divine Children Legion. This legion came and went without a trace. Furthermore, their combat strength was extremely strong. He was completely helpless. Who would have expected that the moment Yuan came, he resolved this problem in less than a month's time? He was still rather discontented with Yuan previously. But now, he was really convinced. Furthermore, he even heard that Yuan fused time, space, and sword, 3 great laws, and slew 3 9-marks powerhouses by himself. This kind of talent was simply too heaven-defying. Although he did not know the origin of Saint Azure, the talent that Yuan displayed was likely the human race's last hope. Regarding this point, he was well aware in his heart. Ha ha ha, terrific lad, well done. Got quite the air of an ancestor. Nizan personally went 30 miles out of the camp to welcome the army led by Pang Zhen. As soon as they met, Nizan gave Pang Zhen a punch to his chest as he said with a big laugh. The general welcoming in person, this was an extremely high standard of courtesy already. Pang Zhen was normally serious in speech and manner. But at this time, he felt like he somewhat benefited too and smiled embarrassedly. This was all Lord Saint Azure's credit. He practically broke the Divine Children Legion with his power alone. We almost became his burden, Pang Zhen said rather embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, you kid, have made progress. Not puffed up by success nor dismayed by failure, this is the style of a general. Nizan said with a laugh. At this time, Nizan was also shocked in his heart. Just one battle, this army seemed to have been completely reborn. Although the numbers were significantly reduced in this unpredictable army, their mental outlook and aura were already completely different from before. One could see that if this army was sent out again, their combat power would inevitably soar. Just what origins does this Lord Saint Azure have? Nizan could not refrain from exclaiming in his heart. In the unpredictable army, many people benefited immensely in this battle. After they returned, the strength of the vast majority of the people all made a fair degree of progress. But very soon, the Divine Race army made irregular movements. Nizan got the battle report that all of the Divine Race's armies were already assembled in Ironwire Ridge, and had clear intentions of advancing. Receiving this news, the myriad races' coalition forces became disorderly at once. In the battles previously, both sides maintained relative restraint. The true experts did not participate in the battles or rarely took part in the fights. But this time, the Divine Race suddenly bore down menacingly, catching everyone by surprise. One had to know, the Divine Race's ancestor Tian Qing's injuries still had not recovered. Rashly launching a full-scale war now was an unwise move for both parties. At the human camp, the myriad races' heads were all gathered together. Are the people of the Divine Race crazy? Heavenly Tao Samsara hasn't started yet and they are in a great rush for the decisive battle. Is this going to be an all or nothing? A Stone Race major power said rather irritatedly. Clearly, the leaders of the coalition forces present were extremely apprehensive of the Divine Race. They were not willing to fight this battle, especially those smaller races. After the battle, they might get annihilated. I feel that we still have to avoid the edge. This battle can't be fought. Yes, the Divine Race is powerful. We can't go hand to hand with them. If we do, we'll definitely lose. I think so too. Our coalition forces better avoid the edge for the time being and retreat and stand on the defensive in the middle realms. The various races' leaders were all not willing to fight to the death. Right now, the myriad races still had depth, they would rather retreat than fight to the death. The White Tiger clan's major power suddenly said, before this, the Divine Race's battles have been very restrained. The sudden decisive battle this time is after the unpredictable army defeated the Divine Children Legion. Could it be that there's some connection between the two? Commander Ni, what do you think? If Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely the Bai Chen who imparted to him the heavenly dragon mark in the abyss seal back then. He was now precisely the White Tiger clan's leader. Nizan remained silent. Only when he heard Bai Chen ask about it did he slowly say, "If my conjectures are right, they probably did it to force Lord Saint Azure to show himself." The Stone Race's leader laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Commander Ni, are you joking with us? The Saint Azure that you speak of is indeed incredible, but it's also impossible for the divine race to be in a great rush to have a decisive battle for him alone, right? Yeah, no matter how powerful Saint Azure is, he's also merely heavenly emperor realm. It's at most a few hundred years before the divine race's progenitor will come into being. These few centuries, Saint Azure alone can change the battle situation." The myriad races, leaders all had disdainful looks. They were not that respectful toward a junior. Even if it was due to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's face, they were still very disdainful toward Yi Yuan in their hearts. Nizan was very disdainful toward these people's faces. What time was it already? They were still thinking about protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. "Sorry about this. If I didn't guess wrongly, the divine race probably decided to start a full-scale war because of me." Right at this time, a voice came from outside. Following that, a youth in white robes slowly walked in and entered the camp. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? The Stone Race's leader was the most scornful. When he saw Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "What a shameless boasting brat. Don't think that just because we call you Saint Azure, you can regard yourself as very important. This war will still rely on Diva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses." When Bai Chen and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they could not help sighing ruefully. The little baby back then already grew into a leviathan of a region now. By the side, the Dragon Clan's leader, Long Yi, directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Long Yi pays respect to Lord Progenitor. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Get up. I've already brought Xiaochen they all back." Long Yi hurried said, it was Long Yi who was incompetent in protecting, making Xiaochen fall into danger. Long Yi deserves death. Yi Yuan was the Dragon Clan's samsara progenitor. Even a major power like Long Yi was a head lower in front of Yi Yuan too. He knew that Long Xiaochen and Yi Yuan were close relatives. That was why he said that. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Who can stay aloof from the doomsday battle? This matter isn't your fault." Chapter 2416, based on that. I'm Saint Azure. Those present, the leaders of the myriad races opened their mouths wide one after another, looking at this scene in astonishment. Long Yi was a top Diva 5th Blight powerhouse, his strength being unfathomable. Among these various races, major powers, he was absolutely a top existence. No one could have thought that he actually extended such solemn respects to a junior. What they did not expect even more was that the young Yi Yuan was actually even the Dragon Clan's samsara progenitor. The Stone Race leader and a few others who spoke coldly just now were frightened until they almost bit their tongues off. A few words of cynicism to a junior was no big deal. But offending the Dragon Race's progenitor with words, that was being enemies with the entire Dragon Clan. If they really angered the Dragon Clan, no one would gain anything good out of it. One had to know, the Dragon Clan's strength was a top existence when looking at the myriad races as a whole too. Let alone that the 8 great supreme demon races had always been of the same breath and branch. Sure enough, Long Yi's eyes turned dark and he said, Shipodian slighted samsara progenitor with his words. It's a provocation towards our Dragon Clan. If progenitor feels that it was inappropriate, the Dragon Clan will wage war with the Stone Race right now. These words were said with decisiveness that could chop iron, making the powerhouses present involuntarily feel a chill. They could tell that Long Yi was not joking, and he was not fawning on Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan said a word, he would really go to war. Shipodian had an awkward look and hurriedly said, Brother Long Yi, just now, this she didn't know Lord Progenitor's identity and didn't have the intention. Long Yi smiled coldly and said, whether you did it on purpose or unintentionally, offending Progenitor is a fact. Just as Shipodian was in a dilemma, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, forget it, it's no big deal. The plan now is still placing priority on uniting. He looked towards Shipodian and said coolly, didn't you wanted to know why the divine race dispatched a massive force? Let me tell you, I went to the divine race's Grant Bright Mountain camp, and I captured someone back. What, you went to Grant Bright Mountain camp? A- alone? Grant Bright Mountain Camp has several dozen 9 marks powerhouses garrisoning. Even if a Diva 3rd Blight went, there's no return to. Lord Progenitor, you're joking, right? The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Yuan rushing into the enemy camp alone and abducted someone away from under the eyelids of countless experts. This sort of thing, no one would believe no matter what. Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "Don't ask me whether it's real or fake. I can't prove it to you. If you really want to know, you can go ask Yu Qin on the battlefield, I think that he will tell you guys." The group of progenitors exchanged glances, the gazes that at Yuan were full of suspicion. Even Long Yi, Ni Zan, and the rest were dumbstruck with shock when they heard this. Just as everyone was shocked, Bai Chen suddenly said, "Although this sounds fantastical, looking back at it, doesn't this answer precisely the reason why the divine race launched a full-scale war? I think that in Damold's eyes, the importance of Lord Progenitor has already surpassed the war itself. What they are afraid of isn't us, but someone who can become Tian Qing's opponent appearing. Yeah, if they had to give the divine race a reason for suddenly starting a war, wasn't it just right? The unpredictable army defeating the Divine Children Legion, no matter how miraculous it spread, it was also the strength of the collective. How strong Yuan was, it was hard to say. But concerning Yuan rushing into Grant Bright Mountain Camp all by himself and abducted someone back, that was something completely different. If they were Damold, wouldn't they feel fear toward this genius? The answer was definitely. Nizan smiled bitterly and said, "Pang Zhen said that you went to chase after a divine race member, I even thought that you didn't catch up. I didn't expect that you actually went to tour around Grant Bright Mountain Camp." Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not here to show off this to you all, but here to tell you all that, this battle, we have to fight." Silence was restored in the camp again. The topic returned to the beginning. When it concerned the interests of the myriad races, everyone was silent. This was not something that the title of a progenitor could suppress. With regards to this kind of awkward situation, Yuan had long expected it. He just said coolly, "Let me ask you guys, what does the divine race fear most about us?" Everyone was still silent. In order to avoid embarrassment, Nizan spoke up, "Is it Dao ancestors?" Yuan shook his head and said, "Nay. What they fear most is the myriad races, numbers. Just the human race, our population is thousands of times than theirs. Even if we use numbers to pile on, we'll also crush them to death. Therefore, ever since the divine race emerged from the abyss suppressing 8 realms, places that they passed through, not even chickens or dogs were spared. Let me ask you all again, after retreating to the middle realms and the divine race army continuing advancing, what do you all plan to do?" Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across everyone's faces. Everyone did not dare to meet his gaze at all. The answer was very clear, they planned on continuing to retreat. Not that they could not see the situation clearly, but that these people were all harboring hopes of getting lucky. If the sky fell, wasn't there still the human race to prop it up? But these people did not know about the cruelty of the last epoch at all. That period of history had been sealed in dust for too long. Even if it was mentioned now, they would still feel that there were elements of exaggeration. Yuan beamed and said, "The divine race army will charge all the way towards the middle realms. There will come a day when they will charge into your clans. You all don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. In the last Doomsday battle, the divine race was at a disadvantage because of numbers. So this time, they definitely won't make the same mistake again. They just need to keep on killing and killing, until one day, we discover that our numbers are already insufficient to deal with them, and it would be too late to repent." Got to admit, Yuan's words were very convincing. It was just that this was still not enough. Shipodian said in a solemn voice, "Lord Saint Azure, not every member of the race has your combat power. If we wage a full-scale war, we aren't the divine race's match at all. Yeah, we've fought with the divine race before, and we were defeated in a few rounds. We already suffered heavy casualties." Shipodian's words represented the thoughts of the various races, leaders. The most fundamental reason why they did not dare to confront the enemy was still that the divine race's strength was too strong. Yuan saw that the timing was about right and said smilingly, "If I can bring you all to victory." These words did not stir up much waves. Instead, Shipodian smiled disdainfully and said, "Lord Saint Azure, I know that you're outstandingly talented. But a battle of this magnitude isn't a battle with individuals. Even if you yourself fall into the enemy's formation, you'll definitely die too. What are you basing on to bring us to victory? Yuan grinned and said proudly, based on that. I'm Saint Azure. Ha ha ha. As calling you Lord Saint Azure is looking on the account of Lord Profound Secrets' face. Calling you Samsara Progenitor is looking on the account of Brother Long Yi's face. But, just based on this name, you want to make our entire clans work themselves to the bone for you. Shipodian laughed loudly and said, not that he was arrogant, but making him bet the lives of his entire race, he was not willing. In his eyes, Yuan was simply too ridiculous. A mere, Saint Azure, 2 words, and he wanted so many people to sell their souls for him. But Yuan was indifferent, replying tirelessly, neither too fast nor too slowly. The more he talked, the more shocked the expressions on everyone's faces were. Until the end, everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter, and even revealed looks of excitement. Very clearly, they were moved by Yuan. Chapter 2417, Who's Scheming Against Who? The present Myriad Races coalition forces is really much weaker compared to the last Doomsday battle. These guys can't take a single blow at all. At the summit of the high mountain, Damold stood with his hands behind his back, pointing at the country. Just earlier, the Divine Race Army crushed the coalition forces again and mowed down all resistance. He stood here, ascending to a height. He enjoyed the distant view, taking everything into his sight, and was filled with lofty sentiments. Just 3 months ago, both sides officially went to war. In the 3 months, both sides had experienced dozens of major and minor battles. The coalition forces were unable to stop the Divine Race's iron hoofs at all. The Divine Race Army headed all the way east and was already almost reaching the boundary between the West Realms and Middle Realms. The Myriad Race's coalition forces fought as they retreated, and they could not organize a decent battle at all. But Your Excellency, Yuan hasn't shown up until now. I'm afraid that he doesn't dare to show face anymore. If we continue fighting, once we fight until the Middle Realms, I'm afraid that it will alarm the Dao ancestors. Yu Qin said worriedly. At this point, both sides were extremely sensitive. Once Dao ancestors took action, that would be the situation of not resting until one was dead. Most importantly, the Divine Race's few great sovereigns did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the Dao ancestors. No doubt that Tian Qing's battle with the Dao ancestors previously made the humans extremely apprehensive. But the Divine Race also realized the might of the Dao ancestors' strength. Damold laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha ha. Yu Qin, you're also looking down on this progenitor too much. You take a look. What place is it if we continue advancing from here? Yu Qin was taken aback and said, further ahead, and it's the 8 Void Mountain Range. Does Your Excellency have any brilliant plans? Damold smiled and said, Yu Qin, your ability to have an overview of the overall situation is still a bit lacking. You take a look again. What shape is our Divine Race Army assuming currently? Yu Qin was uncertain what it meant and swept his eyes towards the distance. The eyesight of this level of powerhouses was extremely good. One look and he could tell the army's shape. He was suddenly startled and said, Your Excellency, our army seems like a pocket. At this time, the Divine Race Army was just like an enormous pocket, enveloping the Myriad Race's coalition forces up. Looking from afar, it was just like a pocket enveloping the Myriad Race's coalition forces up. Originally, with the numbers of the Divine Race, it was impossible to achieve this. But the Myriad Race's alliance's troops were not as many as imagined at all. The Divine Race had the support of the Abyss monsters. They were already not worse than the Myriad Race's coalition forces in terms of numbers. Ha ha ha, what you said is right, it's a pocket. Damold's face was rather pleased with himself as he said, I've always been deliberately suppressing in 3 directions, forcing them in the direction of the 8 Void Mountain. 10 billion years ago, Grand Ancestor Skyformation isolated our Divine Race Army with his power alone. Today, this progenitor will borrow his power and catch the Myriad Race's coalition forces like catching a turtle in a jar. When they know that the array formation which their ancestor laid down actually became the thing that cuts off their final way out, they will definitely be very despaired, right? Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Damold laughed loudly without ceasing. His individual combat strength was naturally extremely strong, but being able to achieve victory in the great battle between 2 armies had more of a sense of accomplishment. Yu Qin's 2 eyes lit up when he heard that and said with a sigh of admiration, Your Excellency is impressive. These 3 months, Your Excellency actually unknowingly forced them into a hopeless situation. Now, even if they react to it, it's also too late to turn around too. Except, if that kid doesn't appear again, what shall we do? Damold smiled and said, don't you worry. They will definitely come out. At that time, I'll give them a way out and intentionally give them a slim chance of survival. This army's combat power is extremely strong. Nizan will definitely send them to attack this weak link. At that time, we'll round them up in one fell swoop. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lord Damold took every conceivable possibility into account. It's really our divine race's blessing. Yu Qin did not stint with praises in the slightest. He was really impressed. Damold mapped out a strategy in the command tent and had long already calculated everything, only waiting for the fish to bite the bait. With such a commander, how could he not be amazed? Damold smiled and said, it's also not that I took every conceivable possibility into account, but that the human army reminded me. 3 months ago, the two armies fought several great battles in a row, yet they retreated in the direction of the 8-Void Mountain. They were unintentional, but I did it intentionally. Ha ha ha, he originally did not pay attention to the retreat route of the myriad races coalition forces. But after several times, Damold suddenly saw the 8-Void Mountain range. This place was the divine race's place of humiliation back then. Grand Ancestor Skyformation turned the entire 8-Void Mountain into a mountain of restrictions overnight, slaughtering countless divine race powerhouses. That battle was the battle that the myriad races coalition forces fought to their heart's content. Grand Ancestor Skyformation's awe-inspiring reputation had spread far and wide ever since. Circumstances changed with the passing of time. Who could have thought that the 8-Void Mountain restrictions that massacred countless divine race members back then would actually become the insurmountable obstacle of the myriad races coalition forces? Thinking up to here, Damold had unspeakable delight in his heart. Presently, Grand Ancestor Skyformation had long since passed away. It was impossible for the human race to have anyone who can cross the 8-Void Mountain range. Pass on the order, the army will continue to advance toward 8-Void Mountain range. When Damold was laughing loudly at the top of the mountain, there were similarly roaring guffaws inside the myriad races coalition forces camp. Ha ha ha, Damold is really smart. Honestly speaking, I was really scared that he's too dumb to think of 8-Void Mountain. Nizan said with a big laugh. Long Yi also smiled and said, then you're looking down on him too much. He's the 3 armies commander after all. If he can't even see this, then he'd also be too dumb. Tisk tisk, it's still Lord Saint Azure who is incredible. He really took every conceivable possibility into account. It's a pity. If he could remain 10 billion years ago, maybe we wouldn't have needed to experience this battle. Shipodian said with vicissitudes of emotion. On that day, Yi Yuan recounted the origin of Saint Azure for everyone to hear. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. They did not dare to believe it at all. It turned out that the human race's Tao teachings in the last epoch were actually passed down by Yi Yuan. For this, they even asked Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets to confirm this matter. After getting an affirmative answer, no one dared to look down on Yi Yuan anymore. Compared to this, Yi Yuan entering the enemy camp alone appeared too piddling. One had to know, the human races today was created by Yi Yuan single-handedly. Since that was the case, those terrifying restriction grand arrays on 8-Void Mountain range were actually all created from the Tao teachings that Yi Yuan left behind. Although Grand Ancestor Skyformation's strength later on was God knows how many times stronger than Yi Yuan, when it came down to it, they were still from the same direct line of lineage. Dealing with the divine race army with 8-Void Mountain range's peerless grand arrays, Damold would never have dreamed of this, right? How could he know that Yi Yuan this Saint Azure traveled through spacetime and triggered the grand arrays again? This sort of thing, even thinking about it, made them felt excited. On the other end, Damold thought that he had cornered the myriad races coalition forces, cutting off the army with 8-Void Mountain's grand array. While on this end, the myriad races coalition forces planned on reactivating 8-Void Mountain's grand array and slaughtering the divine race army again. Speaking of which, we're really ashamed. Concerning this new world created by the ancient sages with hot blood, we're powerless to protect it. Lord Saint Azure traveled through spacetime. He has to face the divine race's incursion twice. He really carries a heavy burden and has a long road ahead. Saint Azure is well deserving of being a virtuous saint through the ages. Nizan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Chapter 2418, Climbing the Mountain. When he arrived at 8 Void Mountain again, this place no longer had the prosperity of the past. Back then, there was no idea how many myriad races powerhouses who were gaining enlightenment on Dao on 8 Void Mountain. But now, 8 Void Mountain was cold and deserted. Those powerhouses were nowhere to be found. This place was the gateway to the Middle Realms. It would surely be affected by the war. Continuing to gain enlightenment on Dao here was no different from seeking death. However, there were always some people who were oblivious to the outside world. There were still some people scattered on 8 Void Mountain. Yuan walked up the steps. The countless restrictions in front of him were a different sight in his eyes. Back then, when he was gaining enlightenment on Dao on 8 Void Mountain, his experience and knowledge was still too shallow. He could not discover the nucleus of this huge restriction at all. Now that he returned again, this restriction was already not as mysterious as back then in his eyes. Because the foundation of this formation Dao was passed down by him. Of course, being less mysterious did not mean that this restriction was nothing great. Grand Ancestor Sky Formation was a supreme existence that reached the level of rules. So how could this restriction power be of the common sort? This time, Yuan was not here to gain enlightenment on the formations, but he was here to take over this astonishing grand array. Isn't this young friend Yuan? Why are you back at 8 Void Mountain in such a troubled time? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from not far away. Yuan looked over. It was Heavenly Emperor Yuan who engaged in small talk with him before leaving, when he was comprehending the formations on 8 Void Mountain. He did not expect that this person was actually still here gaining enlightenment on Dao. Yuan replied, "So, it's fellow Taoist Yuan." Yuan focused his eyes and looked, and he could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. Not seeing him for a short 1,000 years, Yuan actually already reached peak Heavenly Emperor realm, and he was only a step away from Diva realm. Furthermore, the aura on Yuan's body was very illusory. He actually could not quite see through. Yuan could not help feeling a little more solemn in his heart. Not seeing for many years, I didn't expect that young friend Yi is already almost becoming a member of my generation. It's just that 8 Void Mountain's great battle is nigh. With young friend coming to gain enlightenment on Dao at this time, I'm afraid that it's the wrong time, Yuan said. Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not here to gain enlightenment on Dao. Yuan was taken aback and said, not comprehending Dao. Then what did young friend Yi come here for? Yuan did not answer. He instead asked, fellow Taoist Yuan, it's currently troubled times, the human race needs a major power like yourself. You obtained the human race's inheritance, but want to become a recluse, is this really okay? Finished saying, he stopped paying attention to Yuan and continued climbing the steps. Yuan's old face turned red, but he became unhappy in his heart. He did not expect that Yuan actually did not have any consideration for his face. Young friend Yi, aren't you the same? What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Yuan said in a solemn voice. I'm different from you. Yuan did not turn back as he said coolly. This place was already above 6,000 miles. The restrictions here already reached close to the level of rank 3 source. Yuan actually walked through here without any stagnation. Very soon, he surpassed Heavenly Emperor Yuan and continued up. When Heavenly Emperor Yuan saw this scene, he was dumbstruck with amazement once more. Could it be that Yuan's current formation Dao attainments already surpassed him? But Yuan had clearly already surpassed him. On 8 Void Mountain, whoever walked higher represented whoever was stronger. This point had already been affirmed by countless formation path powerhouses. The height that Yuan climbed was higher than him. This indicated that Yuan was stronger than him in formation path strength. There was no doubt about this at all. At this height, there were still some sporadic formation path powerhouses. They were all startled by Yuan. That kid is the fellow who turned above 3,000 miles upside down back then. Not seeing for just 1,000 years, his formation path strength is already so terrifying. He doesn't have the intention of stopping yet. Could it be that he's still planning on going up? Under the watchful gazes of a group of powerhouses, Yuan slowly went up. 6,500 miles, 7,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 9,000 miles. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The mark of 9,000 miles was the watershed between rank 2 source and rank 3 source. Walking until here meant that Yuan's formation path strength already reached rank 3 source. Except, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan continued up, 10,000 miles, 13,000 miles, 18,000 miles. At this time, the powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain were already startled one after another. A Heavenly Emperor Realm Jr. actually climbed to a height of 18,000 miles in one go. That place was the watershed of rank 4 source. Those who were able to reach this step were all Diva 4th Blight Supreme powerhouses. Each one was a heaven-shocking important figure. Now, a young fellow had reached it. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of stopping. He was still going up. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, each level 1 climbed up, the greater the distance that it crossed. The watershed of rank 5 source was 40,000 miles. All the powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain were shocked. No way, right, he wouldn't really go above 40,000 miles, right? This is really too crazy. All my years of living were really utterly wasted. Could it be that his formation Tao already reached the level of rank 5 source at a young age? I really don't dare to believe it. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan walked up to 40,000 miles. Rank 5 source. At this moment, the entire 8 Void Mountain was stirred. Those Diva 3rd and 4th Blight powerhouses even became short of breath. They already did not remember how long it had been since they lost such composure before. It was also that right now, the number of people on 8 Void Mountain was too few. Otherwise, at this moment, it would definitely be full of discussions all over the hills and valleys. However, this was still not the main point. Yi Yuan was still heading up. 8 Void Mountain range, the main peak reached as high as 80,000 miles. That place was the top of 8 Void Mountain, the place where the ultimate profound intent of formation Tao lied. It was just that, there had been so many geniuses since time immemorial, but nobody had ever been on it. Even for Diva 5th Blight Formation Path Masters, it was absolutely impossible to climb to the summit too. Because that place was where rules lay. That place was where Grand Ancestor Sky Formation's lifelong painstaking effort lay. It was precisely because of this insurmountable peak that had blocked countless divine race powerhouses. Above 53,000 miles, progenitor Yu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, rays of brilliance shooting out of his eyes. That gaze landed on precisely Yi Yuan. He was currently the only Diva 5th Blight Formation Path Sovereign on 8 Void Mountain. Who on earth is this boy, to actually climb up to 40,000 miles with the realm of Heavenly Emperor? Looking at his appearance, is it possible that he's still continuing to go up? Progenitor Yu Feng exclaimed. Sure enough, Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. That appearance was seemingly like admiring the beautiful scenery on this 8 Void Mountain. Those terrifying to the extreme restrictions did not seem to exist to him at all. 41,000 miles, 45,000 miles, 53,000 miles. Yi Yuan finally arrived at progenitor Yu Feng's height. Reaching this level, the remaining land on the mountain was already very small. The place where Yi Yuan passed through was not far from progenitor Yu Feng. However, he did not have the intention of going up to say hello. At this point now, he did not like the people who still remained on 8 Void Mountain to gain enlightenment on Tao. Young friend, wait, progenitor Yu Feng suddenly said. Chapter 2419, Acknowledging Master. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued on. Yu Feng's expression instantly turned sullen. This brat was also too condescending. He, an exalted Diva 5th Blight Supreme Formation God, was an existence that tens of thousands admired wherever he went. But a Heavenly Emperor realm little fellow actually completely ignored him. If this could be endured, what else could not be? He did not say a word, repeatedly pointing at the void, and was about to unleash the power of restrictions. Reaching this level of realm, every movement and action was array formation. They did not need to prepare anything when killing the enemy with formations. What they prepared were all terrifying to the extreme killing moves. Even if Yi Yuan reached the level of rank 5 formation path source, it was no different to him. But he discovered to his shock that he was actually unable to ignite the surrounding restrictions. What in the world is going on? I've clearly already understood the mysteries of these restrictions completely. Why can't I activate it? Yu Feng's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped at this time, looked towards Yu Feng, and said indifferently, "You wanted to kill me just now." Yu Feng's expression changed wildly. Suddenly, a hint of a ferocious look appeared on his face and he said in a cold voice, "So what if kill you? A brat actually dares to belittle this ancestor deserves the death penalty." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "You, as the human race's major power, received the human race major powers imparting of Tao on 8 Void Mountain, but you didn't think to repay the human race. Someone like you, so what if I belittle you? But Yu Feng sneered and said, what has the human race's life and death got to do with me? Kid, don't you be rampant. Killing you, I don't need this 8 Void Mountain's restrictions at all. Done talking, the imposing aura on his body suddenly shook, a terrifying power suddenly spread out. The power of a Diva 5th Blight was sufficient to make heaven and earth change colors. Let alone using it to kill a Heavenly Emperor Realm Jr. Only to see Yu Feng send a punch. Over, it was as if the entire 8 Void Mountain started shaking. 8 Void Mountain was indeed trembling. Because Yi Yuan moved too. It was only to see him raise his finger. A pale yellow light was sent into 8 Void Mountain's restrictions. The restrictions above 50,000 miles suddenly activated. At this moment, it was as if the entire 8 Void Mountain's restrictions were boiling over. Yu Feng's expression changed wildly. He only felt a power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas directly crushed his attack completely. The power struck on his chest. The Diva 5th Blight Supreme Powerhouse fell to the ground seriously injured. Yu Feng looked at Yi Yuan with a horrified look, his eyes full of fear. What happened just now? What did you do? Yu Feng said in alarm and horror. He felt like he was facing the power of rules just now. Reaching his level, apart from the power of rules, what else could hurt him? How could a Heavenly Emperor Realm little fellow mobilize the power of rules? The power just now was absolutely not just the power of restrictions above 50,000 miles. He felt as if the entire 8 Void Mountain's restrictions were rushing to his face. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Feng coldly and said with a sneer, I'll spare your life for now. Want to know what I did? Open your dog eyes and take a good look. After he finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Yu Feng and continued walking up. This scene already shocked all of the powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain. Severely wounding progenitor Yu Feng with one attack, how on earth did he do it? He's still climbing. Could it be that he's going to climb to the top of 8 Void Mountain? This is impossible. 8 Void Mountain has existed here since ancient times. Since time immemorial, how many peerless geniuses have attempted to reach the summit, but no one has succeeded. What right does he, a puny little Heavenly Emperor Realm, have to reach the summit? Seems like this 8 Void Mountain's highest record is the 71,000 miles created by Heavenly Emperor Heartless, right? He wouldn't really be challenging this record, right? At this time, there was already no one comprehending Tao, everyone was paying attention to Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan already surpassed Heavenly Emperor Yu Feng, becoming the present 8 Void Mountain's #1 person. Then, would he surpass the highest record and really reach the top? At this kind of exciting moment, how could they still have the mind to cultivate? Sure enough, the powerful restrictions above 50,000 miles, Yi Yuan completely regarded them as nothing. Very soon, he climbed to 60,000 miles, 61,000 miles, 62,000 miles. Each step that Yi Yuan took seemed to be stepping on their hearts, making them palpitating with anxiety and fear. It was already getting closer and closer to 71,000 miles. Finally, Yi Yuan took a step out and arrived above 71,000 miles. He surpassed the countless ancient and modern formation path sovereigns, and he reached the highest peak. The scattered powerhouses on the mountain immediately seethed with excitement. The record through the ages was broken by a Heavenly Emperor Realm just like that. This sort of thing, they still did not quite dare to believe it. But this was merely just the beginning. Because Yi Yuan was still climbing upward. He was climbing toward 80,000 miles. Everyone felt a little hard to breathe. This sort of thing really subverted all of their understanding. Heavenly Emperor Shu Yun looked at that back view in the distance, all sorts of emotions spilling over in his heart. Just what kind of existence was he talking to earlier? Yi Yuan got closer and closer to the summit. Increasingly closer. The entire 8 Void Mountain seemed to be shaking in pace with his rhythm. 8 Void Mountain range was trembling under Yi Yuan's feet. This earth-shaking restriction seemed to gradually be waking up from a deep sleep. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan also felt an upsurge of emotion. He did not expect that Grand Ancestor Skyformation actually comprehended such a vast and unfathomable terrifying grand array based on his legacy. At this time, what was wandering around him was a force that was hard to describe. This power was not something that one could explain clearly and make people understand, but also really existed. As if the source of all formation Tao came from this power. Yi Yuan understood that this was formation Tao rule. The power of rules towered above everything. With Yi Yuan's current strength, it was naturally impossible to reach the summit. But Yi Yuan was different from the others. Walking along the way, he had been releasing his own power of source. He was searching for resonance with the 8 Void Mountains' grand array. In other words, he was trying to awaken the entire 8 Void Mountains' grand array. Arriving above 50,000 miles, the entire 8 Void Mountains' grand array seemingly already acknowledged Yi Yuan's existence. The situation was as if it was acknowledging a master. The entire process was like Yi Yuan was refining the 8 Void Mountain grand array. But Yu Feng wanted to kill Yi Yuan in front of the 8 Void Mountain. Wasn't this him seeking death? In a twinkle, Yi Yuan was only 100 steps away from the summit. Yi Yuan could even see the situation on top of the mountain already. That place had 9 ghostly fires of different colors. They were operating on their own with some sort of magical power, lasting. A power that was as vast as the firmament transmitted from there, and actually made Yi Yuan somewhat have the impulse to prostrate in worship too. However, his body released an even more terrifying power very soon, suppressing this power. This is the true power of rules. Yi Yuan looked at those 9 ghostly fires as he muttered. At this time, he arrived before the ghostly fires without the slightest hesitation and reached his hand over. The entire 8 Void Mountains started trembling violently. Chapter 2420, Grand Ancestor Sky Formation. At this time, a torrent of laws poured down from the top of the mountain. It was as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down. It was a grand sight to behold. The 8 Void Mountain Grand Array that stretched for tens of millions of miles were all activated at this moment. Such a vast power made everyone quake in fear. Even Yu Feng, this kind of diva 5th blight, was also eclipsed in front of such a powerful force. He reached the summit. He really reached the top. That is the land of rules. How did he do it? Shock was written all over Yu Feng's face. The impact that the scene of Yi Yuan reaching the summit gave him was seriously too shocking. Rules, that was the ultimate that all Diva Realm martial artists pursued. But in this epoch, for 10 billion years, apart from the few great Tao ancestors, nobody was able to comprehend rules at all. Even if all of the Diva Realm powerhouses knew that the top of this 8 Void Mountain was the land of rules, no one had ever reached it before. Once, Heavenly Emperor Heartless climbed to 70,000 over miles and was also just a step away from the land of rules. But he did not manage to take that step in the end. But today, someone actually reached the summit. Furthermore, this person was merely just a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist. The shock that this scene brought could be imagined. The first person in 10 billion years. The ones who were shocked were naturally not just Yu Feng alone. The powerhouses on 8 Void Mountain never thought that those who stayed on the mountain during such a time of chaos actually witnessed such a miracle. Could it be that this kid already comprehended the power of rules? But he's just at the Heavenly Emperor realm. If he didn't comprehend the power of rules, how did he reach the summit? It's really contradictory. Something that no one has done for 10 billion years, he actually accomplished it. I simply somewhat doubt my eyes. All manner of exclamations were unable to describe the shock in their hearts. The power of rules, that was the existence that dominated above all things. It could be hoped for but not sought after. Now, a Heavenly Emperor realm martial artist actually reached such a realm. How could they not envy? It was just that their shock was not over yet. At this moment, it was only to hear Yi Yuan say coolly, "Come out." The 9 ghostly fires suddenly gathered together and finally turned into an old man. The moment this old man appeared, an illusory to the extreme formation Tao power of rule instantly enveloped 8 Void Mountain range. Originally, 8 Void Mountain was just a dead place. But his appearance made the entire 8 Void Mountain come to life all at once. It was as if this place was born for him. Even a fool could tell too. This old man was none other than definitely 8 Void Mountain Grand Array's master. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the old man in shock. This was a rule powerhouse. This old man, Lin Wushuang, pays respect to Lord Saint Azure. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the old man actually prostrated down toward Yi Yuan. It was prostrating. A rule powerhouse actually prostrated in solemn respect to a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. Furthermore, this level of supremacy tend to have their own resounding names. But he referred to himself with his real name. 8 Void Mountains powerhouses felt like their brains were not quite enough to use. Everything that happened today was too bizarre and too shocking, virtually already exceeding their understanding. They all thought that Yi Yuan might have obtained Grand Ancestor Skyformation's legacy, that was how he could reach the summit. But when Lin Wuxuang appeared, they naturally thought that Yi Yuan should be prostrating toward Lin Wuxuang, to thank him for his legacy. However, the result was totally different. At this time, Yi Yuan became an incomparably mysterious existence in everyone's eyes. Just what did he rely on? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Wuxuang. It was only to feel that he looked a little unfamiliar. The time he stayed in the ancient period was too short, it was naturally impossible to know everyone. Among that batch who stood out among the rest back then, there did not seem to be Lin Wuxuang. "Get up, you've seen me before," Yi Yuan asked. The time he stayed in Heavenly Hidden World was not long. Furthermore, the majority of the time was in closed seclusion, he did not really go and guide these geniuses. Lin Wuxuang said, "This disciple was in the first batch to enter Heavenly Hidden World and had the honor of seeing your Excellency's graceful bearing. Although I wasn't able to see your real face, the aura on your Excellency's body won't be wrong. Furthermore, this disciple is best friends with Qin Chao." Mentioning Qin Chao, Yi Yuan could not help looking downcast. In the last epoch, the one who had accompanied him the longest was Qin Chao. It was just a pity that he could not save Qin Chao. Yi Yuan said, "You became a grand ancestor." Then Qin Chao, Lin Wuxuang said, "He could get the personal guidance of Lord Saint Azure, and so he naturally ascended to the position of a grand ancestor. It's just a pity, he perished in the battle with the profound lineage's progenitor, Yuan Yi, back then." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a sigh, "It's just a shame that I couldn't fight side by side together with you all back then." Lin Wuxuang said, "Since ancient times, it's been hard for things to be perfect. Lord Saint Azure's contributions went down in history. There's no need to blame yourself. Moreover, the burden on Lord Saint Azure's shoulders is far heavier than ours. What Lord Saint Azure said back then, we still didn't understand. Seeing Saint Azure again today, Wuxuang understands everything. Your Excellency collecting this formation, I'm afraid that the divine race has staged a comeback again, right?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The divine race army has invaded our territory. The myriad races are powerless to resist. So I thought of this formation. Hand this formation over to me then." Lin Wuxuang said respectfully, "This 9-rule formation's foundation is the essence of what I learned in my lifetime. It can evolve into thousands of grand arrays. Back then, I shed my heart blood to lay down this formation overnight, killing 8,000 divine race powerhouses, but I also died because my heart blood was exhausted." Yi Yuan sighed and said, "It was hard on you." Finished talking, Lin Wuxuang tapped a finger on Yi Yuan's glabella. Rays of brilliant light erupted. The 9-rule formation bases entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness one by one. Yi Yuan just felt that a vast amount of information entered his sea of consciousness. Although there were only 9 formation bases, the formation Dao rule contained inside could not be calculated using words at all. When 8 Void Mountains powerhouses heard these two people's conversation, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They could not understand many things, but they heard Lin Wuxuang call himself a disciple. A terrifying rule powerhouse of his generation actually professed himself a disciple to someone at the Heavenly Emperor realm. What the hell, was there anything more terrifying than this? Shu Yun, do you know, that young man? Just what is his origin? At this time, there were already diva powerhouses who gathered over, inquiring about the situation from Heavenly Emperor Shu Yun. Shu Yun's expression was ugly as he said he came from an imperial city in the southern border. "I Imperial City, Shu Yun, are you joking with us? How could anyone believe such words?" But Shu Yun said, he seemed to have made a very big name for himself in the southern border. "I sent people to check before. He's indeed from a remote imperial city. Furthermore, his rise was also just something that happened in the recent 2,000 to 3,000 years. His speed of rising makes people speechless. The last time I saw him, he was merely at the Empyrean realm. But now, he's already a peak Heavenly Emperor. If my conjecture is right, he might very likely be the reincarnation of some old monster." Reincarnation of an old monster? What kind of old monster could make a rule powerhouse call himself a disciple? Everyone was silent. Chapter 2421, Consider the Future. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. There were actually 9 ghostly fires rotating indeterminately in his pupils. It was his first time feeling the power of rules at such close range. At this moment, he finally understood why Dao ancestors dominated above the world. This kind of power was not what the mortal realm should have at all. Even if your power of laws was comprehended to perfection, it was also not as good as 1/10,000th of rules. This is the power of rules. Although I've long known it, this saint still feels that it's inconceivable that you all could rely on the inheritance grand arrays to comprehend the power of rules. Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. When he saw Saint Profound Jian Rufeng, he knew that the countless powerhouses later on were created by him. But at that time, he was just a late-stage world realm martial artist after all. The inheritance grand arrays that he left behind were able to groom 18 rule powerhouses. Even he himself also felt proud. Lin Wuxuang gave a bow respectfully and said, "The legacies that Lord Saint Azure left are legacies through the ages. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish." We feel this sentence most profoundly. The 18 legacies are the perfect ways to cultivate the supreme great Tao. Unfortunately, Lin Wuxuang has a low aptitude and wasn't able to comprehend the true heaven-defying grand array and wasn't able to salvage the declining trend. The rule formation base that I comprehended is likely hard to enter Your Excellency's arcane sights. I won't impart it to Your Excellency either, but I'll leave it in Your Excellency's sea of consciousness for Your Excellency to refer to. He did not know what kind of uproar this sentence caused below. Rule formation base. Hard to enter Your Excellency's arcane sights. That was rule formation base. Those comprehending on Tao here were all formation Tao powerhouses. Which person did not set comprehending rule formation base as their lifelong pursuit? But this rule powerhouse actually said that it was hard to enter His Excellency's arcane sights. Just what kind of existence was this Lord? These 9 formation bases, even if passing one of them to them, they would be moved until they cried inordinately too, shedding tears of gratitude towards Lin Wuxuang in their hearts. Even if it was digging their hearts out, they would be willing to. The lucky chance of a rule legacy was too hard to come across. But the opportunity that they viewed as a treasure was actually not worth looking at when placed in front of Yuan. Everything that happened before their eyes today completely subverted their worldview. Yuan became incomparably mysterious in their eyes. Sure enough, Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "These 9 formation bases, leave them with me first. After I find a decent successor, I'll help you pass them on." Lin Wuxuang was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Lord Saint Azure." Yuan nodded and said, "Wuxuang, what's the relationship between this realm of rules and Diva Fifth Blight?" Yuan had never clarified the difference between Tao Ancestor and Diva Fifth Blight. Diva Fifth Blights also had distinctions of strong and weak. The strong ones could even stand up to Tao Ancestors as an equal, while the weak ones could only rule a region. Lin Wuxuang said, "Diva Fifth Blight is the superlative of cultivation realm. Because after our small world reached Diva Fifth Blight, it won't be able to improve any further. Even Tao Ancestors are actually only Diva Fifth Blights too. It's just that they are augmented with rules and possess the power of rules. Hence, they dominate above all life, incapable of breaking through cultivation realm, and so there's only seeking a breakthrough in the power of laws. If one can reach the realm of rules, they can make their strength improve further, reaching the realm of Grand Ancestor. However, Tao Ancestors are able to mobilize a complete power of rule. Ordinary Grand Ancestors aren't their match either. Unless they reached Shanghang that level of realm, only then would they have the capital to contend with Tao Ancestors. Yuan frowned and said, "Why is the small world unable to improve further?" Lin Wuxuang shook his head and said, "After reaching the extreme realm of Fifth Blight, it's as if you reach a bottleneck, and can no longer integrate the power of heavenly Tao into the small world. Back then, us Grand Ancestors studied it before together, and expended immeasurable effort, and yet we were unable to break this shackle too." Hearing what Lin Wuxuang said, only then did Yuan know what kind of realm Tao Ancestor was. This was also to say that after reaching Diva realm, what you competed in was not cultivation realm but the power of laws. Especially after reaching Diva Fifth Blight, whoever's power of law was stronger, whoever's strength was greater. Then would his cultivation realm be able to shatter heavenly Tao's fetters. This was a path that no one had ever walked before. Where could he walk to? Even Yuan himself could not say for sure either. But Yuan had a strong feeling that this path that he took was correct. Right now, Yuan already reached the threshold of the 9th major realm. How to take this crucial step, Yuan did not have a complete idea yet. Because to him, each cultivation realm needed to go through countless deductions, and could not have the slightest mistake. Actually, the human race's cultivation system originally already had problems after reaching Heavenly Emperor realm. One must transcend the Diva Blight tribulation to break through the realm. This actually deviated from the normal cultivation method. Although their strength increased, they also walked into a dead end. Therefore, this step was similarly of vital importance to Yuan. Striding over, he might be able to open up another path. Although my chaos world is far inferior to other martial artists in terms of space, in quality it completely crushes Diva Realm powerhouses. In fact, my chaos world is even somewhat struggling to make ends meet when absorbing the Heavenspan world's heaven and earth spiritual energy. My chaos world shouldn't lose to the Heavenspan world, in terms of quality. Now, heaven and earth have already opened up. The next step is creating myriad life. It's just that I need to think more about how to create a world that belongs to me. I need to be extra careful. Yuan tried to figure it out in his heart. Yuan finally let out a deep sigh as he said, forget it. This step still needs to continue to deduce, can't be impatient. Lin Wuxuang's gaze was flickering indeterminately by the side. He knew that Yuan was thinking about the matter of cultivation realm. But he similarly also knew that Lord Saint Azure was simply a freak. These people, weighed it over later on. They concluded that even if they had the same cultivation realm as Yuan at that time, and the same law comprehensions, it was also impossible to destroy the Century Celestial Palaces without any traces. This indicated that under the same cultivation realm, Yuan was almost invincible. This sort of thing, even these grand ancestors, were unable to accomplish it. If so, then how terrifying was Lord Saint Azure's strength? He had once discussed it with Shang Heng before. If Lord Saint Azure reached his realm of Grand Ancestor back then, he could absolutely have directly annihilated Tian Qing. It was just a pity that Yuan was not able to take part in the last Doomsday battle. Yuan looked at Lin Wuxuang and said, I want to make a trip down the mountain. You help me to seal off 8 Void Mountain. This period of time, no one is allowed to go out. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Lin Wuxuang said respectfully, yes. Down the mountain, the expressions of all the powerhouses changed one after another. But none of them dared to act rashly. 8 Void Mountains' grand array was already activated, it was too easy to eradicate them. Even Yufeng, this kind of powerhouse, would face certain death too. After all, this was a rule grand array. Yuan went down the mountain. When he passed by Yufeng suddenly plucked up the courage and asked, Hey, are you really Lord Saint Azure? Yuan looked at him with a slight surprise and said, You know about Saint Azure? Yufeng's expression was ugly as he said, My family's ancestor had also experienced the last Doomsday battle. There's the legend of Azure and Profound, 2 saints in our family. Ancestor taught that when we see Saint Azure, we must show the most solemn of ceremonies. Done talking, Yufeng directly knelt down toward Yuan. Chapter 2422, Unpredictable Army Moving Out. Lord Yufeng actually knelt down too. Who on earth is this Lord Saint Azure? Shu Yun, didn't you say that he came from an imperial city? But these few in front are clearly all old monsters who had lived for countless years. At this time, Shu Yun was also somewhat doubting his own judgment. Could it be that the things he investigated before were all misconceptions? The scenes that happened before his eyes were seriously too puzzling and shocking. Yuan gave Yufeng a beating, but now, Yufeng turned around and directly knelt in front of Yuan with a pious look. It was if Yuan was not a person, but a god. A genuine god, but Yuan was clearly just a heavenly emperor realm expert. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Looking at Yufeng, he said in a solemn voice, Since your ancestor experienced the last epoch, then you should know even more that the human races today wasn't easy to come by. You want to stay reclusive, there's nothing wrong with it. But do you think that the divine race will let you live a sequestered life with peace of mind? Yufeng had a fearful look, lying prostrate on the ground, not daring to move rashly. When Yuan saw his appearance, he found it hateful and pitiful, and said, Forget it. You still remember your ancestor. So at least you have some sense of shame. I'll spare your life today. Whether you want to resist the divine race or not, you weigh and consider it yourself. If you really feel that you can stay aloof from the affair, being a carefree immortal is good too. After he finished talking, he went straight down the mountain. Yufeng's entire body trembled, not daring to say a word. He did not expect that Yuan was actually the legendary Saint Azure. The family teachings that his ancestor passed down was that azure and profound two people were virtuous saints through the ages, founding the great age of humanity. It was just that the era was too long ago, he only took it as a legend. He did not expect that there was really such a thing. What he did not expect even more was that Saint Azure was actually a fine young man. Although it was fantastical, he knew that this could not possibly be fake. Being able to make a rule powerhouse so respectful, Yuan must be Saint Azure without a doubt. But why would Saint Azure appear in this era? This matter, he could not figure out after racking his brains. During the course of Yuan conquering 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, the outside world was already fighting fiercely. The land of Western Realms was presently already a stretch of scorched earth. Diva realm powerhouses moved out one after another. They really fought until mountains collapsed and the earth fissured apart, long rivers getting cut off. Countless spiritual lands and countless creatures were all wiped out. However, the myriad races coalition forces were fighting as they retreated. Although there were losses, they were not heavy. Furthermore, the vast majority of the time, it was the human race charging in front, the other races had nothing to say. At this time, hundreds of Diva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses were currently in a bloody battle with the divine race's top masters. This battle was already fought until space collapsed and storms were raging. Ha ha ha, the present human race is really too weak. Your dozen over Diva 5th Blights joined forces and can't even deal with me. Back in the days, beneath the 18 Grand Ancestors, there were as many powerhouses as clouds. There were even quite a number of powerhouses who could compete with this progenitor. But today, you all are too weak. In the heat of the battle, Damold let out a burst of loud laughter, full of contempt toward the myriad races, experts. He alone tied down 14 Diva 5th Blight powerhouses. Even so, he still accomplished it with ease. This level of strength simply made the various races, powerhouses despaired. Reaching Diva Realm in 9 marks this level, the might of the divine race truly revealed. This series of confrontations fought until the human race did not have any strength to fight back. Many Diva Realm experts had fallen. In contrast, the divine race's casualties were much fewer. It was also that the coalition forces had a large number of experts, purely using numbers to resist Damold. Otherwise, with Damold's strength, he would have long killed these Diva 5th Blight powerhouses several times over. The various races, 5th Blight powerhouses all had livid expressions, but they were powerless to refute. Although it was just an astonishing grand plan that Yuan laid down this time, the strength displayed by the divine race still made them despair. Especially Heavenly Tao True Martial, once it was executed, it was really killing gods if gods blocked, killing Buddha if Buddha blocked. Its amplification of the divine race powerhouses, strength was too terrifying. If there was no 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, this kind of confidence, they might be completely defeated after a battle. Commander, we almost can't hold out any longer. Patriarch, we're about to fail. Behind, the commanders of the coalition forces shouted out one after another, their voices full of despair. Those who knew about this plan were only those high-level powerhouses. The despair that the rest showed was not fake. Nizan's expression changed several times and he said in a cold voice, "Continue retreating." The commander shouted, "But Commander-in-Chief, it's 8 Void Mountain at the back. Any further back and we won't have any path anymore." Nizan gritted his teeth and said, "Just retreat as you're told. What's with all the nonsense? Otherwise, you can fight to the death with the divine race." That commander had nothing more to say, he could only retreat as he fought. When Damold saw the situation, he laughed loudly and said, "Weak. Really weak. Don't you humans even have an elite force?" Nizan's expression was very ugly, but he still retreated. The army retreated as they fought, and very soon they arrived at the foot of 8 Void Mountain. At this time, the divine race army already surrounded the coalition forces tightly like an iron bucket. There was no way to retreat at all. Either go up the mountain and get killed by the Grand Array, or fight to the bitter end with the divine race. Of course, the outcome was still being killed. A subordinate asked Nizan, "Commander-in-Chief, what should we do now?" Nizan had a dark look as he said, "What else can we do? Break through. But we've already been surrounded. There's no way out at all." Nizan gritted his teeth and said, "Find it. I don't believe that such a large 8 Void Mountain, they can seal off all of the paths." The subordinate received the order and left. Very soon, news came over. The subordinate reported to Nizan with an excited look and said, "Commander-in-Chief really has godlike foresight. The divine race indeed missed out a path. We can break through from there. Nizan sighed emotionally in his heart. How could it be him who had godlike foresight? It was Lord Saint Azure who foretold it with godlike accuracy. In order to force out Lord Saint Azure, the divine race really did it according to Lord Saint Azure's plan and dropped into the pit bit by bit. Of course, he would not show it on his face. His eyes just flashed and he said, "Pass down the order. Have the unpredictable army blaze the trail and carve out a bloody path. We'll charge out." The unpredictable army was their final trump card. The moment the subordinates heard this, they knew that it was time for the decisive battle. All of them were extremely excited. Actually, the subordinates had long suggested sending out the unpredictable army, but Nizan refused to loosen up. Now, he finally relented. It was just that how could they all, these ordinary soldiers, know the true significance of the unpredictable army? Pang Zhen took the lead. Wan Zhen worked in concert from the side. Places that the unpredictable army passed through, all obstacles were swept away. When they moved out again, the combat power of the unpredictable army already rose several levels. The cooperation between them and their individual combat power both obtained huge improvements. Even more so, there was a batch of people who already transcended the Diva Blight tribulation, becoming Diva realm powerhouses. Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen were two of them. Their strength, once they entered Diva, their combat power skyrocketed. Over there, obtaining the news that the unpredictable army moved out, Damold could not help being overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Nizan, that brat finally can't maintain his composure anymore. This progenitor wants to see this time. Whether that Yuan can really have supernatural powers or not. Everyone, heed this order. Give up on encircling and attacking the myriad races coalition Foss's main force, focus all power on besieging the unpredictable army. All 9 marks powerhouses, move out. You must kill Yuan for me. Damold dispatched the order loudly. Chapter 2423, Completely Reborn. The divine race army retreated like the tide. This made the coalition forces somewhat at a loss on what to do. What came immediately was a burst of ecstasy. They did not know what happened, but they knew that they were saved. But Nizan and the group of upper echelons had solemn expressions on their faces. This place had not entered the influence range of 8 Void Mountains' grand array yet. Yuan, they all were luring the enemy deep in, using themselves as bait. It was just that, how could a mere unpredictable army be able to resist the entire divine race's army? This battle was too dangerous. Nizan, they all had also urged Yuan before, to not risk his life. But Yuan said that if he did not take the risk, he would have to use the coalition Foss's lives to take the risk. The two sides' armies, the numbers were too many. It was impossible for all of them to enter the range of 8 Void Mountains' grand array. Once both sides went to war, in this kind of narrow place, it would be a life and death battle. At that time, there would be countless casualties. In contrast, the unpredictable army being the bait would be much more agile. Hence, he did not scruple to risk his life to be the bait. Damold's ultimate goal was him. As soon as he appeared, the divine race would inevitably pour the power of the whole army to encircle and suppress him. Currently, it was indeed the case. Except, this war tactic was seriously too dangerous. Once the army fell into heavy encirclement, Yuan would undoubtedly die. One had to know, the opponent this time was not just several dozen 9 marks heavenly Dao realms. Disregarding the others, just one Damold was terrifying to the extreme. The 3 armies, listen to this order. Attack the divine race army and work in concert with the unpredictable legion. Nizan said in a stern voice. The unpredictable army fell into the sea of divine race army very quickly. A mere 70,000 people, they were insignificant like an ant in front of the entire divine race army. But the combat power of these 70,000 people was surprisingly powerful. The places that it passed through, the divine race army actually did not have any who could last more than an exchange. The powerful divine race army appeared like a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this unpredictable army. These few months, the divine race army had long already been accustomed to victory. Suddenly seeing such a courageous human army, it shocked them. Why is there such a powerful legion in the human army? Too strong. I feel that they are like a moving fortress, unable to shake at all. I got it, they are that mysterious army that annihilated the Divine Children Legion. Really so strong. The unpredictable army was like a bulldozer. The places that it passed through were all mowed down. This kind of might was something that the divine race army had never experienced before. In their perception, the human race was a bunch of ants, not worth mentioning at all. All the way until they encountered the unpredictable army. But they did not notice that in the unpredictable army, there was a figure who was illusory and did not make a move to kill the enemy. The unpredictable army may seem scattered, but actually, they were extremely organized. These unpredictable children, every 3 people formed a combat unit, becoming a miniature combat group. Each combat unit formed a slightly larger combat group, so on and so forth. This army was carrying out a group battle with precisely a powerful array formation. This array formation was somewhat similar to Yuan Gen 3 people's lesser 3 origin formation back then, but it was much more brilliant than theirs. But the entire unpredictable army had many invisible threads controlling, and the end of the threads was held in Yi Yuan's hands. It was him controlling the entire unpredictable army in battle. The time that he returned was not long. The warriors of the unpredictable army were still unable to fully control the battle formation that he created. Hence, he thought of an idea, controlling every unpredictable child as a sword. He planted a sword intent in each person and conveyed orders with the sword intent. Each unpredictable child only needed to move and fight according to his instructions, and they would be able to maximize their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, being controlled by him compared to the unpredictable children fighting on their own, the power unleashed was several times greater. The current unpredictable army, their combat effectiveness was more than 100 times stronger than when they fought with the Divine Children Legion back then. Among the unpredictable children, each one of their combat power was extremely fearsome. Now, with the help of array formation, they were even more invincible. Your Excellency, can't anymore. We almost can't stop them anymore. They are too strong. We can't stop them at all. Only by sending 9 Mark's powerhouses over can we stop them. The divine race's battle will was very strong. But even so, they were also killed by the unpredictable army until they felt chills. At this time, Tian Lin brought a group of 9 Mark's powerhouses and just happened to arrive in time. Seeing this scene, he could not help giving a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "A bunch of ants also dares to challenge the majesty of the divine race. Attack together. Destroy this bunch of guys." Done talking, he took the lead and charged toward the unpredictable army. The moment Heavenly Tao True Martial was unleashed, a horrifying combat power spread out. This squad had several dozen divine race powerhouses, and also close to 100 Diva Realm Abyss monsters. This kind of strength was sufficient to squash a human army of several million experts. With hundreds of 9 Mark's powerhouses attacking in full force, how shocking was the commotion. When the divine race army saw this scene, each and every one of them was greatly aroused. Tian Lin, who took the lead, was blown up right away. Following that, those 9 Mark's powerhouses behind him were blown up one after another. 100 over 9 Mark's powerhouses were practically slaughtered cleanly by the unpredictable army in an instant. The impact that this scene brought to the divine race army was seriously too strong. Although Tian Lin was initial stage 9 Marks, his combat power was already equivalent to Diva Second Blight. In front of an army formed by a group of Heavenly Emperor realms, he actually did not survive a single exchange. This level of lethality was too terrifying. A momentary silence actually appeared on the originally noisy and chaotic battlefield. In a single exchange, 100 over 9 Mark's powerhouses were killed. It really shocked the divine race army. Gee, got to be joking, right? Those were all 9 Mark's lords. They even activated Heavenly Tao True Martial. They couldn't even last a single clash. Even the Divine Children Legion doesn't have this kind of ability either, right? Monsters. This army is really a group of monsters. For a moment, the divine race army actually did not dare to step forward. They were daunted by the unpredictable army's overkill. However, they did not move, but the unpredictable army did not have the intention of stopping. With Yi Yuan controlling the army and brandishing the butcher's knife, they charged all the way. The places that they passed through were akin to a no-man's land. The divine race army wailed all around. When the news in front came over, Nizan as well as the group of major powers were dumbstruck with amazement. This is a joke, right? 100 over 9 Mark's powerhouses were killed in a single exchange. The last time they faced off against the Divine Children Army, although they won, their losses were very grievous too. Just how long has it been? How did they become so strong? Tisk tisk, Lord Saint Azure is indeed well deserving of being Lord Saint Azure. He truly transforms the rotten into something magical. That army of young masters actually became so strong after letting him drill them. The group of big shots was marveling endlessly. But right at this time, auras that blotted out the skies and covered the earth surged over from the distance one after another. It was akin to a huge wave attacking them. Nizan's expression changed and he said, Damold arrived. Let us hurry up and get on it. Chapter 2424, All Fronts Making Emergency Requests. An astonishing aura approached from afar, arriving with a howl. Damold's aura outshone the others, overshadowing all of the divine race powerhouses. Detecting Nizan and the rest approaching them, Damold gave a cold snort and said, Humph. A bunch of bugs who get in the way. You all go and stop them. This progenitor will personally go and kill that brat. Also, that army, don't let a single one off. Kill them all for me. He clearly became aware of the unpredictable army's terror too. He decided to directly eliminate it and sever future troubles forever. Under the word of command, thousands of powerhouses rushed in like a swarm of hornets and confronted Nizan and the rest very quickly. An astonishing great battle instantly broke out. While on the other side, Yuan detected Damold's arrival. Yuan immediately sent the order to retreat. Wan Zhen, Pang Zhen, let's split up and retreat in the direction of 8 Void Mountain. Don't feel attached to the battle. Just retreat to 8 Void Mountain, and you guys will have won. Yuan said in a solemn voice. The two people's hearts turned somber, and they hurriedly complied. Charging all the way, the unpredictable army opened up a gap very quickly and retreated in the direction of the 8 Void Mountain. Damold already issued a certain kill order. The unpredictable army affected the entire divine race army's nerves. The moment they retreated, the entire divine race army chased after. As for Yuan, he urged spacetime law to the limit, heading in the direction of the main peak. With his current strength, it was simply impossible to be Damold's match. Once Damold caught up, that would be a road that led to death. Ha ha ha, kid, we meet again. Today, this progenitor is here to repay your courtesy of an arm. What are you running for? Behind him came Damold's unbridled laughter. Damold was well deserving of being the Heaven lineage's progenitor-level powerhouse. His speed was actually much faster than Yuan. His strength was suffocatingly strong. Humph, it's a pity that my cultivation realm back then was too low. I wish that I could have slaughtered you, this old dog. Yuan's head did not even turn back as he said with a cold snort. Damold was indifferent and said with a big laugh, Kid, there are no ifs in this world. You couldn't kill me back then and me killing you today, this is all destined by heaven. You run, I want to see where you can run to. 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array is a rule Grand Array. Unless you can escape to the top of the mountain, otherwise, this progenitor can still kill you. To Damold, 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array was nothing. As long as it did not reach the level of rules, it did not pose any threat to him. Let a puny little heavenly emperor escape to the top of the mountain. Damold knew that Yuan's formation Dao attainments were merely just at the level of rank 2 source. There was already no one who could reach the summit of the mountain in the human race currently. Yuan smiled coldly and said, All right, then you come up the mountain to kill me. I want to see until where you, this old dog, can chase me. The two people, one in front and one behind, bickered through the air, but their speed did not slow down in the slightest, akin to 2 streaks drawing an arc across the horizon. While on the other side, the unpredictable army was also fleeing frantically. It was just that the current unpredictable army was obviously much more mature. Their retreat was orderly and did not show the least bit of panic. However, without Yuan controlling the Grand Array, the entire unpredictable army's combat power dropped significantly, and casualties also started appearing. After all, an army of 70,000 people being obstructed and intercepted by an army of hundreds of millions, no matter how strong, it was also impossible to be completely unscathed. Fortunately, Yuan already led them to break through the heavy encirclement. They only had to retreat step by step will do. But right at this time, the divine race used their trump card. The Divine Children Legion. Although the Divine Children Legion suffered heavy casualties, there were still 40 to 50,000 people left after all. Lumping these 40 to 50,000 people together, they were still a team with extremely strong combat power. The re-emergence of the Divine Children Legion suddenly delayed the unpredictable army's speed of retreat. However, it was also merely slowing it down. When they crossed swords again, even if this army did not have Yuan, their combat power was already completely different. Under Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen's lead, the unpredictable army fought as they retreated, but the Divine Children Legion's casualties were continuously increasing. The Divine Children Legion's warriors were all extremely shocked. They did not expect that after experiencing one battle, these unpredictable army's soldiers would actually be formidable to such an extent. However, they were under orders and desperately held the unpredictable army back. The Divine Children Legion's soldiers all seemed to not care for their lives, rushing towards the unpredictable army as if being suicidal. The casualties of the unpredictable army were also rising sharply. Yuan Zhen's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, continuing like this isn't the way to go. I'm afraid that we'll have already suffered heavy casualties before reaching 8 Void Mountain. Pang Zhen, you lead the main force away first, I'll bring 10,000-man squads to cover the rear. The moment Pang Zhen's heart, his expression changed wildly and he said, no way. Want to go, go together. Want to stay, stay together. Playing the hero like this, what kind of ability does it count as? After experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, the friendship of comrade in arms was already cultivated between Pang Zhen and Yuan Zhen. Yuan Zhen was very magnanimous and furthermore, selfless, being deeply respected by the unpredictable army. Even Pang Zhen was subdued by his bearing. Yuan Zhen said in a solemn voice, enough crap. At this rate, nobody can leave. Pang Zhen said furiously, want to cover the retreat, it should be me too. Yuan Zhen said in a cold voice, rubbish. You have excess power and lack endurance. Rest assured, even if I fall into a heavy encirclement, I have the confidence to protect myself too. As long as they are lured into the range of the Grand Array, I'll be safe. Pang Zhen knew that what Yuan Zhen said was the truth. His combat power was extremely strong, but in terms of difficulty to deal with, it was still Yuan Zhen who was more troublesome. His expression changed over and over again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, good brother, you take care. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, don't say it like it's a parting of life and death. I still want to receive Lord Saint Azur's training and become a supremacy of my generation. After he was done talking, he said in a clear voice, which brothers are willing to cover the retreat with me? Those 1,000-man squad leaders stepped out of the ranks one after another. From the initial most avoidance, it already reached the current taking the initiative to volunteer for battle. Got to admit, the growth of these unpredictable children was tremendous. Yuan Zhen laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, good brothers. Lin Xiao, Wu Cheng, the 10 of you, follow me to cover the retreat. The others, retreat first. Without a doubt, the ones who remained behind to cover the retreat would definitely suffer heavy casualties, and even be completely wiped out. Even Yuan Zhen, this Diva First Blight powerhouse, might not be able to come out alive. But no one cowered. Yuan Zhen did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly killing over towards the Divine Children Legion. Only through madness could one achieve greatness. With no retreat, these 10,000 people seemed to have gone crazy, fighting desperately. Both sides fell into tragic hand-to-hand combats. These 10,000 people were unrestrained. They were not fearing of death in the slightest, and they actually forcefully stopped the army. But very soon, they were also surrounded by the countless divine race army, and they were engulfed inside. When Pang Zhen saw this scene, tears instantly swirled in his eyes, and he roared sobbingly, everyone, listen up. Retreat. On the other side, Damold was in hot pursuit, the gap from Yi Yuan getting closer and closer. It looked as if Yi Yuan was about to escape into 8 Void Mountain's Grand Array. But right then, Damold suddenly laughed loudly and said, brat, do you think that I'll let you enter 8 Void Mountain? Lions go all out even when hunting a rabbit. Heavenly Tao True Martial, shrinking earth into an inch, activate. Chapter 2425, barely escaping with his life. Not good. This aura, could it be that Damold's Heavenly Tao True Martial is? Ha ha ha, you guessed it right. Lord Damold's Heavenly Tao True Martial is called shrinking earth into an inch. That boy thought that he could escape from Lord Damold's hands. It's really laughable. Hearing his opponent's words, Nizan's expression became ugly to the extreme. Shrinking earth into an inch, hearing the name and one would know that it was a movement technique type Heavenly Tao True Martial. Damold's speed was originally swift to the extreme. Now, coupled with Heavenly Tao True Martial, Yi Yuan would not be able to reach 8 Void Mountain at all. For a moment, Nizan burned with anxiety. While on the other side, Yuan Zhen delayed the Divine Children Legion, the Divine Race Army continued chasing after Pang Zhen. Without Yi Yuan taking the charge, Yuan Zhen these 10,000 people fought very bitterly. Fighting at a disadvantage of numbers, under the situation where they did not have an advantage in strength, it was even more unbelievably tragic. Fortunately, Wan Zhen already broke through to Diva Realm, attracting the vast majority of the force. Many unpredictable children gambled with their lives, fighting extremely miserably. Many unpredictable children used methods that stimulate potential to greatly increase their strength. After a bout of fierce fighting, they could even kill several people in a row. But in the end, they were surrounded and beaten to death by divine children. The numbers on both sides were rapidly being depleted. A terrifying attack arriving from behind with a howl. The entire world seemed to be trembling. After activating Heavenly Tao True Martial, Damold's speed was too fast. In virtually a blink of an eye, he caught up. 8 Void Mountains' grand array looked like it was still a step away, but he could not make it anymore. That area of space was unable to withstand this horrifying power at all, directly collapsing. Even those spatial turbulent flows were knocked back too. The might of the power could be seen. All the hairs on Yi Yuan's body stood on end, feeling as if the sky was falling down. He had never seen before such terrifying power. Only then did he truly understand what was called Doomsday Battle. Even Damold was like this. What about Tian Qing and the other progenitors? That kind of power, using destroying heaven and decimating the earth too. Describe it was also not over the top. At this moment, the entire foot of 8 Void Mountain was shattered. A huge black hole was a ghastly sight to behold. This terrifying scene made everyone extremely shocked. Especially the unpredictable armies and coalition forces upper echelons, each and every one of them was staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Everything was over like that. Lord Saint Azure. Pang Zhen's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, looking at that black hole as he roared angrily. Tears actually already flowed down his eyes. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan already became the leader in his heart. At this time, with the leader dying, he was deeply saddened. Not just him, everyone in the unpredictable army, all could not help shedding tears. Why is it like this? Could it be that Lord Saint Azure is gone just like that? I don't believe it. This is impossible. The human race's hope is severed just like that. Painful wails lingered incessantly. Everyone was clear what Yi Yuan being killed meant. Ha ha ha. Ignorant child, did you really think that you could escape from under this progenitor's hand? You completely don't know how terrifying this progenitor was when I roamed the world unhindered. So, everything is over. Killing the human race's hope, Damold was incredibly relieved in his heart. Yi Yuan's existence made him feel threatened. This feeling of extinguishing hope made him very contented. However, right at this moment, the void trembled, a figure covered in blood from head to toe, crawled out of the void. Yes, crawled out. The originally white long robes already turned a scarlet red color at this time, dreadful to behold. The bones in his body was practically all shattered. The aura of his body was very weak. But he was still alive. Damold's laughter abruptly stopped. He looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked expression, full of incredulity. How is this possible? Is it spacetime illusion? But this progenitor's attack can even shatter spacetime. How did he do it? Reaching his level of realm, every move and stance carried the might of heaven and earth. Spacetime law could not ignore everything. Damold naturally knew about Yi Yuan's spacetime illusion. Hence, he did not hold back on this move. He dealt a blow at his full power. Under this blow, even a Diva 5th Blight would have to die too. But Yi Yuan actually survived. This was simply too inconceivable. I understand. It's a multi-layered spacetime illusion. Fine lad, I didn't expect that your application of spacetime law already reached such a profound realm. Like this, I can't let you stay alive even more. Damold came to a sudden realization, immediately understanding it. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan laid down several layers of spacetime illusions. He completely disrupted spacetime, narrowly avoiding this attack. Laying down multiple layers of spacetime illusions, the difficulty did not increase a tiny bit compared to one layer of spacetime illusion. This was an extremely profound application of spacetime law. It was not that it could be done just by knowing spacetime law. Of course, even so, Yi Yuan was still almost killed by the horrifying power. Damold's strength was too terrifying. It was already strong to the degree that it could ignore laws. Yi Yuan's powerful power of laws could even render Yu Qin at a loss on what to do, and yet he was unable to stop Damold. Old dog, you come and kill if you have the ability. The moment Yi Yuan spoke, it gave everyone a fright. That hoarse voice was like puffing bellows. After he finished talking, he turned around and entered 8 Void Mountain. Damold sneered and said, This 8-void mountain is merely a dead formation. How can it stop this progenitor? Brat, you're too naive. Done talking, he leapt and shot towards 8-void mountain. 8-void mountain's grand array was immediately activated. The terrifying energy undulation smashed towards Damold overwhelmingly. However, Damold's momentum was overwhelming. He did not fear these powerful restrictions in the slightest at all. He actually relied on his powerful strength to forcefully resist 8-void mountain's grand array. The grand array that ordinary martial artists feared like a tiger, actually could not do the slightest thing to Damold. Damold charged all the way. Although his speed slowed down significantly, his speed of climbing the mountain was extremely fast. But in front, Yuan smiled coldly in his heart. Entering 8-void mountain's grand array, he was considered to have returned home. As long as he was willing, he could reach the summit in one step. In this position, the grand array could not unleash its strongest power, and could not severely wound Damold at all. He deliberately led Damold on, in order to bait him up. The two people, you chase and I run, went from 3,000 miles to 9,000 miles, then to 18,000 miles, then to 40,000 miles. Damold was in hot pursuit, the momentum getting stronger and stronger. Brat, you're almost reaching the limit, right? Let me tell you, as long as you're unable to reach the top, you're dead for sure today. Are you very despaired? Ha ha ha. Damold let out a burst of wild laughter at the back. Yuan just smiled coldly without ceasing and continued climbing. Very soon, the two arrived above 60,000 miles. Damold's figure suddenly stopped, having a bad feeling arising in his heart. This distance already far surpassed the limit that Yuan should reach. But Yuan was still climbing upward. He suddenly had a feeling of falling into a pit. At this time, Yuan also stopped. Turning back, he said with a sneer, "What? Scared? Didn't you say that I can't reach the top of the mountain? Would you like to try?" Chapter 2426, Make You Lose 3 Layers of Skin. Although Yuan was seriously wounded at this time and his aura being feeble, his words were full of disdain and sarcasm. Damold's expression was very ugly as he said in a deep voice, "Are you goading this progenitor? What a joke. Even with how vast this world is there still a place that this progenitor doesn't dare to go to?" Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then you can come and try whether I can reach the top or not." Done talking, Yuan could not be bothered to talk any longer, and so he continued climbing up. Damold could not help choking and actually did not chase after right away. He had indeed been intimidated by Yuan. Yuan's calm expression made him somewhat uncertain. Immediately, he smiled coldly and said, "Terrific lad," making an empty show of strength in front of this progenitor. "Really almost got bluffed by you. A mere heavenly emperor realm also wants to reach the summit of rules. Do you really think that this progenitor grew up being frightened? What kind of existence was Damold? It was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by a few words." But he did not know that Yuan was making use of precisely this mentality of his. That was why he would intentionally goad Damold. Yuan was able to climb above 60,000 miles. This itself was extremely unusual already. If Damold was somewhat fearful and did not dare to come up, then Yuan would have wasted all his previous efforts. But, as long as he goaded slightly, Damold would definitely think that he was maintaining the appearance of strength, and chase after. Sure enough, Damold fell for it. 60,000 miles, 65,000 miles, 70,000 miles. When it reached 70,000 miles, Damold became more and more shocked. But he was still not willing to believe that Yuan could really reach the top. Hence, he chose to continue pursuing. 71,000 miles, 73,000 miles. When it reached 75,000 miles, Yuan was still climbing. While at this time, it already became extremely strenuous for Damold to barge through the formations. All of a sudden, his heart thumped wildly, finally realizing that something was wrong. How could a mere heavenly emperor realm possibly climb to a height of 75,000 miles? Furthermore, he discovered that ever since he entered 8-void mountain, the distance from Yuan had been constantly shrinking, but had been within a manageable range all along. It was like, this was simply a trap. Not good. Could it be that this kid is really able to reach the top? No way, I can't go up anymore. Otherwise, even if it's me, I'll be biting off more than I can chew too. Damold's expression changed wildly and he turned around and was about to leave. But right then, a burst of cold laughter came from behind him. "Damold, you already climbed so high. You're going to leave without resting for a bit? Yuan said sarcastically. Damold's expression was solemn as he said, "Boy, you're actually able to climb to the top of the mountain. This is impossible. However, even if you can reach the summit, it's no use either. This is a dead formation. It can't trap me." Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Is that so? Maybe it can't kill you, but, not making you lose 3 layers of skin today, you can forget about leaving." The entire 8-void mountain range suddenly started trembling fiercely. 9 ghostly fires emitted a dazzling light at the top of the mountain. A terrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire mountain range. Seeing this scene, Damold's expression changed drastically, all the hairs on his body standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. This is impossible. You activated the Grand Array. This is a rules Grand Array. How can you, a mere heavenly emperor realm, possibly activate it? The scene that happened before his eyes completely surpassed Damold's imagination. A rules Grand Array was actually activated incomprehensibly just like this. The place where Damold was standing suddenly erupted with a terrifying explosion, and actually directly blasted Damold flying. This explosion came extremely suddenly, without any sound, but was extremely powerful. With Damold's strength, he was actually unable to stop it. Damold was in midair when another series of shocking explosions came over, blasting until Damold flew around everywhere extremely wretchedly. Each explosion sound carried a terrifying to the extreme power. Even ordinary Diva 5th blights would also be blown into smithereens under this explosion. This was the power of rules. Lin Wuxuang's figure appeared beside Yuan quietly and he said in concern, "Lord Saint Azure, your injury." Yuan waved his hand and seethed with killing intent as he said, "Won't die. Of the divine race army, those who entered the range of the Grand Array, kill without mercy." He then saw Yuan make a gesture. Immediately, the entire 8-void mountains restrictions seemed to be like boiling water, instantly boiling over. Horrifying explosion sounds sounded out everywhere on 8-void mountain range. Those slightly weaker divine race and abyss monsters were directly blasted into flying ashes. In virtually an instant, more than half of the divine race army was killed or injured. How could the horror of a grand array of rules be described with words? Back then, Lin Wuxuang used this grand array to kill the divine race until wails of doom filled the lands. At present, this scene was played out again under Yuan's careful planning. While at this time, the human race powerhouses were virtually all trembling. They were dumbstruck with amazement by this scene before their eyes. Apart from Nizan and a few people, they completely did not expect that this 8-void mountains forbidden land actually became their place of heaven-defying turnaround. They only saw the divine race experts in front of them being blasted, becoming flesh and blood in a blink of an eye. This kind of power truly startled heaven and earth and even made gods and ghosts weep. While in another place, the unpredictable army led by Pang Zhen was already waiting until they were burning with fury. The moment 8-void mountains grand array erupted, Pang Zhen's angry roar immediately spread throughout the 3 armies. "Brother, charge back for me. Don't let a single one of the Divine Children Legion's bastards off." The unpredictable army's power spread throughout the vast expanse of open ground all at once. Seeing one sworn brother after another die miserably under the Divine Children Legion's besiegement, they had long already had a stomach pent up with anger. At this time, they finally exploded, only to see each of the unpredictable legion's warriors have bloodshot eyes, urging their speed to the extreme, pouncing over in the direction of the Divine Children Legion. At this time, the 10,000 people led by Wang Zhen were already left with just several hundred people, and they were still hanging on their lives bitterly. These several hundred people protected Wang Zhen in the middle. Even if they died, they were not willing to take half a step back too. Previously, Wang Zhen led his men in a charge, and he rushed in front alone. There were 9 marks powerhouses injected in the Divine Children Legion too. Wang Zhen fought one on many, beheading all of the Divine Children Legion's powerhouses. However, he himself was also just left with half a life. Just as they were on the brink of despair, battle cries suddenly shook the sky. The army led by Pang Zhen already rushed over. Fighting in close quarters, Pang Zhen attacked with fury, lightning source surging wildly, slapping more than a dozen divine children to death with a palm. The unpredictable army had an unstoppable momentum, completely suppressing the Divine Children Legion's imposing momentum all at once. They fought one on many, coupled with attacking in rage, killing until the Divine Children Legion suffered a crushing defeat. On the upper echelon side, a silent explosion blew up. Those initial stage and middle stage 9 marks powerhouses instantly had a large number of them that was finished off. Even late stage 9 marks supreme powerhouses were also utterly routed under this horrifying explosion. Nizan and the rest took advantage of the momentum to chase after them, slaughtering their enemies until the top experts of the divine race were completely powerless to fight back. The moment 8 Void Mountains Grand Array rose up, the situation instantly reversed. Coupled with that, there were many coalition Foss's experts, fighting many on one, a large group of the powerhouses on the divine race's side fell very quickly. Those divine race powerhouses who did not enter the range of the Grand Array were all secretly exhaling that they got lucky. Chapter 2427, Great Victory. The explosion sounds coming from the top of the mountain made everyone's hearts palpitate. Someone as strong as Damold was actually blasted flying away here and there like a ball, without the slightest strength to fight back. The undulation of rules seemed to carry the might of heavenly Tao, making people awed at the sight of it. Damold was blasted until he was a blurry mess of flesh and blood from head to toe. It was a dreadful sight to behold. Clearly, he was already seriously injured. This kind of terrifying undulation, Damold's innards must have suffered tremendous shock. If not for his strength being too formidable, he would have long already been shocked into meat paste. What a pity. This isn't when I was at my prime. Otherwise, he would be dead beyond a doubt. Beside Yi Yuan, Lin Wuxia said with a sigh. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's enough. Leave the rest to me." Lin Wuxia said, "Your Excellency's advancement is a little slow. Otherwise, how could it be the divine race's turn to behave wildly?" Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Born in wrong times, what can be done about it?" Lin Wuxia's body already became very illusory at this time and was actually looking like it was about to dissipate. He bowed to the ground and said, "Your Excellency, the blood essence left behind by this disciple has been exhausted after this battle. In the future, this disciple won't be able to follow Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please take care." Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and he said, "Destiny arises and fate extinguishes. Maybe our fate is unfinished. If there's reincarnation, this saint will let you return again." Lin Wuxia's entire body trembled and he said, "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm also not too clear. It's just that I faintly sense something. Hope that what I sense isn't wrong." Lin Wuxiang had a shocked expression on his face and exclaimed, "Entering reincarnation is just a legend. No one knows where we go after death. With Your Excellency having a faint feeling from forces beyond control, it looks like you've already reached a realm that we can't imagine. If there's a chance to do it again, Lin Wuxiang is willing to follow Your Excellency to the death." Yi Yuan fell silent. Lin Wuxiang's figure gradually dissipated. There was no Grand Ancestor Sky Formation in this world anymore. However, there was the legend of Grand Ancestor Sky Formation. It was he who shed his heart blood 10 billion years ago, laying down a heaven-shocking Grand Array overnight, blocking countless divine race experts. It was he who returned domineeringly 10 billion years later, inflicting heavy casualties on the divine race army again. He performed immortal feats for the human race, for the myriad races. All of you just be at ease. I hope that one day, I can activate you all again." Yi Yuan said with a light sigh. If there was war, there was death. No one could change this. As soon as Lin Wuxiang left, the Grand Array became a dead object. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he was unable to truly control the Grand Array at all. Damold was a ghastly sight from head to toe, but he laughed wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha, brat, you can't kill me in the end. Lin Wuxiang is merely a wisp of blood essence having a sudden spurt of activity prior to collapse. What can he do to me?" Yi Yuan looked at Damold and said coolly, "The next time we meet is when I'll take your dog life." "Brat, do you think there's still a next time?" "I'm afraid that next time, who you'll be facing will be my divine race's various great progenitors." After a bout of fierce struggling, Damold finally broke free from the constraints of the 8 Void Mountains Grand Array. With regards to Yi Yuan's talent, he did not have the slightest doubt. Therefore, after this tragic battle, his dread towards Yi Yuan grew even stronger. Being able to awaken Lin Wuxiang in itself was absolutely not what the average person could do. There were too many secrets hidden on this kid's body. If he did not die, Damold could not relax. Leaving this sentence behind, Damold tore across the air and left. The Grand Array gradually subsided, restoring the peace of the past. In this battle, the myriad races coalition forces won a complete victory. More than half of the divine race army was killed or injured, with their vitality being affected. They no longer had the strength to counterattack. The unpredictable army chased them for 30,000 miles, and finally, the Divine Children Legion was completely wiped out. The myriad races coalition forces launched a counteroffensive frenziedly, causing less than 1 in 10 of the divine race army to remain alive. Supreme powerhouses teamed up to pursue and attack. The divine race's experts suffered heavy losses. The Battle of Eight Void Mountain had far-reaching significance. However, everyone was clear in their hearts that the next battle would be even more dangerous. The confrontation between the top powerhouses of the two sides was the final battle to determine the ownership of the Heavenspan world. Ha ha ha, awesome, really awesome. Since the Doomsday battle started until now, we've been unbelievably oppressed all along. Today, we can finally walk with our heads held high. Nizan returned from killing the enemy and let out a burst of wild laughter. These few years, he had truly been frustrated to the extreme. The strength of the opponent, the allied forces each harbored their own ulterior motives, the weakness of the human race's combat power, all made him mentally and physically exhausted. Fight a battle, lose a battle. Even if the number of the human army was hundreds and thousands of times that of the enemy army, there was virtually no victorious battle. But in today's battle, they completely defeated the divine race. Was it not delightful? He looked towards that slightly thin young man on top of the mountain, admiring immensely. This was the Saint Azure of Eternity. Shipodian also laughed loudly and said, "Those damn things of the divine race were arrogant to the extreme in the past. This time, seeing their appearance of covering their heads and scurrying away, it feels really awesome. Ha ha ha, these damn things call us ants every day." This time, the ants bit an elephant to death too. The various races, powerhouses really felt exaltation upon fulfillment. They all looked towards that figure at the top of the mountain without prior agreement, their eyes full of admiration. It was him, who took every conceivable possibility into account, luring the divine race into the trap step by step. It was him, who climbed to the top of Eight Void Mountain, and activated the Eternal Grand Array. Without him, there would not be this hearty victory. Suddenly Nizan raised his arms and cried out, "Lord Saint Azure is mighty." The other leaders understood and similarly raised their arms and shouted, "Lord Saint Azure is mighty." The shouting grew higher than each previous wave. The entire Eight Void Mountain range was seething with excitement. At the foot of Eight Void Mountain, Pang Zhen came over travel-worn and weary, directly kneeling on the ground as he said sobbingly, "Your Excellency, save Wan Zhen. He's on his last legs." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, arriving at the foot of the mountain with a flash. It was only to see that on the ground, Wan Zhen was already just exhaling and not breathing in air any longer. In the previous battle, he virtually blocked the Divine Children Legion with his power alone to delay them, but he also suffered extremely severe injuries. Yi Yuan swept a glance over, his expression easing up slightly, and he said coolly, "It's okay. He won't die." Done talking, a medicinal pill entered his abdomen. Wan Zhen's aura became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. They did not know how Lord Saint Azure had such terrifying alchemy path cultivation. Pang Zhen opened his eyes wide and he said with a shocked look, What medicinal pill is this? It's also too magical, right?" Following that, he used an expression like having seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan again, and he said, "Is there still something that Lord Saint Azure can't do in this world?" In merely a moment's time, Pang Zhen already sat up. His complexion was deathly pale. As he was about to bow to Yi Yuan, he was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Many thanks for your Excellency's life-saving grace," Wan Zhen said. The myriad races coalition forces crushing the divine race army. This news immediately spread throughout the entire Heavenspan world like the wind. The myriad races who were originally in a constant state of anxiety were inexplicably invigorated at this time. Everyone cheered joyfully, rejoicing in their victory. And Saint Azure's great name also spread throughout the Heavenspan world in a very short time. It was Saint Azure who overcame the raging tides, and he saved the myriad races. Chapter 2428, Name spreading all over the world. Who is Saint Azure? I never heard of him before at all. Heh, you're ignorant and ill-informed, right? This person is famous in the entire Heavenspan world. Although he's only Heavenly Emperor realm, his status is incomparably venerated. Stop leaving us hanging, who the hell is it? A few years ago, there was a big earthquake in the alchemy world. The medicine ancestor was defeated, and a new ancestor was established. A heavenly emperor realm young man was conferred the title of ancestor by the entire alchemy world. Who do you still think that it can be? Next to him, a group of people revealed shocked expressions, with looks of disbelief. No one could have thought that the Saint Azure who was famous throughout the heavenspan world was actually ancestor Yuan. A heavenly emperor realm martial artist actually became the key figure of this world-destroying battle. So how could they not be surprised? At this time, hundreds of heavenly emperor powerhouses surrounded a middle-aged uncle with a dreadful appearance. This wretched-looking middle-aged uncle was called Bao Tian, a heavenly emperor powerhouse too, making a living from selling information. His information was very accurate and had never made a mistake before. So people gave him the nickname of Bao Inquiry. Bao Inquiry had always charged an extremely expensive fee. But this time, he had a rare free release of news, drawing a large group of heavenly emperor powerhouses to surround and look. Although these heavenly emperor powerhouses did not go to the front lines, they paid a lot of attention to the situation at the front lines. After all, a war of this scale affected their futures. A heavenly emperor said in disbelief, "This is impossible. I admit that Ancestor Yi has a shocking talent in the alchemy path, but what strength does he have to repel the divine race army with his power alone? There are likely elements of exaggeration in between this, right?" By the side, a heavenly emperor expert in coarse robes said with a nod, "I think so too. To say that heavenly emperor profound secrets repelled the divine race alone, I still believe it. He, a puny little heavenly emperor realm, based on what? Most likely, the news from the front snowballed the rumors, it's too exaggerated. Indeed so. Diva Fifth Blight is more like it. The impact of a heavenly emperor realm on the war is too small. It's simply impossible. This news, they heard a lot about it in this period of time. But it could be said that there were none who really believed it. A heavenly emperor realm influencing the war, this sort of thing was simply laughable. However, Bao Inquire had a sneer on his face and said, "You bunch of ignorant guys, what the hell do you know? Lord Saint Azure ingeniously designed an interlinked plan, and he lured the divine race army to 8 Void Mountain. And he activated 8 Void Mountain's rules grand array. The divine race members beneath 9 marks were almost completely annihilated. Divine race's commander-in-chief, Dameld, was beaten until he almost died. Lord Saint Azure isn't just an alchemy path master, but he's similarly a formation path master. Furthermore, I even heard a rumor. It's just that." Bao Inquire's words made everyone dumbstruck with amazement. They knew that the news coming out of Bao Inquire's mouth was basically very real already. But the things that he said were too shocking. 8 Void Mountains Grand Array, everyone knew that it was unfathomable. Since time immemorial, no idea how many formation path powerhouses were unable to truly comprehend the Grand Array. But Yi Yuan reactivated the rules Grand Array. The means above rules to deal with the divine race army was indeed more than enough. It was just that, wanting to achieve this step was far too difficult. However, Bao Inquire's following words had whetted their appetites up. "It's just what? Hurry up and say, yeah, stop leaving us hanging. Could it be that there's still even more explosive news?" Everyone urged Bao Inquire one after another, but Bao Inquire shook his head with a mysterious look and said, forget it, not saying it. This news isn't confirmed, I don't dare to say nonsense." Everyone almost vomited blood. Their appetites were stirred up. So how could they let it slide so easily? "I say, you're too much. It's better you don't talk at all. Don't stop after saying it halfway. What the hell is this? Even if it isn't real, you just say it, and we'll listen and laugh it off after listening. Wouldn't that do?" "Yeah, Bao Inquire. If you don't say it clearly today, we won't let you leave." This group of heavenly emperors was indignant, all saying it unhappily. Bao Inquire chuckled and said, "All right. Since that's the case, then I'll talk about this Lord Saint Azure. I heard, it's merely just hearing of it." The group of heavenly emperors perked their ears up, all paying close attention, afraid of missing the slightest detail. Lord Saint Azure's name was already famous throughout the entire heavenspan world now. Regarding his gossip, everyone was naturally very curious. Although these words were rumors, there was still some credibility coming out of Bao Inquire's mouth. As Bao Inquire said, his expression also gradually became solemn. When the rest saw the situation, their hearts became even more somber. "I heard that Lord Saint Azure awakened the Rule Powerhouse on 8 Void Mountain. Furthermore, this Rule Powerhouse seemed to know Lord Saint Azure. The moment they met, he actually knelt down. Of course, this is merely just hearsay. There's no way to prove. Bao Inquire said with a solemn look. Actually, he paid a huge price for this news, inquiring it from a formation path sovereign from 8 Void Mountain. This news still had some credibility. It was just that this news was too inconceivable. Even he felt that it was somewhat fake. Sure enough, the moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors burst into an uproar at once. What? A rule powerhouse knelt toward a heavenly emperor realm junior. Bao Inquire, this joke of yours is too much. Ha ha ha, this joke is very funny. Bao Inquire, you've successfully made us laugh. Everyone laughed loudly, but Bao Inquire did not laugh. The laughter of those heavenly emperor powerhouses gradually stopped. In the end, it became dry laughter. They knew that when Bao Inquire had this expression, he had always been very serious. Which was also to say that he was not joking. A heavenly emperor said, "See cough cough, Bao Inquire, this wouldn't be real, right? But this is also too nonsensical." Bao Inquire shook his head and said, "Not sure, but it isn't a groundless rumor. Although 8 Void Mountain can't be compared to the past right now, there are still some people comprehending the Tao on the mountain. For this matter, I spent a lot of effort to go and inquire. In the end, those who came down the mountain all remained silent and said nothing. If it was really a joke, their expression wouldn't have been like that. Furthermore, there's one more thing. With this, no one laughed anymore. If it was really a joke, those who came down the mountain would definitely have laughed it off. Their expressions would definitely have been completely different. At least, the reaction should have been the same as theirs just now. Each of them held their breaths, listening to what Bao Inquire had to say next. 5th Blight, Heavenly Emperor Yufeng, knelt down in front of Lord Saint Azur's camp door and didn't get up. According to what I know, he was comprehending on the Tao on the mountain back at that time. And he was the only 5th Blight powerhouse on the mountain back then. A 5th Blight powerhouse kneeling and not getting up, do you all know what that means? Bao Inquire said. The news that Bao Inquire told them were too shocking. Heavenly Emperor Yu Feng's great name, who did not know? In Formation Tao, he was enough to rank in the top 10. But it was this level of a powerhouse who actually knelt down in front of Yi Yuan's camp and did not get up. Chapter 2429, Where Righteousness Lies. In front of the camp, Pang Zhen came beside Yu Feng and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "You don't need to kneel anymore." His Excellency said that if you really want to repent, follow Lord Nizan. Go into battles to kill the enemy and defend the human race. The current Pang Zhen was proud but not arrogant. In the past, he relied on Ancestor Lightning's prestige, and he considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. Now, he was relying on his own merits to turn his nose up at the world. As Yi Yuan's right-hand man, he could regard any powerhouse in this world as an equal. He had a powerful background and also proud feats. When Yu Feng saw Pang Zhen, his pupils could not help shrinking slightly and he said, "Your Ancestor Lightning's descendant." Pang Zhen nodded and said, "That's right, my ancestor is precisely the ancestor of lightning." Yu Feng sucked in a cold breath. How revered was the status of Ancestor Lightning's status? Yet, Pang Zheng was actually willing to be a pawn under Yi Yuan. His awe toward Saint Azure was entirely due to his ancestral teachings. Although he witnessed Yi Yuan's memes, he still did not dare to believe that a dignified Dao ancestor would actually do this sort of thing that lowered his own status. Dao ancestor was different from Lin Wushuang. Lin Wushuang was merely a dead rule powerhouse, while Dao ancestors were living sovereigns. I know what you're thinking. His Excellency as Saint Azure of Eternity created the human race's 10 billion years of prosperity single-handedly. Even ancestor also have to call Lord Saint Azure respectfully in front of him. If you want to atone for your crime by meritorious actions, let go of your pride of 5th Blight, and go to the front lines to kill the enemy. In the future, there will naturally be your meritorious deeds. If you remain impenitent, even the Jade Emperor can't save you too. Finished saying, Pang Zhen left with his hands behind his back. Yu Feng's expression was very ugly. But he was very clear about Saint Azure's influence at present. Perhaps his individual combat power was not strong, but all of the 5th Blight powerhouses in this camp obeyed Saint Azure's command. The battle previously really shocked him. Producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another, it was talking about Yi Yuan, right? Overcoming the raging tides with his power alone, devastating the divine race. This outstanding feat was sufficient to be circulated through the ages. This doomsday battle was not over yet. If the human race was defeated in the end, everything naturally did not need to be discussed anymore. But if the human race won in the end, then Yuan's stats would be passed down forever. At that time, not just the human race, the myriad races had to submit themselves at his feet too. Yuan would be a living eternal saint. His Diva Fifth Blight was indeed very impressive, but in front of Yuan, he did not even count as anything. In this world where the strong reigned supreme, strength was everything. However, Yuan already surpassed this level. His status could shake everything. Just based on him having offended Yuan before, he would have no way of continuing in the human race at all. At that time, however vast the world was, there would be no place to accommodate him. He never thought that his momentary curiosity actually caused such a big trouble. Therefore, he let go of the pride of a fifth blight and knelt in front of Yuan's camp. But Yuan did not have the intention of seeing him at all. Looking at Pang Zhen's back view, Yu Feng could not help being absent-minded. He and Pang Zhen had similarities. But he and Pang Zhen walked toward two extremes. One was respected by thousands. One was reviled by thousands. Could it be that I was really wrong? Yu Feng muttered. No idea how long passed either. Yu Feng slowly got up and walked in the direction of the Central Army camp. Lord Saint Azure, Yu Feng already knelt for 3 days and 3 nights outside the camp, really don't need to care about him. Ni Zan said. He was a Diva Fifth Blight sovereign after all. It was impossible for them to ignore it. Yuan said, time can smoothen out everything. Many people avoid and do not fight. I don't blame them, but his ancestor experienced that era, and yet he ignored the life and death of his own people. I can't forgive it. I know that there are similarly many people among you all who are puzzled. But if you all experienced Saint Profound's death, you wouldn't have this kind of thoughts. The Jian family's 100 people sacrificed their lives heroically for a cause. How moving and tragic was it? All of them chose death at the peak of their lives. Azure and Profound dual saints. In my opinion, it should be Profound and Azure dual saints. Saint Profound's merits are above mine. This saint traveled through spacetime and only left behind legacies. But Saint Profound, what he left behind is a cluster of inextinguishable kindling of the spirit. Where righteousness lies, his will is still alive even if tens of thousands die. A sovereign of his generation, sacrificing his life for justice, forging an eternal great cause. This is a true powerhouse. How do you all think the 18 grand ancestors reached the peak of rules? By relying on the legacies that I left behind? No, because Saint Profound imprinted 2 words in each of their hearts, righteous cause. It's these 2 words that encouraged them to continuously become stronger, and reach an unprecedented peak of the human race. It's also these 2 words that led them to fight the divine race fiercely, not resting till they are dead. And after them, there were no more rule powerhouses. The reason similarly lies here. Talking until the back, a trace of mist actually spun around in Yuan's eyes. Many people lowered their heads in shame. Who Yuan was talking about was not just Yu Feng, but it was also the vast majority of the people present. Although this battle was won, the majority of the myriad races, powerhouses present were compelled by circumstances and had no choice but to fight. There were few who truly fought because of a righteous cause. Who Saint Profound saved was not just the human race. Their predecessors had also once fought side by side with the human race, fighting to the death without resting. But then, everything had changed. Your Excellency, this subordinate is ashamed. Ni Zan said with a look of shame. He could feel Yuan's current mood fluctuations. And this was rarely seen in Yuan. Being able to make Lord Saint Azure have such fluctuations, it could be seen how much that scene touched him. In Saint Profound's merits, no one could erase it. Your Excellency, we were wrong. The group of powerhouses apologized one after another. Yuan waved his hand and said, forget it. The past is over. No matter how much this saint talks, I can't imprint these 2 words in your hearts too. In this lifetime, this saint can only do what I can and leave it to fate. Circumstances change with the passing of time. Human hearts were not what they were in the old days. Yuan was also speaking his mind earlier. He knew that these words did not sink in for everyone. Words were feeble at times. Without the infection of that occasion, no matter how much was said, it was useless too. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, not daring to speak. Ni Zan saw that the scene was rather awkward and spoke up, Your Excellency, after this battle, the divine race no longer has the power to fight back. What should we do next? Yuan said, follow up a victory with hot pursuit, recapture lost ground, and drive the divine race back to the abyss. When everyone heard that, they were extremely surprised. A leader said, "Your Excellency, this isn't appropriate, right? If we anger the divine race's progenitors, there will be no way to clean up the mess." Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "I think that you all are mistaken. It's not that the divine race's progenitors aren't enraged. It's actually that they dread Dao ancestors. That's why they didn't make a move. Do you all think that you can sleep in peace after winning this battle? Now is when the doomsday battle truly begins. The moment of heavenly Dao Samsara is the start of our various races' true disaster. Have you all forgotten Damold's mocking laughter? The moment the divine race's progenitors make a move, you all can only be cannon fodders too. Therefore, don't harbor the mentality of getting lucky. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.